Pokémon Hacking System Chapter 1 to 50. Chapter 1 Crossing in the Meteor Shower. In a luxurious apartment in the center of Lee, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses is struggling in front of the computer. You can only see that his hands are as fast as machines. Slender, perfect hands crackling beautifully on the keyboard like a piano. Sections of assembly language that make people dizzy. Mysterious programs reflect a faint blue light on his glasses, and a face full of confidence. Half an hour later, as the keyboard sound came to an abrupt end. Haha, after 3 days and nights of struggle, I finally cracked the detailed structure diagram of the F-26 engine of the latest fighter jet of M country. I don't know how much this detailed information can be sold for. Young people screamed in excitement. The young man's name is Saga, an orphan, and his name was chosen by himself. He is a hacker and not an ordinary hacker. He ranks 3rd in the world and ranked 1st in Asia. He is a super hacker codenamed Black Crow. They are good at stealing top secret military information from various countries to gain a lot of profit. Country M and Country R can be said to hate this Black Crow and kill it quickly. It's a pity that the other party's technology is too top to lock the other party. No clues can be found, and even the other party does not know how to catch whether the other party is a man, a woman or a she-male. I heard that there will be a rare meteor shower at 12 o'clock tonight, and I don't know if the jokes on the internet are accurate. Saga shook his head and stood up, took a bottle of juice from the refrigerator and took a notebook to the balcony waiting. Look at the time, there are 30 minutes left. Then I'll watch the latest Pokémon XY for a while. If anyone knows that a super hacker actually liked watching Pokémon this cartoon, they will definitely laugh out loud. The Pokémon series can be said to be Saga's favorite anime. Even the most popular One Piece, Naruto, and Shinigami can't compare to the status of Pokémon in his heart. I have been an orphan since I was a child, and I have fallen in love with this magical world since I picked up the first Pokémon disc from the garbage dump when I was a child. In the anime, it is extremely smart and loyal, and even has a Pokémon with human-like emotion, and all kinds of brilliant skills left a deep impression on their young heart. Today is the 6th installment of the Pokémon series, but the protagonist Xiaoji himself has never liked it. If it weren't for the protagonist Halo, he would never have become a king in this life with his character and IQ, let alone the world's #1 Pokémon master. Apart from the fact that he loves Pokémon very much, there is no bright spot in the rest of his body, and there is a big gap between his knowledge of Pokémon and his awareness of fighting. After watching 2 episodes of Pokémon, it was already 12:30. Saga looked at the time. The dark night sky was shrouded in smog and couldn't see any stars. Yeah, I've been tricked by those funny sailors on the internet. If they can predict the meteor shower, the pigs can climb the tree. It's a waste of my time, he said, preparing to leave the balcony to go to sleep. Suddenly, the originally silent night sky emitted a dazzling light, and the meteor showers danced in the night sky. I went, and it was actually true. It is said on the internet that the scope of this meteor shower is global, which is really spectacular. I have seen several meteor showers since I was a child, but none of them can compare with this one. This time it is really big. Immediately afterward, Chuyun felt a little wrong, as if one of the meteors felt that it was getting brighter and brighter. No, it was not like he was flying towards me. NJ City Military District Commander reporter, tonight we have monitored one of the meteor showers flying towards the center of Lee City, but the individual is very small and will not cause any major harm. Saga looked at the meteor flying towards his balcony, and before he could react, he felt that he was enveloped by a burst of hot light and then lost consciousness. The only thought in my heart is that I still have $1 billion in the bank that I haven't spent. I didn't expect that I would be killed by a meteor in my life. Chapter 2 Catty Dog. Nibby City, at the foot of Eugian Mountain, a puppy with a reddish-brown body, a white mane on its neck, head and tail, and black stripes on its back, bit a blue fruit and ran into the grass not far away. I saw a blonde boy lying on the ground in the grass with his eyes closed in a coma. There were a few big holes in his black jacket and black sweatpants. It looked like he was seriously injured. The brown puppy put the fruit in the mouth into the boy's mouth and bit it lightly with his teeth. The light blue juice flowed onto the boy's lip, and felt the liquid overflowing from the mouth. The boy swallowed unconsciously and the juice flowed into the abdomen. Slowly opening his eyes, he felt that his face was sullen. A brown-red puppy was covering his face with a snake head, and through the cracks in the branches he could see the blue sky and the white cloud fluttering in the wind. This is a beautiful sky that Saga has rarely seen before. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my brain, as if something was stuck in my brain. Ah! Saga rolled around in pain. The brown-red puppy hurriedly circled around the boy, barking and jumping. A memory that did not belong to him kept breaking into his mind, and the tingling pain made Saga feel that his brain was about to explode. Finally recovered. I can't believe that I actually traveled through the meteor before I lost consciousness. Didn't kill me, but let me travel to the world of my favorite Pokemon. It's unbelievable. Don't worry, Katie, I'm fine. I stood up slowly and gently stroked Katie's warm and soft fur, and saw that the owner was finally alright. Katie happily added the owner's hand. hand. The young man who has possessed his soul through the memories in his mind is also called Saga. He is 14 years old this year and is an orphan in Wallen City. Fighting from childhood to adulthood. Fighting against urban gangsters in order to protect myself is more commonplace, but I have always dreamed of becoming a great Pokémon trainer, traveling to various places and fighting against other trainers. But the reality is cruel. In the league law, it is expressly stipulated that you must be 10 years old to have Pokémon. Of course, this law is optional for some big families, and from the birth of the child, parents have to pay a large amount of tax for the child every year. So after 10 years of payment, when the child is 10 years old, he can go to the local research institute or doctor to receive a Pokémon. Most of these Pokémon are docile and have very high talent potential. They are very suitable for novice trainers, but also many families cannot afford this tax, so ordinary families will go to some special places to buy magic for their children when they turn 10 years old. Baby, or catch it yourself, but most of the potential talents are not very high. Many of them are Little Lotta, Bobo, Stork, Green Caterpillar, Unicorn, and other Pokémon on the Badry. And after becoming an Alliance trainer, you will enjoy free treatment, accommodation and food at Pokémon centers around the world. You know, in addition to these, travel also costs a lot of money. Traveling outside, food, backpack, tent, sleeping bag, medicines, all are money, not to mention feeding Pokémon. You need to spend a lot of money to buy Pokémon food. Training Pokémon you need equipment, and more expensive energy block, and some rare and unique Pokémon food is very expensive and scarce. Therefore, it is said that trainers are burning money. The kings and champions of the Alliance are almost all from big families, and there are few commoners, which is enough to show the importance of money. As an orphan, Saga can barely support himself, let alone pay taxes to pick up Pokémon. Now, the Katy dog under his feet can only be said to be lucky. You must know that the Katy dog is not a Pokémon on the Badry. The Katy dog series of Pokémon can be said to be monopolized by the Junsha family. The number of wild Katy dog can be said to be very rare, so it is a relatively precious Pokémon, and the evolutionary wind speed dog is very powerful. 2 years ago, when the original owner, Saga, was 12 years old, he wanted to go to the Viking forest by himself to try his luck and collect some precious fruit. As a result, I met a poacher. This rookie poacher was very vigilant in sleeping at night, and he didn't even release the Pokémon on the vigil. In the end, he was knocked down by a sneak attack by Saga. With his strong body from fighting as a child, it was a trivial matter to bring down a sleeping rookie poacher. Third chapter, Moonstone. And Saga actually found a red Pokémon egg with 3 black stripes on him, and secretly hid it. Then the poacher was handed over to Miss Junsha to get a bonus of 60,000 Alliance coins. You must know that an ordinary family of 3 has only 30,000 Alliance coins a year in net income, a bonus equal to 2 years of the family's total income. More than a month later, the Pokémon egg hatched a Katy dog. Saga was very happy. Katy dog is a very loyal Pokémon that only recognizes one owner in his life. He is powerful and handsome, and the number is rare. Fortunately, there is a bonus of 60,000 yuan awarded by the police station. Otherwise, it is estimated that even the Katy dog cannot survive. Saga can say that he is reluctant to buy one thing for himself. He only bought a 1,000 yuan ordinary red and white Pokémon ball, and all the rest the best fire-type Pokémon food and power blocks on the market, and often go to the library to teach himself a lot of Pokémon knowledge, and study homemade Pokémon food and energy cube. Therefore, often due to financial problems, I often go to the valleys and dangerous places in the forest to collect special fruit. With the super strong sense of smell of the Katy dog, it can avoid many dangers. It is necessary to know that many wild Pokémon will attack humans, and can find some fruit accurately, or accept some quests hosted by the Alliance at the Pokémon Center for bounty. With the dog's stronger and more sensitive sense of smell, it can often complete some dangerous tasks and obtain considerable bounty. The accident happened this time because a local tyrant in the Pokémon Center released a very valuable task to collect Moonstone. You must know that some Pokémon cannot evolve naturally, so they need some external force, and people found that some Pokémon have fixed attribute special ors possess this power. For example, to evolve into a wind speed dog, a Katy dog needs a fire stone, as well as the corresponding attribute water stone, thunder stone, grass stone and moonstone. Among them, the moonstone is quite special. Although other stones are rare, they are local specialties of the planet and can be found in many places, while the moonstone is a kind of outer space meteorite. A long time ago, people discovered that the moonstone can make Nido Lino, Nidona, and Nido evolve into super strong Nido King and Nido, and can make the iron armored Rhino evolve into an iron armored Tyrannosaurus. Many Pokémon can rely on the moonstone. Evolution. You must know that the final evolution of Pokémon even with a trainer is very difficult, and it can be said that it is extremely difficult for wild Pokémon to complete the final evolution by themselves. Therefore, the price of various evolution stones remains high, especially the extraterrestrial meteorite moonstone that can allow many Pokémon to complete complete the final evolution. Saga knows that he has no savings all the time. In order to make the catty dog grow and develop better, it can be said that the money earned in the past 2 years has been spent on it, so the catty dog develops better than it appeared. And let the catty complete the evolution requires a firestone, and the price of a firestone on the market is about 300,000 alliance coin. You must know that the energy of a firestone is not 100% to allow Pokemon to complete the evolution. If the evolution fails due to insufficient energy in the middle, it will cause great damage to the Pokemon's potential talents and itself, so most trainers will prepare more than 2 evolution stones when using evolution stones to evolve just in case. So evolution is a lot of money again. As the main source of moonstone in the Kanto region, Mount Eugian has become a gold rush for countless people. It must be known that the moonstone is more expensive than ordinary evolution stone, and the market price is around 450,000 alliance coins, so the moonstone is now in the moonlight. See, the mountains are almost extinct. The local tyrant at the Pokemon Center desperately needed the moonstone, so he bought it at a high price of 500,000 alliance coin, and Saga wanted to try his luck. As a result, I didn't expect that the character broke out and found 2 moonstones in a remote cave in Eujantion with Katie's super sense of smell. But unfortunately, there are 2 overlords, King Nido and Queen Nido, who are teaching mating in this cave. With the strength of Saga and Katie, 1 is enough, and the 2 are definitely killed in seconds and can only run. As a result, under the double earthquake of King Nido and Queen Nido, Saga fell from Eugian Mountain in order to protect the Katie and was seriously injured. Chapter 4 Super Hack System. In the state of being seriously injured and dying, he was taken advantage of by himself. Don't worry, although I have taken your body, I will be Saga in the future, and Katie will be my family. I will take good care of her, and so will your dream. Done. Become the strongest Pokemon trainer, Saga said firmly. Take a deep breath. Saga picked up the backpack not far from the side. The quality of the backpack in this base was not good. He looked at the backpack with a hole in it. Take a look inside. A change of clothes, a field tent and sleeping bag, a worn fishing rod, a handheld computer. This is the cheapest base backpack on the market, so the capacity is small and the quality is not very good. I have to say that the original owner buys what is cheap for himself, and what is best for the catty dog. In the future, I will not treat catty dog badly, but I will not treat myself badly either. I also need to enjoy life well when I am alive. Pick up the handheld computer. This thing is a tool that Saga bought to learn knowledge, store information, travel outside and get the latest news, and listen to lectures online. Really easy to learn. Ding! Discover data tools. The super hacker system start and automatically links to external devices to automatically scan all the data in this world. A machine-like voice suddenly came from his mind, and Saga saw all kinds of data on the original handheld computer screen kept drilling into his eyes as if it were alive. It took about a minute for this incredible feeling to disappear. Hello Master, I am a super hacker system, a special life form created by a brain from 100 million light years away after merging with your notebook. Wait, Saga was very surprised. You said that the meteor that hit me was you, and then you merged with my notebook on Earth. Yes, Master. Please name me Master, said the mysterious voice. Sure enough, as a traveler, you have golden fingers, and the ancients did not deceive me. Reminds me of the intelligent brain named Jarvis in Iron Man I watched before. You'll be called Jarvis in the future, Saga said slyly. Yes, Master. You said just now that you scanned all the information in this world, Saga said in disbelief. Yes, as long as the Master has all the information on the world network. I have even scanned and copied the top secret information in the computer system of the so-called Pokemon Alliance. Combining the data, I can make all objects and lives digitized in front of you, and then make various favorable adjustments based on the data, and can find various shortcomings or weaknesses of myself or the other party. It is incredible for the owner to train Pokemon. Benefit. Hearing this, Saga decided to give it a try. Looking at the catty dog who was coquettish under his feet, Jarvis scanned the catty dog. Yes, Master. Catty dog. Puppy Pokemon female. Attribute. Fire. Height. 0.9 m. Weight. 22 kg. Features. Ignite. Effect. Ineffective when attacked by fire skills, and the damage of own fire skills is increased by 1.5 times. When the Pokemon is frozen, this feature is still effective, but it will not be released when it is hit by fire skills. Substitute blocks the damage boosting effect of the burning trait. Skill mastery. Bite. Evil. Power 60. Roar. Normal. Power. Fart. Fire. Power 40. Stare. Normal. Power. Fire. Fang. Fire. Power 65. This skill is a genetic skill. Move at high speed. Superpower. Power. Speed increased by 2 levels. Lightning flash. Normal. Power 50. Smoke. Fire. Power. Overall evaluation. Well developed, with extraordinary potential. The average height of the catty dog is 0.7 meters and the weight is 19 kilograms. If it is lower than the average, it is stunted. Equal to the average, it is normally developed, and the overall body is above the average, and it is healthy and well developed. Weaknesses. Slightly weaker. The muscles of the forelimbs and hind legs are not too developed, which will affect the overall speed. Training recommendations: add weight to the front and rear leg for long distance running training. Visible improvement after 16 days. The recommended weight is 20 kg. Advantages: the dog's jaw muscles are developed, so the bite force is stronger than other similar dogs, and the bite gill can be upgraded to the bite gill as soon as possible. Chapter 5: Nibby City. It's unbelievable that such detailed data can be calculated in seconds just by looking at it casually. With this hacking system, Mom no longer has to worry about me not training Pokemon. Caddy, go back to Nibby City. Sell the Moonstone. We'll have a big meal today, Saga said happily. According to my memory, I first came to a small wooden house on the outskirts of Nibby City, which is my home. I used to spend money to find man-made houses. The houses in the city were too expensive and I couldn't afford them. As soon as I entered the door, I looked at the small but neat cabin. A small chuang, a table, 2 chairs, a refrigerator, not many things, but very clean and tidy. When I got home, I felt pretty good, and I took a shower first. He was covered in mud and dirty, so he went to the small river not far from the wooden house, filled 2 buckets of water, and then went to pick up branches. Caddy, bark. Saga looked at Caddy with anticipation. After all, it was the first time she saw a Pokemon use skills. Looking at the slowly heating iron bucket, I took off my clothes. My body was really dirty. I don't know how many days I fainted. Caddy, wait. Saga looked at the caddy who rushed over, threw himself into the iron bucket for bathing, and kept filling himself with the head of a snake. Stop. Katie is so itchy, Saga said while pushing Katie's head. It seemed that Katie was also very excited when he got home. After taking a shower, looking at the new body in the mirror, a sun-like blonde hair stands on his head, sapphire-like pupils, his face like a knife and an axe, and his facial features and water chestnuts are distinct. Developed shong muscles, 6 chocolate abdominal muscles, and a tattoo of the head of a catty dog on the left shong, full of manliness. The 2 silver cross earrings on either side of his ears gave him a little wickedness. Really handsome. Although the second Marshall has a lot of beauty, but this body is really handsome. At the age of 14, he has a height of 175 centimeters and such a good figure. After changing into a white shirt and sky blue jeans, he walked towards the city and disposed of the 2 moonstones in his hand. Anyway, these 2 things are of no use to him now. Come to the Pokemon Center. Miss Joy, may I ask if the quest with the reward for the moonstone is still there? After all, it had been announced for 3 days, and Saga was worried that the quest might be cancelled by the other party. Joey looked at the blonde boy who asked in front of him. He's really handsome. Lee sighed silently, and his face turned slightly red. Excuse me, let me check for you. Since this task is a relatively well-known task these days, I found it quickly. This quest raised the bounty again yesterday, and now a moonstone is 550,000 alliance coin. Original market price of the moonstone of 450,000 has been raised to the current reward of 550,000. Although the moonstone is rarer and less expensive than other evolutionary stones, although there is no stock in a small city like Nibby City, some big cities still buy it too. Don't guess the thoughts of local tyrant. Miss Joy, I have 2 moonstones here. Please help me deal with them. Saga handed over the 2 moonstones in his hand. Walking out of the Pokemon Center, this efficiency is really powerful, Saga sighed in his heart. Looking at the bank card in his hand, there is an extra 110W of alliance coin. It is a windfall. I still don't know how many years I have earned before. Let go. Katie, go to the best restaurant, Saga said excitedly. Come to this Pokemon restaurant in front of you. Best Wagyu beef and milk in a big milk tank on the box, Saga shouted. You must know that except for Pokemon and humans, there are also many wild animals in this world, and some carnivorous Pokemon will prey on wild animals. Humans also raise a lot of meat, but the meat in this world is very expensive, and ordinary people can't afford it. It is equivalent to the Earth country, and meat is very expensive. Catty dogs are carnivorous Pokemon. If you want to develop muscles, you must eat more meat. Watching 2,000 yuan for a meal, Saga doesn't feel bad about labor at all, but he is a millionaire. In the past, even if Saga was good to Cutie, he only dared to eat beef once a month, and it was still ordinary beef. Chapter 6: Big Purchase. Came to the Pokemon store. Saga was about to start a big purchase. With 110W on him, he was full of confidence. First of all, he had to replace the 1,000 yuan red and white Pokemon balls in his hand. Check out the Pokemon balls. Bait balls 8,000 yen, Super balls 10,000 yen, Overweight balls 10,000 yen, Bug Catcher balls 10,000 yen, Deluxe balls 50,000 yen, in the display case. Listening to the salesperson's introduction, the difference between an ordinary Pokemon ball and a luxury ball is equivalent to one being a single room in an ordinary hotel, and the other being a luxury presidential suite in a top 5-star hotel. 3 times that of ordinary Pokemon balls, and it is anti-drop and waterproof. So hanging, give me a deluxe ball and 5 super balls, Saga said, looking at the gold and white luxury ball and the blue and white super ball in his hand. Regardless of the appearance or quality, the hand feels like a 10th Street ordinary Pokemon ball. Then I bought all kinds times of the best wound medicine, antidote, spray, hemostatic agent, best base backpack in store, luxury tent, Pokémon food, top fishing rod, training equipment, energy block making equipment. Walking out of the store, Saga thought of the happy shopping just now. How cool. But looking at the bank card, still has 80W, but just spent a whole 30W. The remaining sum of money is enough for a long time, and you can consider catching a Pokémon. After all, he is only a catty dog, and his strength is still too weak. It is difficult to deal with emergency. The next Pokémon, Saga decided to catch a flying type. Because many precious fruits and medicinal materials grow on cliffs and cliff, it is difficult for ordinary people and other Pokémon to obtain them, while the flying type is easy to pick, which is very good for detection and alertness. And the famous flying elves in the Kanto region, Bobo and Leek, their two final evolution types are very strong than the eagle and the big mouth. Especially the eagle is second only to the flying speed of the quasi-divine beast in the Kanto region. The strength is better than that of the big mouth. After all, Bobo has 2 stages of higher evolution potential, but it is also easier for Bobo to evolve into a bird, but it is very difficult to evolve into an eagle. Wild baby birds are still relatively common, while the number of eagles is very small. There are not many trainers who have more than eagles. However, I am not at all worried that with the super data analysis ability of the hacker system, as long as you catch a Bobo with good potential, it is relatively easy to evolve into an eagle. Is decided that it is Bobo. It is very common in wild Bobos, but there are still very few with good potential. Now I have to go to the clothing store to buy 2 sets of clothes for traveling. I decided to register as an alliance trainer. After all, I came to this world and didn't go to a gym, and it was totally useless to challenge the regional alliance competition. In addition, the prize money for the champion of the league competition is very generous, and a pure gold trophy is worth a lot of money. Back at my chalet, I was exhausted from a day's shopping. Catty, have a good rest today. Start training tomorrow and find your companions, and I'll prepare dinner. Saga said. Fire-type Pokémon like Icy Energy Cube. With the memory of Saga's ability to make cube, it is still no problem to operate this energy cube maker. The most expensive thing to know is that the price of this device is 88,888 yen. Take out a bag of the best quality and appearance of hot cherry on the market and put it into the device to make juice, and add some other medicinal material. The heat is the most important. Energy cubes are very beneficial to Pokémon skill power, growth, and beauty, so energy cubes are more expensive than Pokémon food. Wong wong, wong wong. Watching the catty dog eating is very happy. Saga was also very happy. Maybe it was the emotions left by the previous saga that affected him, but this feeling is really good, isn't it? Chapter 7 Training and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT figure and LT font and GT. The next day, Saga and Katie woke up early in the morning. Your weakness, Katie, is your poor physical strength, and the muscles of your forelegs and hind legs are not too developed, so I will load you so you can get used to it first, Saga said with his arms folded over his shoulders. Wong wong. Take out the training equipment I bought yesterday. 4 weight rings, 15 kg, a total of 20 kg, which is exactly the weight recommended by the system. Too light will not give a good training effect. Too heavy will easily damage the muscles and leave dark injury. Caddy, let go around this small lake for 10 lappers. After Jarvis calculates that the total length of 10 laps is about 12,000 meters. I have to say that the physical fitness of people in this world is really good. After running down more than 10,000 meters, I just felt a little tired and sweated a little. Caddy, come over for breakfast, Saga called. The daily diet of Katie Dog is strictly calculated by Jarvis, which can ensure adequate nutrition and reasonable training, so there is no need to worry about being too fat or too thin, and it can train the most perfect body. Breakfast. Katy Dog is now training hurdles. 12 hurdles, 50 round trips, Saga commanded again, followed by dodge training, a square bunker with a length of 10 meters, which is covered with a large number of sandbags, and the sandbags are constantly shaking. Katy Dogs need to perfectly avoid the attack of sandbags in so many sandbags. I have to say that the physical quality of Pokemon is really strong. You must know that the weight of the Catty Dog is only 22 kg, and the weight of 20 kg is relative to its own weight. After so much training, it can still persist. The day's training was over soon, and I really felt heartache when I looked at the dog, who was so tired that he couldn't get up and could only lie on the ground, spitting out the snakehead and panting. But if you want to be strong, you have to endure hardship. What is a good way for Jarvis to get rid of fatigue quickly? Saga couldn't bear Katie's tiredness. Master, I found out that this world has a unique way of Pokemon massage, which can relieve the fatigue of Pokemon very well. I transmit it directly to the master, Jarvis replied quickly. Immediately afterwards, Saga felt that there was a piece of information in his mind. This was the massage technique. According to the memory in his mind, he began to massage the Katy Dog. Due to Jarvis' precise control, he could quickly find the various Katy Dog plant acupuncture points for precise massage. Look looking at the comfortably squinted catty dog, making a whining sound. It seems that the effect is very good. After having dinner with Katie, Saga is going to try his luck in the forest not far away. After all, there are a lot of Bobos, so it shouldn't be very difficult to find a top-quality Bobo among them. Saga is going to take the elite route. Ordinary Pokémon cost a lot of elves and money, and the training effect will not be too strong. You can't let the green caterpillar defeat the fast dragon. Therefore, the powerful talent and potential, combined with the hard work and training of the day after tomorrow, can produce effects that are absolutely difficult for ordinary Pokémon to achieve. Looking at a Bobo flying by in front of me. Jarvis data analysis. Bobo, little bird Pokémon, height 0.25 meters, weight 1.5 kilogram, characteristic, sharp eyes, skills, flying sand feet, strong wind, lightning flashes, evaluation, stunted, poor potential, low training value. There is no value, so I can only continue to look forward. With Jarvis data analysis, it becomes easier to find the best Pokémon. Good effect. Suddenly, a brown figure flew towards him, and a backflip escaped the sneak attack of this figure. It turned out to be a sparrow. Looking at the aggressive Pokémon in front of him, compared to Bobo's cowardice, he actually liked Sparrow more because it is aggressive and aggressive. Jarvis data analysis. Flamingo, little bird Pokémon, height 0.295, weight 2.3 kilogram, characteristic, sharp eyes, skills, attack dare, crazy attack, evaluation, normal development, but the weight is slightly heavy, so the flight speed is not in line with the speed of the original Flamingo. The potential is average, and the training value is not high. It seems that I am not the protagonist. I used to read Pokémon fanfiction. The protagonist walked out of Junshin Town, and almost 100% encountered a golden Bobo flying faster than an eagle, or a golden Carp King. Chapter 8 Skill Training and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. Day after day of training, time passed quickly. Although the 16-day rigorous training was a bit boring, Saga felt very fulfilled. Watching the changes of the Katy dog day by day, he was full of a sense of accomplishment. Jarvis data analysis. Saga said, yes, master. Katy dog, puppy Pokémon. Attribute, fire, gender, female, height 0.95, weight 25 kilogram. Features, ignite, effect, ineffective when attacked by fire skills, and the damage of own fire skills is increased by 1.5 times. When the Pokémon is frozen, this feature is still effective, but it will not be released when it is hit by fire skills. Substitute blocks the damage boosting effect of the burning trait. Skill mastery, bite, evil, power 60, roar, normal, power, bark, fire, power 40, stare, normal, power, fire, fang, fire, power 65. This skill is a genetic skill, move at high speed, superpower, power, speed increased by 2 levels, lightning flash, normal, power 50, smoke, fire, power. Overall evaluation, well developed, with extraordinary potential. The average height of the catty dog is 0.7 meters and the weight is 19 kilograms. If it is lower than the average, it is stunted. Equal to the average, it is normally developed, and the overall body is above the average, and it is healthy and well developed. Advantages: the dog's jaw muscles are developed, so the bite force is stronger than other similar dogs, and the bite skill can be upgraded to the bite skill as soon as possible. Weaknesses: although after 16 days of scientifically rigorous weight training, the forelimb and leg muscles have made great progress, but there is a lot of room for improvement, and physical endurance is still weak. Suggestion: after 16 days of intensive training, it is recommended to carry out various physical weight training in the morning and skill training in the afternoon in order to ensure the physical and mental health of the dog. Training objective: 1. Evolve spark skills into jet flame. 2. Evolve the biting skill into biting. Equipment needed for training: videotape of other Pokémon using flames and cow bone. Looking at the video footage reflected in the air, Jarvis didn't think you could play a movie out of thin air, slowing down the playback 10 times. Look closely at the jet flame being used by the gorgeous wind speed dog in the video footage. Katy's eyes were full of envy. Rest assured that Katy will soon evolve to be so powerful and gorgeous, even stronger than ordinary wind speed dog. According to calculations, the biting skill of Katy is not powerful enough to break the bones of cattle, and a more powerful bite must be used, which can allow Katy to bite the bones without any problems to adapt to the skill. Jarvis suggested road. Chapter 9 Red Sparrow and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. Katy throws fire. After a commanding voice, a pillar of fire, 1 meter thick and 10 meters long, instantly blew the frisbee into pieces. Then it will be crushed. Saga was very happy watching the catty dog smashing the beef bone thick from the child's arm in his hand. He almost mastered it perfectly in just 10 days. 2 powerful skills. The catty dog's the talent is really strong. Jet flame, fire, power 80, bite, evil, power 80. A special skill, a physical skill, perfectly mastered, but there is still a lack of actual combat running in. Today, Saga is going to another place to continue looking for Bobo with extraordinary potential, or like Like, the forest next to his wooden house has almost turned around, and there are almost no outstanding Pokémon. It's really difficult to find wild Pokémon with extraordinary talent and potential. Even if you have a super intelligent brain like Jarvis, it's not easy to find Pokémon with extraordinary potential in a short period of time. I think about whether I should go to Xiaoji to follow him. Those Divine Bee super talented Pokémon do not appear in front of Xiaoji at every turn. I used to watch animation, but Xiaoji is a quasi-divine beast in the Chengdu area sent by Kira. In his hand, he will not accept it. Today I am going to the Nibi City Valley to the north of Nibi City. It seems that there are more rock-type Pokémon in Nidoran and Nidolan series, but I am not very interested, unless there is any special Pokémon. Seeing that Nibi Valley is full of rock, this place is really suitable for rock Pokémon. No wonder the gym in Nibi City is a rock gym. There are so many rock-type Pokémon here. Looking at the small Fistone, Rumbling Stone, and the big rock snake who like to drill holes everywhere. These two rock-type Pokémon have relatively good personalities, so there was no battle between them. Walking deep into the valley, Saga suddenly saw an interesting scene not far ahead. A fierce sparrow is constantly provoking a big rock snake. You must know that the sparrow is a gregarious Pokémon. It can be said that it prefers to bully others, which is a typical bullying. A lonely sparrow would only dare to bully some little Lotta, Nidolang, Bobo or something. Unexpectedly, this fierce bird dared to fight the big rock, and its courage is commendable. Looking closely, Saga still feels a little different. A few days ago, I can say that I often went to the forest to observe Bobo and Like. The color of this strong bird is obviously different from what I have seen before. The strong bird is almost all brown, while the strong bird is red. It is very likely to be a Flash series. Know that even a green caterpillar from the Glitter series is very precious. Jarvis data analysis. Strong sparrow, little bird Pokémon gender, male, attribute, flying, features, 1. Sharp eyes. The hit rate will not be reduced to sniper. When the normal attack hits the vital point, the damage is 1.5 times that of the normal hitting the vital point. Color, red. Height, 0.4 meters. Weight, 3.0 kilograms. Special ability. Although not gifted in the height and length of flight, the sparrow flies fast to defend its territory. The sparrow's weapon is its mouth, and it can use a pun. Due to the special structure of the mouth, it is more like a parrot, so it can inherit the skill of parrot learning tongue. Skills, hacking, flying, power 35, daring, normal, crazy attack, normal, power 15, high speed movement, superpower, lightning flash, normal, power 50, parroting, flying, power. Evaluation. The red flashing sparrow with dual characteristics is well developed. Due to its color being expelled by the group, it has stronger strength, arrogant personality, likes to challenge the strong, and has extraordinary potential, which is very worthwhile to cultivate. Chapter 10 successfully captured. Looking at the fierce sparrow who kept provoking the big rock snake, Saga decided that it was the second L. It was a flashing Pokémon with dual characteristics and extraordinary potential. It seemed that he also had the aura of the protagonist. The rock type is a restrained flight type. Even if this strong sparrow is stronger than it appears, if it is hit by the big rock snake trick, the strong sparrow will definitely be killed in seconds with its physical strength. However, this little red guy, with his flexible body and the speed far exceeding that of the rock snake, kept attacking the eyes of the big rock snake. He was really a cunning guy. The cumbersome body of the big rock snake is difficult to hit the sly sparrow. It is estimated that the big rock snake feels that it really can't hit the sparrow, and it runs away with a dig hole. It doesn't want its eyes to be blinded by the sparrow. Looking at the fierce sparrow who drove the big rock snake away, Saga was even more satisfied, and his fighting consciousness was also very good. Chatty, get ready to meet your future friend, Saga also said excitedly. It was the first time that he was ready to conquer Pokémon. Like was very proud after driving away the overlord, the big rock snake, and suddenly saw a puppy break into his new territory, which is not bad. Like's already irritable character exploded in an instant. A flash of lightning quickly slammed into the puppy who broke into his territory. Catty moves at high speed to get out of the way, Saga commanded. Also a speed player, the Catty dog is faster than the sparrow. Effortlessly dodging the attack of the fierce sparrow, the Catty dog sprayed flame, and the fire column shot out in an instant, and the fierce sparrow also moved at a high speed and dodged. Looking at the huge pillar of fire, a drop of cold sweat fell on Like's head. If he was hit by this move just now, he would definitely be dead. But what followed was huge anger, broke into his own territory, and dared to provoke himself. It's totally unbearable. With its own speed and air superiority, the fierce sparrow started to attack the Catty dog in the same way as the big rock snake just now, but the Catty dog speed is not comparable to that of the big rock snake. It's really cunning. Don't you come down, cutie smoke. Saga became more and more interested in this door. Black smoke spewed out of the dog's mouth quickly, and the smoke green surrounded the dog. Like flew in midair and watched the puppy on the ground hide in the smoke green. He couldn't find the target at all, and he didn't dare to rush down. Pass. In my setting, due to the different structural relationship between the strong bird and Bobo, the strong bird has small smaller wings. Although the speed is fast and the body is agile, it cannot support it to fly for a long time, let alone fly high. So the strong bird has smaller wings. Can't learn the skills of strong wind and tornado, and Bobo can't learn the skills of peck and punch due to the low structure. Catty throws flame. A thick flame sprayed out. Although the sparrow flashed fast, because the direction of the attack could not be seen, the flame still rubbed the wings and injured it. Lycu's small eyes looked around. The guy below was more cunning than himself, and his wings were injured again, and it seemed that he had to run away. The good bird didn't suffer from immediate losses, so the territory was given to this puppy for the time being, and he would come to grab it later. Hee, don't even think about it. Katie growled. Saga saw this little guy and wanted to run away. With a roar, the frightened fiery sparrow, whose wings had been injured in midair, instantly fell off, and the Katie rushed up to bite it. Looking at the sparrow bitten in the mouth by the cutie dog, you are really cunning, little guy. Now I give you two choices. Either enter this Pokemon ball yourself, or give the cutie dog a bite. Threaten. Lyke turned his little head and looked around at the extremely sharp teeth. Scared and frantically nodded. It looks like you are willing to come in. Saga took out the Pokemon ball. The little guy tapped the Pokemon ball with his mouth. A burst of red light sucked Lyke in. Doo-doo-doo. The Pokemon soon quieted down. It seemed that the little guy was too scared to struggle. It's the first time in this world that I have captured a Pokemon in a real sense, or a red flashing sparrow with great potential. It's a great feeling, Saga said with a little emotion. Chapter 11 Combination Skills and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. Back to the cabin. Come out, Lyke. Saga put Lyke out and smeared Lil Q's wings with the best burn medicine bought at the Pokemon store. Jarvis suggested to himself just now that if a Pokemon suffers some minor injury, try not to go to the Pokemon Center. Allowing a Pokemon to revive on its own help boosts its recovery and resistance. In the future, you will be our partner. I will train you strictly. Your talent potential is very high, and you have inherited the skills of parrot learning, so you will get twice the result with half the effort when you learn skills in the future, Saga said with a serious face. Because of your racial characteristic, your flying height is not very high, and your physical strength is your biggest weakness, although it has improved significantly after evolving into a big build barrow. But so far, many skills are very easy to hit you who have a low flying height. Some skills that restrain you, such as electricity type trick, fire type trick, and rock type trick, if they are hit, it is easy to be instantly killed by the opponent. So I will focus on training your evasion ability, physical strength, and your instant explosive ability for a period of time, and learn to shadow clone. And the Katie dog is still the training of physical fitness and unique skills, and it is fully proficient in skills and learns to combine skills. The power generated by this is not the concept of 1 + 1. Understood, acclaimed Saga. Look at the two little guys who are nodding in front of them. Let's have dinner first, and start training early tomorrow. Saga began to prepare food for the ferret. Bird Pokemon like to eat astringent chestnuts the most, and they have already prepared it. First, make Pokemon food, then take out the energy block maker, and start making fire-type energy blocks and flight-type energy blocks. 5.30 in the morning, Saga's eyes opened. There was no need for an alarm clock at all. His body had already developed an instinct. He looked at the catty dog sleeping beside Chuang and touched its head. Come on, let's start the morning exercise. When he came outside, Saga whistled, and a red figure flew over in the forest not far away. Lyke, carry this sandbag on its back. Get used to the weight first, and fly behind me and the catty dog, you know, Saga said to Lyke. 20-lap long distance run around the small lake with Katie. Sure enough, Lyke's physical strength was very weak, especially under the load-bearing state. After about 12 laps, he was exhausted. Saga stopped and began to massage it. Relieve fatigue. Today, we learned a combination of skills, using the acceleration of high-speed movement, combined with the instant explosion of lightning flashes, to slam into the enemy violently. Some Pokemon that are not very strong will easily be killed in seconds if they are hit by this trick. Saga was a little excited. The key to learning this combination skill is that it is difficult to lock on the target under such high-speed movement, and it is tasteless to be unable to hit the opponent no matter how powerful the skill is. But you are different from Katie. You don't need to use the naked eye to lock the target. You have the best sense of smell among Pokemon, and you can easily lock each other by smell. So this combination trick is very simple for you. You only need to just as much as you know. Quote, Chapter 12 ready to go. Time flies. Another week has passed. I have to say that with good talent, I can avoid a lot of detours. Saga looked at the fierce sparrows in the sandbag array. Even with the burden of the load, he still easily avoided the impact of more than a dozen sandbags in the air. After a week of rigorous physical and evasion training, this flaming sparrow has really made great progress. He used to be very cunning outside of Yi, and he knows how to formulate tactics and use his strength to overcome his weaknesses. But after all, most of them are wild ways. Now go through rigorous, targeted training. Evasion, physical fitness, strength and reaction ability have been greatly improved improved. What is lacking is a lot of actual combat experience, and wild Pokemon battle experience is poor. Not to mention any tactic. Most of them rely on instinct to fight. Fighting them can't improve much actual combat experience. It seems that they are ready to travel. Katie, flash at high speed, Saga commanded. After a week of running in and training, Jarvis set this combination of skills, using high-speed movement to greatly increase his speed, with the instant explosion of lightning flashes. The resulting destructive power can be calculated to be as high as 95, and Katie can perfectly master this combination of skills in a very short period of time using its own olfactory talent. However, the high-speed flash of this powerful combination skill also has great side effects. First, it kills the enemy by 1000 and self-destructs 800. The high-speed flash is a skill that relies on the body to violently hit and collide. Similar to a slam, a single blow, a shock wave of hundreds of millions of tons, it will hurt itself when it hits the enemy. If a Pokemon with a stone head characteristic uses this skill, it will not have this side effect, but a Pokemon with a stone head characteristic is almost either a rock-type Pokemon or a big man such as King Nito and iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. They have more powerful strength and a huge body, but their speed is completely appalling. They can't even learn to move at high speed and flash of electric light, let alone learn the combined skills of the two. The Catty dog has an extremely flexible body and fast speed. After evolving into a wind speed dog, it has a terrifying speed and super endurance that surpasses the flying type Pokemon. It is unimaginable with the explosive power of the super speed skill. You must know that the wind speed dog can run a distance of 10,000 kilometers in one day, but the same wind speed dog and Catty dog are not good at defense. If you use a high speed flash to hit the steel and rock type Pokemon, the damage to yourself will be very large. It seems that this combination of skills still has a big flaw, but Saga is already very satisfied. Everything has its own flaws and weaknesses. Come back, Katie, Barrow. Saga called back to the two little guys. It has been almost a month since I came to this world, and I have fully adapted to this kind of fulfilling life every day. No matter how hard you work, you will reap the reward. The strength of Katie and Like has also improved a lot, and it seems that they are also ready. It's time to set off on a journey to challenge various powerful trainers. Back at the wooden house, I changed into a suit, a black hooded jacket similar to the clothes of the protagonist of New Killing Prototype, with a pattern of a Pokemon ball on the back, black e-combat pants, and black military boots. Looking at the cabin that has lived for a month, there should be few opportunities to come back in the future. Seeing that there are still about 50 W of Alliance coins in the card, Saga sighs that the money is still not enough to spend. After a month of training, I provided the best food and energy cubes on the market every day, plus my daily food consumption, which cost almost 30 W, and travel abroad cost more money, and 50 W is really not enough. You have to go to the Pokemon Center to register for the Quart Tournament Challenge qualification, and then start to challenge the Nibby Gym, according to the information you got. Trainers with a Pokemon illustration, that is, Alliance registration, can register for the challenge qualification of the Quart Tournament for free, while trainers without a Pokemon illustration need to pay a registration fee of 10,000 Alliance coin. Miss Joey, please help me register for the Quartz conference. I don't have a Pokemon illustrated book. This is a registration fee of 10,000 yuan, Saga said to Miss Joey. Okay, no problem, sir. Please fill in the information. Joey smiled. The registration challenge qualification is completed in a few minutes, and the efficiency is very fast. This is your badge box. You only need to get 8 Kanto Gym badges to qualify for the Quartz tournament, which will take place in 10 months. Joey reminded. Chapter 13 Rock Badge and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. Jarvis, help me get the information about Nibby Gym. After exiting the Pokemon Center, Saga walked in the direction of Nibby Gym. Nibby Gym. The current master of the gym is Wu Nang, who is an elite trainer and is good at using rock-type Pokemon. The gym competition uses 2 Voltu. The registered guarding Pokemon are Dion Snake and Longlong Stone. It was his son, Xiaogang, who applied for his resignation to travel a month ago. Quote, it seems that he and Xiaoji missed it, but Xiaogang's father Wu Nang, according to the animation he watched in his previous life, knew that it was just a trick. He who left his children to travel for his dream trained Xiaoji, who was defeated by Xiaogang. As for strength, can only wait until we meet. Looking at the gray rock gym in front of him, Saga walked in slowly. Is there anyone? I'm the trainer who came to challenge the gym. Who? Saga saw a man sitting cross-legged on a big rock, barely visible from the dim light above his head. I'm Wu Nang, the owner of Nibby Gym. Is it your first time to participate in a gym competition? If so, I will give you a detailed introduction to the rules of the competition. Don't bother, although it's my first time to participate in a gym competition, I know the rules and everything, Saga replied. In this case, the game rules 2v2. Is there a problem? Wu Nang said. No problem, Saga responded. Then it's my first Pokemon. Come out. Big Rock Snake. After After a burst of white light, a big rock snake with a roar appeared in the field. Jarvis data scanning analysis. Saga said, looking at the huge Pokemon in front of him. Big rock snake Pokemon, with strong characteristic, height 8.8 meters, weight 210 kilograms, normal development, after strict training, strong strength and strong defense. Weaknesses: the eyes on the head and the gap between the two stones at 7 inches. Instantly understood the opponent's weakness. Saga gently threw the Pokeball forward with a bang, arrow, and it appeared in the air of the field. Wu Nang frowned and looked at the fierce bird in the field. Although he was surprised by the other party's unique red color compared to the ordinary fierce bird, even if the color was special. Like is like. With the defense and strength of the big rock snake, it can completely kill the opponent in seconds. Looking at the tall and handsome blonde boy in front of me, I thought that there would be 2 brushes, but knowing that I was using a big rock snake, I dared to fight with a strong bird. It seems that it is just a straw bag. Big rock snake uses dash. Sparrow dodge away. With the speed and agility of the strong sparrow, it was very easy to dodge the attack of the big rock snake. The strong bird uses high-speed movement to peck at the eyes of the big rock snake. Saga commanded, "It's so fast." Wu Nang looked at the speed of the red sparrow in surprise. With the speed of the sparrow and the acceleration of high-speed movement, the big rock snake couldn't dodge this move at all. Roar. Big rock snake roared furiously on the field in pain. Saga smiled and looked at the big rock snake with one eye closed. Although he was not blind, his strength was greatly affected. Although there is a factor that the other party sees the fierce bird underestimating the enemy, the effect is still quite good. Such a sinister boy, but the speed of this fiery bird is still terrible. But it's not over yet. The big rock snake is making noise. Wu Nang roared. A sharp and unpleasant voice roared from the big mouth of the big rock snake. Looking at the Like swaying in the air, Saga took a fancy to the Like who persisted in the air. It seems that this move has a great impact on the Like. Big rock snake sacrifices itself. No, Like Q's shadow clone. Saga broke into a cold sweat. It was really dangerous. Fortunately, Like learned this skill. The flamingo parrot learns it tongue and imitates the sacrifice, aiming at the gap between the 3rd and 4th rocks of the big rock snake. Hearing a bang, the fierce bird hit the 7 inches of the big rock snake. Looking at the big rock snake rolling in pain, Saga didn't show any mercy. The fierce bird chased after the victory and attacked the big rock snake's eyes again. Roar. The second eye of the big rock snake was injured again. Come back, big rock snake. I obtained in this game, and if I continue to fight, it will only increase my injury. Boy, I have to admit, I underestimate you. You are very strong, and you can rely on a strong bird to make me bite to obtain, but I will do my best to fight this game. The big rock snake 2 eyes injuries completely angered Wu Nang. Come out, Lung Lung Shi. Wu Nang released his second Pokemon. Looking at the ferocious looking rumble stone on the field, and the slightly sunken ground beneath his feet, it seems that this rumble stone is very powerful. Jarvis data scan. Saga said, rumble stone, raw Pokemon, ability, stone head, height 1.2 meters, weight 150 kilograms. Fly Lu Little Say inside department group 1, 142529731. Fly Lu Little Say inside department group 2, 92908296. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. Evaluation. A well-developed rumble stone, with good strength and practical experience. Weaknesses. There is a slight cross crack on the back, which is a dark wound from previous battle. Come back. Like consumes a lot of physical strength, and it doesn't make sense to fight anymore. Come on, my old buddy. Katie. Saga picked up the luxurious gold and white ball around his neck and threw it on the court. Wong wong. Katie barked imposingly, baring his teeth and staring fiercely at the rumbling stone in front of him. All strike first. Katie spit flame. Saga commanded. Rumble stone defense volume. Saga looked at the rumbling stone that was safe and sound in the flame, and it seemed that fire-type skills were really weak on rock-type Pokemon. Rumble stone. Roll. Look at the Katie dog who keep dodging and rolling. Saga thought that rolling is a kind of power that the longer you use it, the greater the power. If you don't stop it, you may be accidentally knocked down by the opponent, and you may be killed by the opponent. But now you can't stop to dig a hole. The opponent's rolling speed is too fast, and it is easy to be knocked off when it stops. Katie. Smoke. Saga wanted to use the smoke to interfere with the other party's sight. Wu Nang frowned and looked at the rumbling stone rolling in the smoke, making it difficult to lock onto the target. Suddenly, the rumbling stone, which was rolling quickly, suddenly stopped in the smoke, and the smoke dispersed. Looking at the pit that was about 4 to 5.5 meters deep on the field, the rumbling stone sank into the pit. Good chance. Katie dog flashed at high speed and attacked the cross crack above Rumble Stone's back. Saga said with a smile on his face. How is it possible? How does the other party know the weakness of Long Stone? Wu Nang said in surprise. With a violent collision, Wu Nang sighed as he looked at the Rumble Stone, who had lost his fighting power on the field. It seemed that he was really old. Young man, this is your bad. I have to say that you are really strong. Your tactic, your keen observation, and your skills are perfect, especially the last one. If I'm not mistaken, this is a high-speed movement. A combination skill with a flash of lightning. I didn't expect to have such a powerful power. Wu Nang handed the rock badge to Saga. Looking at the gray rock badge in his hand, Saga put it into the badge box. Chapter 14 Wallen Dao's Hall. Get out of the gym. Saga remembered the fierce battle just now. Sure enough, only actual combat is the best way to improve strength. What do you think? Isn't Katie very exciting? Saga asked. Wong. He owns the hacker system and the opponent's weakness is invisible in front of him. However, the grasp of the overall situation is still a bit lacking, and in the final analysis there is still too little actual combat experience. The next gym is Wallen Gym, but it was getting late, so I stayed at the Pokémon Center for one night and left early in the morning. Wake up in the morning and start with a hearty buffet at the Pokémon Center. Then I returned to the place where I live, and I finally had to leave this late. I was really reluctant to bear it. With Jarvis' help, the entire Kanto map routes are deeply imprinted in their mind. Don't worry about getting lost. Once again came to the foot of the famous Tsukimi Mountain. The top of the mountain is like a crescent moon. It really lives up to its name. Saga exclaimed. This is the place I just passed through. Everything about yourself start here. Come out and get the Katie. Use your sense of smell to see if you can find a few more moonstones, Saga said. After all, their funds are starting to run out. If you can find a few moonstones, you can relieve your financial pressure. After all, with the future, there will be more and more Pokemon. The consumption of money is increasing. I searched for a long time with Katie, but found nothing except angering a few groups of forkback. It seems it was just luck last time. All will be good. It seems that Qian can only think of a way later, and talk about it in Wallen City first. After turning over Yujian Mountain, I soon saw the shadow of Wallen City. As the water capital of Kanto, Wallen City is surrounded by many rivers, ponds and lakes. Therefore, the resources of wild water-type Pokemon are very rich. Should I consider catching a water-type Pokemon? After all, the strength of some water-type Pokemon is also very good. Water-type Pokemon also play a big role in travel. You must know that there are many treasures in the sea. If you can get a few antiques, that is also excellent. But the water-type Pokemon that the Kanto region is optimistic about, there are only the final evolutionary fast-swimming frog of the mosquito coil tadpole, the final evolutionary thorn dragon king of the ink sea horse, or the storm carp dragon water arrow turtle. Except for mosquito coils and tadpoles, the number of other types of Pokemon is very rare. It is very difficult to know the evolution of the carp king in this world. According to the data, for every 100 carp kings, only one can evolve into a Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. After all, Tyrannosaurus can be regarded as the strongest water-type Pokemon in the Kanto region. In fact, the water-type Pokemon that Saga wants most is Mina. With its gorgeous appearance and powerful strength, it is simply the most perfect choice among water-type Pokemon. If you think about it, you must know that the number of Minas is even rarer than that of the Tyrannosaurus. When you come to the city, you can see all kinds of water-type Pokemon everywhere. Saga is ready to challenge Wallen Daoist directly, because according to the data, this Wallen Gym can be said to be the weakest gym in the Kanto region. The three beautiful owners are very famous in Kanto, but it's not their prowess that is famous, it's their water ballet. Even if your Katie dog is restrained by the other party, but there should be no pressure. I came to Wallen Gym and looked at this gym that was even more gorgeous than Nibi Gym. There were bursts of cheers and whistles from the men. I'm sorry, Mr. Wallen Dao's Hall is holding a water ballet performance. If you want to enter the gymnasium, please buy a ticket. The security guard at the door stopped Saga and said. Saga is a little speechless. He really knows how to do business. So both those who come to the show or the trainers who come to challenge must buy tickets. It's not bad to go in and watch the show, and I spent 800 union coins to buy a ticket. Go in and see how many people are there. The seats were almost completely full, and 99.9% of them could be said to be men. Looking at the pool in the center of the stage, the three pairs of snow-white thighs kept playing various tricks. Really tempting. Saga also felt that his blood was a little surging. As a super hacker in his previous life, it can be said that he never lacked women. He had never touched a woman in this world for more than a month. Although this body is only 14 years old, it has developed very well. Wait, don't think about it. Today I'm here to challenge the gym. Saga shook her head. Come to the waiting room dedicated to challengers. After about half an hour, the performance finally ended. Looking at the three beauties who came to the end of the performance, please wait a moment, Saga said to the three sisters of Wallan. Handsome little brother, what's the matter with you? If you want to sign an autograph because you are so handsome, my sister can satisfy you. Big sister Sakura said. Sorry, I'm here as a trainer to challenge the gym competition. Saga has a black line on his face. I didn't come to sign autograph, but my two sisters' Pokemon were injured yesterday and are still in the Pokemon Center. I am the only one who can play. If the game is now, it will be 1v1, may I? Sister Sakura said. I'll be the referee, said the second sister, Chinku. The game begin. Come out, little sea lion. Go on, Pharaoh. Sparrow. Saga threw the Pokemon ball out. What a special Sparrow, Sakura said in surprise. Little sea lions use water gun. With such a powerful water gun, Like easily flashed past. The Sparrow uses a flash of lightning, Saga said. Hearing a bang, Saga looked at the little sea lion that flew upside down and slammed into the wall and had lost its fighting power. Although I watched the animation before and knew how weak Celadon Gym was, unexpectedly, such a petite Pokemon, Like can kill a little sea lion in seconds with a flash of electric light, which is unbelievably weak. Come back, little sea lion. This is the water drop bag. Saga looked at Sakura, whose face was not at all depressed. It seems that the situation of being killed in seconds is already commonplace for them. Chapter 15 Blank. No. Chapter 16 Seaside Training. Saga walked out of Celadon Gym and followed the roadmap set by Jarvis in his mind. The next stop is Hue City, passing Jungwei Lighthouse on the way. Saga thought for a moment that he was going to train hard at the Jungwei Lighthouse for a while. After all, his current means of attack are still too few. Prepare yourself to let the caddy learn the flame vortex and fuse the fangs of fire into the crushing skill. It can also be regarded as a small combination of skills. As for Like Hue's training, it mainly focuses on physical fitness and evasion. In terms of skills, let him learn to punch and drill, according to Jarvis's setting. The second characteristic of the sniper is the sniper. If you cooperate with the high-speed rotating punch, if you hit the opponent's key point, plus the 1.5x critical damage bonus of the trait, it is simply a perfect combination, and it is easy to produce instant kill effect for some Pokemon with weak physical fitness and defense. It can also be considered a pretty powerful killer. Looking at the endless sea in front of you and the beautiful sandy beach is really a good place for special training. Saga plans to relax in this place for a few days, looking at the desolate Jungwei Lighthouse. As for the doctor in the tower, it is estimated that because the huge fast dragon has left, it seems that he also followed. If it's Dr. Damu, it's fine, but he has no interest in this doctor himself. First, we found a high place on the beach and set up our tent. Come out, Caddy, Pharaoh. Saga released the two little guys. Looking at the excited expressions of the two little ones, they were very excited when they saw the magnificent sea for the first time. Listen, two little guys, we're going to be training in this place for a week. Katie, you keep practicing expanding the range of the fire to make him into a vortex of flame, and practicing the integration of the teeth of fire into the bite gill. As for Like, you only have one requirement, learn the skills to punch and drill, Saga said. Looking at Liang Xiao, he nodded. As for today, just have a good time and relax. Saga picked up the frisbee in her backpack and threw it in the air. Who would grab the dinner tonight? Like relied on the air superiority to strike first, and the backward catty dog used the roaring skill, which scared Like in the air to a standstill. Then a high-speed move rushed forward, and Like saw that she had been smothered by Katie, and did not want to take revenge. The same high-speed movement chased after him. Looking at the two little guys competing with each other, Saga nodded with satisfaction. Then take out various ingredients and energy cubes and start preparing for today's dinner. A huge flame formed a vortex and sprayed towards the waves at sea. In an instant, a large piece of seawater evaporated, and a mist formed on the sea surface. Relying on Jarvis' hacking technology, he copied a large amount of information about the league, including many top-secret training videos and training methods of the King of Champions. Coupled with the fact that Katie Dog itself is quite talented, he easily mastered the flame vortex in just 3 days, and the rest is the fusion and proficiency of the smashing skills. And Like is also very smooth with the punching skills, and now it is just a matter of how to accurately use the punching skills to attack the target in a high-speed rotation state. Bird Pokemon have very developed vision and are good at targeting. Now, the only thing that is bad is the skill in the actual combat run-in. 200,000 Alliance coins in carry, and a major purchase was made in Celadon City last time. Celadon City is a seaside city. The north of the city is adjacent to the estuary of the river. Jinwang City is in the south and Yujian Mountain in the west. Celadon City is one of the only 2 cities in Kanto that are connected by roads on all sides. The other is Jinwang City, so the economy is very developed, and there are many nibby cities on the market. High-end Pokemon food and other local specialties that are not available and are expensive. Now the funds are getting more and more urgent, and the evolution of the Katy Dog, the Firestone, is a lot of money, and now the strength has improved a lot. You can consider taking some at the Pokemon Center, which is more dangerous, but the pay is relatively high task, as there are more and more Pokemon in the team in the future. The Pokemon food and energy block that I use are the highest quality on the market. The financial pressure is really big. Chapter 17 Dead Leaves Gym. Ask for flowers, ask for reward. I came to Q City. This city is a port city and it is the smallest city in the Kanto region. It has the smallest population, but the shipping is very developed. Jarvis, bring me the information on the Dry Leaf Gym, Saga said. The owner of Dead Leaves Gym is Mazishi, who is good at using electric Pokemon. The official registration challenge Pokemon is Raichu. The gym challenge is 1v1, and the strength is the second to last in the Kanto Taoist ranking. Don't miss it when you pass by. The free ticket of the free luxury cruise ship Athena is free. As soon as Saga entered the city, he saw various propaganda slogans and sailors handing out flyers everywhere. After reading the flyer, it was found that the top luxury passenger liner, the San Anu, was accidentally wrecked a month ago. The loss to the shipping company was huge, and the guests did not dare to take the ship. After all, many passengers died in the last shipwreck accident. It is a devastating blow to the reputation of the shipping company. So the company launched the Dreamliner Athena 3 years early to save the company's reputation, and as long as you have more than one gym badge, you can get a free ticket. Enjoy the service of the Dreamliner, which depart tomorrow morning at 8:30. It seems that after challenging the Dead Leaves Gym, you can still enjoy the Dreamliner for free. So Saga went to the cruise registration office, took out the badge and got a ticket, and then went to the Dead Leaf Gym in the city center. Saga saw the trainer who had failed the challenge holding a severely burned Pokémon running past him. Although the strength of Dead Leaf Gym was not wrong, the electric Pokémon had a great restraint on most Pokémon, so it still relatively cheap. Entering the gym, Saga looked at the strong man with the same blonde hair in front of him. You are the gym owner Mazishi. Yes, I am the strongest gym trainer Mazishi, a handsome blonde boy. Do you want to bet on the Dead Leaf badge for a wonderful duel? Mazishi said arrogantly. I'm here to challenge you, Saga says. Then a good game rule is one game to determine the winner. Come out, Raichu, Mazishi shouted. Saga looked at Raichu, who was much fatter than Pikachu. Although he evolved to have more powerful electricity and power, he also lost the speed he was proud of before. Go on, Katie. Saga threw the Pokemon ball on the field. If you use Like A, you must know that the electricity type trick is very fast and difficult to avoid. The most restrained flying type is the electricity type. The Katie dog has now perfectly adapted to the 20 kilograms load for more than a month under the weight-bearing state, and took off the weight-bearing ring on the Katie dog's limbs before adding it. Mazishi frowned and looked at the behavior of the blonde boy in front of him. He could say that he didn't feel any weight on the Katie dog at all. It seems that the visitor is not good, and I know that Raichu's electrical skills are very powerful, but the cumbersome body severely limits Raichu's speed, and it is a bit difficult to meet such an opponent who is good at speed. But we are not afraid. Mate, 100,000 volt, Mazishi shouted. A strong yellow current shot out from Raichu. Katie, the shadow clone avoid. Raichu is surrounded by 12 identical cuties on the field. Katie, flame vortex, Saga commanded. Looking at Raichu who was suffering in the flame, Mazishi shouted. Hold on Raichu and use the most powerful thunder. The speed of the thundering skill is too fast, and even the strongest speed dragon can't escape. It is a must-have skill. It must not be used, Saga thought. However, the thunder has a short gas storage time before it starts. It's right now. The Katie flickered at a high speed to stop it. Saga commanded. The speed of the Katie dog after taking down the load was matched with a high-speed flash, and the human eye almost only saw a brown afterimage, and Raichu flew out with a scream. The Katie dog catches up and smashes with the greatest power of the fire teeth, Saga instructed. Mazishi looked at Raichu, who was seriously injured and lost his fighting power. His leg had obvious burnt teeth marks. As the leader of the gym, he has never lost so badly today. The opponent's two sets of skillful combination skills hardly give him any time to breathe, and the battle is over. Blonde boy, you are one of the strongest challengers I have ever seen. This is the badge of Dead Leaf, proof of your strength, Mazishi said. Haha. If Sakagi from Vibrant City said this, he might still be a little proud. Even a guy who ranked second to last in a gym in the Kanto region would dare to speak out like that. Saga thought maliciously in her heart. 8:30 tomorrow morning. I will stay at the Pokemon Center tonight. I am not an official registered trainer of the Pokemon Alliance. The accommodation in the Pokemon Center is 500 Alliance coins per night, and the cost of food is extra. Early the next morning, Saga set off from the Pokemon Center and came to the dock of the Dream Cruise ship Athena. Looking at the long queue, it seemed that free things were very popular in any world. Finally, when he checked the ticket, Sagia added the boat and looked at the deck of the cruise ship, which was comparable to a football field. It was a Dream class cruise ship. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dream Cruises Athena. An old man with a white beard like a captain was giving a speech in the center of the deck. Due to an accident, our luxury liner Santano of the Deadleaf Shipping Company sank a month ago, and many excellent trainers lost their young lives in that accident. We are deeply saddened by the fact that our company has now launched the Dream class cruise ship Athena. Passengers can have complete peace of mind about safety issues, and to celebrate the maiden voyage of Athena today, our company has decided to prepare a Pokemon competition on board. The champion will get a set of evolution stones of Fire Stone, Thunder Stone, Water Stone, Leaf Stone and a treasured mysterious Pokemon from the Fengyuan area. The rules of the competition are 1v1 knockout, and no other Pokemon can be replaced in the middle, and the champion will be decided in the end. Anyone can participate in the competition, and listening to the captain's words about the champion's reward, the enthusiasm of the passengers on the whole ship is completely promoted. A set of evolution stones worth 120 W. 8 treasured mysterious Pokémon from other regions. This temptation is simply irresistible. Seeing the people crowding the registration area crazily, Saga couldn't calm down. If he won the championship, he could not only solve the current financial crisis but also start preparing for the evolution of Catty. In addition to a treasured mysterious Pokémon in the Fengyuan area, the shipping company has spent so much money, and it should not deceive everyone with a Pokémon from the bad street in the Fengyuan area. Have to prepare yourself well. You can't change Pokémon in the middle of the 1v1 rule, which will put a great test on the Pokémon's physical strength. After more than a month of physical weight-bearing training, Catty Dog does not need to worry too much about his physical strength, but he still has to make a quick decision in the early stage to prevent his physical weakness and accidents in the later stage. Chapter 18. Seeing May for the first time. The passenger ship is fighting fiercely. Saga was excited for a while. Is this the legendary love at first sight? The last time I even saw the sexy water ballet of the three Walanchi sisters, I was not so excited. Hello, are you also participating in this competition? Saja went to chat up. The girl looked back at the handsome blonde guy who was talking to her. His smile was really bright and handsome. His face flushed red, and she said shyly, I'm very weak. I just want to see other Pokemon in the Guangzhong area before participating. Game. Aren't you from the Kanto region? Saga asked again. Well, I'm not from the Kanto region. I'm a trainer from the Isu region. I've been traveling in Kanto for a while. My name is May, and I'm 12 years old. It develops so well at the age of 12. Saga sighed silently in his heart. By the way, my name is Saga. I am 14 years old and I come from Nibi City in the Kanto region. There are many beautiful and interesting places in Kanto. I will show you when I have time in the future. Saga invited. Quote, looking at the handsome blonde boy, Mei nodded in a weird way. I was shy for a while. What's wrong with me? Although the other party is handsome and his smile is bright, but after all, it was the first time we met, so he agreed to the other party's invitation. Will he think I'm a casual girl? Okay, let's go to the draw together. The game is about to start. Saga grabbed May's little hand and walked over to the draw. According to the rich experience of chasing women in the previous life, seeing Yai's shy expression, Saga knew that even if the other party didn't have much affection for him, he would definitely have a good impression. At this time, you must be bold and careful, and decisively strike first to deepen the impression of the other party. After the lottery, May said to Saga, you must do your best. It seems that the effect just now is good. Looking at Mei who is cheering for him, Saja secretly thinks about it. Even if I meet you in the competition, I won't let you down just because you are a beauty. Saga teased at May, looking at the shy girl who lowered her head to her chest. Okay, I won't make fun of you. Let's cheer together. A total of 12 different playing fields are divided on the deck. Saga silently looked at his first opponent, who was actually using a small Lada. Let the Catty Dog easily send the other party out of the field with a flash of electricity. The second opponent used a big butterfly, which was almost overwhelmed by Katie, and it was done with a burst of flame. It wasn't until the third opponent was kind of decent, looking at the strong fire dinosaurs on the opposing field. However, due to the fire ignition characteristics of Katie, it has a great advantage in the civil war of fire-type Pokemon. Game start. Fire dinosaur strike first. Use jet flame. Opposite training command. QT dog to me, Saga said. The other party was obviously stunned when he heard this order, but he didn't dodge the attack but took the initiative to rush into the flame. Although fire-type Pokemon have great resistance to fire-type skills, but this trick seems completely unscientific. You must know that the Kanto region is among the major regions, although the strength of Pokemon trainers is not bad, but technology and other research areas are lagging behind. The report of Dr. Otamaki in the Yoshian area on the research on the characteristics of Pokemon has not yet come out, and the information on the characteristics of Pokemon in the entire Kanto region is almost equal to 0. In the battle of Pokemon with ignition characteristic, when attacked by fire attribute skills, they will not receive skill damage and effect, and at the same time enter the ignition state. The power of the fire skills used is greatly increased. Watch as the Katy unscathed in the jet fire while triggering the ignition feature. Saga looked at the unbelievable expression of the other party and the exclamations of the surrounding audience without any hesitation. Katy flashes at high speed. Katy's incredible speed once again conquered the surrounding audience. The powerful impact generated by the skill smashed the fire dinosaurs into the air. Chasing after victory, Katy's most powerful jet of fire. Looking at the fire dinosaur that fell to the ground and lost its ability to fight, the trainer on the opposite side obviously hadn't recovered from Saga's series of attack commands. The surrounding audience whispered, you see, what a powerful Catty Dog. I don't know how he trained this Catty Dog to be so fast. I have never seen other Catty Dogs with such a fast speed before. Quote, it is estimated that they have caught up with the speed of the evolutionary wind speed dog. Just now, the terrifying speed of the Catty Dog was obviously produced by by the opponent's so-called high-speed flashing skill. If I guess correctly, the Katy Dog trainer first used high-speed movement to greatly increase the Katy Dog speed, and then cooperated with the instant burst of lightning flashes coupled with the already fast speed of the Katy Dog. It is a perfect combination of skill. This is obviously said by a very knowledgeable audience, but why didn't the Katy get any damage under the fire dinosaur's attack? Said an audience member nearby. I'm also considering this. The knowledgeable audience wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was also something he couldn't understand. 2 players were eliminated again, and Saga ushered in his 6th opponent. Haha, although your Katy is very fast, it still has a big gap compared to my Pokemon. Go, Flying Mantis, chop each other up. A green-haired young man came on stage and said. Saga looked a little speechless at the arrogant green-haired youth in front of him. Let go, 2, preempt the Katy, and shoot the flame. Flying Mantis, avoid it. Saga watched the other party easily avoid the attack of the Katy Dog. The speed was really fast, and it seemed that he had some capital. Flying Mantis uses a combination of skills. First accelerates with high-speed movement, and then cooperates with the flash of electric light to hit the Katy Dog. I didn't expect the other party to have this skill. No wonder he was so arrogant, Saga said in surprise. But then, Saga watched as a green shadow flew out from the dog and hit the boat. Saga looked at the dizzy Flying Mantis and the blushing face of the green-haired youth. He was speechless for a while. It turned out that this guy is now learning and selling. You must know that even if the dog has a strong sense of smell, it takes a week of constant practice to hit each other 100%. This guy has no training at all, and he dares to use this trick. Katy Dog Flame Vortex, Saga commanded. It's not good to stand up quickly. The Flying Mantis uses the sword dance. The green-haired youth looked anxious. The sword dance skill can be used both as a defensive skill and as a boost to its own attack. Look at the flames being spun away by the rotation. The green-haired young man became arrogant again. It was just my mistake just now. The Flying Mantis moved at a high speed and rushed to use the one-word slash. Better than speed. Cutie showed him a real high-speed flash, Saga said. Hearing a bang, Katy Dog knocked the Flying Mantis out of the sky before the slash fell. Chapter 19 Championship and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. How is that possible? The green-haired young man couldn't believe it. The speed of the opponent Katy Dog was so fast that he attacked him, making it impossible for the Flying Mantis's skills to attack in time. You must know that Flying Mantis is also a top-speed flow Pokemon. The green-haired young man looked at the Flying Mantis, who was half kneeling on the ground and barely supported. If that's the case, then make a quick decision. The Flying Mantis uses the Shadow Clone to interfere with the opponent. Ooh, more than a dozen identical Flying Mantises surrounded the Katy Dog. The opponent's Flying Mantis strength is actually quite good. As a bug-type Pokemon, it has not lost its combat effectiveness with a high-speed flash. However, the trainer's IQ is too low, and the actual combat experience is too little. In the face of Katy Dog, he actually wants to use the Shadow Clone to interfere. If you use the big move, there is still a chance. Katy uses its sense of smell to find out its true body. Rush up and use it to smash, Saga said lightly. The Flying Mantis is incapacitated, and the winner is Katy. How's your game, Saga? May ran over and asked. Me, I went well and won the game, Saga said. And you? I'm sorry, I just lost to a trainer who used a small fire horse. My rattan snake is not an opponent at all, May said with a low expression. It doesn't matter. After all, the other party is a fire-type Pokemon, and the attributes are very restrained for you, Saga comforted. Then I'll cheer for you next, May said. The game went well. Saga defeated the 3 trainers again, and it was night time. Excellent trainers. This Pokemon battle on the Athena is coming to an end soon after a day of decision. Please enjoy the luxury buffet provided by the cruise ship for free, and then look forward to the more exciting championship competition, said the white-bearded captain in the morning. Saga, you are amazing. I see that you can accurately find each other's weaknesses every time, and your combination skills are so handsome. May looked at Saga with admiration. Haha, don't worry too much. It's just that I have rich practical experience, Saga said with a smile. It's really shameless. Obviously it is Jarvis' data calculation ability, but he actually takes all the credit on his own head. The author was speechless for a while. You have an opinion. Beware of the king closing the door and letting the lion. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to dinner together. I'm starving to death one day after the game, Saga said. After all, it's a luxurious buffet. It's really rich. Saga and me are frantically sweeping the table. Ye come to open your mouth. Saga picked up a fish ball and put it into May's mouth. Seeing May with her cheek turning red and her mouth biting at the fish ball, Saga gave her a kiss on her lovely cheek. How can you do this, Saga? May said shyly. Just a little sauce on your face for you to lick it off, Saga quibbled, looking at the shy May who was about to faint. Well, I won't tease you. There are not many opportunities for this kind of free luxury buffet. Try to eat as much as possible. Saja pretended to be confused and diverted the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, are you still satisfied with the dinner? dinner. After enjoying a luxurious meal, is it very exciting to usher in the championship game soon. Now we have Mr. Yamamoto from Golden City and his King Nito with super defense, as well as Mr. Saga from Nibi City and his Haiti with the fastest speed. Saga looked at the fat man in a tuxedo and myopia glasses, weighing at least 200 pounds, and his super fat King Nito who was obviously twice as heavy as his peers. Nima, this guy is also a talent. He trained the Pokémon to be the same size as himself. From a distance, he thought they were two brothers. Jarvis Data scanned each other's Nito King. At this moment, Saga didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, the opponent's ability to stand out among so many trainers must be very strong. If you underestimate the opponent by appearances and lose the game, if the entire set of evolution stones worth 120W plus a rare Pokémon from other regions is gone, you will feel distress. King Nito, Drill Pokémon, Attribute, Poison, Ground, Ability, Stinger, Height, 1.85 meters, Weight, 185 kilograms. Evaluation, the lateral development of the body, far exceeding the weight of the same kind, makes him lose his originally not very high speed, but the serious excess weight has endowed it with unimaginable defense and strength. Friendly reminder, the earthquake skill used by this King Nito can reach 3 times the power of the ordinary King Nito. Please handle it carefully. After listening to these introductions, Saga felt a chill in his heart. The game was in danger. No, wait, I seem to have missed something. Where I am now, on the ship. How could the ship allow the other party to use the destructive skill of earthquake? Especially the earthquake of King Nito of this size make this so-called dream cruise ship sink again. If it was somewhere else, even with the speed advantage of the Katy dog, with the opponent's super earthquake that is 3 times more powerful than ordinary earthquake, this game would definitely have to kneel. After all, Katy can't fly, and it's hard for Pokemon on the ground to avoid large-scale earthquake skills even if they are fast. However, due to the venue problem, the opponent trainer did not have the trump card of earthquake. It seems that he still has a chance. This King Nito supports such a heavy body. If you are playing for a long time, your physical strength will definitely be overwhelmed. You can use the speed of Katy to enter kite flying tactic to find opportunity. Chapter 20. The game is over. Coco is in hand and LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture and LT font and GT. Looking at King Nito, the ground trembled slightly as he walked. You must be careful with Katy. Don't fight recklessly. Try to attack behind him as much as possible and use your speed to fight against him. Saga carefully observed King Nito. The opponent's armor covering the whole body could hardly find a place to start, and even Jarvis could only calculate the weakness of the opponent's low speed. Since you can't find the opponent's weakness, create your own opportunity. Hey, the blonde boy across from him. Did you see my King Nito's leg go weak? If you're afraid that your puppy will be flattened by me, you should admit defeat early, and the labor and management are planning to get the prize soon. Hehe, fat man. You thought you wanted to defeat this uncle by relying on King Nito, who was fatter than you. Although the fat body has given you 2 stronger defenses and thicker skin than the city wall, King Nito's speed can only eat ashes behind Uncle Ben's cutie. Saga was not to be outdone. Fat people usually hate when people say they are fat. You bastard. King Nito, land. Suddenly remembering that he was on a boat now, Yamamoto was in a cold sweat. If he used the earthquake to cause the sinking of the boat, he would be in danger today. It's cheaper for you. King Nito, the poison needle attack. Yamamoto said, Katy, throw flames to meet you. The flame instantly swallowed the poisonous needle and sprayed it toward King Nito. King Nito, disperse it. The pillar of fire was instantly scattered by King Nito's fist without causing any effect. Haha, stinky boy, your attack will not have any effect on my King Nito. The other side said again arrogantly. King Nito rushes up and uses his horn. Saga looked at King Nito who was rushing up like a tank, and his momentum was very scary, but what was the use of not hitting? Katy, dodge the attack to the right at 4 o'clock, then use a high-speed flash. Just listening to the bang, Saga looked at the Katy dog that was bounced out because the impact was too strong. Look at the unscathed King Nito. Saga was speechless. Now the opponent can't hit me, and my attack hits the opponent with no pain at all. What the hell is going on here? Looking at the 2 Pokemon on the field, King Nito made a steel tail and was easily passed by Katy, and Katy shot flames, and King Nito was unscathed. Half an hour later, the 2 Pokemon who were still insisting on each other on the field almost fell into a dead end. Whoever completely exhausted their physical strength first would win the game. Looking at the catty dog, who was already exhausted and began to pant, it seemed that his physical strength could not last long. The opponent's King Nito also started to lose his strength, insisting on such a huge weight. The consumption of his own physical strength was very large. Damn, are you just running? If it wasn't for the earthquake skills on the ship, you would have already lost. The other party said angrily. Saga ignored the opponent's provocation, and began to calculate frantically in his mind. The battle between Katy and King Nito was all recorded by Jarvis. After repeated calculations and deductions in his mind, Saga finally decided on one of the plans. That's it. The outcome is here. The Katy dog frog went around behind the opponent, and with the maximum power of the fire teeth, it smashed and bit the neck of the back of King Nido. Saga commanded, "Wong wong." The Katy charged for a while and then jumped onto King Nido's back, biting his neck hard and not letting go. King Nido dumped Katy. The other party was not to be outdone. "Pooh!" King Nido roared angrily. He shook his head frantically. "Katy, hold on. Don't be dumped by the other side," Saga encouraged. "Both sides are holding on to each other. Since you don't come down, King Nido, the most powerful Steeltail." The other party was also angered by this behavior. Saga's eyes lit up, and he persisted for a long time. Just for this moment, Katy rushed out in a flash. Bang! King Nido's most powerful Steeltail slammed around his neck. King Nido's huge body slammed onto the field. "How is it possible? I actually lost. Bastard, if this place can't use earthquake skills, how could I lose?" Fatty Yamamoto yelled. The Katy wins and the game is over. In the end, the winner is Mr. Saga and his Katy. Let's give him a round of applause. "Saga congratulates you. You were so clever just now that you actually let King Nido defeat yourself." Yayi stepped forward and encouraged. "I had a lot of luck in this game. If we were not on the boat and the opponent's seismic skills could not be displayed, the champion of this game would not necessarily be me," Saga said modestly. "Mr. Saga, this is your prize. Take a look at it." The MC came over and said, "Look at the full set of evolution stones and Pokemon balls in your hand." Saga was so excited that she almost missed out on these treasures. "Yee, let's go back to the room to rest first," Saga said. "Why don't you open it to see what kind of Pokemon it is?" May looked curiously at the Pokemon ball she just got. "Good things can't be exposed to the public. Come to my room with me and take a look," Saga said a little evilly. Okay. I seem to have seen the mysterious Pokemon in the Fangyuan area." May was completely unaware of the other meaning in Saga's word. When he came to the luxury suite on the ship, Saga put the 4 evolution stones into the bag first, and when he got to the city, he went to change the 2 fire stones to evolve the Katy, thinking of the evolved wind speed dog. Its more rapid speed and handsome appearance. If it can inherit the super speed skills, then in the future, I feel that it can become a super main force in my team. By the way, I released the elf in the Pokemon ball I just got. What kind of Pokemon will it be? Saga was also very curious about this. Coco. Saga looked at the screaming Pokemon in front of him. It has big blue eyes, a silver gray body, and a few black holes on its back and head. Wow, what a cute Pokemon. Yayi stepped forward and wanted to pick up this Pokemon, but she couldn't hold it no matter how hard she tried. "Oh, I'm exhausted. This Pokemon looks so small. How can it be so heavy?" "Brother Saga, do you know what kind of Pokemon it is?" Yayi asked curiously. "Little girl, the name of this Pokemon is Hokodora, and it is relatively rare in the Fangyuan area. Don't look at its eyes, but its body has a thick armor composed of steel, so very heavyweight. Its final evolution can be said to be even bigger than the King Nido who just laid against me," Saga explained. "Isn't that its strength is very powerful?" Yayi asked. "It can also be said that, after all, its final evolution type is known as the strongest defense among Pokemon. However, although it has a good innate talent, it still has a big gap compared with the quasi-god Pokemon in various regions." Chapter 21 Vine Snake and LT Font color equals #FF0000 and GT Picture and LT Font and GT Jarvis conduct data scan analysis on Kokodora. Saga wants to see how the potential of this Kokodora is. Even if it is the same rate, the gap in talent potential is very large. There is an old saying, the gap between people is bigger than the gap between people and pig. I hope this Kokodora has better talent so that his future main team can also have another heavyweight Pokemon with equal emphasis on strength and defense, Saga thought. In this way, even if I encounter this situation in today's game in the future, I can have more strength to deal with it. After all, the chances of conquering Kokodora are still relatively small. Kokodora, Iron Armor Pokemon. Gender, male. Attribute, Steel, Rock. Features, Heavy Alloy. Height, 0.4 meters. Weight, 120 kilograms. Food, Kokodora only like to eat metal. The more precious it is, the better the metal with high hardness is for its growth and development. Skills mastered, Iron Head, Iron Wall, Alloy Claw, Slam. Evaluation, it has very rare heavy metal properties, making it twice as heavy as its counterpart, but the special heavy metal with very high density on its body makes it have a terrible defense far beyond its counterpart. In order to support such a heavy body, this Pokemon is relatively powerful. Read the data from Jarvis's data analysis. Saga's eyes were red. Excellent. The characteristics of this degrading heavy metal alloy. Wait for it to evolve to its final form. Saga estimates that apart from some quasi-gods and divine beasts, many Pokemon cannot even break the defense of this little guy. With this feature, combined with the training plan specially formulated by Jarvis, this guy is definitely one of the strongest Pokemon in his team in the future. Don't look at this little guy's size, but his weight is 120 kilograms, almost 240 pounds. It is estimated that 2 adult men can't lift it. Really, this little guy is so heavy, it doesn't look as big as a rattan snake, but my rattan snake is very light," Yae said, and released the rattan snake. Taga. With a green cry, a small snake-like Pokemon appeared in front of Saga. Most of its body was green, but a large part was cream. There is a yellow stripe on the back up to the tail. It also has yellow parts around its eyes. The yellow part around the neck looks like a small wing, and when viewed from behind, it looks like a lily ornament. Although it has the appearance of a snake, it also has limbs. Its arms are green like its body, and it has 3 fingers. At the end of its tail is a large leaf with 3-4. Jarvis, run a data scan on it. Vine snake, grass snake Pokemon. Feature lush. Height 0.6 meters. Weight 8.1 kilogram. Vine snake is a very smart, calm, and arrogant Pokemon. Even in the face of stronger opponent, it will remain calm. It likes to bask in the sun and does photosynthesis. If it loses energy, its tail will wither. Evaluation. And because of his arrogant temperament, he has high requirements for his own trainer. As soon as this little guy came out, he completely ignored his trainer, May, and ran in front of Cocodora very energetically, with his little hands on Cocodora's head. Ding ding, constantly harassing Cocodora, who looks loyal. Cocodora kept dodging the harassment of the rattan snake, but this little guy seemed to regard Cocodora as a toy, and kept teasing it with his little hands and tail, and even wanted to use the rattan whip to pull Cocodora. Lift it up. Saga looked at Cocodora, whose eyes became sharp, and knew that it was provoked by the behavior of the vine snake. It is estimated that he will be ready to launch an attack soon, but Saga doesn't want to go up to stop Cocodora. It is time to teach this arrogant rattan snake a lesson. Sure enough, Cocodora shook her little head and slammed into the rattan snake, who was enjoying herself. With its weight, the iron head skill hit the rattan snake all at once. Flew out. Vine snake. May rushed up and hugged the rattan snake with halo eyes that lost its combat effectiveness, and looked at Saga with resentful eyes. Care. Saga coughed twice in embarrassment. There is a special place to treat Pokemon on the ship. We will quickly send the vine snake to the ship doctor, Saga said. Wait until Saga and May return to the door of their room again. It's very late today, May said. Brother Saga, rest early. I'm going back to my room first. It seems that there is no chance to take advantage today, Saga exclaimed. Come out, Wind Speed Dog, Like and Cocodora, he said, releasing all the 3 Pokemon on him. You know, Cocodora will be your new friend. Wong Wong, Bly, Coco, looking at the 3 little guys greeting each other. Although Saga said that he didn't understand it at all, he could barely sense from the emotional cry of the Pokemon that the 2 little guys welcomed the addition of Cocodora. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not 1 sample O. Master, I can process and translate Pokemon's voices so you can understand them, like a translation machine. Really? Then hurry up and convert it for me. Sure enough, the voices had changed just now. The translation is as follows. Catty, are you the Pokemon that got the first prize? Like what the first place? Cocodora, I don't know, but an old man with a white beard said he would help me find a very good trainer. Catty Dog, that must be the master. The master is the most powerful. You don't know, if it wasn't for the master today, I would definitely not be able to beat King Nido today. That King Nido is stronger than me. The master let me biting it hard. It inexplicably knocked itself out with its tail. Sparrow, yes, the master is quite powerful. Although the training is very strict, it didn't take long for me to be subdued, and my strength has improved a lot. Cocodora, I also want to be very powerful so that others can't bully me. I was born an orphan, and the group Cocodora often bullied me together, so I secretly ran out of the group and was caught. Saga listened to the conversation of the 3 little guys. It was really interesting. Jarvis didn't think you had this feature. I feel honored to be able to serve the master, and I am now experimenting with creating a new program that, with the transmission of the Pokemon computer, allows Pokemon to instantly learn the corresponding skill. Isn't this a skill machine similar to the previous game? In reality, this function can be said to be quite powerful. Jarvis did not expect you to give me another surprise. This feels really cool. Now, as long as you wait until the shore and dispose of the Pokemon Evolution Stone, you can not only solve the financial pressure but also start preparing for the evolution of the Katy, and your strength can be greatly improved. Go to bed today. Cocodora, I'll buy you the best medal when I get to the city. Chapter 22 Evolution of Lampruchi City and Catty Dogs and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. Dear passengers, the Dream Cruises Athena is about to arrive at its next stop in Lampruchi. Passengers are requested to prepare their own packages and items in advance to prevent their belongings from being lost. Saga and May stood on the bow deck, looking at the outline of the city of Lampruchi not far away. Did you know, Yae? Lampruchi is the largest and most beautiful seaside resort city in Kanto. It is a good place to travel. We can have a good time when we get off the boat. And, Yayi looked excitedly at the city of Lampruchi, which was getting closer and closer, and said, I will buy a lot of beautiful clothes when I get to the city, and I will also go swimming. Hey, then buy more beautiful bikinis. Saga laughed. I wouldn't wear that revealing clothes. After getting off the boat, sure enough, there are beaches and bikini beauties everywhere. It's not the biggest seaside resort city. Saga sighed. Saga admires bikini beauties everywhere because of her handsome and sunny appearance and her golden hair. Some daring beauties threw a wink at this handsome guy who looked at him. Suddenly, Saga felt a pain in her waist. It turned out that May's little hand was holding her own flesh. Yee, are you jealous? I'm not jealous of nonsense. A woman who shows so much flesh is not a good woman, Yayi said proudly. Okay, my May is the cutest and most beautiful girl. Seeing May's face turning red, Saga sneaked up and took her hand. Yee, I'll take you to buy clothes, and by the way, get rid of the evolution stone on your body. Came to the women's clothing store, looking at the dazzling array of clothes and bikinis. You can choose Yayi as your boyfriend. I will pack all the things you bought today. Saga shamelessly pretends to be Yayi's boyfriend. Although money is not everything, it is unimaginable in which world money plays a role. Even Taoist priests know that money is the best way to be a partner, and money comes first. Looking at Yayi's moved eyes, Saga knew that the money was worth it. Sure enough, women are born shopaholic. Looking at the pile of beautiful clothes, the sharp-eyed Saga also found a few attractive bikinis among them. Came to the cashier. Saga swiped the card, almost a full 10W, and there is still 20W left in the card. Yee, go and find this 5-star resort hotel in Lampluchi first. I have already booked the room. I will deal with things first, and then we will go to dinner. It's hard to come to this resort once, and you must have a good time. After leaving the Pokémon store, Saga looked at the extra fire stone in his hand, and with the fire stone on his body, he could completely prepare for the evolution of Katie. The other 2 evolution stones were exchanged for 50W Alliance coin, and the store charged a handling fee of 5W Alliance coins for each block. Immediately afterwards, Saga began to look for a steel plant in this city. As a tourist resort city, it must be in need of major construction projects, so Saga quickly found a steel factory and found the person in charge. Under the temptation of money, the other party quickly agreed to Saga's request. It took more than 2 hours to make almost 500 kilograms of alloy steel balls with a diameter of 2 centimeters, all of which were made of very high-quality metal. Spending himself almost 20W, Saga said speechlessly, it seems that Dora will spend the most in the future. I don't know how much metal will be consumed in a day when it evolves into Boss Company Dora. You know, it eats nothing but metal product. No wonder ordinary people can only use some ordinary Pokemon to give you a quasi-god. It is estimated that the family of Xiaofu will eat and go bankrupt for you. Like the quasi-god in the Chengdu area, Bangira, known as the Desert Tyrant, needs to consume a mountain of rock to evolve from Kira to its final form. Saga came to the city's largest 5-star resort hotel. Looking at the gorgeous decoration, it can be said that it is a luxury hotel. I am still a poor man. Enter the hotel and find a room that you have booked. Boom. Is May there? I'm Saga. I've got my business done. Let's go to dinner together. Looking at Yayi who opened the door, Saga was surprised. Yayi, who had been combed with double ponytails, now has waist-length hair, and the black silk short skirt has also been replaced by a snow-white dress. Does it look good? Seeing Saga with a stunned face, May asked shyly. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I've never seen such a pure and beautiful girl. Saga exclaimed. Really? Bud is happy. Then let go eat. After saying that, Yayi went back to the room and took a white sun hat and put it on her head. But wait for a while. I'll show you a surprise later, Saga said to May. After leaving the hotel, the two came to a small wood not far away. Get out, cutie dog. Saga took out 2 fire stones from the bag. Saga, are you going to let the catty evolve? May asked curiously. Yes, Chatty has been with me for more than 2 years as my initial Pokemon, and its potential has almost been developed to the limit. Only evolution can make it stronger. Katie looked at the fire stone excitedly, and it also knew that this thing was very good for it. According to Jarvis's data calculation, most Pokemon that require evolution stones to evolve, the energy of a stone is almost the same. Only some Pokemon with great potential and talent need more energy to evolve, and Katie is one of them, and 2 pieces of evolution are enough for it to evolve perfectly. Before Sarah put 2 fire stones under the dog feet, Katie pressed his 2 front limbs on the stone of fire. The stone, which was originally unremarkable, gave off a dazzling red light and a scorching aura, and the whole body of Katie began to be surrounded by white light. Saga was also very excited when he saw the catty dog that was getting bigger and bigger in the white light. It's the first time I've seen the evolution of Pokemon when I came to this world. Even when I played Pokemon games in my previous life, the evolution of Pokemon was the most exciting time. What's more, this is the most realistic thing that happens in front of my eyes. The white light gradually disappeared after 2 minutes, and Saga looked at the brand new Pokemon that appeared in front of him. Chapter 23 Meet Satoshi for the the first time. He is still covered in reddish-brown hair with black stripes of flames on it. Around his neck there is a white mane like a lion that extends to the front of the shong. There are also more white manes on his limbs that stand upright on his leg, which looks mighty and extraordinary. Full of domineering, could only barely reach the height of his own big Tui, is now a whole head taller than himself and needs to be looked up by himself. Wow, the puppy just now has become so huge, and its eyes is about to catch up with King Nido. It's amazing. May exclaimed. Saga stepped forward excitedly and wanted to food touch the evolution to complete the wind speed dog. At the same time, he was also a little worried. After all, the evolution of Pokémon is not only a huge change in size and strength, but also a change in personality from before evolution. But looking at the wind speed dog, looking at his still gentle eyes, Saga knew that it was still his own dog. It should not be called the wind speed dog. Looking at the gentle wind speed dog in front of him, Saga was also very emotional. When he first crossed into this world, he was helpless. The first thing he saw was this catty dog, who lived with this one for many months, sleeping together, eating together, training together, and the influence of the original owner's memory. The catty dog has completely regarded it as his relative. Jarvis conduct data scanning analysis on Windspeed Dog. Windspeed Dog Fire Pokemon. PS Pokédex says Windspeed Dog is a legendary Pokemon in the Celestial Dynasty. It can run at an unimaginable speed. Ability: Fire. Height: 1.9 meters. Weight: 160 kg. Skills Master: Jet Flame, Flame Vortex, Fire Tooth, Big Character Burst, Bite, Roar, Lightning Flash, High Speed Movement, Super Speed. It is said to be a fast Pokemon that can run a distance of 10,000 kilometers in one day and night. The burning flames within the body can be transformed into power. Looking at the latest data of the Windspeed Dog, Saga was very excited. Not only did he have more powerful speed and super endurance, but he also learned the powerful fire type trick with big characters. The most important thing is to awaken the speed that he wants most. Skill. PS in my setting, high speed movement is a 2-level bonus to the speed of Pokemon, and the speed flow Pokemon is basically able to do it, while the super speed is a rare skill that increases the speed of level 5 and increases its own physical attack. You must know that not every catty dog will have the super speed skill after it evolves into a Windspeed Dog. Only some very talented catty dogs will learn the super speed skill after evolution. In the animation, Xiaomao's Windspeed Dog will not be super speed skill. Okay, May, I'll change my clothes first and then go to the seaside to find a seafood restaurant. After eating, I'll go for a swim. Men usually change clothes very quickly. Saga quickly changed into a pair of black swimming shorts with red flame pattern, wearing a pair of flip-flops, and the upper body was completely naked, revealing perfect and strong muscle. Let go. Saga went to hold May's hand. Along the way, the two people said that the rate of return is 100%. The men are handsome and strong, the women are cute and pure, and they have received countless envious and jealous eyes. It's really hot. May, let's look elsewhere. Saga looked at another full restaurant and was speechless. Wait, I seem to have found something interesting. Saga looked at the two men and one woman who were distributing flyers not far away with a smile, and one of them gave a boy wearing a hat a Pikachu squatting on his shoulder. Such a classic pair is not the protagonist Xiaoji. The boy with black spiky head on the side is Xiao Gang, the owner of the Nibi City Pavilion, and the girl with orange hair is Xiao Sha. I didn't expect them to set off a month earlier than me, and now they actually meet me. I remember that in the animation, it should be because of the rockets that the San Annuo they were riding on sank, so the travel time was delayed. I ran into it. How can I not join in the fun when I see such an interesting thing? Saga, do you know the three of them? Seeing Saga staring at the three people not far away for a long time with a smile on her face, Yayi couldn't help asking curiously. I don't know them, but you may know where there are good restaurants by looking at the flyers they are handing out. Restaurant. Really? May was suspicious. How could I possibly lie to you? Go up and ask if you don't know. Hello, do you know where there is a good restaurant? My girlfriend and I searched for a long time and many restaurants are full. What a handsome blonde boy. This is what Xiaosha thought. I know, of course I know. Hello, my name is Xiaoji. My name is Xiaosha. My name is Xiaogang. We can take you to Grandpa Lu's restaurant. He cooks the most authentic seafood. After waiting for a long time, Xiaoji finally had his first guest, but he didn't want to give up. Chapter 24 Against Ash. My name is Saga. This is my girlfriend, May. We are traveling to Lamplucci City. Xiaoji sees you as a Pokemon trainer. Why are you handing out flyers here? Haha, Saga, you are really insightful. I am indeed a Pokemon trainer. This is my initial partner Pikachu. So far, I am a strong trainer who has obtained 3 gym badges. Che, Xiaoji, you are too proud. It seems that your 3 badges were given to you by others who pity you. Which badge was obtained by your own strength? Even some trainers don't know the basic common sense. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm a strong trainer. Xiaosha sarcastically said Xiaoji's arrogant attitude. Why is this? Xiaoji complained and looked at Xiaosha. We distribute flyers here because we accidentally damaged Grandpa Lu's boat when we first came here, so we have to work part-time to pay off the debt. Xiaogang said. It's all to blame for the rocket. We took the luxury cruise ship San Anu in Deadleaf City a month ago. Because of the rocket, they wanted to take all the trainers Pokémon on board. As a result, the San Anu sank. We drifted on the sea for almost a month before we landed, and we had no money on us. So after we damaged Grandpa Lu's boat, we had no money to pay back, so we had to work in Grandpa Lu's restaurant. Xiaoji said indignantly. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 1, 142529731. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2, 92908296. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. But we were quite a coincidence. We were also on a cruise ship in Deadleaf City. Because of the sinking of the San Anu, the shipping company suffered huge losses, so they launched a more luxurious passenger ship Athena. As long as there is more than one training, the badge can be used for free. But I didn't expect you to be the survivors of the last accident, but fortunately there was no trouble with the rockets as you said, so our journey went smoothly. Saga said. Will Xiaoji want to come to a game? I also have 3 badges. No problem. As a trainer, as long as someone challenges him, how can he refuse? Xiaoji said enthusiastically. After speaking, the group soon came to a slightly remote beach, and there was a small restaurant not far away. The one in front is Grandpa Lu's restaurant, but the business has not been very good, so I don't know when the money will be paid back. Xiaoji said in distress. Grandpa Lu is here as a guest. Order your best seafood set meal. Xiaoji shouted as soon as he entered the door. How does it taste? Asked the 3 with a cautious look. It feels very good. The seafood here tastes so good, but the business is not very good, mainly because the location is relatively remote and the publicity is not in place. If you hadn't led the way, I wouldn't have come to this place, but you can think about it. Ways to boost popularity, such as using Pokémon as a waiter to serve customers, may attract more people to come here. Plus the taste here is already very good. Business should be much better. Saga said. This method feels very good. Why didn't we think of it? We will prepare immediately, said the 3 excitedly. Then let help too. What do you think? Yai. Okay. I've never tried anything like this before. Sure enough, with everyone's publicity, especially with the promotion of Saga and May, a handsome guy and a pure and lovely beauty, as well as the characteristics of Pokémon as waiters and the already delicious food, the business of this small restaurant began to flourish. Saga, you're so smart. If it wasn't for your good way, we wouldn't know when we would be able to repay the money owed to Grandpa Lu. Xiaoxia said gratefully. Now that things are finally settled, it's really easy to be debt-free. Saga and I will have a wonderful Pokémon showdown. Xiaoji excitedly said. Then let me be the referee. Xiaogang said. The 5 of them came to an empty beach not far from the restaurant. The rules of the game are 3v3, with Xiaoji from Junshin Town and Saga from Nibi City, and the game begins. Come out, BB Bird. It's up to you, Ash shouted. Since the other party is using BB Bird as an old enemy, then it's up to you, Lai K. Hey, that fierce sparrow's eyes seem to be different from the common sparrow's color, Xiaoxia said curiously, looking at the red-feathered sparrow in front of her. Saga's sparrow is a flashing Pokémon. It was driven out by the tribe because of its color mutation. Because it lives alone in the wild, it is more powerful than ordinary sparrows. Saga once said that he was trying to conquer this sparrow. Before the sparrow, I saw it beat a big rock snake by itself. May replied. Compared to Bobo's timidity and cowardice, BB Bird is more combative, and his eyes instantly turn red when he sees the old enemy of his clan, Lai K. Let's attack first. BB Bird uses a flash of electric light. Generally speaking, before the evolution, Bobo must have been abused when encountering the strong bird. After the evolution, the form is completely reversed, but that's just an ordinary ferret. Although the ferret family doesn't fly farther than a bird, it is more flexible than it. After the strong bird avoided BB Bird's attack, we also used a flash of electric light. The red strong bird easily turned back to dodge the attack of BB Bird, and then a flash of electric light knocked the opponent back. BB Bird, are you alright? This pain can't beat us. BB Bird is a blast. Then underscore. Look at the oncoming storm. Lai K doesn't need to resist the opponent's skills, but uses the opponent's wind to make his body spin. Saga commanded. With the strong wind, the stork relaxes in the wind and begins to rotate as the airflow rises and falls. The strong bird uses the punch. Under such a high-speed rotation, the power of the punch was greatly improved, and a red figure turned sharply and slammed into the BB Bird. BB, followed by a scream of BB Bird. At the end of the game, BB Bird lost his fighting power, and the strong bird won. Wow, the trick just now is so powerful. Using the power of BB Bird Fear Storm to increase the power of one's own skills can actually kill BB Bird in seconds. Xiaoxia said in surprise. Yeah, I've watched Saga a few times, and he's very good at using the opponent's skills to create advantages for himself and match the combination of skills to win. May said. Damn it, Xiaoji didn't expect BB Bird to be defeated by the other's fierce sparrow so quickly. Since that's the case, Xiao Huolong will decide to be you next. attack. Saga looked at the energetic little fire dragon in front of him. This Pokemon is the main fire-breathing dragon of Ash in the future. In the animation, the strength of this fire-breathing dragon can be said to be very strong. The results are almost all based on the old spray. At the core conference, if the fire-breathing dragon did not listen to Xiaoji's command, it would not top in the top 16. At the silver conference, it was relying on the old spray to defeat the original magic of the old enemy Xiaomao. The baby water arrow turtle is under the control of the attribute. If it wasn't for the bad luck, I met the Pokemon Flame Chicken from the Fengyuan area that I had never seen before, and the result was a loser. Because of the lack of physical strength, the Flame Chicken fell before the Flame Chicken. Maybe Xiaojadu there is a chance to win a championship, and in the later stage he even defeated the super fire-breathing dragon of the beast, the Frozen Bird. Chapter 25 Winning Ash and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. Asking for flowers, asking for reward. In short, asking for everything. The results of this book are too bad. Come back, like A. This time I'll change you to Kokodora. Kokodora just started yesterday and hasn't gone through any actual combat, so I just took this opportunity to run into each other's tacit understanding. Koko. This is. Xiaoji looked at this Pokemon he had never seen before and took out the picture book. The Pokemon didn't have any information. Xiaoji's Pokemon is called Kokodora. It's a steel Pokemon in the Fengyuan area. It was the championship reward I won by participating in the competition on the cruise ship yesterday, and it was just captured yesterday. Saga explained to Xiaoji. Even if it's a Pokemon we haven't seen before, Xiaohualong and I will not be afraid. Since the other party is a steel type, Xiaohualong will melt it with jet flame. Xiaoji, that idiot. When dealing with steel type and rock type Pokemon, the effect of fire type skills is minimal. Xiaoji never considers the issue of the mutual attributes of the two sides in the game, and always fights with his blood. Xia complained. Xiaoji, jetting flames has no effect on Kokodora. Saga did not instruct Kokodora to escape. Although the flames can melt steel when the temperature reaches a certain temperature, at least the little fire dragon has to evolve to the level of a fire-breathing dragon. With that kind of power, the temperature of the little fire dragon's flame is still far behind. How? Xiaoji looked at Kokodora, who was almost unscathed in the flames, in disbelief. Kokodora, let go on. Rush up and use the slamming skill. Kokodora swayed her four short legs and slammed into the little fire dragon. No, the little fire dragon quickly avoided. The opponent easily avoided the attack, but Kokodora couldn't control her strength and could only slammed into the coconut tree in front of her. Crack! Xiaoji swallowed his saliva and watched the coconut tree that was thicker than an adult thigh in front of him being shattered by this unseen Pokemon. Fortunately, he avoided the opponent's attack. If little fire dragon was hit by this move, must be instantly incapacitated. Saga frowned and watched the opponent easily dodge Kokodora's attack. Although the heavy metal characteristic gave it far superior defense, but also doubled its weight, making Kokodora at greatest speed. The flaw is that if you meet an opponent who is fast but not strong in attack, it will bring the game to a stalemate like last time. If you encounter a fighting system that restrains it, you may be pressed and beaten by the opponent. Maybe the effect of learning Earthquake and destroying Deathlight will be much better in the future, but Saga can't bear such a big disadvantage. It is unlikely that the weight speed can be increased too high. In this case, we can only train its strength as much as possible, and rely on powerful strength to obtain instant explosive power in a short period of time. Jarvis, record the whole game. After the game help me formulate the best training plan for Kokodora. I need the most accurate information. Since spraying flames has no effect, then the little fire dragon rushes up to attack with sharp claws. Xiaoji commanded again. Ding! This is the sound of claw and steel touching. Huo, huo! Xiaohualong blew frantically while holding his swollen, red little hand. Harder than steel, not to mention that the body of his Kokodora is not ordinary steel but heavy alloy, so even I feel very uncomfortable with such a claw. Pain. Xiaoji, you are a big idiot. Knowing that the opponent is a steel-type Pokemon, you even let the little fire dragon hit it with its claws. Do you know that this will cause a lot of damage to the little fire dragon's claws? Xiaoxia shouted from the side road. Sorry little fire dragon, it's my fault this time. Xiaoji apologized embarrassedly looking at little fire dragon's resentful eyes. Xiaoji is still in the game now. It's not right to be distracted by other things. Kokodora's metallic sound. An extremely unpleasant and sharp voice came out from Kokodora's little bust. The little fire dragon on the field covered his ears very uncomfortable. Little fire dragon hold on, Xiaoji shouted. Xiaoji, you don't have a chance. Kokodora's iron head. Little fire dragon, who was covering his ears, couldn't dodge this trick and was slammed into the head by Kokodora's iron head. Huo ha, Xiaohuo said. A large bag appeared on the faucet and then passed out. The little fire dragon can't fight, but Kokodora won. Xiaoji, this fool can't see the situation at all, Xiaoxia said, covering her face. And the strength of the two sides is not the same. Great at all, whether it is the strength of the Pokémon or the command of the trainer. Little fire dragon, come back and have a good rest. Xiaoji took out the Pokémon ball and took the little fire dragon back. Pikachu, is your turn now. If you want to avenge BB Bird and little fire dragon, you must at least win a Pokémon from the other side. Pika, Pika. Pikachu jumped down from Xiaoji's shoulder with confidence, and touched his mouth with his little fist confidently. In this animation, Pikachu, who accompanies Xiaoji to travel to Six Continent, and Pikachu, whose level will be automatically reset to 0 every time he arrives at a new place. Sometimes his strength can kill the beast in seconds, and sometimes even the initial Pokémon of the novice can't beat the magic. Pikachu. Saga took the golden luxury ball with the wind speed dog from his neck and threw it on the field. Wong wong. There was a rather domineering dog bark, and a brown-red figure taller than an adult appeared on the field. Wow, such a big and majestic dog that looks like a lion, and a Pokémon you haven't seen before. Xiaoji took out the Pokémon illustration again. Windspeed Dog, a fire-type Pokémon, is a very rare Pokémon that is said to be able to run a distance of 10,000 kilometers in one day and night. The burning flames in the body can be converted into power. Although the introduction is very powerful, we will definitely defeat Pikachu, right Pikachu? Pikachu, why are you holding my thigh? Although the opponent is big, we have even defeated the big rock snake bigger than the Windspeed Dog. Don't be afraid. The other party. Ash pushed Pikachu, who was holding his big Tui, onto the field. This Windspeed Dog is the strongest Pokémon in Saga, and it has just evolved from the Catty Dog today. This is the first pizza after the Windspeed Dog evolved. I really want to see the performance of the Windspeed Dog, Yayi said with a look of anticipation. Okay, it's a coward for Pikachu to flee without a fight. Didn't you say you wanted to avenge BB Bird and little fire dragon? How can you give up halfway? Pikachu replied helplessly. Pikachu let the other party see our determination to use 100,000 volt. Pikachu. A burst of electricity from the yellow book flew out. The Windspeed Dog avoid. I saw a brown-red shadow that was invisible to the naked eye flashed forward in an instant, and Pikachu's 100,000 volts were completely empty. What an amazing speed. He can't even keep up with the speed of 100,000 volt, and he can only see a shadow. Not only is Xiaoji quite surprised, even Xiao Gang, the referee, and Xiaoxia, the audience, are in disbelief. The Windspeed Dog ended the game. Using the speed, only the Windspeed Dog began to rise around the visible airflow, and then the figure of the Windspeed Dog on the field disappeared instantly. Not disappeared, but the speed was too fast to be seen by the naked eye. The distance of more than 10 meters appeared in front of Pikachu almost instantly and knocked Pikachu out. Pikachu. Xiaoji ran over and picked up the lost Pikachu with a disappointed face. He also thought that Pikachu could defeat the opponent's Pokémon, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even take a move from the opponent. This kind of speed completely made him feel lost. People can't react. The game is over. The winner is Saga from Nibi City. Chapter 26. Complete abuse of Xiaomao. It's not the Xiaoji that I know to be downcast after one failure, said a gentle female voice. Xiaoji looked up and said, why are you here, Mom, and Dr. Damu? Last time I learned that the San Annuo you were on sang. My mother was sad for days and nights and couldn't sleep. Later, I learned that you were alright and you were in Lamplech City, so I came with Dr. Damu, unexpectedly. As soon as I came here, I saw you. Such a wonderful game, Ash. How exciting. My Pikachu didn't even take a single move from the opponent's Windspeed Dog, Xiaoji said in frustration. Xiaoji can't say that. You are only 10 years old this year. You are just a newcomer. The time to obtain a Pokémon is very short, and your strength is very limited. Some failures can make you more aware of your own shortcomings and improve yourself. The mentality makes me stronger, and my Windspeed Dog has been with me for more than 2 years since the Catty Dog. During these 2 years, I have strictly trained it every day. After all, a contribution one gain. I believe that with your growth, Xiaoji, your strength will also improve a lot. Saga came over and said, thank you brother Saga. I'm fine. I believe in my own Pokémon. We will definitely defeat brother Saga in the future. Xiaoji has rekindled his fighting spirit. After all, he is this kind of character. To say it is ugly is heartless. To say it is good, to say it is full of blood, and the blow of failure has almost no effect on Xiaoji. Watching the animation, you will know that Xiaoji is usually they hardly train their Pokémon very much, and will only start special training for a period of time after they fail in the gym. Young man, your name is Saga, right? You said it very well. Only by experiencing failure can a trainer better understand his own shortcomings so as to overcome himself and make himself stronger, Dr. Damu said to Saga with admiration. Ja said, and I saw the match between your Windspeed Dog and Pikachu just now. I have to say that your Windspeed Dog is really powerful. Even my most proud grandson, Xiaomao, is far worse than you, and my grandson's personality born to be proud that he has not experienced any setbacks since he was a child. I am really afraid that his character will not be able to bear the fiasco in the future. Quote, Grandpa didn't expect you to speak ill of me right next to me when I came. Xiao Mao, you are awesome. Xiao Mao, you are so handsome. A handsome young man with brown hair led a group of cheerleaders. The same girl came from not far away. Xiao Mao, why did you come to Lamplachi City? Xiaoji curiously asked Xiao Mao, who had just come over. My young master came here because the beach beauty pageant is about to be held here, so I brought my girlfriends to the competition. I didn't expect to see Xiaoji, your poor opponent. Now that this young master has 6 a man with a gym badge, as long as he has 2 more, he can participate in the core conference. Xiaoji, you won't have a badge today, Xiao Mao said with a look of contempt. How come? I also have 3 badges. Xiaoji was afraid that he would not believe it, and immediately lifted the clothes to reveal the 3 badges inside. Out. I didn't expect that you could get 3 badges with your strength. These 3 gym owners are really weak and unbelievable. Xiao Mao pretended to be surprised. Xiaogang and Xiaoxia, who heard Xiao Mao's venomous tongue on the side, instantly had tic-tac-toe on their head. Especially if Xiaoxia hadn't held her arm tightly, she would have rushed up to beat this Xiao Mao. And Grandpa, who did you say I'm far from? Xiao Mao said with a displeased expression. Gare. Dr. Damu coughed twice in embarrassment. Hello, I'm Saga. I'm 14 years old, from Nibi City. Nice to meet you, Xiao Mao. My name is Xiao Mao. I'm 10 years old, and I'm from Junxin Town, as well as Xiaoji, who looks like a fool next to me, Xiao Mao said with a displeased expression when he saw the other person's taller figure and handsome face. As a result, Ash was also shot while lying down. Grandpa, you just said that I'm far worse than who I am. You mean him? Then let's have a fight to see who is inferior to the other. Xiao Mao is quite a proud person. Even his own grandfather said that he was better than the other. But the other party, how could he bear this tone? Saga is really embarrassed to cause you trouble, Dr. Damu said apologetically. It's okay, doctor. I also want to have a game with your grandson. Saga still respect this doctor who truly loves Pokemon and sacrifices his life for Pokemon. Brother Saga, use your wind speed dog to teach Xiao Mao a good lesson, Xiaoji suggested with an unhappy expression on the side. Yeah, that's right. Saga used your wind speed dog to teach this stinky boy with a vicious tongue. Xiaoxia couldn't help it. Even Xiaogang, who is always mature and calm, nodded. You don't need to deal with him. You don't need to deal with him. Dora. Saga is also quite unhappy with the other party's stinky character. He has always made a bad face on others, so I don't need anyone to tell me. I'm ready to teach Xiao Mao a lesson to let him realize the importance of being a man in advance. In the animation, Xiao Mao has always been smooth sailing, traveling as a Ferrari sport car with a team of beautiful cheerleaders, and has never suffered too many setbacks. But at the Chengdu Silver Conference, he lost to his old enemy Xiaoji, who he has always looked down on, and his personality changed drastically. The original proud and stinky character has also become gentle and refined, and he has changed his dream and inspired to become a doctor who studies Pokemon as great as his grandfather. Go, my baby. Cammy Turtle, which has been developing quite well, appeared on the beach. Dora, let's attack first and use the slamming skill. As soon as he entered the state of the game, Saga's cold color became very cold. Although Dora was not fast, the opponent was a turtle, and his speed was not very good. Cammy Turtle uses a water gun at the opponent who was rushing over. A thick stream of water jetted out and hit the head of Dora, who was rushing over. Although the water-based skills are not bad for the Dora with the steel and rock type, the amount of water is not far behind. Dora don't care about it, just rush up. The little body slammed hard against the thick water column. It's not good. Cammy Turtle is shrinking into the shell. Xiao Mao saw that the other party's powerful force was actually able to hit Cammy Turtle's water gun, and it would not be a joke if he got hit. With a bang, the Kamui Turtle indented in the shell was knocked out by Dora. Cammy Turtle, are you alright? Xiao Mao asked worriedly. Kamui shook his head and said that he was fine. Although he was a little dizzy from the strong impact just now, the strong defense of the turtle shell still protected him well. Since the effect of the water cannon is not obvious, we use a more powerful water cannon. Dora, Iron Wall. With its strong defense and the addition of skills, the effect of water cannons is almost negligible. The opponent Dora's type of Pokemon has the best fighting and ground skills. How could it be? Xiao Mao looked at the unscathed Dora in disbelief. The most tangled thing was that his skills could not have an effect on the opponent. Dora, Alloy Claw. The little guy raised his small paw that emitted silver-white light and hit the opponent's turtle shell fiercely. Kamui screamed and fainted. Cammy Turtle loses the ability to fight, and Dora wins. Dr. Damu said forward. Chapter 27 Ghost Girl and Hero King and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. Damn, I actually lost, Xiao Mao said with a disappointed face. Xiao Mao, are you okay? Losing the game is no big deal. Before you came, I played a 3v3 game with Brother Saga, but I didn't win a game. That Dora seems to be Brother Saga just yesterday. It was subdued, and the most powerful Pokemon of Brother Saga is a very imposing wind speed dog. My Pikachu was defeated by the wind high-speed dog without even holding on to a move. Xiaoji stepped forward a little heartless. Sure enough, hearing these words, Xiao Mao, who was originally full of frustration, was instantly enraged. Are you mocking me? Xiaoji, a guy who can be late for picking up Pokémon on the first day of the crane. How can you compare to me? It is the hope of Junxinjun, and the future is to let the world remember the name of Junxinjun. Quote, Xiao Mao, how can you say that about Xiaoji? In my opinion, you are not as good as Xiaoji in many ways. Xiaoji loves Pokémon more than you. Xiaoji dares to face up to his own failures. And how about you? Most of them have never experienced setback. Now facing failures, they don't know how to find the reasons in themselves but blindly shirk their responsibilities. Xiaoji has been down to earth step by step since the day he set off. And you, driving a sport car with your own cheerleader, are you going to travel or exercise yourself? Dr. Damu stepped forward and said seriously. Dr. Ogi's expression is so scary now, Xiaoji said with a look of fear. Grandpa, I'm sorry, Xiao Mao said apologetically. You should apologize to Ash, said Dr. Oki. I'm sorry Xiaoji, I shouldn't blame you for my failure. Xiao Mao stepped forward and apologized. Haha, actually, there is something wrong with me. I didn't pay attention when I spoke just now. It seems that I have fueled the fire. Xiaoji touched the back of his head with a smirk. I have decided to start today, and I will go down step by step in the future trip. My girlfriend, you will go back to Junxin Town and wait for my good news. I will definitely become the world's #1 Pokemon master. With you, Saga, I will definitely defeat you in the future and avenge today's revenge. Xiao Mao said confidently. Okay, I'll wait for you. And everyone, don't be so serious. Finally come to Lampluch City. Such a good resort. Let's have a good time together. Yi, let's go to the beach beauty pageant together. Xiaoxia suggested. I am the dividing line. Contact the ship. I didn't expect that Aunt Hanako would win the beauty pageant in the end, May exclaimed. Actually, most men prefer more mature women. Saga nodded aside. What about you? Do you also like mature women like Aunt Hanako? May said sourly. Me, I can take everything. Mature and sexy women also like it, as well as a pure and cute girl like May. Saga joked. And why should we go first? If we don't play with everyone for a while, there are very few opportunities to be so lively. Yayi said depressedly. I remembered something important about this. It can't be said that the city of Lampruchi will be destroyed by the gigantic stinger jellyfish. I don't want to be the savior of the world. It is estimated that a Pokemon of this size can't do anything about it. Such a dangerous and great thing should be left to our protagonist. Maiden Gorge. The boundless sea. The stone that the girl turned into seems to be calling for something. Lord King of Heroes, are you finally coming back? The mysterious ghost girl said excitedly. After 1,000 years of waiting, do you feel the reincarnation of your fiancé? A ghost who could actually speak human words came out and said, yes, I feel it. He is coming here. DC, can you help me meet him? Said the ghost girl. No problem. Guisi responded and flew out. Maiden Gorge Port. The liaison ship from Ramprugi Island has arrived at the Maiden's Gorge Port, and now there is a summer festival in the Maiden's Gorge area. Saga and May, who had just disembarked, heard the broadcast. Have a celebration, said Saga. It's interesting. Let go see Saga, May said. But we have to go to the Pokemon Center to rest first, Saga said. Walking on the bustling street, a mysterious old woman suddenly stopped Saga and said, young man, at 12 o'clock tonight you must come to Maiden Gorge. After speaking, Saga disappeared inexplicably. This old woman is so strange. She ran away without saying anything in a mysterious way, Yayi said depressedly. Well, don't worry about it. Let's go to the Pokemon Center to rest first, Saga said. Jarvis, you scanned the other party just now. Isn't that old woman a ghost? Saga asked. Yes, master, although the other party used a special power to make you hallucinate, but under my scan, it is completely a ghost. Hearing this, Saga remembered the 1,000-year-old ghost in the girl's gorge in the previous life animation, but he didn't know what the other party was looking for him, but he just took this opportunity to subdue this very special ghost. Evening 12 o'clock _ Saga quietly came to Maiden Gorge from the Pokemon Center in the dark, and looked at the stone statue of a girl in front of her. According to legend, the girl was waiting for her lover who set off on the expedition, but her lover never came back, but the girl still waiting endlessly. Legend has it that she finally turned into a rock and is still waiting for her lover. Okay, come out, DC. I know that the old woman who stopped me just now was changed by you. What do you have to do with me? Saga shouted. Suddenly a gust of gloomy wind blew. Gaga, I didn't expect you to find out. Since that's the case, I'll tell you the truth. Come out, Xiaoyu. Haven't you been waiting for him for 1,000 years? Now he's finally here. Ghost suddenly came out and said. When Saga heard this sentence, she felt puzzled. A man named Xiaoyu has been waiting for me for 1,000 years. You are teasing me. But when Saga looked at the ghost girl with silver white hair floating in front of him, all the hair on his body stood up. Are there really human ghosts in this world besides ghost Pokemon? Lord Hero King, Xiaoyu has not forgotten your word, and has been waiting for your return. After 1,000 years, your lord has finally come back back to pick up Xiaoyu. The silver-haired ghost girl cried to Saga. I'm sorry, I don't seem to know you. Maybe I just look like the person you said, Saga said embarrassedly. No, I won't admit that you were wrong. Not only the appearance is exactly the same, but the most important thing is that unique aura. Xiaoyu will not admit it. You are the king of heroes, who almost conquered Kanto 1,000 years ago. The king of the continent. Chapter 28 Memories and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. Although the king of heroes sounds amazing, I should have nothing to do with him. According to what you said, the king of heroes was from 1,000 years ago. There is a full 1,000 years between the two of us, and I don't read much. But that doesn't mean you can lie to me. Saga was speechless for a while. This ghost girl has a beautiful appearance, but she has been a ghost for a long time and has some problems with her brain. You are indeed the hero king, and now you are just the reincarnation of the hero king, so it is normal to not have any memory. But this kind of king breath that penetrates into Xiaoyu's soul will not be forgotten even after 1,000 years. The ghost girl was a little excited. That Saga touched his head embarrassedly, but was shocked in his heart. If he had been on Earth before, as he grew up in the Red Flag and accepted the guidance of Lao Ma's ideology since childhood, he would not believe in reincarnation if he was killed. The saying of reincarnation, but since I traveled from the Earth to the world of Pokémon, even this kind of soul crossing has happened, and reincarnation seems to be insignificant compared to it. Lord Saga, I know that you won't believe what I say now. DC, help me get the gold bracelet hidden under the stone statue. As long as the adults wear this gold bracelet, you will remember the past. It's over, the ghost girl said slowly. Saga looked eagerly at the gold bracelet in Gui's hand. It was very beautifully made. The hole was hollowed out. It carved a giant dragon roaring up to the sky. 2 rubies were inlaid in the dragon's eyes. Smooth and delicate, this 1,000-year-old antique looks like it's still made of pure gold. How much is it worth? Saga thought a little unscrupulously. That Xiaoyu, can I call you that? Saga asked cautiously. Although the other party looks amiable, who knows that he will suddenly change his mind. It is better to be careful about this kind of supernatural event. No problem at all. The name Xiaoyu was given to you by Mr. Sada. I thought that I would never hear the name of Mr. Xiaoyu in the future, but I didn't expect Xiaoyu to wait. And Mrs. Saga, still hurry up and put on the bracelet so that you can think of Xiaoyu earlier, the ghost girl said with a happy face. Haha. Looking at the ghost girl with a look of anticipation in front of her, Saga reluctantly stepped forward and picked up the gold bracelet. The texture was very good in her hand. Looking at the 2 ghosts on the side, their eyes widened and they stared at him. Saga could only pick up the gold bracelet and put it on his wrist. Anyway, he only wore the bracelet for a while, and he would not lose any flesh. I awakened the memory of the so-called king of heroes 1,000 years ago, but this thing fit very well. It's almost like it was made for my wrist. Saga sighed just now. Immediately afterward, the 2 ruby-encrusted eyes of the giant dragon on the bracelet suddenly burst into a burst of red light, and a majestic memory suddenly rushed into the back of his head. There was a sharp pain in his mind, like a red-hot soldering iron was stuffed into his brain. When he just crossed over from the Earth to this world, the stinging pain from the memory he inherited was nothing compared to this. Little witch is a big witch. Saga half knelt on the ground with a grim look on her face, holding her head fiercely. The memory of the 3rd generation kept haunting. The memory of the hero King Saga. He used to be the prince of an ancient kingdom 1,000 years ago, and then the country destroyed by the enemy country. At the age of 12, he was rescued by the guard, watching the people of his own country being enslaved by the enemy country, living a dire life, and he went to the battlefield without hesitation. In the dark age of 1,000 years ago, the country and the endless expropriation and aggression between country, and the hatred between people, I saw it all and wanted to end it all. I have gone through countless wars with my pet, the wind speed dog and the salamander, and finally, when he was 20 years old, he returned to the country and eliminated the tyranny that was originally established on his own land. Later, it took him a full 10 years to finally end the turmoil in this dark period and bring peace to the Kanto region. His own heart has changed from his youthful self. I have greater ambitions. I want to conquer more continent, and I have become like most monarchs in the dark time. For the so-called desire of the king, I sent troops to Chengdu, but the people of Chengdu kept resisting themselves and calling themselves tyrant. I didn't understand why they resisted. I wanted to give them a better life. Order. As long as the rebels participating in the resistance or their elves are all beheaded and killed, no one will be left alive. The massacre may have been watched by the sky, and it rained heavily for 3 days and 3 nights. Later, the legendary mythical beast Phoenix appeared. It stopped itself and defeated the powerful army I was proud of. I used to be the strongest elf, the windspeed dog and the violent salamander. Under the wrath of the mythical beast, they were not at all. Opponent, I am not willing to admit defeat like this. I need a stronger force to wash away my shame. So I am going to send troops across the sea, because in ancient legend, there is an endless paradise on the seaside, with incomparably powerful power. So I said goodbye to the girl I love the most in my life, the slave girl I once rescued and named Xiaoyu, and let her wait for me here. Will gain great power and come back to marry her as queen. Finally, Saga remembered the last scene in his mind. The Hero King brought his army to the continent on the other side of the sea. His previous Hero King Saga caused a bloody storm again, and even forcibly captured the god of the sky on that continent. God's punishment is coming. He and his army of 100,000 were buried on that continent by the legendary god of the sky. Incredible. The world is so magical sometimes that you can't imagine it. So coincidentally, the soul of the Hero King reincarnated on the earth after thousands of years, and then returned to his own world because of that magical meteor, for the woman he loved the most and the most unforgettable in his memory. The continent. Xiaoyu, looking at the girl in front of her who has been waiting for 1,000 years for her promise. I remember it. I remember it all. I am the Hero King Saga, but I am also the current Saga, and I will come back to pick you up today. Saga shouted. Master Saga, have you finally remembered Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu waited so hard for you. For 1,000 years, Xiaoyu stood here every day waiting for your return, but I never waited for you. Today Xiaoyu's the wish has finally come true. Said and cried and rushed towards Saga's arm. Article 29 Conquer the Ghosts and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. Saga opened her hands to hug the poor girl, but Xiaoyu passed through Saga's body. Sorry, Lord Saga. Xiaoyu has forgotten that she is just a ghost and can't touch adults at all, but as long as she can follow the adults, Xiaoyu is already very satisfied. Although the girl felt lost because she couldn't touch Saga, she was very happy to think that she could always follow him from now on. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, this world is full of magical powers. I will definitely find a way to let you have a real body again. Nothing can stop me. This is my promise. Maybe it's because of inheriting the life of the Hero King. The memory of today's Saga, whether speaking or external temperament, is full of the domineering arrogance of a king. Although the appearance has not changed, but because of the change in temperament, it gives people the feeling of being different. Xiaoyu, you can travel with me. There is no so-called country in this world, although there is still some darkness, but the world is very peaceful now, just like the world I used to dream of. It's just that I once turned my back on my beliefs. Xiaoyu will never leave Lord Saga again. It's just that during the day, Xiaoyu must hide in the golden bracelet that Lord gave me, and can only come out at night. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why you can make you a ghost even for 1,000 years, Xiaoyu, is because of this golden bracelet. I didn't expect that once the treasure of the royal family could have such a strange power. Saga side road. Well, you two are done talking about old times, said Gui Si, who had been silent all the time. Xiaoyu, I have also completed the agreement with you, and you have finally waited for the person you are waiting for, so I am going to leave immediately to fulfill my dream of traveling around the world. Thank you very much, Mr. DC. You have always been with me and encouraged me, Xiaoyu said gratefully. Wait, whoever allowed you to leave without the permission of this king? This king sees that you can live for 1,000 years, and you can still learn to speak human being. Your strength and talent must be good, so don't leave. How about serving under this king? Said arrogantly. Damn it, although I really want to subdue this ghost, I won't say it so forcefully, but I didn't control myself at all, just like my own mantra. Saga tangled in his mind. Perhaps because the memory of the King of Heroes has just been integrated, Saga can't help but learn the mantra of the King of Heroes when he speaks now. Stinky boy, I just helped you and your fiancé a lot, and now you dare to turn your face and don't recognize anyone, and you still want to subdue me. Dream about you. Labor and management are going to travel all over the world, even if you used to be very powerful, the King of Heroes. But how could I be subdued by you? Gui Si said angrily. How dare you speak to this king like this? When he heard such rude words, Saga was still struggling with the tone of what he said just now, but now the anger in his heart was instantly ignited by the words of the ghost. As a former hero king, he has never who dares to speak to himself like that. Supplied. Do you have the courage to bear what you just said? Come out. Wind speed dog. Teach me a hard lesson and leave a breath for this king to subdue. The wind speed dog just came out and was startled by Saga's momentum. Come here, whoever is afraid, DC said firmly. Since this young man put on the gold bracelet, he seems to have changed his aura. Even as a ghost-type Pokemon, he feels a little scared. In addition, this huge wind speed dog is staring at him. Although it is very scary, he can't swallow it at all. This tone. Lord Saga, DC, and the little ghost tangled and said that they didn't know who to help. Lord Saga was the most important person in his heart, and DC helped him with so many things. That good. Wind speed dog. The most powerful big character burst, Saga said with a wicked smile. Gussie watched the huge amount of flame energy condensed in Fengsugo's mouth. He turned around and ran away without saying a word. Although he has lived for almost 1,000 years, he has hardly experienced battle. He usually prefers to use his transformation. It's a prank to scare Pokemon and human. If the other party can only attack physically, you don't have to be afraid at all, but you should use the fire type big move as soon soon as you come up. I don't know if ghosts are very afraid of fire. Can you still be happy? Play. With a bang, Guacy turned around and saw that the place where he had just escaped had been blasted into a 5-meter-sized pit. A cold sweat broke out on his head. Fortunately, he ran wisely just now. If he was hit by this move, he would be dead. The attack is really ruthless. Uncle DC will not accompany him. As long as he runs out, the world will be vast and the world will be free to roam. Hee, I want to run. The wind speed dog will let it see your speed, Saga said with his arms folded over his shoulders. Hey, Dinky Boy didn't let Uncle Ben play. You thought Uncle Ben DC would duel you like a normal Pokemon. You're still too tender, DC said proudly, suddenly looking at the wind speed dog that appeared in front of him. An emergency brake. Damn, how can this big dog run so fast? Just about to turn back and continue running. Looking at the wind speed dog that had appeared behind him, DC was sweating profusely. It's over. I miscalculated this time. I can't escape the opponent at all. Run. Keep running. You want to run away under the king's hand. Are you thinking too much of yourself? Saga looked at the ghost who was stared to death by the wind speed dog. Dinky Boy. No, Lord Saga, Lord Hero King, please forgive me. Look at my age. I have helped your little lover for 1,000 years. You don't look at the monk face. It would be tragic if the Buddha face was injured by your wind speed dog. Since I said that I want to conquer you, it will never change. Your talent is very good, and you have thousands of years of accumulation. After scientific training, you can definitely accumulate and thin hair. Do you still imagine that you are being forced to be like today? You can run away, even if I don't take you in. If you think you go out, the consequences will be much better, Saga said in agreement. GUC fell into silence after listening to Saga's words. Indeed, apart from being able to live long enough to scare people, he was not so strong. If he went out and was subdued by others, he would be completely sad. That being the case, as long as you can help me solve the problem that I can't evolve, I promise to be your Pokemon, DC said. Then why can't you enter? Saga asked curiously. When I was young, I accidentally ate a special stone, and then I couldn't evolve. Later, I learned that that stone is what you humans call the immutable stone, which is different from the evolutionary stone. The immutable stone is only magical. A baby will never evolve if you wear it on your body, not to mention I ate it, and because of the special nature of ghost-type Pokemon, I can't vomit even if I want to vomit. Any effect? DC urged with a sad face. So it turns out, I'm also surprised that a ghost who has lived for 1,000 years has never evolved into a Gengar. I thought you liked the body of the ghost and didn't want to evolve, but I didn't expect to eat the invariant stone, and Saga was speechless. Row, Chapter 30 Evolution of Ghosts and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture, and LT. Font and GT. What can you do? Guacy looked expectantly. Is there a way? Yes, but Saga said hesitantly. As a ghost who has lived for thousands of years, he is a real human being. When he sees the other party's failure, he knows that there will be benefit. As long as you can help me solve this matter, I will not only promise to be your Pokemon, but also give you my various collections for 1,000 years. How about that? Gussie seduced. No problem. Saga agreed immediately. The 1,000-year-old collection of DC. Even the rubbish from 1,000 years ago is an antique worth thousands of dollars today. With this batch of things, you can make a fortune, and you don't have to worry about money anymore. Jarvis, what's the best way for you to scan Guacy's body? Saga secretly asked in his heart. Master, if it was before, I might not have been able to do anything. The structure of the ghost body is still a mystery today. I can only scan the position of the invariant stone somewhere on the ghost body. But since the master put on this gold bracelet, he has awakened a magical power, which is the so-called special power in this world, such as the power of Waveguide, the power of Yulong, and the power of Victory. After my scan and analysis, the master's body awakened. The power should be called the Heart of the King. According to the top secret information of the Alliance, in ancient legend, only the real king will awaken the power that only the real king can awaken. It is unbelievable that there are very few people who have this kind of power. From the beginning of history in this world, there will be no more than 3 people who have the power of the king's heart. And in modern times people who can have this kind of power are completely extinct. Listening to Jarvis' words, Saga thought deeply. The reason why he obtained the legendary king's heart should be that Tofuyu awakened the memory of the hero king. This king 1,000 years ago was also his previous life, and he almost conquered the world. It is normal for a man to have the heart of a king. So what is the relationship between having the heart of a king and helping DC get the immutable stone out of his body? Saga wondered. Master, people with the heart of kings will naturally have a strong deterrent to Pokemon, especially for ghosts, and they can even use this power to kill ghost Pokemon directly. It will have an unimaginable deterrent force, and it can greatly enhance its momentum and enhance its power for its own Pokemon. However, the Master's King's heart has just awakened, and the power in this regard is still too immature. The baby creates some deterrent, but just using the stronger effect on the ghost-type Pokemon can crack the body of the ghost and take out the immutable stone, Jarvis said. Will that do too much damage to the ghost? Saga asked. The master can rest assured that it is precisely because your power has just awakened, so the damage to the ghost will not be too great. With the special nature of ghost-type Pokémon, it will soon recover. Jarvis explained. Okay, tell me how to do it. Saga was already hungry for the 1,000-year-old collection that Go said. Compared with these things, ghosts themselves are not so important. Stand up, DC, and I'll start to help you take out the immutable stone in your body. It may hurt a little in the middle, but it won't hurt you too much. You must hold back, Saga said solemnly. Bro, don't worry, I still don't know what pain is in my life. As long as you can take out that damn stone. DC didn't care. Then I'll start. Jarvis start. A detailed transparent image of Gussie's body appeared in front of him, with a white spot on the left side of Gussie's head, which should be the position of the immutable stone. Then he began to use the power of the king. Saga saw that his right hand emitted a faint golden light, and then stretched his hand into Gussie's head. A magical scene appeared. Saga's hand just touched the body of Gussie. As the gas-like body of Guaze entered, a black hole slowly and automatically appeared with the entry of Saga's hand. Ah, it hurts to death. Stinky boy, what kind of power do you have in your hand that can actually melt my body? Stop now, I'm going to die, Guaze shouted in pain. Shut up, I won't let you die. I just said that it will make you feel a little bit painful, and I have touched the immutable stone in your body. Do you still want to evolve? Saga said angrily. By the way, this is the feeling. As soon as Saga touched the texture of the real thing, he immediately took his hand out of Gussie's body and looked at the white stone in his hand. There were small pits on it. The air turned into powder. After all, this stone was 1,000 years old. Haha, this damn stone has finally been taken out, and now I feel like my whole body is full of strength, Guaze shouted happily while looking at the powder floating in the air. Immediately afterward, a white light lit up on Guaze, but after thousands of years of accumulation, he has been dragged down by the invariant stone. Now this burden has finally been removed, and his own evolution has started directly. Quack! Ghost Stone, who had just completed evolution, let out a treacherous laugh. Unlike Ghost, its round body grew to horn, with a pair of hands that were separated from the body and 3 fingers floating in the air, like a wandering spirit before the body. On either side of the face are 3 sets of thorn-like protrusions that appear to be dangling tufts of tousled hair. It has triangular white eyes with black pupils. It has several sharp purple teeth in its mouth. I feel that the power in my body can make me evolve again, Ghoststone said, and his body emitted a white light of evolution. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. Stop! Saga yelled. With the deterrence of the king's heart, the white light on Ghoststone was shaken alive. Why is that? Ghoststone asked, puzzled. You have accumulated a lot of yourself due to the drag of the invariant stone for so many years, so you can start your own final evolution immediately after you evolve one. But this situation is a devastating blow to your future potential. I am going to let you after you evolve into a Ghoststone. Train for a while, and wait until you fully master your own power before starting to evolve. So I stopped you, Saga explained. Thank you, Ghoststone said, a little moved, knowing that the other party was thinking about his future. Chapter 31 Got Rich. Okay, don't talk about these useless things. I helped you solve the problem that you can't evolve. You will be my Pokemon in the future, and I will take all your 1,000-year-old collections and see if they are all useless things, Saga said impatiently. No problem, Master. Come with you. I hid my treasure in a cave under Maiden Gorge. Since solving the problem of his own inability to evolve, Gussie's character has become much more free and easy. Saga, Gussie and Xiaoyu came to a valley below Maiden Gorge. Where is the cave where you hid things? Saga asked. It there, Ghoststone said, pointing not far away. Saga saw a small hole the size of a football according to the place where Guaze pointed. This is what you call a treasure hole. How can you get in such a small place? Are you kidding me? Saga looked at me. Hole, that, my esteemed master. How dare Ghoststone play the master? Ordinary people can't get in. But master, don't forget that I will transform, so I'll go and take out all the things for the master. As he said that, Ghoststone's body began to shrink sharply, and he burrowed into a cave the size of a football. Xiaoyu, you and Ghoststone have been together for so long. Have you seen anything good? Saga asked curiously. Sir, I'm sorry, Xiaoyu can't leave that place at ordinary time, so I don't know what Mr. Ghost collected, Xiaoyu said apologetically. It's okay, I just asked casually, Saga reassured. Master, I've brought everything. You see what good? Ghoststone looked at Saga excitedly with a bunch of things in his hand. Saga took a look. The green onion of the green onion duck, Cola's bone stick, Gala's gall. It's all rubbish. Wait, Saga suddenly saw 3 uniquely shaped scales, which are dragon scales. Saga looked excited. You must know that this thing is a very rare good thing. Mohame's evolved Thorn Dragon can rely on the scales of the dragon to evolve into a powerful Pokemon with both dragon and water attribute. The Thorn Dragon King and the Car King has dragon scales, can easily evolve into a tyrannical carp dragon. P.S. This is the setting in this book. Please don't worry that the Carp King can evolve into a tyrannical carp dragon by relying on dragon scales. However, the formation of dragon scales is also very demanding. First of all, the most important scale on the dragon-type Pokémon is the inverse scale. This scale is closely related to the life of the dragon-type Pokémon. Without the inverse scale, the dragon-type Pokémon will also it is equivalent to losing life. So the formation of each dragon scale is equivalent to the disappearance of the life of a dragon-type Pokémon. Dragon-type Pokémon are usually synonymous with rarity and power, so the market price is very expensive. The market price of a dragon scale is about 1000 W Alliance coin, and there are 3 whole pieces of about 3000 W. Really got rich this time. Ghostone, if you have any other good thing, take them out. Based on your personality, I don't believe that these things are all your collection. Except for the 3 dragon scales, which are worth a little money. The rest are garbage. Remember, never let me do it myself. Saga sneered. Master, I'm sorry. I'll give you all the rest immediately. Ghostone was threatened by Saga, so frightened that he recruited all, and then opened his big mouth and spat out a bunch of things. This TM is the real best. This Ghostone really has a vision. Looking at the baby in front of him, Saga can't calm down at all. In particular, the character of the Hero King in the previous life caused Saga to have a morbid possessiveness toward treasures now. 2 more rare dragon teeth, powerful items that are only born after the death of Huazai Shenlong Pokemon, such as Kanto's Fast Dragon, Fengyuan's Violent Salamander, Exeneo's Fierce Bite Land Shark, Yisho's 3-headed dragon, which can greatly increase the power of the dragon skills of the Pokemon you carry. A King's Certificate is not only a very precious historical antique, but also allows the Dumb Beast to evolve into an extremely rare Hippo King, and the Mosquito Coil Frog to evolve into a Bullfrog King. A purple bead. Saga didn't know what it was at first, but after Jarvis's introduction, it was the most valuable thing. This bead is called Poison Jade. The market price is at least about 100 million Alliance coin, and it is a thing that is out of stock for a long time. Such an exorbitant price is a bit different from the rarer and more fraudulent Life Jewel, but Saga will not sell it if he is killed, because Jarvis analyzed that this poisonous jewel is combined with a Pokemon with poison healing property. The effect is very anti-sky, almost infinitely recovering one's own physical strength. Even if you can't beat other Pokemon in the future, you can even kill the opponent with all the exhaustion. Haha. Ghoststone didn't expect that your vision is still very good. Although most of your collections for 1,000 years are garbage, I am very satisfied with these few things, Saga said with admiration. Haha. Thank you very much for the master's appreciation. It's an honor for Ghoststone. Ghoststone endured the pain and forced a smile. Although these things were of no use to him, they were collected by himself. The good master took all of them, and left nothing for the ghost. Okay, it's too late today. Ghoststone, you go back to the Pokemon Ball first. A burst of red light. Ghoststone was taken into the Super Ball by Saga without any resistance. Xiaoyu, let's go back to the Pokemon Center to rest first. We will start the trip tomorrow morning. I will definitely find a way to make you have a physical body, Saga said confidently. It doesn't matter, Lord Saga, as long as Xiaoyu can always be by your side, accompany you, and see your face every day. Xiaoyu will be very satisfied, Xiaoyu said happily. Then one turned and flew into Saga's bracelet. Chapter 32 Temporary Separation. The next day, early in the morning, Maiden Gourd, Pokemon Center. Saga is sorry, I may not be able to travel with you for the time being. Mei stood in front of Saga with a guilty face. Did something happen to Mei Yi? Looking at the first girl in front of me who made my heart move, Saga looked concerned. Last night, my mother called me and said that my grandmother was sick and hospitalized. I wanted to discuss with you, but you were not there yesterday. I can be said to have been brought up by my grandmother since I was a child, so my relationship is very deep. I've been traveling for so long, and I haven't gone back to see her old man. Now she's sick, so I must go back to Yisho. The original promise to travel with you can only be temporarily missed. I'm really sorry, Mei. Distress. Silly girl, what can I apologize for? You were brought up by your grandmother. Now her old man is sick and hospitalized. As a granddaughter, of course you should go back to visit her. Sometimes it is a blessing to have a relative for you to visit. Things, and we are still very young. There are still many opportunities to travel together in the future. Sarah hugged Mei before comforting. And I have been an orphan in my 2 lives, and my thoughts about my relatives only exist in my imagination. Sometimes I really envy those who have relatives who care about them. That feeling must be very happy. Saga brought Yayi to the port of Maiden Gourd. Yayi will take a cruise ship bound for Wallen City, and then take a plane to Yisho in Wallen City. Brother Saga, when Grandma's illness is cured, I will definitely come back to see you, and then accompany you to travel with you. Yayi looked at the scene in front of her that had left a deep impression on her in a short period of time. Man, okay, silly girl, it's not life or death since it's decided. Go back early. I believe your grandma misses you very much, Saga said. Saga looked at the cruise ship slowly leaving the Maiden Gourd port. A girl with 2 ponytails was standing on the deck waving goodbye to him. Saga looked dazed, remembering that she also met this girl on the cruise ship at that time. She was pure and beautiful, full of energy. Although she is a bit natural at times, she is very kind at the bottom of her heart. Although the time she traveled together is not long, she has left her beautiful mark in her heart deeply. Master Saga, is this the girl you have in this world? She's really beautiful. Xiaoyu suddenly appeared and said faintly, haha, actually Xiaoyu is also very cute. Saga looked at Xiaoyu's big resentful eyes and touched her head awkwardly. Well, now that Yayi is gone, don't be reluctant anymore. We have to start our own journey. First, go to the Pokémon Center to sell the 2 dragon scales and the certificate of king. Anyway, a dragon scale has already been sold. Enough. The main force of the water system in his own team, Saga has already prepared to catch a Mohama and let it evolve into a Thorn Dragon King by the scales of the dragon. You must know that people in the Kanto area only know that the Mohama can evolve into a Sea Thorn Dragon, and the Thorn Dragon King can be said it is a special product of the Chengdu area. It is a powerful Pokemon with 2 types of dragon and water. As for the King's evidence, although it can make the dumb beast evolve into a Hippo King with a high IQ and a very good strength, and as a super type Pokemon, it is relatively difficult to deal with, but the evolution also needs to cooperate with the big tongue to bite the dumb. The head of the dumb beast is very important for grasping the timing. If the tail is bitten by accident, all the previous efforts will be forfeited. With the IQ and reaction speed of the dumb beast, the chance of biting the tail is very high. Saga will not spend so much time and cost to evolve a Hippo King, or there is a certain chance of success, and the status of Hippo King in his heart is just not bad. As for the Bullfrog Gentleman, Saga can only laugh at it. You must know that a King's certificate is worth 1500W as an antique collectible. To evolve a Bullfrog Gentleman, it is estimated that this situation will only appear in animation. Soon Saga and Xiaoyu returned to the Pokemon Center and went to Miss Joey to complete the consignment procedures. As long as the consignment items were favored by the seller and paid for, the money would be transferred to their bank as soon as possible. Carry, while the Pokemon Center charges a 5% fee. According to the route map, the next stop is Golden City. Saga took a boat to the most developed city in the Kanto region. Golden City is the largest and busiest city in the entire Kanto region, and is also very famous in other areas. The huge Shaloof Company headquarters building stands in the center of the city, and 2 gymnasiums occupy the northeast corner of the city. This is not only the central business circle of the Kanto area, but also has the largest infrastructure in the area, including the Maglev train station connecting the Kanto area and the Chengdu area. The most famous building in Golden City should be the headquarters building of Shaloofu Company, and it is the tallest and largest building in the city. Shira Corporation is a leader in the manufacturing technology of the Pokemon world, producing a large number of items used by trainers. It is also one of the giant corporations in the world. However, because Jarvis hacked all kinds of top-secret information in this world, including the detailed information of this Sheriff Company, Saga can be said to know this company very well. According to one of the information, this giant enterprise has long been secretly manipulated and taken over by the Rocket Team, the largest underground organization in Kanto, and the Alliance is also aware of it. But if the Shaloof Company is dealt with, the impact will be too great. A large number of people will lose their jobs and cause social unrest, and it will also be a huge blow to the economy of Kanto, so the Alliance has been afraid to do it. Naked Shady. However, the strength of the Rockets is really huge, almost completely infiltrating every corner of Kanto. Saga sighed. Chapter 33 Golden City. But these have nothing to do with me. I don't want to get involved in the grievances between the Rockets and the Alliance. After all, in my heart, the Rockets are not all black, and the so-called Alliance is not all clean. So far, the most important thing for me is to challenge various gyms and regional competitions, and conquer powerful Pokemon to enhance my strength. As the King of Heroes in his previous life, he will not be willing to lag behind others in this life, and he will definitely step on the top of this world again and become the so-called Pokemon Master. As for the Jinwang City Gym, it is a superpower department. The owner of the museum is a woman named Natsi. According to the animation that Saga watched in her previous life, this woman is a superpower owner. He was disliked and hated by others because he had awakened his superpowers when he was a child, so he was a little perverted. He turned his mother into a doll and drove his father out. If the trainer who challenged her failed, she would be turned into a doll by her. In the animation, Xiaoji also failed to challenge and was turned into a doll by Natsi. Later, Xiaoji went to the Pokemon Tower to conquer a ghost stone because the ghost stone brought by Xiaoji was too funny, and Natsi couldn't continue the fight with laughter. Wisdom wins without fighting. Do you want to be so funny? According to memory, this woman can use her superpowers to free Kaizi to evolve into Yanjira, and sometimes use superpowers to attack other trainers quite unethically. Her strength is also outstanding in the entire Kanto Gym. As for the most restrained super power type, the Pokémon of the ghost type. After some events yesterday, he subdued the Ghostone and awakened the heart of the king, and has special abilities. However, before challenging the Golden Yellow Dojo, I have to train Ghostone well, and the two sides will run in each other. Although Ghostone has lived for thousands of years, his own strength is not too strong. In addition to knowing scary prank, he has little practical experience, but fortunately he has accumulated a lot, and he should be able to make great progress in a short period of time. Saga started a detailed plan in her heart. Saga is going to set up a tent in the wild, find a place where no one is around, and start training well so as to balance the strength of the Pokemon in his team. Now the Wind Speed Dog is the strongest in my team. It should be at the peak of the elite level. The pressure to defeat the current Nazi should not be too great. The strength gap is too big with other Pokemon. After all, it is impossible for me to rely on Wind Speed Dog to play Gymnasium in the future. Although Wind Speed Dog training is also very important and cannot be left behind, the training of other Pokemon should be increased at present. And with Jarvis's uninterrupted scanning, Saga learned that the Sparrow is not far from evolution, and what is lacking now is the stimulation of intense actual combat. As for Ghostone, who restrains the super power system, he is the best candidate for this Golden Yellow Gym. Because of his strong accumulation, if Ghostone is properly trained, his strength will be in an explosive growth, and his strength will never be worse than that of Wind Speed Dog after he evolves into Gengar. Jarvis scanned and analyzed Ghostone's data, and then formulated a detailed training plan. Saga began to give Jarvis instructions in his heart. Ghostone, Gas Pokemon. Attribute, Ghost Poison. Features, Floating features can be immune to ground-based skills, as well as Poison Spike, Full Stars, and Lion Hand. Skill Mastery, Hypnosis, Tongue Licking, Shadow Ball, Bell. Ghostone is stronger than Ghostone. Because of its newly evolved hand, it can start to use physical attacks such as Stinger, Shadow Punch, etc. Evaluation. Ghostone, who has lived for thousands of years, has even learned human language and unique transformation skills. He has extremely strong energy in his body, but he has not been guided out for the time being. He needs to use a faster Pokemon to fight with it. Battle training, so that it can better master its own strength. In this case, after reading Jarvis' analysis and suggestion, Saga has already decided on the training policy this time. Fengsu Dog, Lai K, and Cocodora all come out. Saga released all the Pokemon on him. This is Ghostone. I just conquered it yesterday, and it is also your future companion. You first get to know each other, and then I will start to issue a training plan. This time our goal is the gym in Golden City, and the other party is Superpower. It's not of the same level as the gym owner I met before, but I'm going to use Ghostone to challenge this gym competition, Saga said lightly, pointing to Ghostone. That master, it's not that I don't have confidence, although I just evolved yesterday, but I'm not very proficient in mastering my own skills, and I don't have much actual combat experience. Since the other party is a very strong gym, in case I lose, isn't that too embarrassing for the owner? Ghostone looked at Saga pitifully and said, I didn't ask you to challenge right away. Before that, I will train you well. Ghostone, you and a group of strong sparrows cooperate with each other to train. Ghostone, you need to constantly use your skills to attack the flying sparrows in the air, while the sparrow keep flying fast to avoid the various attacks of the Ghostone. Quote, as for the Wind Speed Dog and Cocodora, they are also trained in pairs. The Wind Speed Dog uses flames to burn Cocodora's armor. Don't use too much flame to increase the flame temperature at first. Although the process of Cocodora will be a bit uncomfortable, your characteristics are heavy alloys, and the constant burning of flames can exercise your armor very well and make your defense stronger and stronger. After all, good steel is made with fire. Come out. Okay, let's start training in group. I have gone out beforehand. You practice well nearby, and I will come back in the evening to check your training results, Saga said. Chapter 34 Black Market. As expected, it is the most developed city in the Kanto region. What do you think? Xiaoyu. Saga came to the commercial center of Golden City alone. Yeah, my lord, it's unbelievable what the city looks like now. People can actually build so many castles so high, and there are cars that can run by themselves without pulling. Xiaoyu thinks that the castles of Lord Saga are enough. It's big, but all the castles here are as tall as hills, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Hehe, these high-rise buildings are not called castles or mansions. Those cars that can run by themselves are called cars. Don't look at no one outside, but they are actually controlled by someone inside. The current situation is very different from 1,000 years ago. I will slowly understand the world in the future, Saga explained. Okay, let's go to the Pokemon Center first, and then take Xiaoyu to other places in Golden City to see, Saga said. Just now, the Pokemon Center sent a message saying, the consignment sold yesterday has been notified that it has been sold out. Now, as long as you pay a 5% handling fee to Miss Joey from the Pokemon Center, you can get the money to your account, which is a full 3500W Alliance currency. Even if you deduct 5% of the handling fee, you still have 3325W Alliance coin. You can become a multi-millionaire immediately. immediately, and you don't need to feel pressured because of financial problem. Golden City is an international metropolis. There are 2 gyms, 2 police stations, and 2 Pokémon centers. Just now, Saga went to the Pokémon Center in the city center. It was overcrowded and waiting for treatment. Babies can't even line up in line, let alone help people go through the payment procedures. Fortunately, according to the city road map provided by Jarvis, there is also a Pokémon Center in the suburb of Golden City, which is smaller than the city center to deal with some usual emergencies. Saga took a look at the situation of this Pokémon Center. There were not many people, and there were only 7 or 8 people waiting in line, so it was soon his turn to go through the formalities. After paying the handling fee of 175W Alliance coins, Saga looked at the extra 3325W in the card. Hey, life is really fickle. Yesterday, I was just an ordinary teenager worrying about Pokémon food, energy cube, and my own livelihood. Now I am a multi-millionaire in the blink of an eye. This money is what ordinary people spend their entire lives. Can't earn it. Saga sighed. With this money, Saga decided to go to the black market or a Pokémon hunter to buy a highly qualified Mohama. After all, the sale of Pokémon is illegal, but this industry, like arms and drug trafficking in previous lives, is an absolutely lucrative industry. Many big families and wealthy people will help their descendants go to Pokémon hunters to buy some highly qualified or very rare Pokémon. Even some worms in the Alliance are involved in this industry, but ordinary people don't know it. But for Saga, who has almost all the information in this world, these are no secret. Anyway, as long as you pay the starting price, there is no problem with the rarest quasi-god series in each region. According to the information provided by Jarvis, Saga quickly found the largest Pokémon black market trading center in Golden City. Looking at an ancient manor in the suburb, it is difficult for outsiders to imagine that the villa is the largest in Golden City and even in the entire Kanto. Black market. In it, as long as you have money, you can buy almost anything. But the most interesting thing is the 2 biggest forces behind this black market, the Rockets and the Kanto League. The 2 biggest rivals have actually found a win-win opportunity for cooperation here, and no one can do anything about it. In fact, among the water-type Pokémon in the Kanto region, if I didn't get the dragon scales, I was actually more optimistic about the Jenny Turtle, one of the 3 imperial families in Kanto. The final evolution form of the water arrow turtle is quite powerful, and its defense is also very strong. However, compared to the Thorn Dragon King, I prefer the unparalleled speed of the Thorn Dragon King in the water, coupled with the powerful power of the dragon-type trick. So the Thorn Dragon King is the most suitable water-based main force in my heart so far. Saga rang the electronic doorbell in front of the nameless manor 10 times, which is equivalent to a small password. If the doorbell is not rang 10 times, no one will come to receive you. Sure enough, after 10 doorbell, 2 strong men in black uniforms came in less than 2 minutes. Young man, you look like you are very naive. What are you doing here? One of the men with a scar on his face said sternly. I was introduced here. I heard that you have a lot of good goods here. I just want to buy some things. Saga said lightly about his purpose. It turned out to be a new guest. Since you were introduced, you should know the rules here. We will only accept guests with a value of more than 10 million. Is there any problem? Said the man with a scar. No, you can rest assured that I have enough money, but I don't know if there is anything I like. Saga said. Well, since it is the first time for you to come here, we will take you to the prescribed place to register before you can buy goods. Please come with me, said another man in black. 3000 W in Sagaka, which is just enough for the minimum authority of the silver VIP here. 1000 W is a bronze VIP, and only 100 million can be a gold VIP, and there is a higher diamond VIP on it, but this VIP ordinary person will not handle it for you even if you have more money, and also requires you to have a relatively large social status. Just do it. Chapter 35 by Ink Hippocampus, 50 meters below the manor. However, unlike what he imagined, there are not many people here, and there are only dozens of people coming and going in such a big place. Isn't this the largest black market trading center in the Kanto region? Why doesn't the number of customers seem to be very large? Saga asked curiously to the waitress next to him. The hostess turned her head to look at the guest who just registered today. Not only is she very handsome, but she is also very rich, so she explained it very enthusiastically. Because our trading center receives customers with the lowest value and more than 10 million, there are not many customers at ordinary time, but we hold a large auction every other year, and there will be a large number of extraordinary qualifications in the auction. Pokémon, as well as rare Pokémon from other regions and even very rare and powerful quasi-god Pokémon. People from all over the world flock to the annual auction event, but the auction just ended last week, so there will be less traffic now. Quote, that's it. Saga nodded thoughtfully. This place serves high-end people and plays with high-quality product. Although there is not a lot of business at ordinary time, the annual auction alone can get a lot of money profit. Moreover, the minimum value of each business here is several million, which is unimaginable for ordinary people in this life. Sure enough, no matter which world you go to, 99% of the resources are in the hands of 1% of the people, and the remaining 1% have 99% of people to share. The real world is not as beautiful as depicted in animation. I don't know what type of Pokemon you need, sir. In addition to the Pokemon in the Kanto region, there are many Pokemon in other regions. They are all rare goods that many people have never seen before. The waitress began to recommend Saga. Saga has no interest in the Pokemon from other regions mentioned by the receptionist. It is very rare for Charlotta to reach the Isu area or the Carlos area, but so what? To fool people with ordinary goods that are not available in the Kanto region, and only those who have never seen people with a lot of money in the market will buy them. You must know that all the data stored in this world is stored in your hacker system, and you will not recognize any Pokemon in front of you. Okay, I don't need to introduce so much. I'm here to buy a water-type ink seahorse, and give me the ink seahorse with the best potential. Saga interrupted. Okay sir, I'm going to check the stock of Mohama. Please wait a moment. The receptionist became impatient when she saw Saga's face, and didn't recommend anything anymore. This kind of customer with a clear purpose should not recommend casually things, or anger the other party. A reception lady can't bear it. Although the number of Mohama is not very large, it is not a very rare Pokemon, but because this kind of Pokemon usually only lives in the sea, it is more difficult to capture than ordinary water-type Pokemon. And in the Kanto region, most people almost only know that Mohama can evolve into a sea thorn dragon. Although the strength is okay, it is still a little bit different from the Jenny turtle and mosquito coil tadpoles that can evolve in 2 stages. The Yulong family in the Chengdu area is quite closely guarded about the secret that the sea thorn dragon can evolve into the Thorn Dragon King by relying on the scales of the dragon. If this secret is known to the public, Mohama's status will definitely rise, because in the eyes of ordinary people, dragon-type Pokemon is synonymous with power and rarity. Which trainer doesn't want to own a dragon-type Pokemon? Sir, I've been waiting for a long time. After inquiring just now, our trading center currently has 9 ink seahorses with good qualifications and potential. Please come to the water-type Pokemon area with me to choose. The receptionist smiled. Let's lead the way. What's the price of your Mohama including some other Pokemon? Saga asked. After listening to Saga's inquiry, the receptionist introduced. Sir, the Pokemon for sale in our trading center are all selected by some special personnel, and most of them are Pokemon with excellent qualifications that are hard to see outside. The prices are usually a lot more expensive than outside. Quote, for example, newcomers can only receive 3 Pokemon from the Alliance when they are 10 years old. Little Fire Dragon, Jenny Turtle, and Frog Seeds are also sold here. The price is around 1000 W Alliance coin. These 3 kinds of Pokemon are all second stage evolved Pokemon, and their aptitude and talent are usually relatively high, and they are the main force that can be independently trained if they are trained well. Quote, as for the Mohama that the guest asked for, it's not a very rare Pokemon and it can only evolve one. It's just that because it's difficult to live in the sea to catch it, the price is about 300 W Alliance coins compared to mosquito coils and tadpoles. If it is outside, the price of an ink seahorse or mosquito coil tadpole is about 150 W, and it doubles directly here. But outside, it is all caught at random and cannot guarantee the quality of the Pokemon. The Pokemon here are all selected by special personnel, and their talents and qualifications are relatively good Pokemon. After all, the 2 bosses behind this black market trading center are some of the Rockets and the Kanto League in power, so it is natural for people to be more expensive. Speaking of which, the 2 people came to the water-type Pokemon area one after the other, and looked at all kinds of water-type Pokemon displayed in the transparent glass. But the Pokemon here, in addition to the special products of the Kanto region, the so-called Pokemon from other regions, baby is only in Chengdu and Fengyuan area. It seems that Team Rocket's hand is only barely reaching Fengyuan. Each region has its own dark forces. So far, the 2 local Snake Water Fleet and Hoyan team in Fengyuan region have not been destroyed by the Alliance. Chapter 36 Black Market continues. Sir, the Mohama you want is here, the receptionist said, pointing to one of the larger glass cabinets. Saga walked over and took a look. There were a total of 9 Mahai horses in the glass case, probably because someone came. Among them, 8 Mahai horses huddled together in fear and looked at the 2 people outside the glass case, and the evolutionary Seathorn Dragon's ferocious character is a more timid Pokemon than Mohama, which is easily startled. But one of the ink seahorses is very interesting. Not only is there no emotion of fear, but instead, he spit ink towards the glass case and looked at himself fiercely. This ink seahorse is quite interesting. He is not as timid as ordinary ink seahorses, but more like the ferocious and aggressive character of the evolved Seathorn Dragon. This Mohama provoked for a long time. Seeing that the 2 humans on the opposite side ignored him, he turned around and bullied the other 8 timid Mohama. This character is quite domineering, but he appreciates this Mohama very much. Saga himself himself doesn't like those timid and cowardly Pokémon. Jarvis, this Mohama is so different from an ordinary Mohama. There must be some special reason. Can you see it? Saga asked. Yes, Master, this ink seahorse is indeed a little special. I have scanned this ink seahorse just now. It is very healthy. The reason for such a fierce and aggressive personality may be heredity. Almost all the parents of Mohai horses in the Kanto region are Seathorn dragon, and I found a dragon scale on the back of this Mohama, plus the top secret information of the Yulong family. I can conclude that this Mohama, his parents should both be Thorn Dragon King. Quote, because only the ink seahorse born from the Thorn Dragon King will have dragon scales on the back. It may be due to the genetic influence of the parent, which has led to a change in personality. According to the information of the Yulong clan, the fertility rate of dragon-type Pokemon is very low, which directly leads to the scarcity of dragon-type Pokemon. Both parents of this Mohama are Thorn Dragon King, and Thorn Dragon Kings are almost all owned by Yu. It was directly cultivated by the dragon family, and there are very few Thorn Dragon Kings in the wild. It is estimated that only some very lucky sea Thorn Dragons may accidentally encounter dragon scales in the sea and evolve into Thorn Dragon King. Quote, and this black seahorse with dragon scales on its back can even evolve into a Thorn Dragon King without the need for dragon scales after it evolves into a sea Thorn Dragon. Then I left a dragon scale on my body. Isn't that useless? Saga said. Master, this dragon scale is still very important. Although the ink seahorse with dragon scales can evolve without dragon scales, but according to the information of the Yulong family, if this type of ink seahorse evolves when coupled with a dragon scale to assist in the evolution, it can make the evolved Thorn Dragon King more perfect, and the dragon type trick is more powerful. Jarvis explained. So it turns out, it seems that this time I found a treasure again. At first, I just thought that this ink seahorse was just a little special, so I was more interested in it, and it may not be anything special in itself. After all, there are many Pokemon with different personalities even within the same race. The most typical one is Ash's Pishin. The Pikachu family is also very timid, but look at Pishin's character. The irrational dragons dare to split, and the beasts dare to split. You see how many other Pikachus dare to do this. Jarvis gave me detailed data on this ink seahorse. Saga said, ink seahorse water Pokemon. Features, lightweight when it rains or it rains heavily. The speed ability is doubled. Height, 0.5 meters. Weight, 9 kilograms. Skills mastered. Water gun, ink cannon, foam light, high speed movement. Evaluation, Mohama, who is fierce and aggressive. Both parents are Thorn Dragon Kings, so they have special dragon scales on their back. Even if they don't need dragon scales, they can evolve into Thorn Dragon King. It will be easier to learn and master dragon skills. The talents and qualifications are quite good, and it is recommended to focus on cultivating them. Just help me put away the Mohama with the scar on the eye. I've decided to have it, Saga said to the reception lady beside him. Are you sure about the guest? This ink seahorse is very violent, and it is difficult for ordinary people to make it obedient, the receptionist reminded kindly. That's it. I like it very much. This is my Pokemon ball. Help you switch with the Pokemon ball that captures Mohama. Saga handed the super ball on him to the receptionist. This transaction is really enjoyable. Saga walked out of the black market trading center and said, looking at the blue super ball in his hand. Lord Saga looked very happy. Xiaoyu said out of nowhere. Yeah, this time it considered elite. This Mohama will be a powerful dragon-type Pokemon in the future, and I was actually won by me with 300 W. Saga took a look at her watch. It's getting late. Xiaoyu, I'll take you to the Golden City for a good stroll, and by the way, go to the Pokemon store to replenish supplies. As an international metropolis, Golden City must have a lot of good things. Chapter 37 Unexpected Evolution and Contradiction. Golden City Amusement Park Ferris Wheel. Xiaoyu and Saga sat on the highest place on the Ferris wheel and watched the beautiful sunset in the sky. Is this the sunset that Xiaoyu liked to watch the most? It's really beautiful. Too bad I've never seen it well before. Master Sada. Today is Xiaoyu's happiest day in 1,000 years. When Master Sada was still the king of heroes, he never had time to take Xiaoyu to watch the sunset. Xiaoyu's always wishes that adult can watching the sunset with me. I just didn't expect this wish to come true in 1,000 years, Xiaoyu said with a little emotion. Don't say it's so sad. Anyway, we two will be together every day in the future. There are still many opportunities to watch the sunset together, and it is already very late now. Xiaoyu, let's go back and watch the training of the Pokemon, said Saga. Okay, my lord. In the future, I will often accompany Xiaoyu to watch the sunset. After speaking, she happily returned to the bracelet in Saga's right hand. As soon as Saga arrived in the forest on the outskirts of Golden City, he heard the sound of an explosion not far away. No, there are other trainers who thought their Pokemon were wild Pokemon being caught. It's impossible for you to set up a tent near your own Pokemon training. Normal trainers must know that this is a Pokemon with an owner. The biggest possibility is poachers or other criminal organizations. After all, their own Pokemon are relatively rare. Kokodora is a Pokémon that is not found in the Kanto region. There was a burst of anger in Saga's heart. If the poachers or the rockets were really attacking his Pokémon, he would never let them go. Running towards the source of the explosion, Saga saw Ghostone running away normally, and his wind speed dog and Kokodora were sitting and resting as if watching the fun. Above Ghostone's head, there is a huge red bird Pokémon that is constantly attacking, and its sharp-looking mouth is accumulating yellow energy, and then a destructive yellow ray is sprayed towards Ghostone. Go! The originally normal-sized Ghostone instantly transformed, shrinking his body in half to avoid the opponent's attack, and the yellow energy ray smashed the rock behind Ghostone into pieces. Master, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you so hard. Hurry up and stop this crazy bird. You said it was for me to spar with, but now it's turned into a murder. Ghostone saw Sarah, who was not far away. When Ja came back, he immediately stepped forward and cried, "This is Lai K." Saga looked at Lai K, who had completely changed. No, it should be called Big Mouth now. I didn't expect that Lai K would evolve in just one day after I left, and as soon as it evolved, it learned to destroy Death Light. The powerful yellow ray fired from the mouth of the Big Mouth just now is to destroy the Death Light, but it may be because it is a little rusty just after learning. The sparrow in the sky saw that its master was back, and stopped attacking, and flew to the side of Saga and stood up, but its sharp eyes stared at Ghostone fiercely. Ghostone, tell me, what's going on? Didn't I let Lai K cooperate with you to train skills? How did you provoke Lai K and let it hate you so much after it evolved into a Big Mouth? Saga asked suspiciously. This, master, I didn't mess with this crazy bird. Maybe I was hit a few times during training. I was in a bad mood, so I just avenged my personal revenge. Master, you must help me teach this toucan a good lesson. Ghostone pointed to the Big Mouth and said. As soon as Big Mouth heard Ghostone's word, he was a little stable because of Saga's return, but became angry again. Lai Q's character was originally irritable, and it became even more irritable after it evolved into Big Mouth. How can you hold back being so slandered by Ghostone? Can you not speak human words when you bully me? You can slander yourself in front of the master at will. So the sparrow is ready to fly into the air again and use the destruction light to teach this ghost who is full of trains a lesson. Okay, Big Mouth, calm down. I will find out the situation. Saga saw Big Mouth going out of control again because of Ghostone's words, so he quickly appeased Big Mouth. Fung Speed Dog, Kokodora, come here. Saga called to Fung Speed Dog and Kokodora, who were watching the excitement not far away. Seeing that the owner was calling for him to go over, the Wind Speed Dog ran over in a sprint. Kokodora, on the other hand, followed the Wind Speed Dog with her short leg. The two little guys felt much better after a day of combined training. It was completely different from Ghostone and Big Pharaoh after a day of combined training. Became an enemy. Looking at the Wind Speed Dog and Kokodora walking in front of him, Saga touched the heads of the two little guys and asked, you two know what happened to Ghostone and Big Mouth, and how to train them well. Become a sparrow and hunt down Ghostone. Wong wong, wong wong. Coco. Jarvis translate. Saga said in his heart. Wind Speed Dog, Ghostone and Big Mouth worked well together for a while after the master left, but Ghostone just started to use his skills very unskilled and he couldn't beat the fast-flying sparrow, so the sparrow began to laugh at Ghostone for being an idiot. He was useless except for being able to speak human words. Kokodora, yeah, Lai K said Ghostone is a big idiot. Wind Speed Dog, however, as Ghostone's skills became more and more proficient, and the power became stronger and stronger, he almost hit the sparrows that had not evolved at that time several times. Later, Ghostone used his transformation skills to become a stone, and then Lai K did not pay attention and used hypnotism to hypnotize Lai K. Quote, Kokodora, Ghostone is so despicable. Wind Speed Dog. Afterward, Ghoststone took advantage of the hypnosis and beat it violently. After waking up, the strong bird was very angry, and then the body emitted white light and evolved into a sparrow, and he began to chase and kill Ghostone. Kokodora. That's it. After listening to the explanations of Wind Speed Dog and Kokodora, Saga has a black line. The two guys, Ghostone and Big Mouth, are not good things. One has lived for thousands of years, and the other is arrogant and domineering. Chapter 38 Gym Prelude. One more. Ask for flowers, ask for reward. You two guys, I already know what you've done. I originally hoped that the two of you could cooperate well in training, but I just forgot the characters of the two of you. It's no wonder that you're separated when nothing happens, Saga said with a gloomy expression. Yeah, master, I don't want to train with this crazy bird in the future. Ghostone provoked again. This idiot Ghostone. Big Mouth simply threw his head aside, out of sight and out of mind. However, I really didn't expect Ghoststone to you. Originally, I wanted the strong bird to train your skill, but I didn't expect it to be stimulated by you to evolve into a big mouth bird. Saga was a little speechless. Okay, this is an unexpected joy, but you remember, there can be competition in my team but there must be no conflict. I don't want to see this situation in the future, understand? Serious. As soon as Ghostone and Big Mouth saw the seriousness of their master's fate, they felt an an indescribable deterrent aura, and they couldn't help but nodded. In 3 days, I will challenge the gym in Golden City. I will personally train Ghost on you in these 3 days. I hope you won't embarrass me in the gym competition, Saga said. Master, just have 100 heart. My Ghost on is very strong now. Even if the mad bird evolve, it can't help me, and since the other party is a superpower, I am naturally very restrained from them. Oh, Ghost on said arrogantly. The momentum is very good. Since you are so confident, the Windspeed Dog and the Sparrow, these 3 days, you will be one against the air, one team on the ground, and you will cooperate with each other to attack the Ghost on. I want to force out all its potential. Sawinja saw Ghost on's arrogant face. He couldn't help but want to teach him a good lesson. This guy's character can really attract hatred. Don't, Master. I was wrong. It would be fine if the mad bird was alone, as the current leader of the Saga team, the Windspeed Dog. After the last encounter, Ghost on already had a big shadow in his heart, and even after his evolution, he would not dare to provoke the Windspeed Dog. 3 days later, location, somewhere in the forest on the outskirts of Golden City, was a burst of commanding voices. The Windspeed Dog is like this, surrounded with a vortex of flame. The Sparrow is watching carefully in the air, accumulating and destroying the deadlight and preparing to launch. Mr. Saga, is it possible that this is too cruel to Mr. Ghost on? Xiaoyu looked at Ghost on, who kept dodging under the attack of 2 elves, said a little unbearably. This is completely trivial for Ghost on. Although he was beaten into a pig head when he started this training 3 days ago, you can see how much progress he has made in just 3 days of special training. No matter what, it's because the power and accuracy of the skills, or the actual combat experience, has been greatly improved, Saga said with satisfaction, looking at the current Ghost on. It's not a loss to be a 1,000-year-old Ghost on. After only 3 days of evolution, his strength has grown explosively. Coupled with his unique transformation trick, he can actually avoid many of the so-called must-have skills. According to Jarvis's strength evaluation, the current Ghost on strength is at the elite level. Although it is the same level as Big Mouth, the ghosts are unpredictable. As a result, the overall strength of Ghost on is higher than that of Big Mouth, who is second only to the peak of the elite. He is the number 2 character in his current team. According to Jarvis analysis, if Ghost on evolves into Gengar, he will be accurate immediately. King level strength. Okay, everyone can stop training. Come and have a rest for a while. After dinner, we will go to challenge the Golden Gym, Saga said to the Pokemon who were training hard not far away. Wong, Quack, Coco. The time to eat every day is the happiest time for Saga Pokemon. Now Saga is also worth tens of millions. In the past, Saga did his best to cultivate Pokemon. After you have money, not to mention the Pokemon food and energy cubes you buy are the best on the market. As an international metropolis, Golden City has a lot of varieties and quality than other cities. Diverse. If an average trainer prepares a can of Pokemon for 1,000 Alliance coins, Saga buys a full 50,000 Alliance coins a can of top quality food. The difference in the middle price is 50 times, both in terms of taste and nutrition. The Pokemon food is simply worlds apart. As for things like Energy Cube, ordinary trainers are reluctant to buy them for Pokemon. Although it worked well for Pokemon, this stuff is much more expensive than Pokemon food. Saga directly spent 1,000 W Alliance coins to order top food and Energy Cube for a whole year in the Pokemon store owned by Shilufu Company. After preparing the different foods of the 5 Pokemon, Cocodora can be said to eat the most expensive food, and the food is made of very good alloy steel. Looking at a little blue figure not far away, still training hard. What a stubborn little guy. Saga couldn't help sighing. Chapter 39 Dual Nazi Second Update. An LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture. An LT font and GT. 3 shifts today. Ask for flowers. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a reward. This has to start from the fact that Saga just brought Mohama 3 days ago. The fierce and aggressive Mohama is of course 10,000 dissatisfied with the trainer who bought him, so I completely ignored Saga's word, and as a result, such an arrogant character was seen by Big Mouth and Ghost Stone. Big Mouth was originally a bully type. Ghost Stone is also very upset because of the tragic training in the future. A little guy who has just been subdued by his master has no strength to dare to be so arrogant. So without saying a word, the 2 Pokemon reached a consensus for the first time and beat up the stinky Mohama, and Saga didn't stop it. Expand. After all, this little guy bought it by himself, not conquered by his own strength. As an ordinary Pokemon, this arrogant and aggressive Mohama is actually stronger than many initial Pokemon, but in front of the 2 seniors who have reached the elite level, apart from spitting out a water gun at the beginning, there is absolutely no backhand at the back. The power was knocked out. After all, it's the Pokemon that Saga just brought back, so Ghost Stone and Big Mouth are still a little restrained, and Mohama is fine except for fainting. After waking up, Mohama did not refuse Saga's order to admit that the other party was his master, but his mood became very low. After all, the other party defeated him face to face, and he was still powerless to fight back. The originally arrogant personality has also become very low-key. The training that Saga usually arranges is also very hard to complete. He never speaks with the other 4 companions. He trains hard all day long, and madly pursues his rank. It seems that last time the lessons of this little guy left an indelible mark on the young heart of this little guy. Okay, it's time for dinner now. Little guy, hurry up and eat, Saga said as he walked to Mohama, who was training. Mohama looked back at his master. His expression was a little down, and he was the weakest in this team. Little guy, don't be so lost. The improvement of strength requires day-by-day effort. It is impossible to reach the sky in one step. In the future, you will be very strong. Your talent is great. Add this thing, said Saga, and took out the dragon scales. Come out. Your future will not only evolve into a sea thorn dragon. Under my training, you will evolve into a powerful dragon-type Pokémon, the Thorn Dragon King. Saga put the picture of the Thorn Dragon King in front of Mohama. Mohama excitedly looked at the majestic Dragon King in the picture, stared at Saga with big eyes, and kept shouting, as if asking himself if he could evolve into this in the future. Golden City, Golden Gym. Saga looked at the gym in front of him. Compared with the few gyms he had seen before, the Golden Gym was simply not luxurious, and it felt like it was a bit too big to be as big as a shrine. After walking in, there was a corridor in sight. Saga had just walked for a while and a person suddenly rushed and said, "What are you doing here?" "Gym challenge," Saga said. "You want to challenge Miss Nazi?" After speaking, the young man suddenly took out a spoon, stared at the spoon, tried his best not to know what he was doing, and finally his face turned red and nothing happened to the spoon. Variety. "What are you doing?" Saga looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him like an idiot. "It's superpower. People without superpowers can't defeat those with superpowers, and my goddess, Miss Nazi, is the real superpower queen," the young man said with a frenzy. Looking at this deja vu scene, isn't this the 2B youth that Xiaoji met when he challenged the gym, and he actually met him himself? It was really unlucky. Saga looked disgusted, and completely ignored the young man and walked towards the gym in the deepest part of the corridor. "Go. If you don't have superpowers, you will definitely lose to Miss Nazi and become a doll," the 2B youth shouted at the back. Saga pushed open the door in front of him, and what he saw was a dueling arena, and the gym owner Nazi was sitting behind the curtain. "Are you here to challenge the gym?" the doll in Nazi's hand said. "If you lose the game, stay here and play with me." "No problem," Saga agreed. "Anyway, as long as you lose the game, you will be turned into a doll by Nazi, whether you agree or not, but this is only for ordinary people." Saga, who has awakened the king's heart, does not have to be afraid of this superpower user. Since the awakening of the king's heart, this mysterious power has become stronger day by day. According to Jarvis' analysis, the power of the king's heart will form a special magnetic field around him, and if his superpower attacks his surroundings, it will be shielded by this magnetic field. The Pokemon used by both sides is one. Let's start. After saying that, Nazi floated to the other side of the field with the doll in her arm. "Go, Casey." Casey from the superpower department. "Ghostone is up to you. Play well." Saga sent Ghostone looking at the Pokemon in front of him. "Haha, today is this uncle's first game." The little yellow mouse on the opposite side prepared to tremble under the lewd power of Uncle Ghostone. Ghostone said arrogantly as soon as he came out. Chapter 40 Victory 3 Update and LT Font color equals #FF0000 and GT Picture and LT Font and GT Ask for flowers, ask for a reward. Saga covered his face and looked at the Ghostone who was making trouble on the field. This kind of character is really humiliating. Haha, it's interesting to be able to speak human word. Nazi looked at Ghostone with interest. "Ghostone, don't embarrass me anymore. Use the shadow ball," Saga shouted. A black shadow flew towards Casey who was in a daze on the field. "Kathy, teleport," Nazi said lightly. Saga frowned and looked at Casey who appeared behind Ghostone in an instant. The teleportation of the superpower system was really difficult. "Mind power," Nazi commanded again. The red psychic power enveloped Ghostone floating in the air. "Ghoststone uses his fearful face after making his body bigger," shouted Ghostone. Saga, who saw his expression, became painful. The scary face used by the enlarged Ghostone was so effective that Kathy, who was using his psychic power, fell to the ground in fright. "It's a troublesome guy." Nazi's face was unpleasant for a while, and then Nazi's eyes glowed red, and she saw Kathy's body was full of white hair, and Nazi's superpower made Kathy begin to evolve. Yanjira with 2 spoons appeared in front of Saga. Ghostone saw that Yanjila, who had successfully evolved, attacked directly with a shadow ball, and wanted to take the opportunity to sneak a sneak attack. Mind power. The evolved Yanjira's spiritual power is even stronger. Directly controlled the shadow ball that was launched towards him and flew back to smash at Ghostone. Ghostone uses his transformation skills to escape. Saga snorted softly. I saw Ghoststone suddenly split his body into 2 parts, and the shadow ball passed directly through the gap between the body. Ghostone, lick your tongue. Saga wanted to use the paralyzing effect of licking his tongue to block the opponent's teleportation. Ghostone spit out a disgusting disgusting big head and slapped Youngjila's body fiercely, and Youngjila's body had a paralyzing effect. It worked well, so you can't use teleportation to dodge. Go stone. Continuous shadow ball. Saga commanded. Go stone's hands and Zuiba each gathered a shadow ball, and 3 consecutive shadow balls flew towards the paralyzed Youngjira. Naive. Youngjira used the wall of light, and Natsi smiled coldly. There was a red light in his eyes again. Younghila, whose body was in a state of paralysis, instantly broke free from the abnormal state and formed a wall of light in front of her body. 3 shadow balls slammed into it, but they were completely unable to cause any impact on Younghila. The trainer itself is a superpower, and it is really troublesome to cooperate with the super-type Pokémon. It is cheating. Saga was a little speechless. After all, the Golden Gym was someone else's territory, so he couldn't say anything. Youngjila, spiritual light. Twisted purple circles of light radiated from Youngjila's surrounding. With the support of Natsi's huge spiritual power, this skill almost radiated the audience. Damn it. This skill is almost impossible to escape, and being hit by this move will cause serious mental confusion. Since this is the case, Ghostone uses the curse of the night with all his strength, and Sarah roared. A majestic momentum erupted from Saga. The originally flustered Ghostone was affected by Saga's momentum. His eyes instantly became sharp, and his hands began to condense a black energy. The purple spiritual light and the black curse of the night collided, and a huge explosion swept the audience. A red light flashed in Natsi's eyes, and the aftermath of the explosion couldn't get close to Natsi at all. There was also a golden halo around Saga, blocking the aftermath of the explosion. I didn't expect you to be the owner of superpowers too, Natsi said, a little surprised. Is it Rain? You are not the only person in the world who will always have special powers, but you use your abilities to do things wrong, Saga said coldly. What did you say? Natsi said furiously, and a powerful psychic attack came out from Natsi and attacked Saga. Unexpectedly, the other party dared to attack him directly. Saga was also very angry. The golden light on his body burst out again to offset Natsi's attack, and the powerful king's aura shook the doll in Natsi's hand. This is a gym game. Let's let the Pokemon compete well. Saga looked at the 2 Pokemon gasping for breath on the field and said, I won't let you win, Nazi said with a cold face. Youngjira, Fantasy Light, Ghostone, dodge the shadow clone. You can actually make such a low-level mistake. Do you think this kind of trick will be effective for Youngjira? Natsi said, looking at the 9 identical ghosts on the field. Youngjira, use your mental power to find the Ghostone. It's you who made the mistake. You are too careless. The owner of the museum, Saga said, Ghostone is now using hypnotism. When Natsi couldn't believe it, looking at the Ghostone who appeared beside Youngjira in an instant. Hypnosis will greatly weaken the superpower system with strong mental power, and the hypnosis time will be very short. But this time is enough. Ghostone, E-Dream, Saga shouted. There was a mysterious purple light in Ghostone's eyes. While sleeping, Youngjira suddenly screamed. The little remaining physical strength was instantly eaten by Ghostone's dream of eating. I actually lost. Natsi knelt on the ground in disbelief. Okay, the owner of the museum, according to the agreement, I won the game. Give me the badge. Saga walked up to Nazi and said. Natsi looked at the blonde boy in front of her with complicated eyes. Her superpower, which is invincible, met her nemesis today. Come back, Youngjira. You are very good. I lost, but I hate your character. You are not a gentleman at all. Natsi handed the badge to Saga and said. Saja was sweating profusely looking at the arrogant Natsi in front of her. She had just been a life and death enemy with herself, but now she has changed so much. Women are really fickle. Saga sighed in her heart. Rainbow City, 1 update, and LT, font color equals #FF0000, and GT, picture, and LT, font and GT. Ask for flowers, ask for reward, ask for evaluation. Now that the golden badge is in hand, then I'll leave the gym owner first. Saga waved his hand and walked towards the entrance of the gymnasium. Hey, I don't know what your name is yet, Natsi shouted, looking at the young man who was walking away with a complicated face. My name is Saga. See you later when I have a chance, Saga said. Although I hate Natsi's character a bit, but the other party is a beautiful woman after all. Now that I have defeated her and got the badge, I can't help but give face. Right. After walking out of the gym, I looked at this bustling city, and there was a constant flow of people. So far, I have obtained 4 gym badges, and it has been almost 4 months since I came to this world. Although the time is not very long, the life I have experienced and the things I have encountered are so wonderful, it may be unimaginable in my previous life. Saga sighed a little. But the wonderful life has just begun. Xiaoyu, do you think so? Saga asked Xiaoyu, who had just come out. When I was in the gym just now, Saga asked Xiaoyu to hide in the bracelet and not come out. After all, the other party was a superhuman with strong mental power, so he might be aware of Xiaoyu's existence. Saga didn't want Xiaoyu's situation to be known by others. As long as it is with adults, Xiaoyu feels very exciting and happy every day. Xiaoyu said in the air. The Quartz League is less than 6 months away, and the Journey Plus badge collection and Pokémon Pokémon training time. Under normal circumstances, it is estimated that these 6 months are too late. Saga suddenly feels that his time plan is beginning to have errored. It seems that he has to buy a means of transportation first, which can also save more time on the road. To train Pokémon, bicycles are slow and relatively easy to damage. As for cars, the question of a driver's license in this world is very simple as long as you are 10 years old or older. But now I'm only traveling alone. A small high-end space can already accommodate all my travel necessities on the back, and Xiaoyu is a ghost who usually lives in the bracelet. It's too wasteful to buy a car, and the streamlined top motorcycles are my favorite. On the main road from Golden City to Rainbow City, a handsome red motorcycle with a streamlined body is overtaking one car after another at an extremely fast speed. This feels really good. Saga, who was driving a motorcycle, felt a little relieved thinking of the auto show that he accidentally found in the center of Golden City when he went to buy a motorcycle just now. This is a luxury car show held by Shalouf Company, and in addition to various luxury cars and sport cars, there are also various top motorcycles for sale. And Saga took a fancy to the unique motorcycle at a glance. It is simply the best means of transportation for men. It has a red body, a streamlined shape, one body, and the logo of the flaming horse is printed on the side. According to the introduction of the organizer, this motorcycle is the most expensive of these cars, worth 600W of Alliance coin, which is already more expensive than some luxury sport cars, but it is definitely worth the money. First of all, the metal used in the production of motorcycles is a special alloy, which will not deform at a high temperature of 3000 degrees. The special spray paint makes the motorcycle surface never wear out, and the special tires will never have a flat tire. The gas can be used for a year, and the top speed can reach 500 kilometers per hour. After listening to these introductions, Saga swiped the card to pay off the purchase price without saying a word and drove away. It was hard to find something that he liked. What about spending 600W to buy a motorcycle? After more than an hour, I looked at the nearby Rainbow City. The distance that originally took 2 days to complete is now completed in 1 hour. Saving a lot of time, Saga decided to collect 8 gym badges early, and then use the remaining time to strengthen and train his Pokémon, and try to complete their respective evolutions before the start of the Quartz Alliance. Rainbow City is a city located in the middle of the Kanto region and one of the largest cities in the region, second only to the mega metropolis Golden City to the east. Moreover, Saga also knows a more top secret thing. If this secret is handed over to the Alliance, I don't know how much bonus the Alliance will give him. The largest underground organization in Kanto, Team Rocket. The real base camp exists in Rainbow City, the largest playground in Rainbow City. Under the Rainbow Playground, there is a 4-story deep and complex rocket headquarters. This is the secret base the Rockets use to drive and manage their organization's activities. If you tell the League about this, the Rockets will definitely lose a lot, but don't think about living a good life. The rest of the Rockets are expected to chase and kill themselves all day long. It feels super annoying to think about it, and there are also some in the League. The Rockets don't want to be missed by these troublesome guys. Chapter 42 Electronic Playground, 2 more. The gym in Rainbow City is a grass-type gym. The owner of the gym is Erica, and there are 3 Pokémons in use, namely the Vine Monster, the Mouth Flower and the Stinky Flower. The strength of this gym can only be regarded as average in Kanto, but the toxins of grass-type Pokémon and some pollen are more troublesome. With the attributes and strength of Windspeed Dog, it can be completely crushed. Since the rules of this gym are 3v3, the Pokémon that appear this time are decided to be Mohama, Cocodora and Big Sparrow. I am not going to let the Windspeed Dog fight too much for the time being, unless there is a strong opponent. After all, this kind of crushing game will not improve the Windspeed Dog rank. It is better to let the weaker companions accumulate some actual combat experience. Saga drove his motorcycle directly to the gate of the gym. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Saga was sweating profusely. This time is the time when the Alliance stipulates that gym trainers must work to meet the challenges of other trainers. The owner of the hall must have neglected his duties. Saga knew that this Elika's biggest interest was making perfume, and she also opened a perfume shop in Rainbow City. Since she was not in the gym, she must be running her own perfume shop. Hey, it's really troublesome, Saga complained. For such a weak gym, he originally wanted to finish the fight and then go to train Pokémon, but he didn't expect the owner of the gym to be negligent in his duties, and he was too lazy to go to her. Might as well go to the most famous electronic playground in the city to play. Anyway, it is very close by the gym, and you can exchange game currency for L. I have Jarvis, the biggest cheating device. How can I miss such a good thing? When I played games in my last life, this electronic playground was replaced by a mini dragon. I don't know if there is any in reality. The quasi-god of 300 million Alliance coins. Saga remembered this with a look of excitement. When Saga came to the service desk of the electronic playground, he saw a huge banner on the wall behind the service desk with the highest reward of the electronic playground on the top, a mysterious and rare elf. I just don't know if it will be a mini dragon. Your uncle's is still for sale, Saga wondered, but he still changed some game coin. The game currency ratio here is 1:10. 10 yuan alliance currency can be exchanged for 1 game currency, but the game currency 1 cannot be exchanged for alliance currency, but can only be exchanged for various rewards. But the rewards on the banner are really drooling. Find a machine and sit down. Jarvis, can you control this game machine? Saga said a little excitedly. After all, even if the mysterious elf is not a mini dragon, there are other treasures that can be exchanged for, as long as Jarvis can control it. Master, please rest assured, this is not a problem for Jarvis at all. Although these machines have been manipulated, I can completely control it to change at will according to the master's wishes. Jarvis's mechanical voice was full of with confidence. Past the hands and feet, Saga wondered, that must be the boss behind it. If the facilities of such a large-scale electronic playground do not move, then the mother who is at a loss must not know it. The gameplay of the machine in front of you is similar to the fruit machine in the previous life, except that the fruit printed on it are replaced with the avatars of Pokémon. The avatar of Huailong is the largest. If there are 3 avatars of Huailong in a row, the odds will be 100 times. However, I have to keep a low profile, and I can't get all kinds of leopards as soon as I come up. Otherwise, I will win too much, and people will definitely suspect that I don't want to cause too much trouble. After all, this is the base camp of the rocket. An hour later, Saga played with the machine controlled by Jarvis and saved 20,000 game coin, which can already be exchanged for a rare Ibrahimovic. But this place is really dark. Saga sighed. Just now, he told Jarvis not to control the machine and tried the probability of the machine. In less than 10 minutes, the 5,000 game coins he just earned were all put in. No matter what, let be high profile. The mysterious elf on the banner need 10 W game coins to exchange, and I don't know when I can save enough after playing like this. Jarvis, get me 3 dragons next, Saga said. Within an hour after that, ding ding ding, this luck is too good. It 3 fast dragons again, a player next to him exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, this guy's luck is unbelievable. I've been playing here for so long, and I've only 2,000 won game coins at most. One. He can almost save up 10 W coins to exchange for that mysterious elf. Saga, there was a burst of acclamations from the surrounding crowd. Okay, it's finally done. I'm exhausted. Saga smiled happily, looking at the full 100 golden game coins in his hand. This golden game coin is the highest grade in this playground and can be exchanged for 1,000 ordinary black game coins. Saga walked towards the service desk with the game coin in his hand. What kind of elf would it be? Saga was also very curious. After coming out of the electronic playground, thinking about the shocked expression of the waiter when he went to exchange just now, and the mournful smile of the fat manager who came over after hearing the news, Saga laughed for a while, but the exchange went smoothly, and there were no accidents that he was worried about. Chapter 43, Conquering the Electric Shock Beast. 3 shift and LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture and LT font and GT. Come out, let me see what kind of Pokemon you are. On the grass in Rainbow City Park, Saga threw out the Pokeball he had just exchanged from the arcade. Hey, I didn't expect it. Saga looked surprised. Although it wasn't a quasi-god mini dragon from Kanto, this Pokemon was quite rare and powerful. The Pokemon in front of him stood like a human, with a very strong body, a yellow body, black lightning patterns on his body, 2 sharp fangs in his mouth, and 2 antenna-like antennae on his head. It looked very vicious. Electric Beast. It's pretty good. Saga nodded with satisfaction. The Electric Beast is an evolution of the Electric Shock Kid. Although it is not as rare as a quasi-god, it is also a very precious Pokemon. Moreover, few people know that the Electric Shock Beast can evolve into a Shock Beast by means of an electric motor in 2 stages. It is a very powerful Pokemon. The Electric Shock Beast looked at the human who let him out, and directly attacked it with 100,000 volt, then turned around and ran. This guy attacked as soon as he came out, and the golden light on Saga dissipated the 100,000 volts that came. I still want to run. Come out. Wind Speed Dog. Teach me a good lesson. Saga threw the Wind Speed Dog out to block the way of the Electric Shock Beast. Wong wong. The Wind Speed Dog bared his teeth and stared at the Electric Shock Beast. Fung Speed Dog. Spray Flame. Hearing the master's command, the Wind Speed Dog decisively swept away towards the Electric Shock Beast with a flame. Pasha. The Electric Shock Beast roared and stretched out his hand, forming a transparent protective circle around him to block the attack of the Wind Speed Dog. It's not bad. It's actually holding it. Saga was a little surprised, but I don't know if you can stop this move. Wind Speed Dog. Godspeed. The Electric Shock Beast was slammed and flew out by the Wind Speed Dog, and the strong impact force directly broke the uncle in the park behind him. Pasha. The Electric Shock Beast gasped and stared fiercely at the Wind Speed Dog. A yellow electric current started to condense around the body. Charging skills. What does this guy want? Saga was a little puzzled. Pasha. A terrifying current enveloped the Electric Shock Beast and slammed into the Wind Speed Dog fiercely. First use the charging skills to greatly increase the power of the electricity system, and then cover the body in the terrifying current. Use the lightning flash to strike the middle of the enemy, and use the current to protect yourself. A pretty good combination strategy. This skill is very similar to Pikachu's high voltage electric shock, but because of the charging used at the beginning, it is more powerful. I didn't expect this electric shock beast to be so smart and know how to create his own combination skills. Saga looked at the electric shock beast with surprise. But do you think there is any hope of winning like this? Windspeed dog. Big characters. Go ahead. Saga said coldly, for this arrogant Pokemon is not convinced by it. It will not agree. Yours. Looking at the shock beast, which was badly burned on the ground, Saga threw the last empty super ball around his waist. Miss Joey, please. Saga handed over the Pokemon of the electric shock beast to Miss Joey. It's too late today, and I'm not ready to challenge the Rainbow Gym. I'll have a good night's rest first, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. Bar. Brother Saga. Wait a minute. A voice suddenly came from behind. Saga was just about to take a bath and take a rest, but he didn't expect that there would be someone who knew him here. Looking back, Xiao Mao, is you? Saga was a little surprised. Yeah, I just came back here after playing Rainbow Gym when I saw you and the Windspeed dog coming out, so I came up to say hello to you, Xiao Mao said. You've got the rainbow badge? Saga asked, a little unhappy. Well, I was lucky enough to conquer a catty dog in the wild. When playing Rainbow Gym, this little guy did a lot of work. Come out and meet your senior. Xiao Mao took out a piece of his body. A Pokemon ball freed the catty. Wong wong, wong wong. Xiao Mao's catty dog looked at the majestic, tall and handsome Fengsu dog, with two big eyes full of admiration and envy. It seems that you have made great progress recently. Saga looked at Xiao Mao, whose temperament and conversation had changed drastically. Since I lost to my eldest brother last time, I was taught a lesson by my grandfather. I also reflected on it. I felt that I used to be a little naive, too much valued superficial things, and ignored the ideal I once yearned for the most. Xiao Mao said suddenly, a little emotionally. If you know what you're wrong, change it. That's right, Xiao Mao. Your talent and strength surpass Xiaoji. As long as you work hard in the future, don't waste your talent. The name of Junqin Town will definitely be heard all over the world in the future, Saga said. Thank you, Brother Saga. But Brother Sarah, didn't you get the Rainbow Gym? You looked a little uncomfortable just now. In a gym of this rank, Brother Isaac's strength should be very easy. Mao asked curiously. Don't mention it. When I went to challenge in the morning, the gate of the gym was closed and the owner of the gym was not around, so I went to the video arcade to play all afternoon, Saga said a little unhappily. So that's the case. I was worried that Brother Saga might have lost to that gym, so I felt uncomfortable. It seems that I thought too much. Haha. The Pokemon Center sounded Xiao Mao for a while. Laughter. Chapter 44 Showdown with Erica. One more. Xiao Mao, are you ready to go to Red Lotus Island to challenge the gym? Saga asked Xiao Mao as he said goodbye to him early the next morning. Brother Saga, now that I have collected 7 badges, I only need 1 gym badge to qualify for the court conference. I heard that the owner of the Red Lotus Island gym is a retired heavenly king. He is very powerful, so I want to try it out. It's still a long time before the game starts, so I'm going to get all the badges of the 10 gyms in Kanto, Xiao Mao said confidently. Well, you go first. We will break up here. I will go to challenge Rainbow Gym first, but I advise you not to challenge Vibrant City Gym. Saga nodded and said, it doesn't matter, Brother Saga. Although the Victorian Gym is the strongest gym in Kanto, it doesn't matter if I lose if I go to the challenge. I'm not the old Xiao Mao, so let's do this for now. Goodbye Saga big brother. You must come to Junqin Town when you are free in the future. Play. Let's have a good match at the court conference. Xiao Mao waved his hand and turned towards the door of the Pokemon Center. Saga knew that Xiao Mao's character would not change as long as he made up his mind. He couldn't tell him that you would fight the Rocket's artificial beast. Mewtwo takes on a trainer who just traveled. Rainbow Gym. The following is the challenger Saga and gym trainer Erica, and the game with gym badges is a bet starts now. A female referee in the Rainbow Gym announced. According to the regulations, the gym trainer will send out the Pokemon first, then my first Pokemon will be you. Go, Vine Monster. The owner of the gym, Elijah, dispatched the Pokemon first. Since he decided to train other Pokemon well, even if the attributes are unfavorable, he has to overcome it. Saga took out a Pokeball and threw it into the air. It's up to you, Mohama. You have to perform well in your first battle. Quote, a Mohama with a scar on its left eye appeared on the field, with 2 big eyes staring fiercely at the Vine Monster in front of him, his sharp eyes full of confidence. This Mohama's eyes are very good, but knowing that I am a grass-type gym, I dare to use water-type Pokemon as the main attack. I will not be merciful. Erica said seriously. The Vine Monster will give you. I will teach it a good lesson and use the Vine Whip. Following Erica's order, the Vine Monster immediately stretched out 2 purple Vine Whips and attacked Mohama. Jump up to avoid. Use the Foam Light. Saga ordered calmly. With the low voice of Mohama, he cleverly used the elasticity of his tail to bounce himself into the air to avoid the swept Vine Whip. Although the Foam Light spit out from his mouth perfectly hit the vine monster. The effect reduced was not very big. Grass-type Pokemon are very resistant to water-type trick. The boy on the opposite side is your biggest mistake when you use a water-type Pokemon in a grass-type battle. Gym games are not roadside games. Apparently because Saga used ink because of the seahorse, Erica treats him as a rookie. Master Erica, sometimes the mutual resistance of attributes does not represent the whole of the game, Saga said with his hands on his shoulders. Mohama, use the ink cannon. A cloud of black ink accurately hit the vine monster's eyes. When training Mohama, Saga mainly trains the accuracy of Mohama's long-range skills. Mohama, the wave of the dragon. Looking at the vine monster with painfully rubbing eyes, Saga chased after the victory. No, this ink seahorse can actually use the dragon-type trick. The vine monster, use protection. Elika hurriedly shouted. Boom. The blue shock wave collided with the vine monster that used the protection skill. It's dangerous. Elijah breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the vine monsters on the field who began to pant because of lack of physical strength. At least they blocked Mohama's fatal blow. The vine monster quickly used the vines to get the ink off the eyes, and then used the paralysis powder. Erica hurriedly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the vine monster shaking all over, and countless yellow powders flew out, and then floated towards Mohama. Naive, Saga said lightly. Mohama, a tornado. It has to be said that Mohama, who has grown dragon scales, cooperated with Jarvis's newly researched skill transfer, and he mastered 2 dragon-type trick in just a few days. With Erica's stunned expression, the whistling tornado blew the paralyzing powder to the vine. Mohama, give the opponent the last blow. Dragon wave, Saga ordered loudly, looking at the paralyzed vine monster. The vine monster has lost its ability to fight. The referee's voice suddenly rang. Wonderful. It's really amazing. And it's so handsome. Some of the girl apprentices from the Erica perfume shop in the audience chirped and praised, but most of them were more concerned about Saga's handsome face. It's hard work. The vine monster. Elika gently retracted the vine monster, looked at Saga on the opposite side, and said, you really surprised me. You beat one of my water-typing seahorses with one main force. Where? The strength of the master of the Elika is also very strong. Although he knew that the opponent's strength was only average in the Guangdong Gymnasium, but after all, it's not a slap in the face, not to mention that the opponent is a beautiful woman. Chapter 45 Get the Rainbow Badge. Second update. An LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture and LT font and GT. Then my second Pokemon come out. Dumb flower. Erica took out the second Pokeball. Mohama, you come back to rest first. This time it's up to you. Come out. Kokodora. At the same time, Saga took back Mohama, who had no physical strength, and released Kokodora. The 2 Pokemon from both sides appeared on the field almost at the same time. Hey, it's actually a Pokemon I haven't seen before, but from the look, it should be a steel-type Pokemon. Erica frowned and looked at Kokodora on the field. For a moment, Kuduhua, Feye Night, Wu Tilda, with the cry of the mouth dumb flower. I saw countless leaves flickering with a faint green light floating around the mouth dumb flower, and then spinning like a blade and flying toward Kokodora. Kokodora, Iron Wall. Saga ordered. Ding ding ding. Feye Night slammed into the surface of Kokodora's body densely, but could not leave any traces on the opponent's body. What a powerful defense. Erica was surprised for a while. Kokodora, dig a hole. Saga continued to order. Kuduhua, calm down and observe the surroundings carefully, Alicia said, looking at the flustered mouthpiece on the field because her opponent disappeared. It's right now. Kokodora will kill with one blow, and attack with her own body. After hearing Saga's order, Kokodora in the soil jumped out of the ground in an instant, and slammed into her body with a faint red light. A flustered mouth rose. Looking at the dumb flower who was knocked into the auditorium, Elika looked at Saga resentfully. Kuduhua loses his fighting ability. The referee's voice sounded again. Looking at the resentful eyes of the other party, Saga touched his head awkwardly, as if he was hitting too hard. Kokodora, who had won the victory, shouted happily, and then white light began to appear all over her body. Is it going to evolve? Saga looked at Kokodora surrounded by white light with excitement. Moments later, a brand new Pokemon appeared on the field, with dark gray skin, sky blue eyes, and a few pieces of steel armor covering its back, each with a prominent ridge in the center and flanks on either side. Round hole. The lower jaw has several flat protrusions, and the mouth contains only 2 fangs. Each foot has a pair of angular straps. The upper ones are dark gray and the lower ones are silver. Jarvis scanned Kokodora for me. No, it's Kokodora's latest information, Saga said excitedly. Kodora, iron armor Pokemon. Attribute, steel, rock. Features, heavy alloy. Height, 1.0 meters. Weight, 240 kilograms. Okay, how long are you going to be stunned? Isn't it the evolution of Pokemon? Do you need to be so excited? Erica said with an unhappy expression because Sagia's hand was too heavy just now. I'm sorry, I just didn't expect Kokodora to evolve now, thanks to the help of Elika's pavilion owner, Saga said with a smile. HMP You can't play the next game yet. You've already won 2 games anyway, and you can already get the badge according to the regulations, Alicia asked. Of course, as long as it is a challenge, I will not refuse. This time I will come first. Come on, Big Mouth. Saga put away the newly evolved Kadora and threw out Big Mouth Pokemon Ball. It's a little uncomfortable, but I've never lost so badly. But the gym challenge is always like this. This is my last Pokemon and my strongest Pokemon. You have to be careful. Come out, smelly flower. Alicia said expressionlessly behind the dumb flower, and then threw the last Pokemon Ball. Big Mouth Barrow, make a quick decision, and destroy the death light. Saja knew from the animation in his life that the stink flower itself is not very strong, but the most terrifying thing is the smell of the stink flower's body. Gee, the power of this stench is estimated that even the bees can't bear it. Crack. Following Saga's order, the big-billed sparrow roared, opening its long mouth and condensing a destructive beam of light that flew towards the smelly flower. Destruction of death light successfully hit stink flower, and suddenly, only heard a pop from the corolla of stink flower, and then saw a yellow-green gas emitting, which soon filled the entire venue on. Smelly flower successfully unleashed the smelly trick before losing his combat effectiveness. Crack. I saw the big-billed sparrow, who was proud of killing the opponent in second, let out a scream because he smelled the stench of the stinky flower, and then fell from the air and lost his combat effectiveness. Saga's face also turned green. If it wasn't for the king's heart, he would have vomited on the spot. How should I put it? The stinky meat is fermented in a sealed jar, which can be used as a biological weapon. Looking at Erica on the opposite side, the referee on the edge of the field and the girls watching in the auditorium all put on gas masks, and Saga knew that she had been tricked by the opponent. Giggle, Mr. Saga, this feels quite good. Who told you to be so cruel? Your opponent is a beautiful lady. Erica pointed at Saga and kept laughing. Since both Pokemon are incapacitated, this match is won by Saga, said the referee wearing a gas mask. I completely lost to you this time. Mr. Saga, your strength is really strong. The champion of this year's court tournament might be you, said Erica, taking a badge and handing it to Saga. Said, the rainbow badge, the proof of defeating the rainbow gym, is yours. Taking over the colorful badge like a rainbow, Saga said with a bad look. Thank you so much, Master Erica. Looking at the smiling woman in front of her, she is really a stingy woman, and she has to smack herself when she loses the game. Saga was speechless for a while. Chapter 46 Light Red Gym 3 Shift. Ask for flowers, ask for reward, ask for ticket. After challenging the gym, Saga did not leave Rainbow City immediately. The sparrow was seriously injured, and Saga had no choice but to go to the Pokemon Center and hand it over to Miss Joy. A few days after leaving Rainbow City, Saga went to another city. This city will hold the famous P1 fighting competition in a few days, which can only be participated by fighting Pokemon. Saga has no interest in this. First of all, there is no fighting Pokemon in his team. Although the electric shock beast just conquered can also use fighting skills, it is not a real fighting Pokemon, so he cannot participate in the P1 fighting competition, and it will take several days to wait. Saga doesn't want to waste time here, so let's go to the Light Red Gym as soon as possible. Rada, use the deadly front teeth, shouted a boy's voice in the forest. A yellow Rada used its front teeth to bite fiercely on the Pokemon with silver white armor in front of it. But Dora, don't move, let it bite, a blonde man commanded. Just hear that click. Rada screamed and rolled desperately on the ground holding his broken front teeth. Lada, the little boy shouted anxiously, taking back the Rada who was rolling on the ground. Don't worry, a Pokemon like Rada will grow back soon after a broken tooth. The blonde man stepped forward and comforted. Big brother, this Pokemon you have never seen before is so powerful. Rada has bitten his teeth and didn't leave any traces on it. It can definitely defeat the Light Red Gym here. After making sure that Rada was alright, the little boy looked at the blonde-haired man with admiration on his face. Seeing Kadora, which is not available in the Kanto area, you know that this blonde man is Saga who is looking for a Light Red Gym. The Light Red Gym is different from other gyms. It is not built in the Light Red City but in the forest. Moreover, the owner of the pavilion, a Jew, is a master at using poison-type Pokemon. According to the memory of Saga's previous life, this Aju will become the poison-type king in the Chengdu area in the future. His current strength is not weak. Next to Sakagi from Viridian City and Shabo, the former Fire King. Therefore, Saga parked the motorcycle in Qinghong City and entered the forest where the Qinghong Gym is located to start training alone. After all, motorcycles cannot be driven in such a place. Just in time for the final warm-up training in the forest today, a boy about the age of Ash and Xiaomao broke in, and at the request of the other party, he had a fight with his Lada. After saying goodbye to the other party, Saga began to look for a Light Red Gym in the forest. The other party was a poison master. This time, the main force of the challenge gym was Kodola. As a steel-type Pokemon, there is no need to worry about being poisoned. It's not easy. I finally found it. Looking at the quaint big house in front of him, even with the fully intelligent map of Jarvis, Saga found it in the forest for almost almost an hour. Just the moment he walked into the house, Saga suddenly stopped, and the heart of the king felt a mallet. He reached out and grabbed the thing that flew out of the woods on the left. It was actually the hand used by the ninja. Sword, Saga shouted in a deep voice. Who is it? At the same time, he released the wind speed dog, and he wanted to teach the people who attacked him a lesson. If he had not sensed it with the heart of a king, ordinary people would definitely not have time to dodge. A figure jumped down from the big tree. Born in the dark, living in the dark. This is the fate of the ninja. Female ninja Ayako Ginseng. A girl in a pink ninja suit appeared in front of Saga. Why did you sneak up on me just now? Saga said with a bad look on her face. If it weren't for his own skills, he would have to go to the hospital today, not to mention challenging the gym. Just to test your chi just now. People who don't have chi are not worthy of entering the light red gym. Ninja said proudly. Since that's the case, I'll test your so-called aura. An incomparably tyrannical aura erupted from Saga. The former king of heroes can be called a tyrant by many people. He fought for decades and died in his hand. Life is unknown, and now this tyrannical gas has been erupted. The female ninja Xing, who was still arrogant and disdainful just now, was instantly pressed to the ground by this momentum. Her face was pale, and she looked at the blonde man in front of her with fear. The body was so frightened that she knelt on the ground and couldn't move. It's the biggest shame of a ninja. Ayako shouted in her heart. Little brother, be merciful. A man in a black ninja suit walked out from behind the tree and said, I'm a Jew, the owner of the light red gymnasium. Just now, my sister was disrespectful, and I apologized to her. Brother, you can raise your hand and let your sister go. I'm Saga, a trainer from Nibi City. It must be said that your sister's behavior was too much. If I didn't have some skills, I would have been lying on the ground now if I replaced it with another ordinary trainer. Saga said with an angry face. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll teach her a good lesson when I go back. My sister was brought up by me since she was a child, and I dote on her too much. In addition, except for some challengers around here, few people usually come back, so her character is a little bit different. I don't know the severity of lawlessness. A Jew hurriedly bowed and apologized. Chapter 47 Against a Jew. 1 update. An LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture and LT font and GT. Since you are so sincere, the owner of the museum, then I am too embarrassed to go too far. Let your sister apologize to me, and this matter is over. If you want to challenge the other party's gym, it's not good to make too much noise. The other party will also be one of the heavenly kings in Chengdu in the future, which can be considered a face for him. Ayako is still stunned for what? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Saga. It's my fault that I spoiled you too much since I was a child. Look at you now. You are becoming more and more lawless, and you dare to attack the challenger directly. A Jew said angrily. I'm sorry. I went too far. Please forgive me. After Saga took back the pressure of the king's heart, Ayako, who was kneeling on the ground, hurriedly stood up and bowed to apologize. She was locked by the man's terrifying murderous aura just now. He felt like he was going to die. What a terrible man. Although he was still a little dissatisfied, he didn't dare to show anything strange on his face. Mr. Saga, please come with me. The light red gym is in the house in front. A Jew led Saga into the large and quaint house in front. The competition rule of our light red gym is 2 vs 2. I think Mr. Saga is also a strong trainer, and I won't be too long-winded about the rest. So this is my first Pokemon. Let go, the last moth. A Jew said and released his first Pokemon. P.S. A Jew in TV started to use a hairball and then evolved into a moth in the game with Xiaoji, but I set that hairball to belong to Ayako, a Jew's younger sister, and the protagonist is Aya Orange's main team. The first game of Fengsugo is up to you to try the other side step, Saga said to the windspeed dog beside him. A Jew will be the 4 heavenly kings in Chengdu in the future. Even if his current strength is not a quasi-celestial king, he is still the best among the elite. He must not be reckless. Wow! Fengsugo roared, and he came to the field with a sprint. At the end of the moth, insect chirping, windspeed dog roar. Almost at the same time, the commanding voices of Saga and a Jew rang out. The chirping of insects and the roar of wild bees formed an extremely loud noise entangled in the field. It's a very good way to deal with it. The last moth, the silver whirlwind, a Jew said with her arms folded over her shoulders. The silver-white whirlwind floated towards the windspeed dog with the poisonous gale powder on the moth. This time, let's see how you deal with the poisonous gale powder. A Jew thought to himself. Windspeed dog, flame vortex. Saga frowned and watched the poisonous powder all over the sky swept along with the wind. Damn, it's still poison. Sajia's face changed, and the windspeed dog began to appear purple poison, and his breathing became faster. Even with the maximum range of flame vortex, it still can't solve all the poisonous powder. Ayako, who is the referee next to him, is a little gloating, but he knows how strong his eldest brother Aju is. In the young generation, except for the Dragon King Du, there are not many people who are opponents of his eldest brother with all his strength. The arrogant brat just now. See how you get the light red bag. The wind speed dog in the poison state will consume a lot of stamina. stamina. If there is no solution, it is likely to be consumed by the opponent. In this case, the only way is to fight the opponent quickly. The wind speed dog is full of flames throughout the body. Cooperate with the speed. Use the flame to dash forward, Saga shouted. The wind speed dog did not hesitate at all. It was very clear about its current disadvantage. With the opening of its mouth, a scorching flame quickly filled the whole body. From a distance, it looks like the god of fire, and the wind speed dog with the characteristics of ignition doesn't have to worry about the flames causing harm to them. The power is even greater, and it simply kills two birds with one stone. The poisonous powder in the air just approached the wind speed dog, and it was completely burned by the flames around the body. With the terrifying speed of the speed, Aju's last moth didn't have time to react, and was washed up by the wind speed dog from the ground. Burned to coke. How is that possible? Ayako on the edge of the field covered her mouth in disbelief. Momo, who had an advantage just now, was instantly killed by the opponent in a blink of an eye. Although she was surprised, she still understood that her current duty was what? The last moth loses its ability to fight, and the wind speed dog wins. Mr. Saga is really amazing. I didn't expect your wind speed dog to be able to use such a perfect combination of skills. If you cultivate it well, it will definitely be a king-level Pokémon in the future. I won't be wrong. Aju, he smiled generously. The strength of the Master of Aju is also quite strong. I also played 5 gyms before. The Master of Aju is also the best in the entire Kanto region, and the poison-type Pokémon is quite difficult to deal with. Saraka also responded with a smile. Haha, it's normal. Many seniors are much better than me. Aju suddenly laughed. Since you won the first round, this next Pokémon is one of my main players. You have to be careful. Come out, big-mouthed bat. Chapter 48 versus Bat. 2 more, and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture, and LT. Font and GT. How do you know what the result is if you don't try it? Since the toxin is ineffective against Ghidorah, then big-mouthed bat used strange light. A huang-colored light ball floated out of the big-mouthed bat's mouth and hit it too late to dodge. Cordola. It's really difficult. Saga looked at K-Dora, who was already in a state of confusion. She knew that her order could not be conveyed to K-Dora for the time being, but because of her strong confidence in its defense, she didn't care much. Then it's time for my performance. Big-mouthed bat, steel wings and lightning flashes to carry out multi-stage attack, Aju said confidently. In the following period of time, continuous bangs and bangs sounded, and the big-mouthed bat used his own mobility to keep hitting Kidora's side with steel wings while K-Dola was in a state of confusion. The side body that is not covered by armor, and the acceleration power of the flash of electric light is very powerful. Saga began to carefully observe the opponent's attack, perhaps just beginning to be confident in Cordola's own powerful defense. Saga did not take the big-mouthed bat's attack to heart, but just now Jarvis reminded Ghidorah that the dark gray skin that was not surrounded by armor had begun to appear tiny cracks. The damage can't go on like this. Saga used the help of the king's heart to wake up the chaotic Ghidorah. Kaduo. Ghidorah roared when she woke up, feeling the severe pain on the right side of her body. She must have been injured by the big-mouthed bat in front of her. Her eyes instantly turned red when she thought about it. No, he stopped shaking his body trying to knock this nasty bat down with his mouth or other parts of his body. The big-mouthed bat did not fight it head-on at all. With its own agility, it kept attacking the injured part of Ghidorah, and it left as soon as it touched it, giving Ghidorah no chance to fight back. Saga can finally understand the feeling of the fat man Yamamoto who lost to him in the Athena cruise race. He is quite depressed, but Dora's huge weight is destined to be beaten by the agile big-mouthed bat. No, at this rate, the game will be lost, and I can only win, Saga thought to himself. Ghidorah, sharp stone attack. Hearing Saga's order, Ghidorah, who was out of breath, raised her forelimbs and stomped on the ground fiercely. Several pieces of broken and sharp rock were smashed by Ghidorah. Big-mouthed bat in the air. It's useless. This move is very powerful, but if you can't hit it, what the use? The big-mouthed bat moves at a high speed to avoid it. Aju didn't expect Ghidorah to use this move, but he calmly directed the charge dodge from Ghidorah's bat. Do you think this is the end? Saga sneered in her heart. Ghidorah, the rock is closed. Saga continued to command. The rock that was easily avoided by the big-mouthed bat was controlled in the air by a mysterious force, and gathered from all directions towards the proud big-mouthed bat. The rock is closed, and the rock is used to block the opponent's action. No, big-mouthed bat, run away. Aju really didn't expect that the other party would have a series of chains after the sharp stone attack, so he was careless. Aju looked at the young blonde boy on the opposite side in a trance, as if he saw the confrontation between him and Du when he was young. The chain between skills. This boy's name will definitely resound through the alliance in the future. Ghidorah, the last blow. The dragon god swoop. Saga shouted. I have to say that if it wasn't for Jarvis' help, Saga would never have thought that Dora would have inherited such a powerful dragon-type trick. In the dragon-type trick, its power is almost second only to the dragon star group, but Dora uses her body, the steel part attack. You can rely on genetic to dive into the dragon god. A phantom of a giant dragon covered Kidora's body. It rushed towards the big-mouthed bat blocked in the rock. How is it possible that the big brother lost? Even if he used his main force, big-mouthed bat, to go all out, he still lost the game. Ayako has seen Aju lose to other trainers before, but it was all because the big brother was more optimistic about the opponent and deliberately lost the game. He even used ordinary Pokémon in the gym. Otherwise, with the strength of Aju, which is infinitely close to the Quasi-King, let alone the new trainer who just started, even those trainers who have won the Quartz League Championship are no match. Ayako, what are you crying for? Hurry up and announce the result of the game. Ninjas are not allowed to cry. Losing to the strong is our honor, Aju shouted while looking at her crying sister. The big-mouthed bat is incapacitated, but Dora wins, so this time the game is won by Saga from Nibi City. Ayako cried and shouted, Mr. Saga, it's been a long time since I've had such a happy game. This is a pink bag, a symbol of defeating the light red gymnasium. You have such a powerful genius at your age. There used to be only one in the entire Kanto. Aju took out the ninja scroll with the badge and handed it to Saga. The person Mr. Aju said should be the head of the 4 heavenly kings in Kanto, the Dragon King, Mr. Do. Saga asked. Yeah, Do is also the best among his peers at your age, but his character is more enthusiastic. If the two of you meet in the future, you will definitely be able to talk, Aju said. Chapter 49 Chain Dragon God Dive 3 Shift. How do you know what the result is if you don't try it? Since the toxin is ineffective against Ghidorah, then big-mouthed bat used strange light. A huang-colored light ball floated out of the big-mouthed bat's mouth and hit it too late to dodge. Cordola. It's really difficult. Saga looked at K-Dora, who was already in a state of confusion. She knew that her order could not be conveyed to K-Dora for the time being, but because of her strong confidence in its defense, she didn't care much. Then it's time for my performance. Big-mouthed bat, steel wings and lightning flashes to carry out multi-stage attack, Aju said confidently. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. In the following period of time, continuous bangs and bangs sounded, and the big-mouthed bat used his own mobility to keep hitting Kidora's side with steel wings while Kadola was in a state of confusion. The side body that is not covered by armor, and the acceleration power of the flash of electric light is very powerful. Saga began to carefully observe the opponent's attack, perhaps just beginning to be confident in Cordola's own powerful defense. Saga did not take the big-mouthed bat's attack to heart, but just now Jarvis reminded Ghidorah that the dark gray skin that was not surrounded by armor had begun to appear tiny cracks. The damage can't go on like this. Saga used the help of the king's heart to wake up the chaotic Ghidorah. Kaduo. Ghidorah roared when she woke up, feeling the severe pain on the right side of her body. She must have been injured by the big-mouthed bat in front of her. Her eyes instantly turned red when she thought about it. No, he stopped shaking his body trying to knock this nasty bat down with his mouth or other parts of his body. The big-mouthed bat did not fight it head-on at all. With its own agility, it kept attacking the injured part of Ghidorah, and it left as soon as it touched it, giving Ghidorah no chance to fight back. Saga can finally understand the feeling of the fat man Yamamoto who lost to him in the Athena cruise race. He is quite depressed, but Dora's huge weight is destined to be beaten by the agile big-mouthed bat. No, at this rate, the game will be lost, and I can only win, Saga thought to himself. Ghidorah, sharp stone attack. Hearing Saga's order, Ghidorah, who was out of breath, raised her forelimbs and stomped on the ground fiercely. Several pieces of broken and sharp rock were smashed by Ghidorah. Big-mouthed bat in the air. It's useless. This move is very powerful, but if you can't hit it, what the use? The big-mouthed bat moves at a high speed to avoid it. Aju didn't expect Ghidorah to use this move, but he calmly directed the charge dodge from Ghidorah's bat. Do you think this is the end? Saga sneered in her heart. Ghidorah, the rock is closed. Saga continued to command. The rock that was easily avoided by the big-mouthed bat was controlled in the air by a mysterious force, and gathered from all directions towards the proud big-mouthed bat. The rock is closed, and the rock is used to block the opponent's action. No, big-mouthed bat, run away. Aju really didn't expect that the other party would have a series of chains after the sharp stone attack, so he was careless. Aju looked at the young blonde boy on the opposite side in a trance, as if he saw the confrontation between him and Du when he was young. The chain between skills. This boy's name will definitely resound through the alliance in the future. Ghidorah, the last blow. The dragon god swooped. Saga shouted. I have to say that if it wasn't for Jarvis' help, Saga would never have thought that Dora would have inherited such a powerful dragon-type trick. In the dragon-type trick, its power is almost second only to the dragon star group, but Dora uses her body. The steel part attack. You can rely on genetic to dive into the dragon god. A phantom of a giant dragon covered Ghidorah's body. It rushed towards the big-mouthed bat blocked in the rock. How is it possible that the big brother lost? Even if he used his main force, big-mouthed mouth bat to go all out. He still lost the game. Ayako has seen Aju lose to other trainers before, but it was all because the big brother was more optimistic about the opponent and deliberately lost the game. He even used ordinary Pokemon in the gym. Otherwise, with the strength of Aju, which is infinitely close to the Quasi-King, let alone the new trainer who just started, even those trainers who have won the Quartz League Championship are no match. Ayako, what are you crying for? Hurry up and announce the result of the game. Ninjas are not allowed to cry. Losing to the strong is our honor, Aju shouted while looking at her crying sister. The big-mouthed bat is incapacitated, but Dora wins, so this time the game is won by Saga from Nibi City. Ayako cried and shouted, Mr. Saga, it's been a long time since I've had such a happy game. This is a pink badge, a symbol of defeating the light red gymnasium. You have such a powerful genius at your age. There used to be only one in the entire Kanto. Aju took out the ninja scroll with the badge and handed it to Saga. The person Mr. Aju said should be the head of the 4 heavenly kings in Kanto, the Dragon King, Mr. Du. Saga asked. Yeah, Du is also the best among his peers at your age, but his character is more enthusiastic. If the two of you meet in the future, you will definitely be able to talk, Aju said. Chapter 50 Pokemon Nature Reserve 4th update. By the way, I almost forgot, and this antidote is to help you remove the toxin from the Windspeed dog. The toxin of my last moth is much stronger than ordinary toxin. Ordinary antidote may not be effective. It's my special antidote. Aju touched his head in embarrassment and took out a special bottle of medicine. Thank you. Saga took over the gift from the other party with a smile. After saying goodbye to Aju, he left the gym. After detoxifying the Windspeed dog, he immediately set off for the Light Red City. Riding a motorcycle parked outside the forest, he soon came to the Light Red City, and quickly passed through the Nitri. After arriving at the Pokemon Center, Saga handed over the 2 injured Pokemon to Miss Joy. Don't worry, I often take care of some Pokemon that have been poisoned by challenging the Light Red Gym, and your Windspeed dog has taken the antidote and recovered well, but Dora's injury is not very serious. Make sure to let him know tomorrow morning. Your Pokemon is alive and kicking, Miss Joy reassured, looking at the blonde handsome guy who was a little nervous in front of her. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Joy. So can you help me arrange a vacant room by the way? Saga asked. No problem, but handsome boy, can you answer a question for me? Joey asked curiously. Yes. Saga looked at Miss Joy with some doubt. Did you defeat Mr. Aju and get the badge of the Light Red Gym? Joey affirmed. How did you know? Miss Joy, I never disclosed this news. The badges you get will be put in the badge box, not in your clothes like Xiaoji. Most people are absolutely invisible. Fuku, it's actually very simple. I just observed the injury of your Pokemon. Although the Windspeed dog was poisoned, the situation has improved significantly when it was delivered. Aju from the Light Red Gym is a master of poison. The antidote can't solve his poison. Many trainers who failed the challenge will come to me for treatment, and if you defeat the trainer who got the badge, the owner of the Aju will give him a special antidote. The situation of your Windspeed dog is similar. That's it. So I'm sure you got the Light Red badge. Miss Joy pointed to Saga with the look of I'm a detective. Hee. Saja looked at Joey, who was a bit of a hero in front of him with a black line on his head. The bed in the Pokemon Center was still the softest and most comfortable. Saga fell on the soft bed violently, recalling that today's match at the Light Red Gym was the most intense and the most intense in the world. Thrilling time. If you make a wrong move, you will be killed by the opponent. Although he successfully won the game in the end, if it wasn't for Kadora, who is a Steel-type Pokemon, he would have been brought down by the opponent with poison, and he didn't believe that Big Mouth. That is Aju's strongest Pokemon. It doesn't matter. I won anyway. Rest early today. Anyway, I already have 6 fast badges now. Don't be too anxious to collect other badges, and relax tomorrow. I heard that the Latin American people in the Pokemon Nature Reserve in the west of Qinghong City will hold a Pokemon marathon soon. Do you want to join in the fun? Saga slowly closed her eyes after thinking about it, but no one noticed that the golden bracelet on Sajia's left hand began to emit a mysterious light. Xiaoyu floated from the bracelet to Sajia's bed, lying on his side beside Sagia, obsessively looking at that handsome face. Sir Saga, Xiaoyu just wants to look at you like this forever, watching you grow step by step. Even if Xiaoyu disappears completely, Xiaoyu will be satisfied. The silver-haired girl stared at Saga's face and showed a happy smile. Silent night. The next day, after picking up the Pokemon of Windspeed Dog and Kodola from Miss Joy, Saga set off on the road to the Pokemon Nature Reserve. On this day, Saga finally arrived at the Nature Reserve. The endless grassland, the blue sky, a group of flying Bobos made a soft cry, and Needolin, who were chasing and playing with each other on the ground, presented a peaceful scene. This place is really beautiful. It is a natural area with key protection, Saga said with a little sigh after stopping his motorcycle. Suddenly, the ground began to vibrate violently. Saga looked suspiciously at the sand and dust rolling over in the distance. There is actually a sandstorm in this lake. That, Kintaro. Saga watched as a horse of Kintaro galloped across the grassland. At least there were hundreds of Kintaro group. It was really spectacular. Before Saga finished sighing, the surrounding situation began to change. The Kintaro group, who should have run by the side, stopped one after another, staring at Saga with red eyes. Their hooves were uneasy. He moved the grass, as if he would attack at any time. Pokémon Hacking System Chapter 51 100 Chapter 51 Crazy Kintaro Group. 5 more completed. Asking for flowers. Asking for reward. Asking for ticket. Exhausted. Are these Kintaros crazy? And the labor and management TMD didn't provoke you. Why are you looking at me like a life and death enemy? Saga silently looked at the hundreds of Kintaros that surrounded him. This is not a few hundred giant dingbees. In case so many Kintaros rush over, his small body can't stand it, and he can only go for 36 strategy. Although Saga is a little depressed, he just came here. Such an unfortunate thing happened in a beautiful reserve, but now is not the time to be a hero. Hundreds of mad Kintaros shuddered just thinking about it. Kintaro, who finally took the lead, couldn't bear it any longer. He lowered his head and slammed into Saga with his horn. With a leader, the rest of Kintaro started to rush behind him one by one. Nima, this is not a joke. Saga jumped on the motorcycle with one step. Barrow used the destruction of death light, attacked Kintaro in front, and Saga threw a Pokemon ball with bite. Ha! The big build Barrow flying in the air destroyed the light and knocked out the 3 Kintaros blocking the road. Saga took the opportunity to drive a motorcycle to escape. So there was an interesting scene on the grassland in the nature reserve. A group of furious Kintaro frantically chased a blonde man driving a red motorcycle in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? A young girl ran toward Saga on a small fire horse. It looks like you know, I'm running for my life. Didn't you see that the hundreds of Kintaros in the back were crazy? If they were hit by them, they would definitely turn into meat sauce. Saga looked at not far away speechlessly. The girl said, run for your life. What did you do to anger Kintaro? The girl wondered. How could I possibly know what's going on? As soon as I came here, this group of Kintaros started to attack me like crazy. I also want to know what I did, Saga said with a depressed expression. Since you didn't do anything, then the reason why Kintaro is so angry. The girl was a little puzzled, but she suddenly realized that the motorcycle Saga was riding was actually red. Hey, are you an idiot? The girl said angrily. Stinky girl, who are you calling an idiot? Saga was in a fit of rage because he was chased by Kintaro, and the girl who had just appeared dared to sneer at herself. It's you, I'm talking about you, a golden-haired idiot driving a red motorcycle in front of Kintaro. You don't know that Kintaro will lose his mind when he sees red, and will frantically attack red object, the girl said with a face look like an idiot. Saga looked at the idiot with embarrassment, and he forgot that even if Kintaro was a Pokemon, it was a cow after all. Niu usually gets angry when he sees red, and the motorcycle he rides is red. He forgot about such an important thing. I used to buy a motorcycle of this color and only thought it was very cool. I didn't expect to provoke myself so much today. Big trouble. Then what should I do now? I can't keep running. Saga asked for help like a young girl. Now is not the time to be a hero. Even if you send all your own Pokemon, you won't be able to solve so many Kintaro, and if attacking so many wild Pokemon for no reason in a nature reserve will make you want to be wanted. Saga doesn't want to be so unlucky. I've served you, but I'm so stupid. I'll go and lead the Kintaro group away first. You can park the motorcycle somewhere and put a layer of cloth of other colors on it, said the girl. Took the out of a red cloak, riding a small fire horse, ran to the right of Saga. Thank you. Saga waved at the girl's back, watching the Kintaro group being led away by the brighter red cloak. Not far ahead is the territory of the Latin American tribe. I heard that this tribe is committed to nature conservation and advocates the peaceful coexistence of people and Pokemon. Hey, that golden-haired idiot in front. Wait a minute. Saga just drove a motorcycle for a short distance, and the girl's voice came from behind again. First of all, I'm not called the golden retriever idiot. Please don't give people nickname. I have a name. My name is Saga. Saga said with a depressed look back. I can't blame the other party too much. After all, this girl just saved her, and her behavior just now is indeed a bit funny, actually driving a red motorcycle in front of the Kintaro group. Okay, you're so unlucky. I won't hurt you. Let me introduce myself as Fungi. But what you did just now was really dangerous. Although Kintaro is a relatively docile Pokemon once he is provoked, but it was terrifying. Especially hundreds of Kintaros are going crazy. If I hadn't heard the news and came over to take a look, you would have been miserable today, the girl said with a look of fear. It must have been a huge blow for Latinos. Chapter 52 Go to Latin America 1 Update and LT Font color equals #FF0000 and GT Picture and LT Font and GT. Where are you from? Saga, you should be a trainer based on your outfit. Fungi asked. I'm from Nibi City, and I just finished challenging the Light Red Gymnasium. I heard that there will be a celebration here for the Latin American people, and there will be a Pokemon marathon, so I came here to see it, but I didn't expect that. I just arrived here. It's just unlucky, Saga said with a bit bit of depression, and he who used to be a super hacker would actually forget such a simple thing. Giggle, it's alright, isn't it alright now? My house is not far ahead. Saga, come to my house as a guest, Fungi invited with a smile. After a while, Saga and Fungi came to the Celadon Manor. There are so many artificially bred Pokémon here. I have grown so many Pokémon by myself. The head is already big, and there are often problems with fun. To cultivate such a large group is really. Saga looked at the surrounding Pokémon. Author Jun, you're funny. You don't use the best Pokémon food to cultivate Pokémon, but energy cube. Do you know how many ordinary Pokémon you can feed for a day of your Pokémon? Look at those Kintaros, just eat some grass. You are looking at the treatment of your Pokémon. I feel so bad for my money. Isn't it amazing? The Pokémon of our Latin American people all thrive in nature, and they all find their own food, and we rarely feed them, so the physical quality of these Pokémon is better than that of ordinary urban areas. Wild Pokémon are much stronger, Fungi said proudly. Saga, our Latin American Pokémon celebration will be held in 5 days, and a marathon will also be held on the same day. Many trainers from other places will come to participate. Do you want to play here for a while? My clan will be very welcome. Yours, Fungi said expectantly. Well, yes, it's hard to come to such a beautiful nature reserve. You must have a good time. It's not worth the trip. Are you right? Saga had released all the Pokémon on her body while she was talking just now. Come out. This month, every day is a high-intensity training and challenging gym. The nerves of the Pokémon are too tight, and it needs to be relaxed for a while. Wong wong. Quack. How much? Ing. Hasha. Yoshi. Uncle Ben can finally give himself a good vacation. Needless to say, what this must have been said by Ghostone, who must have a second personality. It's actually a ghost who can speak human words. Fungi pointed at the ghost who was floating around and said with a shocked expression, Gaga, it turns out to be a beautiful little sister. Is it my master's new little girlfriend? Tell you, don't be deceived by my master's handsome appearance. He is very caring and already has 2 girlfriends. Yes, Ghostone said with a gloomy smile. Fungi was a little scared and hid behind the little fire horse, but when she heard the call from the ghost, it was Fungi who was the girl in the flower season. How could she bear it? And the blushing almost fainted. Okay, Ghostone, don't make trouble for me. If you don't want me to take it out for special training alone, just keep your mouth shut and don't talk casually in front of other strangers, Saga said solemnly. Fungi, I'm sorry, this Ghostone, because he has lived for a long time. He has learned how to speak human beings. You don't have to worry too much. It's just a bit funny and won't hurt you. Saga looked apologetically on her face. It's a bit scary. After all, ordinary people are still quite afraid of ghost Pokémon, let alone a ghost who can speak human words. It can definitely scare people to death when they come out in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid. Your wind speed dog, Saga, looks so big. Our Latin Americans have also helped Junsha to raise Haiti dog. I have seen the wind speed dog brought by Miss Junsha. It can be compared to your wind speed dog, and your Pokémon look strong and healthy, and I don't know how you bred it. It's better than our Latin Americans. Fungi began to envy a little. Haha, Saja pretended to laugh stupidly. How did he cultivate it? It was made with money. Of course, he can't say this in person. He can only go through it in his heart. The farm in front is my home, and my parents will definitely welcome you very much, Fungi said with a smile while riding on the little fire horse. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. Saga is still a long way to go anyway. How about you ride your wind speed dog and my little fire horse to get home first? Fungi challenged confidently. The last marathon champion was himself. See, the wind speed dog, which is so suitable for racing, can't help but be happy to see the hunter. No problem, wind speed dog, come here. Saga parked his motorcycle not far from the farm and rode on wind speed dog. Although the wind speed dog is a dog, it is indeed very huge, and its height is close to 2 meters, which is taller than many Nidoking. Prepare. Start. Little fire horse, move at high speed. Wind speed dog, super speed. Chapter 53. Guess Fungi's home. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Junyang, I hope readers can add as much as possible. Saga, since you came to our Latin American people, you can play as much as you like. Don't be polite to Uncle Fung. Uncle likes you trainers who have the courage to travel around. They have been staying at our house for the past few days and have even let Fungi take you out for dinner. And the night market here is very lively, a bearded man in the farmhouse said enthusiastically to Saga. Uncle is so polite. I'll give you a toast first. Thank you for your hospitality. It's really beautiful here. To be honest, I like it very much. The fruit wine thing. Dad, you didn't know just now that Brother Saga's wind speed dog is really powerful. Before we went home, we had a race not far from the farm. My little fire horse couldn't follow with all his strength behind the wind speed dog. Fungi took a sip of fruit wine and looked at Saga in admiration. Saga came here to participate in the Pokémon marathon. I just saw your wind speed dog. He is tall, but he has no lack of endurance and explosiveness, and the wind speed dog is originally a very fast Pokémon on land. You have been nurtured so well. This year's champion, if there is no accident, must be you, Uncle Fung said. I'm optimistic about you. Uncle Fung has won the prize. No one knows the final result until the day of the competition. If there is a more powerful opponent, such as Sister Fungi's little fire horse, if it evolves into a flaming horse, it will be very talented in racing. Yes, Saga said modestly. Haha, Tilda. Uncle is very happy today, and it's not easy to meet a young man who can talk like this. Come, Sajia and our two men are drinking a few drinks. Our special fruit wine made by the Latin American people will not only not hurt the body, but also be harmful to certain men. Some aspects are very beneficial. Uncle Fung blinked, showing a smile that men understand. In the blink of an eye, after a pleasant dinner, the sun has set in the west, and the night market in the Latin American town has become very lively because of the upcoming grand celebration. Fungi, we are looking forward to the game in a few days. Everyone is very supportive of you. Be sure to do your best. Thanks for your support. Your little fire horse races so well. Be sure to take the first place again. Thanks, Miss Fungi, I love you. I want to marry you. This is obviously what a guy who worships Fungi said. Okay. No, I don't want to do this right now. My dad doesn't allow me to fall in love so early, and I don't like you either. Blushing knowing that he accidentally said something wrong, stammered Blaine. Amid everyone's kind laughter, Fungi's face turned even redder. It seems that Fungi, you are quite popular in your clan. Your popularity is very high. Saga watched as everyone greeted Fungi. Thanks to everyone's wrong love, I won the first place in the Pokemon marathon last year, but this is mainly due to the credit of the little fire horse. I can't do much. Fungi waved his hands and said modestly, little fire horse is so powerful under your nurturing, and it can still take the first place among so many people. How can you say that it is not due to you? Little fire horse, are you right? Saga replied. Asked the little fire horse next to Fungi. Xiaohuo immediately rubbed his head on Fungi's chest in front of him, as if to say that it was the master's credit for taking the first place. Miss Fungi is not good. Your Kintaro group seems to be frightened. Uncle Fung can't take care of him alone. Go back and have a look. A young Latin American ran over and shouted, Brother Saga, I'm sorry. I promised to show you around. Fungi said apologetically. It doesn't matter. I'll go with you. One more person and more strength. It's very scary for the Kintaro group to be frightened. It's night again. I'm afraid that you and Uncle Fung are too few to handle it, and the wind speed dog can handle it. It's a big help, said Saga, and took out the Pokemon ball of wind speed dog. Fungi, don't be stunned. Let go. It will be bad if the frightened Kintaro gets hurt, Saga said on the wind speed dog. Thank you very much, Brother Saga. Let the little fire horse go. Fungi turned over and rode on the little fire horse and ran towards his farm. Wind speed dog, catch up. 10 o'clock in the evening, after almost 3 hours. Hey, I finally got all of Kintaro back. I'm really exhausted. Fortunately I have the help of Big Brother Saga, otherwise my father and I will probably not be able to sleep tonight. Fungi looked at the same tired and sweaty Saga sincerely thanked. What there to thank for this? If it wasn't for you, Fungi, today, I was almost beaten by Kintaro. Such a trivial matter is no big deal, but I feel very strange. How can these Kintaros be frightened for no reason? There are no red objects around. Saga wiped the sweat on his head and wondered. Yes, I also feel that today's incident is very strange. Not long after you and Fungi went to the night market, I seemed to hear an explosion in a daze, but because it was not very loud, I thought it was someone else's fireworks, so I went out to take a look and didn't care too much. After that, the Kintaro group started to go crazy. Is it because of this that Kintaro was frightened? Uncle Fung also looked puzzled. Chapter 54 Rat open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Ask for flowers. Ask for a reward. Alright Junyong, I hope readers can add as much as possible. This matter can't just go away like this. Uncle Fung, Fungi, you go back to rest first. I'll take the wind speed dog to take a good look around. If this is really man-made, then this guy will definitely not be able to escape the wind speed dog. No, Saga said solemnly. What's so embarrassing about that? Saga, you are a guest, and the Latin American people won't let the guest suffer because of their own reason. It's all my fault that the uncle didn't take the explosion just now. Otherwise, you and Fungi will be fine. I was playing at the night market, Uncle Fung said with guilt on his face. It doesn't matter. I take Fungi as my sister. What the big deal for my brother to help my sister? You guys have been tired for so long. Go to rest first. I'm a young and strong guy. I don't sleep for a few nights. It's alright. Windspeed dog, let go. Saying that, Saga rode on Windspeed dog and ran out. Hey, what a nice guy. If you can make a pair with Saga, Fungi, I'll be worthy of your mother who passed away so early. Uncle Fung sighed. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? You didn't listen to Brother Saga saying that he treats me as a younger sister, and Brother Saga's ideal is to become a Pokemon training master, to challenge gyms and league competitions in various regions, and Latin America's to the people of the clan cannot leave the land where he was born and raised, Fungi said loudly with a blushing face. Fungi, don't be so excited. Dad is just joking. You won't take it. Haha. Uncle Feng's unscrupulous laughter and Fungi's complaining voice drifted in the air. According to Uncle Feng's instructions, the sound of the explosion came from almost in this direction. Do you find anything? Feng Suo dog, Saga asked, looking at the normal grassland around him. The wind speed dog lowered its head and sniffed on the surrounding grass. The wind speed dog's sense of smell is 5,000 times that of ordinary people. As long as the other party leaves a little smell, they will definitely be able to find it. This is where Saga's confidence lies. Only the sense of smell can feed one person and one pet. Wong wong. Suddenly the wind speed dog began to roar incessantly towards a small wood not far from the grassland. It seems that there is a new progress in the clues of this matter. Wind speed dog, let go, Saga said a little excitedly. In the grove, the wind speed dog stopped under a tree and kept barking. You said this thing is hidden here and here, Saga asked. Wong wong. The wind speed dog dug it out for me. Saga looked at the explosive wreckage in his hand with a cold face. The shape of this thing is very similar to the landmine on the earth in the previous life, but it is not filled with gunpowder. Jarvis helped me analyze what the slag above is composed of. Master, after analysis and comparison, the residue on this is a special hallucinogen, which is extracted from the pollen of some grass-type Pokémon. It is colorless and odorless, and will not affect the human body, but it will have a hallucinogenic effect on Pokémon, making Pokémon feel afraid and fearful. It is a banned drug in the league, because some bad trainers have used this despicable method to win in the game before. If found by the Alliance, not only will the trainer be permanently disqualified, but also face a huge fine. It turns out that using this despicable method against the Fungi family should not be an evil organization. Their family is just an ordinary minority, and depending on the situation, the guy who uses this kind of thing is very familiar with the surrounding areas. Then it can only be a Latin American clan. At the night market just now, Fungi was very popular with the clan as a popular candidate to win the championship. Then this matter is quite understandable. I am jealous of Fungi's popularity in the hearts of the clan, and I am very jealous of Fungi's popularity. The desire of the Pokemon Marathon champion, but he has no confidence to win by normal competition. This method has become the best choice. If you hadn't come to help today, facing this kind of irrational Kentaro group, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hehe, don't let me know who you are, or you'll be dead. Saga's face flashed a hideous look. Although he had only been with Fungi's family for just one day, the enthusiasm and sincerity of the other party made him feel the same for 2 lifetimes. Saga, an orphan, was very moved, and she really regarded Fungi as her sister, not to mention that she had saved herself. Since someone wants to hurt them, then this mouse hiding in the dark, don't show his tail, or I will make you pay the price you deserve. Saga, is there anything unusual? Uncle Feng asked when he saw Saga coming back. Uncle Feng hasn't slept yet, Sister Fungi, Saga said. This child has been working all day today, and he was so tired for Kentaro's affairs at night, so he has already gone to bed, said Uncle Feng distressed. Well, Uncle, I just found this in the woods not far away. Saga took out the found wreckage. What is this? It looks a bit like a bomb. Uncle Feng wondered. This thing can be said to be a bomb in name, but the things inside can be said to be despicable. The thing inside is a hallucinogenic drug that is strictly prohibited by the Alliance. This drug is ineffective on the human body, but it will produce Pokemon great effect, making Pokemon very scary and terrifying, Saga explained in a low voice. Notify. Null. Chapter 55 Countermeasures. One more. What? Uncle Feng patted the table angrily. Uncle, please be quiet. I don't want Sister Fungi to know about this, Saga said, pulling Uncle Feng's arm. Sorry, I'm a little excited. No wonder. I've seen Kentaro group go crazy a few times before, but never one as crazy as it is today. It turns out that the villain is behind the scene. Don't let me know who it is. All the men of my Latin American ethnicity are not cowards, because this is directly related to the safety of his daughter, so Uncle Feng is also very nervous. Uncle Feng, according to my speculation, the people who do this kind of thing should not be outsiders. First of all, you are just an ordinary family, and the Latin Americans never go outside, so there should be no enemies who will come to harm you, Saga analyzed. So, is it possible that our tribe did this? Uncle Feng said, staring at Saga. It is very possible, and this incident is mainly aimed at Fungi, because she was the champion of the Pokemon Marathon last year and is very popular in the clan, so some villains are jealous, and he does not have the confidence to defeat Fungi head-on. So I came up with this despicable method. If Fungi is injured in this incident today, he will definitely not participate in the competition 5 days later, so the champion is likely to be his. Then this person must be Fungi's a strong competitor, Saga analyzed one by one. Listening to what you said, then it is very likely that one of the clan would do this kind of thing, and it is very suspicious. Uncle Feng rubbed his chin and said solemnly, who is it? Saga couldn't hold back when she heard the news. His name is Dulaifu. Unlike like our family who cultivated Kintaro. Their family has mainly cultivated Doodly for generations. Doodly is also a kind of Pokemon that is very suitable for racing and is also very fast. He is a little older than Fungi. He also won the Pokemon Marathon held by our family one, but since he lost to Fungi last year, that kid has always been hostile to Fungi. Quote, after losing to Fungi, he also often came to challenge, but every time he always lost to the little fire horse at the end. Doodly's endurance was not as good as that of the little fire horse. If there is a father, there must be a son. When his father was young, they are also competitive, and after losing, they don't want to train hard to defeat others, but try to find ways to do things in a crooked way. If there are people who hate Fungi, then there are only two fathers and son. Wait, I will do it now. Go to their father and son to confront them. Dare to hurt my daughter. I can't stop talking with them, he said, getting up and going out. Uncle Fung, wait a minute, you can't just go over like this. It's too rash. Sagar stopped him and said, then what to do? I know the characters of their father and son. This time they didn't succeed. There are still 5 days before the game. They will definitely attack Fungi. I can't just watch Fungi get hurt a little bit. Uncle Fung was excited, shouted, what's wrong with Dad? Why is it so noisy outside? Is Big Brother Saga back? Fungi's voice came from the back room. Fungi, I asked your father about the Latin American people. You have a good rest after a tired day, Saga said quickly and winked at Uncle Fung. Yeah, Fungi, Brother Saga is very interested in the secrets of the Latin American people. You should rest early and get up early to work tomorrow, Uncle Fung said quickly after seeing Saga's envoy. Then you all go to bed earlier. Don't talk too late. Fungi didn't care too much, just felt that Dad and Brother Saga were having a good time chatting. Uncle, it's too reckless for you to ask people directly in front of you, and you don't have any solid evidence. Even if you come to your door with this explosive, they won't admit it, or even slap it down. Moreover, the Latin Americans are kinder. He would easily believe that his own people would do such a bad thing. If this incident is too big, it will have a very bad impact on Fungi, since the uncle is worried that they may still do something to Fungi's sister. Then Uncle Fung, if you believe I, leave this matter to me, and I promise not to let them hurt a single hair of the wind, Saga said confidently. Hey, Saga, Uncle is really old. Although I haven't been with you for a long time, I don't know if it's Uncle's illusion. Uncle feels that you are born with a feeling that people can't help but believe in you. How do you say it? Well, just like the Kintaro who is the leader in the Kintaro group, everyone is willing to listen to you, and Fungi's safety is left to you. I have no opinion at all, said Uncle Fung, looking at Saga with admiration. Uncle is really exaggerating. I'm not as good as you said. I'm just a brother who wants to protect my sister. Okay, Uncle, let's rest early. Tomorrow I want to have a good time in the nature reserve. After Saga finished speaking, he was ready to go to the room to rest. Saga, it's not that Uncle is talking nonsense. Uncle has lived for decades and has always been very accurate in seeing people. Your future must be promising. Do you want to get engaged to my family's Fungi first? Our Fungi is gentle and gentle. Be considerate. Uncle Fung shouted, looking at Saga's back. Plop. Saga, who had just opened the door, threw a dog and ate shit when she heard this. Dad, you're so noisy. You don't let anyone sleep, Fungi shouted complainingly. Chapter 56. The arrival of Xiaoji and his party. 2 more. Ask for flowers. Ask for reward. Time passed quickly. It has been 4 days since Saga came to the Pokemon Nature Reserve. During the day, Fungi took Pokemon to help on the farm, and at night they went to the night market. As for that Doolifu, he seemed to be afraid of things. There has been too much noise, and there has been no movement, so the life of the past few days is very relaxed and beautiful for Saga and Saga's Pokemon. On the other hand, Ash and his party also came to the Pokemon Nature Reserve. Wow, the sight is endless, Xiaoji exclaimed while looking at the grassland. Suddenly, Ash and the others felt that the ground began to vibrate, and dust was raised in the distance. That's right, everyone looked at the swarming cattle, and Pikachu was sweating profusely. It's so spectacular, Ash said when he took out the Pokemon book. Kintaro, the bull Pokemon, the shocking trick it uses to whip itself with its 3 tails has powerful destructive power. Okay, it looks great. Come on, Pikachu, Ash said excitedly. But after half a day, Pikachu didn't respond. Hey, Pikachu, what are you doing? Ash looked at Pikachu, who was pretending to be sick at his feet. Pikachu replied feebly. Closed for business today, Xiaogang said on the side. You don't think there seem to be too many opponents? Xiaosha said, a little bit of hatred. I know this, little fire dragon. It's up to you. Ash threw the Pokemon ball. Unleash a spark attack. Fire. Suddenly, a red shadow appeared in the air, pressing down on little fire dragon's back. What is this? It looks a bit like Brother Saga's Windspeed dog. Xiaoji took out the picture book again in confusion. Kitty, puppy Pokemon. Serious personality, like to be close to people. When encountering an enemy, it will bark at it, hold on to it, and drive the enemy away. The evolutionary type is a fast Pokemon that is said to be able to run a distance of 10,000 kilometers in one day and night. Haha, it turns out that that Katie is the same as the wind speed dog before it evolved. Brother Saga's wind speed dog is so powerful. This time I have to subdue this Katie dog, and it will also evolve into a wind speed dog in the future, which will surprise Brother Saga. Since the other party is a fire-type Pokemon, come back, little fire dragon. Then I will use the Jenny turtle, Xiaoji said with excitement. Wait a minute, came a young girl's voice. What are you doing? Xiaoji looked at the horse's hoof that suddenly appeared in front of him, startled. Don't you know at all that this place is a natural reserve for Pokemon? The girl said. Pokemon Nature Reserve. What is that? Xiaoji was puzzled. It's the League's law that this place is not allowed to capture Pokemon and allow Pokemon to grow naturally. Oh, that's right. Ash nodded. If you continue to grow naturally, in 5 years, you will definitely be a beautiful woman. May I ask you who are? Said Xiao Gang next to her with saliva. Haven't you heard about the Latinos in the Pokemon Nature Reserve? Yes, I heard that it is a group of people who let Pokemon grow in nature. If you say that, it is here. Xiao Gang was surprised. That's right. I'm from the Latin American family. My name is Fungi, and this catty dog can be regarded as a guard here in the Pokemon Nature Reserve. Little Fire Horse belongs to Fire Horse Pokemon. Beautiful mane is a flaming flame. Don't you feel hot when you ride like this? Xiaoxia asked curiously. Don't worry, little Huoma won't let her own fire burn humans who have the same mind as her, Fungi said confidently. Wow, that's incredible, Ash said, reaching over. Ah, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot to death. It's already very hard to raise one. It's really hard to nurture such a large group. Xiaoxia was a little incredible. We've also discussed among our breeders that Latin American Pokemon thrive in nature, so they are much stronger than ordinary urban Pokemon, said Gang. Haha tilde tilde, Fungi said with a smile. I'm really happy to hear you say that. People in this place are all the same and take pride in their work. It sounds so cool, Xiaoxia said. Now our village is holding a celebration. If you don't mind, you can come and play, Fungi said happily. It's great to have a celebration, Ash shouted. Pick up, you came at the right time, and there is a marathon of Pokemon tomorrow. Fungi looked mysterious. Pokemon marathon? Ash asked suspiciously. It's a marathon to compete for the results of Pokemon's growth. If you win the championship, you will be recognized as the most prestigious Pokemon family in the Latin American family, and there are special prizes, Fungi said. Suddenly the ground began to vibrate again. Is it Kentaro again? Xiaoxia looked at the distant sand in confusion. No, the footsteps are. Wow, running too fast. Xiaoji just took out the picture book, and the other party had already run away. Hi, Fungi, said a man riding a doodly with a gloomy face. Tomorrow's game must be my win, the man said arrogantly. That's not necessarily true. The Pokemon marathon is not guaranteed to win if you run fast. If you don't understand this truth, you will still lose to me like last year, Fungi said, not to be outdone. HMPH, I know, let's just wait and see. I won't lose to you, he said and ran out quickly on Doodly, splashing dust all over the floor. What? This guy is so annoying, Xiaoxia said angrily. He is a trainer who specializes in training Doodly, called Doolifu. In fact, his skills are very good, but he is a bit. Fungi replied. Chapter 57 Get Together, one more. By the way, after chatting with you for so long, I almost forgot to go home and prepare dinner. After it's over, Dad and Saga must have come back. I'm sorry, everyone. If you don't mind, you can come to my house as a guest, old man. Dad and brother Saga will definitely welcome you very much, Fungi invited with a smile. Okay, I also really want to try Miss Fungi's craftsmanship, Xiaogang said with a fascinated face. Yes, you said just now that brother Saga, is he a handsome big boy with blonde hair? Xiaoxia said excitedly from the side. How do you know? Did you know each other before? Fungi asked curiously. Of course we know each other. Last time I challenged brother Saga in Lampu City, and I almost won every time, Xiaoji said loudly. After being abused by big brother Sarah, I remember that you didn't win one of the 3 competitions, and Pikachu was also killed by the windspeed dog. Xiaoxia looked at Xiaoji with contempt. Pikachu was also shot while lying down. Pick up. Why is this? Ash and Pikachu crouched down in the corner and drew circles. Haha tilde tilde. Your relationship is really good. If there is no accident, the brother Sada in my mouth is the same person as you, because he also has a very powerful wind speed dog, but you don't know, he was just a few days ago. A very funny thing happened when he came to the nature reserve. He actually, Fungi said with a smile. Haha, I didn't expect that brother Sada, who looks so mature, would actually make such a low-level little mistake. Yeah, I didn't expect it, but you can go and laugh at it. But if it wasn't for Miss Fungi, this would still be very dangerous. Everyone walked toward Fungi's farm full of laughter all the way. Dad, brother Saga, I'm back, and I've brought 3 guests with me. They will also participate in the Latin American Pokemon Marathon tomorrow, Fungi shouted. Hey, Dad, why are you the only one at home? Where's brother Sada? It's about to have dinner, Fungi said worriedly. It's not because of you, girl. You came back so late today. Saja thought something happened to you, so he ran out to find you as soon as you came back, but I didn't expect you two to miss it, said Uncle Fung. Fungi, you're back, came the sound of pushing the door. Yo, Xiaoji, Xiaoxia, and Xiaoji haven't seen each other for a long time. Saga didn't expect to meet Xiaoji and his party here, but according to the memory of the previous life, Xiaoji and the others seem to be participating in this marathon. Brother Saga, I'm so happy to see you. Hey, why didn't I see Mei, who was with you last time? Xiaoxia asked with a blushing face, since she saw each other in Lamperu City last time. The powerful strength and handsome demeanor have always been unforgettable in Xiaoxia's heart. Yi, I broke up with her last time at Maiden Gorge. The grandma who brought her up was sick, so she hurried back to the Isu area, so we can't travel together for the time being, Saga said with a smile. Oh, that's it. It's a pity I didn't see Yai. I had a good time chatting with her last time, Xiaoxia said, but she was secretly overjoyed in her heart that Yai wasn't beside brother Saga. That's not her. There are more opportunity. To be honest, I am really jealous of Mei Yi. Why she is also a 10-year-old girl so much better than herself. Since you are old friends and get together again, I won't bother you to catch up on the old days. Dad will accompany me to dinner, otherwise I will be too late, Fungi said. Haha, that's what it is. Everyone began to describe to each other the interesting things they encountered during their travels during this time. I didn't expect that everyone would encounter so many interesting things after the last separation, especially the fact that Big Brother Sarah would make a low-level mistake that only a person like Xiaoji would make, Xiaoxia said with a smirk. Xiaoxia, what do you mean? What is it that only I can make a low-level mistake? Xiaoji shouted with a displeased face. What are you shouting? Xiaoji, you're talking about you. Don't admit it. You don't even know the basics of attribute mutual restraint, Xiaoxia shouted with a kimbo. Even if I don't know about these issues, I'm a powerful trainer with 6 badges, Ash said with an arrogant expression. HMPH, which of your 6 badges was obtained by your own strength? It seems that you only obtained it because of the water released by the gym trainer. Pikachu, do you think so? Xiaoxia looked disdainful. Pikachu nodded to himself. Pikachu, why are you talking about me like that? Ash again hid in the corner and drew a circle by himself. Hehe, Xiaoxia, you and Xiaoji are really a pair of natural enemies. Every time we meet, we will quarrel so happily, Saga joked on the side. Xiaoxia blushed and shook her head desperately. How can I be enemies with this big idiot? I hate Xiaoji the most. He is stupid and ordinary. I travel with him just to make him pay for my bicycle. Xiaoji, who had just finished drawing circles, was hit again when he heard these words, and returned to the corner to start alone. Okay, dinner is ready. Everyone can try our Latin American specialty. It's hard to eat elsewhere. Xiaoxia, Xiaoging Xiaoji, especially you must try it, Fung the child said with the food he had just prepared. Hooray! Chapter 58 Conspiracy Reappearance. Second update. Ask for flowers. Ask for reward. Ask for ticket. After a nice dinner, let's all go to the celebration tonight, because tomorrow is the annual Pokémon Marathon, and the night market tonight will be much busier than usual, Fung Zifer suggested. I don't mind. Anyway, I've played everything for so many days, so let's accompany Xiaoji to see it, Saga said indifferently. Fungi, tomorrow is the marathon. Everyone is very supportive of you. You must work hard and win the championship again, an aunt who sold snacks encouraged. Fungi, Uncle is also cheering for you. You must win the championship tomorrow, and let people outside take a good look at the amazing Pokémon bred by our Latin American. Along the way, all the Latin Americans who saw Fungi admired and encouraged her, and Fungi waved and nodded just like the patriarch on a tour. Fungi looks like he is the champion candidate here, and his popularity is very high, Xiaoging said with a smile. Yes, she is riding on the little fire horse. She looks so cool like a female knight, Xiaoxia said enviously. Shouldn't we be friends with a very powerful person? Xiaoji said stupidly with a snack in his mouth. Haha, aren't you surprised? Fungi is very popular among the Latin American clan, and even the clan leader can't compare. When I first came here, I was surprised by the enthusiasm of the people, Saga explained aside. Hey, Fungi, it's not good. Kentaro, your family's caregiver, got into a fight. Uncle Fung seems to have something to do when he went out, so no one is there. The situation is very bad. Dulaifu suddenly ran over and shouted during the day road. What? There is a problem again. Fungi looked shocked but didn't think too much. One turned over and rode a little fire horse and ran towards the farm. Xiaoji, let's help too quickly. I'm worried that Fungi can't handle it alone, so let's get out. Saga also rode the dog and ran out, but before he left he looked back hard, glancing at Dalifu, who originally had his arms around him and looked at the hurrying figures with a gloomy smile on his face, was taken aback by the majestic eyes. That guy didn't find something. Dulaifu looked horrified. No, I did it very secretly last time, and this time I was working with the Rocket Team, a well-known underground organization in the Kanto region. There would definitely be no accident. Dulaifu shook his head, comforted. This is... Fungi looked at the Kentaro group who were fighting with each other. This time the situation was even more serious than last time. Katie, Brother Saga hasn't come yet. You go to settle the Kentaro group first. Since the last accident accident in the Kintaro group. Uncle Fung listened to Saga's advice and went to Junsha stationed here to borrow a Katy. Dogs with only intimidating properties are used as sheepdogs to manage farms, and they work very well. Soon the rioting Kintaro group regained their calm with the roar of the catty dog. What the hell happened? Fungi muttered. This time the situation was even weirder than last time. But suddenly a dark shadow flashed across the grass next to the little fire horse, which frightened the little fire horse, and the little fire horse straightened up and threw the wind off his back. Not good. Fungi, Fengsugo, divine speed, Saga ordered directly after seeing this situation. With the speed of the wind speed dog, this short distance of 7 or 8 meters is simply an instant. Fungi, you are too reckless to deal with Kintaro alone without waiting for me, Saga said solemnly while holding Fungi. I'm really sorry, Fungi said with guilt, but thank you very much, brother Saga. If it wasn't for your help this time, I would have fallen badly if I was thrown off by the little fire horse. Participated the wind speed dog. Let the little fire horse be quiet. Wong wong. Hey, Kojira, who is that blonde-haired dinky boy who dares to spoil our business? Meow meow, who was hiding behind the house and observed secretly, said with a displeased expression. I don't think I've seen this blonde-haired boy before. By the way, last time I was in Lampu City, I secretly saw the little ghost head and this blonde-haired boy have a Pokemon match, and the Pikachu we've always wanted to catch is actually he couldn't even take a move from the other party's wind speed dog, but he left soon so I didn't care too much. Kojira touched his head and said, such a powerful Pikachu can't even take a single move from the opponent, so this wind speed dog is not even rarer. If we capture this wind speed dog and give it to the boss, you said that the boss will not let us become a distribution. Commander, the red-haired Musashi said excitedly. Meow. That's it. We're going to grab the wind speed dog and dedicate it to the boss. Fengsugo is indeed a very rare Pokemon, but we can't even beat Pikachu. How can we catch this Pokemon that is so much stronger than Pikachu? Kojira couldn't help reminding the two of them when he saw the frenzy. Yeah, we can't even beat the little devil. How can we catch the other's wind speed dog? Said one person and one cat lost. Pokemon race. One more. Let's stop thinking about it. That guy's strength is not on the same level as Little Gito. We'd better not mess with him. Anyway, Little Gito also has many rare Pokemon. After they are caught, they can be given to the boss and can still become a cadre. Kojira reassured. Hey, this is the so-called plan of your rocket. You three idiot. Look at the good things you did. I gave you so much money. Not only did I not solve the problem, but the current situation is very unfavorable to me. I can't fix them, will doubt me. An angry voice came from behind the three. Which bastard dares to scold us behind our back? The grumpy Musashi was the first to curse back. Gare, it's Master Dorafu. I'm sorry I didn't hear your voice just now. Musashi rubbed his hands awkwardly. Don't worry, the money you gave us will not be in vain, but we have prepared two plans. Plan? A chance is not good. We still have plan B, right? Meow. Quote, that's it. Meow. Don't worry, Master. We have taken your favors, and things will definitely be done for you. I didn't consider that there are still people doing bad things tonight. We will be like this on the way to the game tomorrow. This way, said in Dolph's ear before. Okay, this plan is good. I like it very much. This world is all about getting what you need. Tomorrow's game is up to you. I must win the championship. Step on the wind and let the people know that I am the best. Yeah, I hope you don't screw me up. Dorif nodded. It's on us. Meow. Fungi, Saga, are you alright? Uncle Fung ran over on a Kintaro. Thanks to Brother Saga's arrival in time, the little fire horse was suddenly startled when he calmed down Kintaro. I fell off the little fire horse, but was caught by Brother Saga's wind speed dog, so nothing happened. Unexpected, Fungi said with a look of joy. That good. I was at home just now, and a strange trainer told me that you had an accident at the night market, so I hurried over there, but when I got there, everyone said you should go home and deal with Kintaro. Now, this is very strange. Someone deliberately cheated me from the farm, Uncle Fung said thoughtfully. It's very simple. This matter was planned by people. Fungi, I have never wanted to tell you that you are too simple and think too easily of people's mind. In fact, Uncle also knows about this matter. The Kentai meeting 4 days ago, Luo's accident and what happened today were actually planned by one person, Saga explained. What? Someone planned this kind of thing? What is he doing? Fungi covered her mouth in disbelief. It's very simple. I'm jealous of you being the champion, jealous of your position in the hearts of the clansmen. I want to beat you in the competition, but I have no confidence, so I can only use such despicable means. After saying so much, you must already know that who is going to hurt you, Saga said solemnly. You mean Dulaifu? He planned the 2 incidents of Kintaro, but why is this? We are from the same clan, Fungi said sadly. Fungi, don't be sad. I saw that bastard riding a doodly during the day, and I knew he was not a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so bad. This kind of person is not worth being sad. I must win the game tomorrow. Take revenge on him. Xiaoxia stepped forward and comforted. Yeah, such a despicable guy. We have to teach him a lesson tomorrow in the game. Xiaoji and Xiaoging were also angry. If I'm not mistaken, this Dulib should not let it go. Every Everyone should be careful in tomorrow's game. I'm afraid he will have some tricks. Saga already knew that this guy would play against the Rockets in tomorrow's game. The trio team up to set a trap. Well, since Dulaifu is so excessive, I will definitely perform well with Xiaohuoma tomorrow, and I will never let him win the championship because a person of his character is not worthy of becoming the most famous trainer in Latin America. Fungi said, clenching his fist. I am the dividing line. Boom, boom. With beautiful fireworks the next day, the new Latin American Pokémon Marathon began. The Pokémon Marathon of the Latin American people is an obstacle race with mountains and valleys. As long as all obstacles are overcome and everyone else is ahead, the one who returns to the finish line first is the champion. This year's top priority Pokémon is determined. The Pokémon and trainers of the competition, please come to their respective starting line. The host shouted excitedly. Because of Saga, Fungi didn't hurt his arm because Xiaohuoma was frightened like in the original book, and Xiaoji, who was supposed to ride Xiaohuoma instead of Fungi, didn't have a bigger Pokémon, so Uncle Fung put his own Kintaro lends it to Ash. In addition to the local Latin American clansmen who participated in the competition, this competition also attracted many trainers who came here especially, and the Pokémon that everyone rode were all kinds of trains. Some are larger Pokémon such as Nidalino and Ironclad Rhino, and some even ride Lada, Pang Shanwang and Naughty Egg. Chapter 61. The competition starts. Second update. An LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture. An LT font and GT. Xiaogang is riding his own big rock snake, while Xiaosha is riding Saga's Kodola, because Xiaosha is almost all water type Pokémon, and the largest is the gem starfish. Although K-Dora can't run fast because of her weight, she is a terrestrial creature, and can run much faster on the ground than a gem starfish. What's even more funny is that Pikachu also wanted to avenge Fungi, and actually rode a Jenny turtle to the competition, and the Latin American judges who held the competition also allowed it. Fungi, Saga must cheer. Uncle cheers for you. You will definitely win the championship. Uncle shouted while standing in the audience with a big microphone. Preparation set off. With the host's order, the players started a frantic sprint, trying to get rid of other players as much as possible at the beginning. Fungi, I'm going to take a step first. Wind speed dog, move at high speed, Saga said to Fungi next to him. Little fire horse, let's not admit defeat. Move at a high speed to catch up. Fungi said not to be outdone. Okay, this year's Pokémon race has started again. Who will get the best Pokémon, the honor of the top trainer, and the mysterious prizes of the Latin American race? First of all, the players are facing a straight track. Who will be ahead? Come on. Appeared. The leader is a very imposing Windspeed dog. It is a legendary Pokémon that is very good at running. It is said that it can run 10,000 kilometers in one day and night. Let us be the handsome Windspeed dog. Cheers. The host roared. Damn, the speed of this guy's Windspeed dog is really fast. And Doodly, who burst out with all his strength, can't catch up with it. Dulaifu, who followed closely behind, looked gloomy. Suddenly, a steel ball flew over from a distance and hit Kintaro, who was riding on Ash, hard in the eye. Moo. Kintaro frantically rammed in pain, and all the trainers who were leaning around Xiaoji were in bad luck. Kintaro, what's the matter with you? Calm down. Xiaoji didn't know what was wrong, and could only try his best to appease Kintaro. What happened to Kintaro? Why did he suddenly become mad? The competition turned into a cattle training conference. The unfortunate Nidona suffered the disaster of the pond fish. She was angry. Nidona did not obey the trainer's order and told Kintaro the fight started. Is this because of lack of training? Two Pokémon dropped out of the game at the beginning of the game, and the fight scene was chaotic, the host said with a bit of schadenfreude. Oh, Xiaoji, this idiot, was eliminated as soon as he came up, and he is not even as good as Pikachu. Xiaosha looked back at Xiaoji, who was caught in the fight. Haha, the first step of Plan B was a great success, and the little ghost head was eliminated as soon as it came up. It feels great, said the rocket trio happily in the graph. The next step is a 45-degree ramp path. The focus is on the breathing between training and Pokémon. At this stage, the wind speed dog continues to lead the way, while the little fire horse and the Doodly are closely behind. Who is going to be second? Fungi, just admit defeat. The explosive power of the little fire horse is not as good as Doodly. Dulaifu provoked to Fungi. HMPH. Dora, don't be too complacent. Although Doodly can lead the little fire horse by bursting at the beginning, but the marathon is all about endurance. Every time you lose to me, it is because the final endurance can't match the little fire horse. Fungi looked at the guy in front of him with disgust. Ever since he learned about Dulaifu's true character, Fungi has been very disgusted with him. Pikachu pushed the jerky tortoise, which had been unable to run, to climb up the 45-degree slope. Pikachu and the Jenny turtle, who are the last special guests, were really unlikely to have a turtle race. The host teased. Look at everyone. Now the downhill path is running at a high speed. The host is incredulous. What? So fast? Looking at the naughty egg that passed him and went straight to the wind speed dog, Dulaifu couldn't believe it, and there was actually a dark horse appearing. Everyone panicked. As expected, reminded of a round naughty bullet. Looking at the stance that he was going to challenge the wind speed dog in first place, this move is quite clever, and it uses the advantages of the body flexibly to move forward quickly on the downhill. Fast look, the naughty bomb is about to catch up with the wind speed dog. The speed is unbelievable, the host said in surprise. Wow, another accident happened. Naughty egg fell into a big hole in the ground. Bad luck, followed by Doodly and other players all surpassed naughty ball in one breath. It's not good. Naughty bomb's voltage has risen rapidly. Wow, what a surprise. This is the ultimate trick of naughty bomb, and the big explosion dragged everyone around. The host regretted. It's so dangerous. Xiaoxia patted her chest and said, thanks to K-Dora's iron wall skills. Thank you, K-Dora. Kaduo. K-Dora narrowed her eyes happily. Yeah, it feels so good. It feels so good. Meow. The second step of Plan B is successful. The trio who hid behind the rock this time were excited again. This place is also a difficult place. The players must step on the small rock that have surfaced one by one, otherwise there is no way to get to the other side. The host introduced. Saga looked at the rocks exposed on the river not far away. The wind speed dogs don't have to jump over one by one. They rush directly with the blazing speed. Wow, it's unbelievable. The wind speed dog player actually used a combination of skills to rush over, and the water near the wind speed dog was evaporated by the hot flames on its body, just like a rocket. The host opened his mouth with a face shot. Chapter 62, The Rocket Trap. This damn golden retriever. I didn't expect to be so strong. Dulaifu, who was behind, had to jump over one by one. Fungi rode a little fire horse and jumped right after him. Xiaogang rode a big rock snake and a trainer riding an iron-clad rhino to the river at the same time. One is a rock-type Pokémon, and the other is a ground-type Pokémon, looking at each other and sweating. Iron-armored rhino. This little water can't beat you. We must win the championship, shouted the iron-armored rhino's trainer. Because it was the trainer's order, the armored rhino jumped towards a rock in front of it with its eyes closed. As a result, the armored rhino that just stood up sank together with the trainer because of the weight problem. The big rock snake on the side saw the fate of the iron-armored rhinoceros and fell to the ground crying. Okay, let go here. It doesn't matter, Xiaogang comforted. It's a pity that rock-type Pokémon are the most afraid of water, and the big rock snake and iron-clad rhinoceros are eliminated. On the other hand, here is Pikachu who walks on water, and the Jenny turtle is worthy of being a water-type Pokémon. The situation is just like a duck to water. Quote, Kidora, is there nothing I can do? Xiaoxia looked at Kidora expectantly. Koduo. Kidora shook her head desperately. With his weight down, she probably won't be able to get back up again. Okay, then we can only go here. Xiaogang didn't expect that the three of us were eliminated in the middle of the game. Xiaoxia complained to Xiaogang, who was also unable to cross the river beside him. Oh, no, don't we still have Pikachu and Jenny Turtle in our team? And if there is no accident this time around, Saga must have won the championship. Xiaogang was not frustrated. It was just entertainment anyway. The next level is to fill the stomach. Players need to eat all the Pokemon food before they can return to the competition. It is up to the Pokemon to eat that portion, the host explained. Fung Speed Dog, hurry up and eat, Saga said, looking at the reluctant Wind Speed Dog. There is no way that the Wind Speed Dog usually eats the most high-end food. This kind of food for competition really makes it difficult to eat. Wong Wong. There is no way that since the master ordered it, I have to eat it even if I don't want it. It's really unpalatable. After 3 or 4 mouthfuls of food, Fengsugo and Saga ran to the track again. You three, if you want to eat food, I will go back and feed you. If you lose the game, the 3 of you will die. Dulaifu looked at Doodly's 3 heads with a bad look on his face. Too unexpected. Doodly, who was in second place, had a disagreement because he had 3 heads, and the disagreement over food became bigger. The original lead soon disappeared, and Xiaohuoma successfully crossed Doodly. Dolly, even Jenny and Pikachu have caught up. Damn, the 3 of you hurry up. Dulaifu looked at the 3 heads that were fighting, and could only ask the rocket team for help. What? Fungi said. What going on? What happened? Suddenly there was black smoke. Is there no way to continue the game? The host said, looking at the TV screen covered by the smoke screen. I can't see anything. Photographer, what going on? The audience began to complain. Fungi must come on, Uncle Fung said anxiously when he saw the disappearing picture. Since someone has asked the question sincerely, we will tell you with great compassion. Who are you and why are you disrupting the game? Fungi shouted loudly. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect world peace. Love and true evil. Cute and charming villain. Musashi. Kojira. We are the rocket traveling through the galaxy. White hole. White tomorrow awaits us. That's it. Meow. We don't have time to play with you now. Fungi shouted. Pick up. Jenny. Stinky girl. Shut up for me. It will be sweet to play with big sister. Musashi said angrily. If the little fire horse lets you win, someone will be unhappy, so we will make you fall once. Meow Meow said, holding up a stone. Again. Okay, so it turns out that it was you who was frightened by the little fire horse and Kintaro's accident last night. Fungi said with a look of anger. We're going to get you guys out here. Go, Arbor. With a big snake dare trick, Musashi threw the Pokemon ball. Turtle. Pika, Jenny, Pikachu and Jenny Turtle waved as they stood in front of Fungi. You two little guys want me to go to the game first, and they'll leave it to you, right? Fungi asked. Pick up, Jenny. The two little guys put their hands on their chests and hand them over to us. Then thank you. Fungi thanked. Then I'll go after Brother Sarah first, and I'll cook a big meal for you after the game. The little fire horse rushed over with a flash of lightning. Damn little girl, don't try to run. Go, double bomb the gas. Use the mud jet. Kojira also released his Pokemon. Jenny, the Jenny Turtle directly broke up the mud of the double bomb gas with a water gun. Durif, hurry up and go up to help you when we have dealt with these two little guys. Musashi said. Damn, you three guys really can't do anything, but there's nothing you can do. Doodly is gone, Doolittle said with a displeased expression. It turns out that Doolittle also cooperated with the Rockets to set up a trap to frame me. Fungi looked at Doodly, who was chasing after him. Chapter 63 The Final Race. Evolution in Running and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT. Picture and LT. Font and GT. You are going too far. Dolive, you are a disgrace to the Latin American people, and you will do anything to win the game. Fungi said with an angry look on his face. Cut, Doolittle said with a look of disdain. I don't need you to control what I do. As long as I can win. What are these mean? You have been pressing on my head for so long, and the clansmen only know that you are the glory of the Latin American family who remembers my previous achievement, so only by winning the championship can I prove that I am the most powerful in the family. Quote, you're lucky this time. If it wasn't for so many people helping you, you wouldn't be able to come to the game at all, especially since that blonde bastard has broken me so many times. I won't let him go. You're not allowed to say that. Brother Sada, Fungi shouted angrily. The villain who speaks ill of others behind their back. You thought you did so many things, but I didn't notice. Saga appeared behind the two of them riding the Windspeed dog. Brother Saga, didn't you run far away? Fungi asked in surprise. I'm not worried about you stupid girl, so I came over and took a look. Saga smiled. That, by the way, you are called Doolittle, right? Do you think I didn't find out that you did so many things? As early as 4 days ago, I knew that you did all this, but I don't know how to start without solid evidence. I can only wait until today's game. Now even the camera screen has been destroyed by your so-called partner, the Rocket. Now is the time to reckon with the old and the new. Quote, what do you want to do? This is the territory of the Latin American clan. What do you want to do to me? My clan will not let you go, Doolittle said with a look of horror as he looked at the Windspeed dog who was walking slowly. Hee, no one knows anyway. Even if I get rid of you and push things over to Team Rocket, who will know that I did it? Saga said with a gloomy smile. Fungi, I'm begging you. I'm obsessed. You beg your brother Sada to spare me. I promise I'll never trouble you again. Doolittle cried from Doodly's body. Get down on your knee. Brother Sada, although Doolittle is very hateful, he is not guilty of death. If you kill him, wouldn't it? Fungi said a little unbearably. Haha tilde. When did I say that I want to kill this kid? Killing is triggering the law. I don't want to ruin my future for him, but kid, you must confess what you did in front of your clan after the game. Understand, is that right? Saga released the might of the king's heart and shrouded him fiercely. Understood. I understand. After the competition. No, I will quit the competition now and confess my crime in front of the elders. After that, Doolittle rode on Doodly and ran to the judge's table. This terrible man in front of him, the aura of his body, make yourself as terrifying as facing death, and you would rather endure the strict clan rules than stay in front of him for a moment. Fungi, I'll take care of the Rocket first, and then we'll go to the finals, Saga said. Well, Fungi nodded. Brother Sada, I'll go with you. It's abominable. These two stinky Pokemon. It's so difficult to deal with the little devil without the head. The Aberdeen attacked with poison needles. Musashi looked at Pikachu and Jenny Turtle in front of him angrily. Double bomb gas. Attack at your own risk. Kojiro was not to be outdone. And me, meow, grabbing like crazy. Yo, how are you guys? Team Rocket, I'll give you a nice gift for your first meeting to thank you for what you've done to Fungi. And the Windspeed dog blasted them with big characters. The Rocket team, who had just prepared to attack, turned pale when they heard the sound, and looked back at the huge flame spraying out. What a nasty feeling. Meow. This time it's Rose Chicken. My beautiful hair. The three screamed, turning into meteors and flying into the distance. Wow, it's really far away. Saga sighed. This scene is really classic in the animation of the previous life. By the way, Pikachu, Jenny Turtle, thank you for protecting Fungi. Saga looked at the two little guys and thanked them. Pick up, Jenny. The two pets shook their head, indicating that it was all trivial. Okay, Fungi, all the troubles are solved. Now is our two finals. I won't let you. Saga looked at Fungi with a smile. HMPH. I don't want you to let it go. Fungi pretended to be angry. Little fire horse, we must work hard to get the first place. Okay, the screen has finally recovered, although I don't know what happened just now, but so far, there are only two players left in the competition, namely Xiaohuoma and Fengsugo. The strong Doodly just now doesn't know where to go. What? I don't know who is the real champion. Let's cheer for the two players who persisted to the end. The host shouted excitedly. At present, the two players have come to the final runway, which is a straight run of 10,000 meters. The championship competition is so exciting every time. Wind Speed Dog, the last high-speed move. Little Huoma, although we may lose to Brother Saga in this game, but until the last moment, never give up and show your strongest strength. Fungi encouraged Xiao Huoma. Applause tilde tilde. A roar of horses. The flames burning on the little fire horse became more vigorous, and an evolved white light began to appear around him. Little fire horse. Fungi was excited. The little fire horse that had been brought up from childhood to the big one finally evolved at this moment, and the white light continued to grow bigger and brighter as the little fire horse ran. Unbelievable. The host opened his mouth in surprise. At the last moment, the little fire horse has evolved. No, it is now called the fire horse, and the suspense once again appeared in the game. This belief of never giving up until the last moment is what the real thing about a marathon. Quote, flaming horse. We use divine speed. Fuzzy shouted excitedly. Fungi, you. Saga looked at the flaming horse who suddenly caught up with him in surprise. He didn't expect that the little flaming horse actually evolved at the last moment, and he also realized the speed. Brother Saga, until the end, the champion may not be you, Fungi said after him. There is still the last 1,000 meters of the race. The Wind Speed Dog and the Flame Horse are fiercely competing with each other. Their speed is unbelievable. I can only barely see two shadows running by. There are still the last 500 meters and 200 meters from the finish line. Quote, Saga, come on, Fungi. Uncle Fung shouted frantically while holding the microphone. Everyone was excitedly waiting for the last minute of the game. Chapter 64. Go to the wilderness area. One more. The game is over. The winner of this year's Latin American Pokemon Marathon is Windspeed Dog, the host announced excitedly, but it's a pity that the runner-up Flame Horse, even if it evolves at the last moment, still didn't turn defeat into victory at the last moment. Let's cheer for the champion Wind Dog. This last-minute competition is really exciting. Brother Sada and Fungi are working very hard, Xiaoji said excitedly. And, Xiaosha and Xiaogang were also excited. The title of the best trainer and the most outstanding Pokemon this year is the Saga player from Nibi City and his Wind Speed Dog, and he will receive a mysterious gift prepared by the Latin American people. Soothe the bell. Now please let us the great elder of the Latin American people presented awards to the Saga contestant. Quote, after returning to Fungi's farm, Saga looked at the certificate of honor and a pure golden bell in his hand. Although this thing is recognized by the league, it has no effect because the influence of the Pokemon Marathon is not very large. On the contrary, this soothing bell is made of a special metal. The sound emitted by this metal is very pleasant, and it can soothe the emotions of Pokemon very well. It also has some healing effect. It is a very practical prop. At the same time, it is also one of the few items recognized by the league that can be used in regular matches. Fung Speed Dog, come here. Saga waved to the Wind Speed Dog who was enjoying everyone's praise. Wong, Wong. Wind Speed Dog ran to Saga quickly after hearing the voice of its owner. Look, do you like it? This is the reward you got. This one is for you. Yes, it's very suitable for you. Saga tied the bell to the Wind Speed Dog's neck, and it would make a crisp and pleasant bell when running. Watching the stars twinkling in the sky, the warm breeze floating in the sky, and the laughter of friends not far away, this kind of life is really good. What do you say? Wong Wong tilde tilde tilde. The Windspeed Dog sitting next to Saga replied. Brother Saga, come eat quickly. The grilled meat made by Fungi is really delicious. Xiaoji shouted to Saga who was not far away, filling his mouth with food. The next day, Brother Saga, do you have to leave? Fungi looked at Saga with reluctance. Silly girl. Saga hugged Fungi and comforted him. People will always have to be separated. Fungi, you have to learn to be strong. My dream is to become the strongest in the alliance with my partners, but in pull the 5-day life of the Latin American is the best memory of my trip, and I will never forget the bits and pieces here, especially you Uncle Hefeng. Quote, well, Brother Saga, I will definitely learn to be strong, Fungi said loudly, wiping the tears on his face. Hey, let go. Saga was also a little helpless. After all, separation always made people feel uncomfortable. Looking at the 4 people who were walking away, Fungi suddenly shouted, Brother Sada and Xiaoji must come back to play in the future. I will definitely go to the court conference to cheer you on. Wong tilde tilde. It will definitely be Pokemon Wild Wilderness. Ah, where is this place? How did you go through the prairie of the Pokemon Nature Reserve to the jungle? There are so many horrible bugs. I really hate it. Xiaosha complained. In the jungle. Well, let's see. Xiaogang took out the map and said, passing through the Pokemon Nature Reserve and then out of this jungle is the Pokemon Wilderness area. I heard that the Pokemon Wilderness area can capture Pokemon at will. I must capture a lot of Pokemon this time, which surprised both Dr. Damu and Xiaomao, Xiaoji said with excitement. Brother Saga, what kind of Pokemon do you want to conquer? Xiaosha asked on the side. Me, I'm not going to take any Pokemon in the wilderness area, unless it's a guy with very good talent potential. I have very high requirements for my partners. Companions carry out special training and training. Saga observed the Pokemon Pokémon around the wilderness area, which is so-so to ordinary people but completely disdainful to himself now. Wow, no wonder Brother Zaga's Pokémon is so strong. It's not like someone wants to subdue any Pokémon he sees, and he doesn't care if he take care of it or not, and he has never seen him train his Pokémon well, Xiao said. Xia said with a black belly. We're here in the wild wilderness area. There are a lot of Pokémon there. Yeah. The wild wilderness area. Xiaoji, who was singing excitedly, heard Xiao Xiao's irony and instantly turned black. Line. Why do you like to take me as a negative example every time? By the way, have you heard of it? Xiaogang said with a mysterious expression. The wild wilderness area was severely damaged because there was a very rare Pokémon there. A very rare Pokémon? What is it? Xiaogang, please tell me. Please, Xiaoji asked excitedly when he heard the rare Pokémon. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because of a mini dragon. Saga explained before. The wilderness area once nearly collapsed because of the mini dragon incident, because the Pokémon in the wilderness area can be conquered without fighting. The reason is that a large number of trainers have no bottom line to capture the Pokémon in the wilderness area, resulting in the almost extinction of the Pokémon here. Quote, mini dragon, what kind of rare Pokémon is that? Ash touched the back of his head with a puzzled expression. Hey, Xiaoxia sighed while covering her face. Xiaoji told you to read more information on Pokémon, but you can't even find what a mini dragon is. Mini dragons are the rarest other than divine bees in our Kanto region. Dragon-type Pokémon, and his final evolutionary dragon is known as the fastest Pokémon in the world, and is a symbol of our Kanto. Chapter 65 Charming Sigtails open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket and LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture and LT font and GT. After listening to Xiaoxia's explanation, Xiaoji's face was a little embarrassed. Although I didn't know that the mini dragon was so famous in Kanto, but I know that Kuailong is the main Pokémon of my most admired idol, Mr. 2. Then what are we waiting for? Rush to the wild wilderness area. I must conquer the mini dragon, and then let him evolve into a fast dragon, so that I can be as powerful as Mr. Do. Xiaoji thought naively with a saliva. Don't think about it so much, Xiaoji. It's been almost 10 years since today. In such a long time, I have never heard of anyone who caught a mini dragon in the wilderness area. Xiaogang couldn't bear it. Live said, since the mini dragon has not been caught yet, the mini dragon must still be in the wilderness area. Xiaoji, will definitely catch the mini dragon. Excited to hear anything. Hey, the three of them shook their heads helplessly when they looked at Xiaoji with a frenzied face. Soon, Xiaoji and his party came to the management office of the Pokemon wilderness area. Excuse me, is anyone here? Ash shouted loudly, pushing the door open. I'm the caretaker of the wild wilderness area, and my name is Caesar, said an old man in a cowboy costume in front of the counter in a deep voice. By the way, my name is Xiaoji. This is Xiaogang. He is. Xiaoji was about to introduce them one by one. Okay, the old man interrupted Xiaoji's introduction with a wave of his hand. I'm not interested in listening to your introductions one by one. Since you all came to the wilderness area to catch Pokemon, don't talk so much. After saying that, Caesar took out 4 boxes of field balls and 4 fishing rods from the cabinet. This is a special ball used to catch Pokemon in the field area. In the wild field area, only field balls and fishing rod can be used to catch Pokemon. It is not allowed to use Pokemon to fight. The number of each person is 30. After running out, you are not allowed to catch Pokemon. Have you heard clearly? If someone doesn't follow the rules, don't blame me for waiting for thunder. You know. The old man took out of the shotgun. He threatened the 4. This old man's temper is really stinky, Xiaoji said with a displeased expression after leaving the management office. I can't help it. The damage from 10 years ago is still vivid in my mind. I have to admire this old man. He is a person who really likes Pokemon. The prosperity of the wilderness area today is almost all supported by him alone. Yes, Saga sighed a little. By the way, Xiaoxia said suddenly, let's play competition. Ash asked suspiciously. That's right, we catch the most Pokemon, Xiaoxia said. This Xiaogang hesitated. I am a breeder and I don't need so many Pokemon. You can play by yourself. I have high requirements for my partners, so I'm going to take a good look around in the wild wilderness area. Saga refused with a smile. Why? Everyone doesn't play, Xiaoxia said a little disappointedly. Then Xiaoji, let's just compare the two of us. I don't want it. I'm going to catch the mini dragon. I don't have time to play with you, Xiaoji said with a look of disdain. What did you say? And your hateful eyes, Xiaoxia roared loudly with a raging flame on her head. I'll ask you again if you compare. Pikachu was also taken aback by this momentum. Compare immediately, Xiaoji said in fear when he saw Xiaoxia, who had turned into a Tyrannosaurus. I didn't expect this wild area to be quite big, not worse than a nature reserve at all. It's really hard for the old man to manage such a big place alone. Saga, who was wandering around alone, sighed a little. Before that, Saga looked at all kinds of Pokemon in the wilderness area and almost lost his fighting spirit due to artificial breeding and comfortable life. Although the physical development is relatively good. This kind of Pokemon is used to a life without struggle. Even if it is subdued, it is not interesting. If it is not the partner you need, then don't disturb the Pokemon's own life. Saga, who sat with his back against the big tree, looked at the galloping Kintaro, the iron-clad rhino grazing leisurely, the loving Nidoran and Nidolan, the horned goldfish that occasionally jumped out of the water, and stretched out lazily. Get lazy. It's so peaceful. Bang! An incapacitated BB bird suddenly fell from above Saga's head. What the situation? Saga looked at the burnt BB bird in confusion. Came a lovely voice from the jungle not far away. Saga looked at the snow-white Pokemon walking slowly in front of her. She was as elegant as a princess. Wait, how could a Pokemon make me have such strange thoughts? And Saga shook her head. This is Sixtails. It should be shining Sixtails, with snow-white hair without a trace of variegation, sapphire-like pupils, a bit too beautiful, and full of a charming aura. Lue opened his cute eyes and looked curiously at the human in front of him, feeling that he had an aura he liked very much, and sniffed in the air with his petite nose. Sir, this cute little guy seems to feel good to you, Xiaoyu said suddenly. Well, Saga nodded thoughtfully. The shining Sixtails in front of him are very strange. Sixtails are a kind of very careful Pokemon, especially for human beings. Sniffing his nose, he slowly approached him. Chapter 66 Special Open Black Lens Bracket 3 Update Close Black Lens Bracket Null. Chapter 67 Separation and Rampage 1 more. But the color of this Sixtailed is so strange. It's actually snow white. I remember that the color of the Sixtailed body should be brown, Xiaogang thought while rubbing his chin. This Sixtailed Pokemon is a genetically mutated Pokemon known as a shining Pokemon, which is very rare, and shiny Pokemon are usually more powerful than their kin, Saga replied. But this little guy is too much. He sprayed me with flames as soon as we met. The revived Xiaosha wiped the ash on her face and looked at the Sixtails on Sajia's shoulders with resentment. The little guy shook his head to the right with a look of disdain. Ah, I'm so pissed off. If I hadn't seen her so cute, I'd have to teach her a good lesson, Xiaosha said frantically, and was actually looked down upon by a Pokemon. This little Sixtailed is very arrogant and doesn't like people other than me to touch her. Xiaosha, the behavior you just rushed over is probably regarded as a provocation by her, so she will attack you. Saga helplessly shrugged. Xiaoji, have you found the mini dragon yet? Saga asked. Don't mention it. I searched almost all the places with water in the wilderness area, and I didn't even see the shadow of the mini dragon, Ash said disappointedly. Mini dragons, don't be delusional. 10 years ago, the ecology of the wilderness area almost collapsed because of the mini dragon incident, so the Alliance sent people back to the dragon's lair. Otherwise you thought that the Alliance's ban could stop people's greed, Caesar said solemnly. Hey, since that's the case, then I'll go and send the Kintaros to Dr. Bigwood, said Xiaoji and walked over to the teleportation machine. In this trip to the wilderness area, Xiaoji also subdued 30 Kintaros like the original book. It can only be said that the halo of Pigfeet is really powerful, and Xiaosha only subdued a goldfish king. According to her, there is nothing in the wilderness area. Your favorite water-type Pokemon, Xiaoji, Xiaosha and Xiaogang, let's part here. Saga and Xiaoji said goodbye after leaving the management office. Brother Saga, are you leaving now? Wouldn't it be great to travel with us? Xiaosha said with a look of reluctance. Everyone has their own way to go, and I prefer to travel alone with my buddy. We will meet in the future anyway, so there is no need to be too sad, Saga comforted. Next time we meet, eldest brother must have another game with me, Xiaoji shouted. Understood. Saga, who was far away, waved his hand and replied without looking back. Coming to the Pokemon conservation area not far from the wilderness area, Saga took out the temporarily stored motorcycle from Junsha and set off for the next city. What will he meet there? Finally entered the city. Saga sighed a little while looking at the surrounding buildings while riding a motorcycle. Although the feeling in nature is also very good, coming to the city gives people a kind of intimacy. This bridge is really long. Saga looked at the sea crossing bridge with a little surprise. Lue, who was standing on Saga's shoulders, also opened his eyes in surprise. Since a part of the bridge is still unfinished, there are no cars, and bicycles and motorcycles come and go. Come up to my chest, little guy, Saga couldn't help but happily said when he saw such a suitable place for racing. With a scream from the Sixtails, the red motorcycle rushed towards the sea crossing bridge like a bolt of lightning. Wow, this is really enjoyable. No wonder so many people in the previous life liked racing. This kind of extreme speed is really addictive. Getting blurry. Xiao Lue was frightened by this speed and could only hide in Saga's arms and let out bursts of protest. Hey, Saga saw a convenience store not far from the bridge, so she just went to rest first. It was almost noon anyway, and it was time to eat. The boss will bring me a cup of hot coffee and a medium rare steak. Saga, who stopped the car, shouted to the owner of the convenience store. Okay guess, please wait a moment. Little guy, do you want to eat a cone? Looking at the Sixtails in his arm, he stared straight at the cone in the hand of a guest. The little guy nodded embarrassedly. Suddenly, there was a roar of a motorcycle not far away, and a group of bad boys and girls riding a modified motorcycle and wearing fancy clothes were noisily driving towards the convenience store. Saga frowned and looked at the barbarians not far away. Although it seemed very uncomfortable, the other party hadn't provoked him yet, so he didn't want to go up and meddle. It's a pity that things didn't go according to people's wishes, and the locomotive behemoth surrounded Saga when they got off the car. A young man with a red cockcomb head who looked like the boss took off his sunglasses and said to Saga, "Boy, is that red motorcycle yours? Does this have anything to do with you?" Saga looked at the arrogant cockcomb head in disgust. "Yo, it's quite arrogant." The coxcomb-headed youth licked the dust that didn't exist on his clothes. "Boy, aren't you from the neighborhood? You don't know us bees when you were racing here. I'm eating now, and I'm not interested in you at all. I just want the five of you to disappear in front of me right now, okay?" Saga wiped his mouth with a tissue and said disdainfully. Chapter 68. Bet 2 more. "Stinky boy, you dare to speak to our eldest brother like this. Believe it or not, we have abolished you." A green-haired gangster couldn't help cursing. "Shao Hai, don't be impulsive." Jigwantu stopped his subordinate. "Brother, we don't have any malicious intentions. I just see that your motorcycle is very cool and think it's very good, so I want to use the motorcycle I just modified with you. How about changing it? This locomotive of mine plus the modification cost is almost a full 20W. You will never suffer a loss." Jigwantu said. "You took advantage." Hee. Saga smiled as if seeing a fool. "Well, you're called Brother Chicken, right? It's all the brothers on the road to save fate." Brother G waved his hand. "Do you know what the price of my motorcycle is? Do you recognize the logo on it? The latest only motorcycle produced by Shalufu Company. Poof. Don't care. Market price is 600W Alliance coin. What do you think your rubbish iron can be compared to my motorcycle?" Saga said, taking a sip of coffee. "Brother, don't be ashamed of your faith. I told you so much. You think you can change it if you don't want to." Tisk tisk. "I didn't expect that the little gangsters now have also learned to give courtesy before soldiers. I don't want to change it, so what can you do?" Saga said with a look of disdain. "Brother, I can't help it. You asked me to teach this golden retriever a good lesson." A white-haired younger brother on the side couldn't help but shout. "We are civilized people. Don't fight and kill all day long. Since you say that, boy, I won't rob you directly. How about we have a Pokemon game? Bet on your motorcycle," Jigwantu suggested. "My motorcycle is worth 600W, and the 5 motorcycles of you and your younger brother can't compare to one of my wheels. What are you betting on?" Saga said lightly. "Mi tilde tilde." The six-tails in his arms also called out in disdain. "Cut! Stop looking down on people. Do you think I have nothing of value?" said the coxcomb head and took a water drop-shaped pendant from his neck. Mysterious water droplet. Rare item. Can greatly enhance the power of water skills. When the opponent took it out, Jarvis had already scanned the effect of the item. Closed black lens bracket. This kind of special prop that can enhance the power of the skills are often relatively expensive. Although the mysterious water droplets are a little cheaper than the dragon teeth, the market price is also around 1200W Alliance coin, which is twice the price of their own motorcycle. "Well, this pendant is my ancestral treasure. It has a history of at least hundreds of years. I will use this to bet with you," Jigwantu said. "Okay, I promise to compete with you, so I'll bet with the pendant in your hand. It's rare to meet such a big head. Water droplets and dragon teeth. The power of this skill. Tis. Since you agree, the game will begin. My Pokemon is it. Come out, Longlongian." Jigwantu hurriedly released his Pokemon, fearing that Saga would regret it. A rumbling rock with a relatively well-developed height and size appeared on the bridge. As the final evolution of Xiaochenshi, I didn't expect this cockcomb head to have this kind of Pokemon, and the strength of Longlongian is also among the best in Kanto Pokemon. Then, it's up to you, Mohama. Mohama has been traveling with him for a while, and just needs a lot of actual combat experience to stimulate his own evolution. Haha tilde. Although your Mohama is a water-type Pokemon, but you think this little guy can defeat my Longlongian, you should just admit defeat and hand over the motorcycle. Jigwantu laughed. "Yeah, you should just surrender directly. My eldest brother in the province accidentally broke your little one." The group of younger brothers in the back also began to laugh at Saga. "Shut up. It's not even comparable." Saga roared directly, revealing the aura of the king's heart inadvertently. The originally arrogant Jigwantu and the punks were taken aback by this momentum. "HMPH. You think it's useful to have a loud voice?" Longlongian rolls to attack. Jigwantu shouted directly. Hearing the word, Longlongian hugged and rolled towards Mohama. "Mohama, use the ink cannon to aim at the front of the rolling root of the rumbling rock." There was a puddle of ink on the ground, and the abnormally creamy ink caused Longlongian to lose control of his direction and slammed into the guardrail of the bridge. Mohama continues to attack, using water cannon. "Damn, underestimate the opponent." Longlongian uses the defense roll. Since he can't dodge, he can only resist hard. Longlongian, who got up, immediately hugs his head with both hands, and uses the defense roll to improve his own defense. again. The thick water cannon perfectly hit the rumble rock that could not be dodged. Although due to the defensive blessing of the defense roll but resisted the water cannon, the rumble rock still consumed a lot of physical strength. Longlongian uses earthquake. Jigwantu saw that Longlongian, who was starting to gasp, was about to attack directly with his ultimate move. The chicken on the opposite side. I kindly remind you, Saga shrugged and said, this sea crossing bridge has not been fully built. If you let your rumbling rock cause earthquake damage to this bridge, you have to think about how much you have to pay if something goes wrong. You can't pay, but you have to go to jail. Chapter 69. The wind is screaming. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. Of course, Saga must have lied to the cockcomb head. As a sea crossing bridge connecting two cities, the earthquake resistance level must be first class. Not to mention the earthquake used by Longlongian. It is estimated that even if two Bongi pull over to use the earthquake together, it won't do much damage to the bridge. But obviously the chicken brother opposite was frightened by Saga's word. HMPA. Of course I know that earthquake can't be used here. Just to scare you, Ronglongian used rock seals. A dozen rocks of different sizes floated from behind Ronglongian and smashed towards Mohama. Mohama jumps up, using the elasticity of your tail and body to avoid the rock carefully. The Mohama who heard the words followed Saga's usual avoidance training and used his curly tail to jump on more than a dozen rocks. Right, Nani, how can you dodge Longlongian's attack like this? Jigwantu said in disbelief. It is now to give the last blow to Longlongian. Using the wave of the dragon, Mohama's cylindrical mouth condensed a blue shock wave and sprayed it towards Longlongian. Haha tilde, stinky boy, do you think you can win like this? Longlongian used the destruction of death light. Close black lens bracket. After the red destructive light, it struck the blue dragon's wave, and its power was even better, pushing the dragon's wave in the direction of Mohama. Boy, the power of destroying the death light is not something you can resist. You are sure to lose. Mohama goes all out and uses all your strength. A soft white light enveloped Mohama's body. Is it finally going to evolve? Damn, it's really shit luck. It evolved at the last minute. Jigwantu looked at the picture in front of him with a displeased expression. The evolved Thorn dragon has become more ferocious in appearance, with sharp fins growing on its head and back, and the power of the dragon's wave is more powerful, which is equal to the destruction of Rumble Rock. With a loud explosion, the two Ultima cancelled each other out in the middle of the bridge. This time you lose. The side effect of destroying the death light makes your rumbling rock unable to move and use skills. The Thorn dragon uses the water cannon to end the battle. Close black lens bracket. Longlongian, who was unable to execute any orders due to the side effects of the ultimate move, completely endured the powerful water cannon. Jigwantu looked at Longlongian with mosquito repellent incense eye, and decisively took out the Pokemon ball and put it back. Brothers, the wind is screaming, and then a group of people got on motorcycles and prepared to run. I want to run even if I lose. Saga quickly threw two Pokemon balls from behind. Windspeed dog Gengar stopped them. Wong wong. Ah, I died so miserably. As soon as Ghost Stone came out, he used his talent to become a hanged ghost and stopped in front of Brother G's group of people. Ah, Ghost, help, Mom, I want to go home. There is a hanged ghost in broad daylight. The five thugs hugged each other and shivered in fright. Okay, I hate people who talk and don't talk. I'll take it myself. I don't want to cash the bet after losing the game, Saga said, walking forward and ripping off the pendant from the coxcomb head's neck. A bunch of idiots were actually scared to pee by my ghost. Uncle Stone. Wow, haha tilde. Ghost Stone, the wind speed dog. Come back. Saga took back the two pets and got what he wanted. Boss, it doesn't seem like that one was hanged just now. It's a Ghost Stone. The green-haired boy pointed at the cockcomb head and said, are you an idiot? Have you ever seen a talking Pokemon? That Ghost Stone must have changed from a hanged ghost. There is a ghost around that man, and I went blind to trouble him, and even took the family heirloom bow lost. And when I get home, my dad will definitely break my leg. Woo woo. The coxcomb-headed boy became more and more frightened and couldn't help crying loudly. Of course Saga, who has gone far, doesn't know the thoughts of these little gangsters, but even if he knows, he won't care at all. Since you dare to gamble, you must bear the consequences of losing. Saga rode a motorcycle straight all the way, arrived at Sunshine Town, and passed through the Pikachu forest. Along the way, he either trained Pokemon or challenged the trainers he met, laying the foundation for the Quartz Alliance. After Jarvis' rigorous calculation and analysis, the energy in the body of Pokemon will be in a state of agitation and excitement in the first few days of evolution. 7 Pokemon on Saga so far. Only the energy in Ghost Stone's body is getting more and more restless, and the accumulation of thousands of years is about to explode. Once Ghost Stone evolves into Gengar's rank, it will definitely be a quasi-king level, and it will definitely become his trump card in the Quartz League. So during this period of time, Saga asked all Pokemon to temporarily stop training and fully cooperate with Ghost Stone. The last intensive training before evolution. Chapter 70 Stone Town. The Battle of Evolution Stone. Second update. An LT font color equals #FF0000 and GT picture. An LT font and GT The next day Saga started sorting out the tents and sleeping bags that she had used for camping last night. Downtown is a town famous for producing a large number of Pokémon evolution stones. Almost all evolution stones on the market can be dug here, so although this is a small town, because of the rich evolution stone resources, every evolution stone here, the inhabitants are very wealthy. After finally coming here, Saga will of course not miss this opportunity to collect evolution stone. Besides, the Six-Tails in his team need the assistance of fire stones to evolve into Nine-Tailed. Maybe he will conquer some evolution stones again in the future. Pokémon that can only evolve, simply get them all here at one time to save trouble later. Have you heard that the three sons of our largest family, the Ibrahimovic family in Stone Town, are going to hold a big challenge? Close black lens bracket. Yeah, I also heard that it seems that 3 challengers are required to compete with their 3 sons at the same time. The rule is that only 3 types of Pokémon can be used: fire, water, and electricity. Close black lens bracket. And, you don't know, if you win, you will get a whole set of evolution stones as a prize. Close black lens bracket. Their family holds the most numerous and best quality evolution stones in Stone Town. Close black lens bracket. As soon as he entered the town, the news that Saga heard the most was the challenge held by the 3 sons of the Ibrahimovic family in Stone Town. I was still thinking about how to get a good quality evolution stone. Now I have the opportunity to have a complete set of evolution stone. As for finding the other 2 teammates, Saga has no interest. If there is a conflict after the game because of the prize issue, it will be another trouble. What I hate the most is trouble. Anyway, I have 3 types of Pokémon in my team. Not yet. Oh, this Ibrahimovic family is really a local tyrant. Saga looked at the gorgeous manor in front of him. The golden pool in the manor would not be made of gold. Hey, are you a new challenger? Just as Saga was sighing at the local tyrant, 3 teenagers with different hair colors suddenly appeared behind Saga. That's right. Saga looked at the 3 teenagers in front of him. The 3 looked alike, but the hair color was different. It was the red-haired teenager standing in the middle who asked the question. As long as it is a challenger, we are very welcome. In that case, let's call your other 2 partners. Our 3 brothers will play 1 game with you and win 2 out of 3 games. If you win, we will send you a set of high-quality product. Evolution stone. The blue-haired boy said. I'm sorry, I don't have any other partners. I'm going to challenge the 3 of you alone, Saga said, rubbing his nose. What? I heard right. You want to challenge the 3 of us alone? Are you looking down on our 3 brothers? The blonde boy's face was ugly for a while. Sorry, you got it wrong. I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that I don't have any other partners to form a team, but I happen to have 3 types of Pokémon: fire, water, and electricity. So I'm going to use 3 Pokémon challenge you. Saga shrugged helplessly. HMPH. Even though you said that, your actions still provoke the honor of our family. We can accept your unreasonable request, but if you lose, you will have to dig evolutionary stones for our family for a whole year. But if you really defeat the 3 of us, each of our 3 brothers will give you a complete set of evolution stones, the red-haired boy said again. No problem, I agreed, but before the game, shouldn't we introduce each other? My name is Saga, from Nibby City, a Pokémon trainer who just debuted this year. HMPH. I'm the boss Lazang. I'm the 2nd son Archie. I'm the 3rd eldest Mizek. Come with us. There is a competition venue in the manor. A trainer who just debuted is so arrogant and dares to challenge our 3 brothers at the same time. Just wait and work for our family for free for a year. The boss Lazang looked disdainful. Taichi, come and be the referee, and take a good look at how the brothers use Ibrahimovic's evolution to teach this arrogant guy a lesson, and then you decide which Ibrahimovic will evolve into. The blue-haired Mizeki said to him. Not far away shouted a little boy holding Ibrahimovic. Okay, brother, I'll come here, the little boy said with a little fear. I'll come first, said the 2nd child. Archie, go. Fire elf. Close black lens bracket. Fire to fire. Whine speed dog. Let them see your strength, Saga said lightly. Stop looking down on people. Fire elf. Preempt the flame vortex. Close black lens bracket. A vortex-like flame swirled around the wind speed dog. Wind speed dog. Absorb the opponent's flame. Close black lens bracket. The wind speed dog heard the words and opened his mouth to absorb all the flames surrounding him into his stomach. How is it possible? Even fire-type Pokémon can't eat the flame. Archie looked in disbelief. Of course, ordinary fire-type Pokémon can't do it, but the wind speed dog with ignition characteristics is completely fine, Saga thought to himself. The wind speed dog with the fire-inducing ability is born with a lot of advantages in the face of the same fire-type Pokémon. Although it cannot be said that relying on the fire-type ability to win all fire-type Pokémon 100%, but in the face of fire that is weaker than himself, the elves are absolutely crushing. Wind speed dog. Let him see the real flame and use the flame jet. Close black lens bracket. After absorbing the opponent's flame, the power of the wind speed dog's jet flame became even better, and the dazzling red fire column instantly drowned the fire elves on the field. The fire spirit can't fight. The wind speed dog wins, Taichi said weakly while looking at his big brother's dark clouded expression. Second child, Archie hit the street. Chapter 71. The battle begins. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. Okay, you lost. Who's next? Saga said, looking at the remaining two. Second, you really disappointed me, the boss Lazang said with a gloomy face. I originally wanted you to win the first match, but your fire elf was actually defeated by the opponent in one round, which really made Ibrahimovic evolving into a fire elf as your worst choice. Second brother, don't worry, I'm here to help you get revenge. The water elf will definitely teach each other a good lesson. The third eldest Mizuki patted Archie on the shoulder and comforted. The field is set to be a water field, Mizuki shouted. Okay, third brother, Taiyi responded, took out a remote control from his body and pressed it lightly. The originally calm venue began to vibrate slightly, and it split from the middle to both sides, and a pool emerged from the ground. Go, water elf. Although my second brother was defeated by you, it was because the fire elf was too weak. My water elf has never lost against water-type Pokemon. Haha, the three brothers are really arrogant one by one. It's no wonder they are upstart. Come back, wind speed dog. I'll decide it's you. Sea Thorn Dragon. Ing. After the Sea Thorn Dragon appeared, it moved quickly on the surface of the water. It seems that it has been holding back for a long time. It is easy to encounter water-based venues and naturally have to vent. This time we attack first. The Sea Thorn Dragon. The power is full of the fluctuation of the dragon. Close black lens bracket. The Sea Thorn Dragon roared, and it was a blue shock wave at the water spirit in the potential water. Cut. Attacking the water spirit in the water has no effect. The water spirit melts into the water. Close black lens bracket. Mika, the water elf, called out softly, and the body began to dissolve rapidly and gradually merged with the surrounding water surface. Water elf, take advantage of this time. Use foam light to attack the opponent. Close black lens bracket. The water elf that disappeared in the water suddenly appeared behind the Sea Thorn Dragon and spit out a series of bubbles in its mouth, hitting the Sea Thorn Dragon's back fiercely. Ing. How could the Sea Thorn Dragon's ferocious character endure the opponent's sneak attack? When he turned back, it was a water cannon, but the water elf once again used his talent to melt into the water and easily escaped the attack. Haha tilde tilde. It's great to see. Ibrahimovic is the strongest only if he evolves into a water elf. I won this game. The third eldest Mizuki looked excitedly at the Sea Thorn Dragon who could only be beaten passively. Is it too early to talk about the outcome? Saga said with a bit of disdain. Indeed, because the cell structure of the water elves is very similar to that of water molecules. They can dissolve in water to avoid any attack. They are indeed very difficult to deal with on water-based venues. Then what can you do? Your Sea Thorn Dragon can only be attacked by my water elf and cannot make an effective counterattack. Although the water elf's skills are not very effective for the Sea Thorn Dragon, which is also a water system, it will take a while. Long, you will lose. Your water elf can only dissolve in water. But what if this is the trick? The Sea Thorn Dragon, use the freezing light to freeze the entire pool for me. Close black lens bracket. Saga snapped his fingers. No, the water elf comes out soon. If you are frozen in the water by the opponent, you will be dead. Mizuki could only let the water elf leave the pool to avoid this trick. The freezing light of the Sea Thorn Dragon instantly froze the small pool. The water elf that had just surfaced was a step too late, and its tail was frozen in the pool. Mika, the water elf swung her body anxiously to take out her tail. Damn, Mizuki looked at the immobile water elf. The situation was completely reversed. The water surface was frozen by the opponent, and the water elf's biggest advantage was gone. Only one shot. The water elf water cannon attack. Close black lens bracket. Will you continue to struggle? The Sea Thorn Dragon. The end of the game. The fluctuation of the dragon. Saga indifferently commanded. The oncoming blue shock wave directly dissipated the water cannon and instantly drowned the water elf. The third child, Mizuki, hit the street. It's your turn. Defeated the water elf again. Saga's gaze turned to the last boss, Lazang, who had the same blonde hair as himself. Brother, I'm sorry. Seeing the blonde boy approaching, Mizuki said with a guilty face. It's okay. Don't worry too much. After watching your two games, the guy on the opposite side named Saga should be very strong. The three of us are probably not his opponent. Hey, it looks like we used to sit and watch the sky. Lazang patted the blue-haired boy on the shoulder, took out the Pokemon ball, and said, Saga, your strength is really strong, and you are definitely the top among your peers. I can't imagine that you are a trainer who has just debuted. Although I know that I may not be your opponent, I still want to play a game with you and go all out to see how far the gap is between us. Thank you for the compliment. The main reason is that the 3 sets of evolution stones you mentioned are too tempting, so I have to use all my strength. In fact, the strength of the 3 of you is not bad. Saga heard Lazang's word, and his impression of the 3 brothers was quite much better. The boss Lazang is obviously more stable. The Pokemon I played this time was an electric shock beast. Saga released the last Pokemon after taking back the Sea Thorn Dragon. My Pokemon is the Thunder Spirit. Raizo threw the Pokemon ball. The third match begins, and the challengers are the Thunder Spirit and the Electric Beast. Taichi shouted, waving his flag. flag. Chapter 72 End the game. Ghoststone's special training, 2 more. Boss, you must do your best. Archie and Mizky on the sidelines cheered loudly. This time, I'll let you go first. Saga waved his hand. Then I'm welcome. Thunder Elf, 100,000 volt. Razang shouted. In the field, all the hair like steel needles on the Thunder Elf body stood up, jumped in the air, and the golden electric light quickly attacked the electric shock beast. Electric beast, use guard. The electric beast clasped his hands together when he heard the word, and a transparent oval mass surrounded the front of the electric beast, perfectly blocking the 100,000 volt attack. Electric shock beast, rush up. Use the thunder palm. The electric shock sounded in the hands of the electric shock beast, and the golden lightning wrapped its palm and charged towards the Thunder Elf not far away. Shadow clone. At the critical moment, Lazang's order was delivered in time, and I saw that the Lay Elf in the field quickly separated more than 10 identical bodies. It's a very good response. Saga nodded in appreciation. The lightning palm of the electric shock beast scattered a shadow of the Thunder Elf and punched a deep hole in the hard ground. It's fortunate that the shot was empty, Lazang said in his heart as he looked at the ground that had been smashed by the opponent. Thunder Elf, using a missile needle. The Thunder Elf, who was lucky enough to escape the attack, shook all over, and the needle-like hairs attacked the electric shock beast like a machine gun. Electrical beasts covered their whole body with electric current, and used charging skills at the same time. This trick is a trick that electric beasts knew before, so it is handy to use. Hasha. The electric current frantically condensed around the electric shock beast, but it was hidden. Countless missile needles were scorched by the electric current as soon as they approached the electric shock beast. Lay Elf began to pant slightly, and launching so many missiles at one time was still a huge drain on physical strength. Since this is the case, we can only make a quick decision. Saga, I will show you the most powerful trick of the Thunder Elf. Thunder Elf, high voltage electric shock. Close black lens bracket. Razang shouted loudly with a wave of his fist. Lay Elf ran at a very fast speed, with countless electric light condensed on his body, like a lightning bolt on the ground, rushing towards the electric shock beast. Electrical beast, end charging. Condense all the current in the right hand, and use the electric ball. The original electric ball is a long-distance launching skill, but because I have seen a thunder ninjutsu in a Naruto anime in a previous life, Saga has improved the electric ball, giving full play to the electric shock beast super powerful control ability of electric current, and using the charging skill to enhance the power of the electric ball condenses in the palm of his hand to attack. The golden yellow electric ball full of destructive power was controlled by the electric shock beast in the palm of the hand, and slammed into the Thunder Elf that used high voltage electric shock to quickly charge. Boom! The dust on the field was swept away by the violent explosion, making it impossible to see the situation on the field. Thunder Spirit, Raizo shouted worriedly. The dust gradually dissipated, and the Thunder Elf fell in front of the electric shock beast with mosquito-repellent incense patterns in its eyes, and the electric shock beast also knelt on the ground on one leg and gasped for breath. Although it successfully defeated the opponent, it resisted the opponent's blow. High-voltage electric shocks are also very harmful to themselves. The Thunder Elf couldn't fight, and the electric beast won. So the final winner was Saga from Nibi City. Taichi looked at the 3 lost brothers with a little worry. Hehe, I didn't expect that the 3 of us didn't even win a game against you. It seems that our strengths are far behind. Lei Zhang laughed at himself and took back the incapacitated Thunder Spirit. I'm willing to accept the bet and lose. Tai will go to the warehouse to get 3 sets of the best quality evolution stones. Lei Zhang shouted. Satisfied, Saga looked at the 3 sets of 12 evolution stones in his hand. Both the color and size were much better than those sold on the market. The local tyrants made a difference. Farewell to the 3 Ibrahimovic brothers. Saga embarked on the journey again. One morning, somewhere in the forest. Ghoststone, the speed is still too slow. How can you be qualified to be my trump card in the Quartz League? Saga coldly looked at Ghoststone, who was knocked out by Wind Speed Dog Flaming Dash. It has been 3 days since Saga left Stone Town, and the energy reaction of Ghoststone is getting more and more restless, so Saga began to gather Pokémon to conduct special training for Ghoststone alone in this unknown forest. Mr. Ghoststone must do his best, and strive to evolve into Gengar as soon as possible. Xiaoyu, who was watching the battle, cheered Ghoststone. Damn, you guys are so weak. It's really unambiguous to start. Ghoststone floated up again from the ground with difficulty. Before Ghoststone could finish complaining, a vortex of flame attacked from behind it. Fuck, it's so hot, it's so hot, it's so hot. Ghoststone, who just stood up, touched his buttocks with tears in his eyes. If Ghoststone had an ass, you little fuck came over to join in the fun and bully my old man. Ghoststone said with tears in his eyes, pointing to the sick tails who attacked behind him. Am I tilde. Lu Wei shook his head disdainfully, then ran to Saga's feet and acted as a little princess obediently. Ah, I'm so pissed off. You even a little fuck dares to laugh at me and call me an idiot. Don't stop me. Let me go up and give her a good lesson. Remember not to stop me. Ghoststone shouted to the 5 surrounding Pokemon. Wong Wong, Goo Goo tilde, can be more tilde, Ink tilde, Hasha. The other 5 Pokémon also looked like idiots. Chapter 73 The Fiasco of Gengar and Wind Speed Dog 1 Update and LT Font color equals #FF0000 and GT Picture and LT Font and GT. This idiot. Saga covered his forehead speechlessly. This 1000-year-old ghost is good at everything, but his personality is too funny. I can only give him a sneak peek. Dora, destroy the death light. Pharaoh, destroy the dead light. Mohama, frozen light. Wind Speed Dog. Big characters burst. Shock Beast, 100,000 volts. Saga directly instructed the other 5 pet to ruthlessly. Yeah, buy a disc. Ghostone screamed as the 5 powerful tricks swept in. Cough. Saga blocked the blowing dust with her arm. Suddenly, a dazzling light radiated from the dust to the surroundings. Sir, high energy detected ahead. Jarvis interrupted abruptly. If you add a black line to your head, you will evolve, and there is high energy in front of you. You should play lol. Yo-ho, my Jeng ghost is finally going to turn over. With a strange cry, a dark purple Pokemon with a round shape appeared in front of everyone. Its hands are now attached to the rest of its body, and it has more legs and a short, pointed tail than the pre-evolution Ghostone. The eyes are blood red, with some thorn-like protrusions on the back, and the corners of the curved mouth have a sinister smile. Gia Gia. With Zheng Gui's gloomy smile, a powerful aura emanated from the surrounding. Wong Wong. The Wind Speed Dog bared his teeth and roared at the newly evolved Gengar. Ouch! The little dog you are now is not my opponent. Zheng Gui pointed at the Wind Speed Dog arrogantly. The Wind Speed Dog, who has always been the leader of the team, can't stand Gengar's provocation, especially the guy who was crushed by himself before. Hey, the same tricks have no effect on this uncle. Zheng Gui rubbed his hands for a while and quickly condensed into a black ball of energy the size of a basketball. Is this an enhanced version of the Shadow Ball? Saga touched his chin and thought, no, the Shadow Ball should not be able to achieve this kind of power. Go to shit, this uncle has endured you for a long time. Gengar called out and threw the black energy ball in his hand. The black energy ball broke up the big character explosion like a broken bamboo, and galloped towards the Wind Speed Dog. Because Fengsugo still regard Gengar as the idiot who can only move his lip but is not wrong, so he didn't care about the opponent's attack, but he didn't expect that his unique move would be disbanded by the opponent, and it was too late to dodge. Now, the Wind Speed Dog was hit by the energy ball and flew out. Gia Gia, who else is there? Zhang Gui sneered as he looked at the Wind Speed Dog who couldn't get up temporarily. His red eyes swept around and shouted loudly. And me, Sagia said before. A golden light emanated from his eyes, and the pressure of the king's heart burst out in an instant. The restraint of the king's heart against ghost-type Pokemon is simply unimaginable. Gengar, whose evolutionary strength surged to the quasi-king level originally, is like a mouse eating a cat. Boss, I'm joking. Aren't you too happy to evolve? Just say hello to everyone, and quickly put away your superpowers. Get up. The old man is so old. If you lose your weight, Zhang Gui pleaded with support. Sure enough, after the evolution, he still can't change his funny character. I'm here today. Everyone have a good rest. Please come with me. Fengsugo. Saga turned around and walked towards the river not far ahead. Mr. Saga, Xiaoyu murmured a little worriedly. Mr. Zhenggui, you are too hard on the adult Wind Speed Dog. Xiaoyu complained. I just evolved and didn't control my strength, and in the past, the dog used to bully me because of his strength, but now it's the feng shui turns. Zheng Gui waved his hands and shrugged like Saga. The Wind Speed Dog looked at Saga's back, and followed up a little lost. Old man, you are too careless today. Saga looked at the Wind Speed Dog who followed with his head folded. Wang Wu. Fengsugo no longer had the prestige he used to have, and with a light reply, he lay beside Saga. Today, he was actually defeated by his former subordinate Zheng Gui with one move, which was a huge blow to the boss Fengmogo, who had always been in the Sagia team. Old man, you know why you lose so fast. Although the overall strength of the evolved Gengar surpasses you, if you were not too careless, how could Gengar's skills hit you? Saga said frankly. Out of the Wind Speed Dog today's deficiency. Actually, with your current strength, it's only a matter of time before you can defeat the quasi-king level Gengar under my command. Your flames have a very good restraining effect on ghosts. After Gengar evolve, the next step is the training plan for you. I will strive for you to break through to the quasi-king level before the Quartz Alliance. The next gym is the Fire Gym on Red Lotus Island. You will be the main force for I was fighting, but the owner of the other pavilion was the former Fire King in Kanto. Although his strength has declined due to age, his actual combat experience must be terrifying. Quote, does the old man have the confidence to beat him with me? Saga stretched out his hand towards the Wind Speed Dog. Wow. Wind Speed Dog's eyes rekindled a flame called fighting spirit. Stretched out his paw and placed it on Saga's palm. Chapter 74 Murder and Arson. Gold belt open black lens bracket. Second update close black lens bracket. After almost a week of travel, this afternoon, Saga came to the Dark City, which has two gyms in Saga's memory. But before Xiaoji came, the gym in this Dark City had not been recognized by the Alliance, and his schedule should be much faster than Xiaoji. So now the two gyms in the Dark City are probably in conflict. so Saga is here. How much interest is there? The badges issued by gyms that are not recognized by the Alliance are meaningless. As soon as I entered the city, I felt like I was in a ghost town. There was no one on the street. Every household closed their doors, and even shops and restaurants were closed. I came to the Pokémon Center. Fortunately, these two gyms did not have the courage to provoke the Pokémon Center, so the Pokémon Center is still open. However, there was no one in the hall except the bored and dozing Miss Joy. Saga handed the Pokémon to Miss Joy, and then inquired about the situation in the city. The Alliance stipulates that a city with a permanent population of 5W can set up a gym. A city like Golden City with a permanent population of 20W needs to set up 2 gyms. The gym is not only a place for trainers to test, there is also a need to keep the city safe. But every year the Alliance allocates a lot of funds to gyms, so opening a gym is a big mistake. In order to compete for the quota of gyms officially recognized by the Alliance, the 2 gyms have a small rack for 3 days and a large rack for 5 days. City residents complain, and many even left the city. The population of this dark city itself is not very large. Last year, it barely reached the standard of 5W population. As a result, it was caused by 2 gymnasium. Now at least half of the residents of the city have left, and the city that originally hoped to establish a gym is now, if they do this, it is estimated that there is no chance at all. Sure enough, if you don't die, you won't die. After a good night's rest at the Pokémon Center, Saga embarked on the journey again. Since the gym here is not recognized and the strength is not strong, it is meaningless to win. On this day, Saga rode a motorcycle to Agobi. According to Jarvis's route map, this is the only desert area in the Kanto area not far away, and there is a very prosperous town near the desert called Neon Town, which is a famous Kanto area. The city that never sleeps is also a gambling city. Although it was only evening, all kinds of neon lights in the whole Neon Town were completely lit up, almost illuminating the whole town as it was during the day. But this also caused the residents of Neon Town not to get a good rest, and their temper became very grumpy. Saga found several incidents of quarrels and fights on the street over a small matter during a short journey to the Pokémon Center. Neon Town is known as the city that never sleeps. There are naturally many places to play in the town, especially all kinds of casinos all night long. After dinner, Saga went to the Pokémon Center to retrieve the Pokémon balls and was thinking of going to the casino to have fun. Try your luck with 2. It's just that when he passed through a hidden alley, he was attracted by the sound of small conversations inside. If it wasn't for Saga's hearing that was different from ordinary people, it would not be easy to find out. Boss, do you remember the last time we and the organization went to the Fengyuan area and attacked a research institute? Close black lens bracket. Remember what happened? Close black lens bracket. The last time I was in the institute, I was the first person to burst into the doctor's room, and I secretly hid a Pokemon ball. Close black lens bracket. Hey, you don't want to die. Don't you know that what the organization hates most is the person who hides the spoils of war? Close black lens bracket. What does it matter? Based on the strength of the 2 of us, it is estimated that this life is the bottom of the rocket. I don't want to live like this for a lifetime. As a Pokemon ball collected by a doctor, the Pokemon in it must be very valuable. As long as we sell it, the 2 of us won't have to worry about it for the rest of our lives. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the organization? If this matter is exposed, the 2 of us are dead, and you know the means of Boss Sakagi. Close black lens bracket. So I want to give it a shot. There are many dragons and snakes in Neon Town, and the organization's power here is very weak, and this matter is known to you and I. As long as you and I don't talk about it, who will know? Business can be done. Hehe. Close black lens bracket. Tis tis. I didn't expect to meet 2 Rocket's little guys when I came out. Saga was very interested in the Pokemon they were talking about. There must be a lot of valuable Pokemon and research materials in the research institute that can make the Rockets go to the Fengyuan area to attack. Since I met you, don't blame me. The golden belt of murder and arson is not a brother or a person. It is an unknown Pokemon that is too tempting. Gengar used stealth to sneak in, and then used hypnotism to get those 2 people. Saga released Gengar and ordered softly, "No problem, leave it to the old man. Gia, I like this kind of sneak attack the most." "Okay, done. I'll contact the seller for you, and we'll quit the Rockets after this ticket is done. I don't want to do this kind of dreadful life for a day." Close black lens bracket. Gia, you have no chance. Looking at the old man's hypnotism, Django suddenly appeared behind 2 people with red eyes emitting strange ripples. Close black lens bracket. Boss, why do I feel like I suddenly want to sleep? The skinny guy said first. Close black lens bracket. Me too. I really want to sleep. Close black lens bracket. With a plop, the 2 figures fell against the wall, and the red Pokemon rolled from the thin man's hand. Chapter 75. Incredible. Conquer the baby dragon. Saga looked at the Pokemon ball that rolled to his feet. This should be that. The Pokemon that the doctor treasured. I don't know what it could be now that things have been done. There is nothing to worry about. These 2 people have already already betrayed the rocket, but they are still careful. Gengar, use Dream Eater on both of them, Saga said grimly. 2 ordinary people were hit head-on by the Quasi-King level Gengar with the dream-eating skill, and there would only be one consequence, turning into a vegetative state. The things he cares about can't be protected, and Saga doesn't want this kind of thing to happen to him one day, so he vows to do his best to improve his rank. Next, Saga didn't have the mood to play anymore. He went straight to the most luxurious hotel in Neon Town to open a suite. What would it be? Saga tapped the Pokemon ball, hoping it wouldn't disappoint me. After a burst of red light, a Pokemon standing on 2 legs appeared in front of Saga's eye. It was petite, with sky blue skin, a steel-like armor on its head, and 2 sharp canine teeth exposed. This is... Saga couldn't believe it. No matter how high Saga's requirements for Pokemon were, he still couldn't restrain his emotions when he saw this Pokemon in front of him. One of the 2 quasi-divine bees in the Fangyuan area, the initial state of the salamander, the baby dragon, and the alliance statistics are even rarer than the fast dragon. Baby. As soon as the baby dragon came out, he saw a strange stranger staring at him. Could it be that this human is the trainer that the doctor promised to find me? The smell on him is so comfortable. Baby. The baby dragon let out a soft cry, and looked at Saga curiously with his head tilted. Jarvis, scan the baby dragon for me. Baby dragon. Stone Pokemon attribute. Dragon feature. Full attack height 0. Weight 43. Color blue. Introduction. In order to be able to fly to the sky one day, it strives to evolve, and in order to vent its distress, it often smashes the surrounding rock. Evaluation. As the initial form of Fangyuan's top Pokemon other than Divine Beast, it is born with talents and powerful strength that other Pokemon can't match. It doesn't even need a trainer to train itself, and it will naturally evolve to its final form of incredible strength. Baby. Watching the human being who made him feel good about him ignores him. The baby dragon swayed his little hands in a hurry. Everyone, come out. Saga released all the treasures on his body. Genwei will help me translate the language of the baby dragon for me, and also convey my words to it, Saga said. Luwei originally wanted to play coquettish with Saga for a while, but found that there was a Pokemon as petite as himself in front of him, feeling very curious, and began to circle around the baby dragon. Baby dragon, would you like to be my partner? Saga stretched out her hand and asked. Baby dragon nodded and shook his head again. Gengar, what does he mean? Saga frowned at the action in front of her. This little guy said he would because the smell on you made him. It's very comfortable, but if you want to conquer it, you have to fight it, and it needs to see if the strength of the trainer can be its own master in the future. Gengar translated. It's a very proud little guy. Let's go downstairs and play on the grass behind the hotel. Saga put away the Pokemon and went downstairs. It's very late anyway. People in Neon Town prefer to play in casinos. Who will go to the hotel lawn for half a year? So Saga doesn't worry that someone will see the baby dragon. Even if he sees Kanto, he can recognize the baby dragon at a glance. Also very few. Luwei, let you go up this time. Perform well, and let your future partners see your strength. During the period of subduing the Sictails, Saga has mainly focused on Gengar, so she just gave her some basic training, and mastered a skill that is equivalent to a magical skill for the Sictails. Steel Tail. This flashing Sictails is very talented in itself, and is a fox's little guy. His little head is very smart. In a short period of time, he has mastered the Steel Tail very well, and uses the Sictails given by God to play the effect of Sick times the power is unbelievable, and Saga has a handsome name for this Rictial Waltz. Lu Wei's mouth said. Little Mars looked at the baby dragon in front of me excitedly. This is my first battle and I must show it well in front of my master. This princess is very powerful. Little guy, you attack first, Saga said to baby dragon. Baby. The mouth and the baby dragon murmured a few times, and a one blue light ball suddenly came out of the baby dragon's mouth, approaching the Sictails. It's baby dragon's dragon fury. Not bad. Sictails, fight back. Sictails jumped into the sky, and the 6 snow-white tails exuded a steel-like color, and swept toward Dragon's Fury fiercely, only to see Dragon's Fury slapping at the Sictail deal secta down, quickly retreated and flew upside down towards the baby dragon. Baby. The baby dragon screamed in surprise, and then hurriedly rushed over like the grass beside him. The Dragon's Fury wiped it from the side and instantly shattered the rock behind him. Sictails swung their Sictails proudly. Baby. The baby dragon's face turned very ugly, and he felt so embarrassed just now, so he shouted, and his body was suddenly covered with blue light, and he slammed into the Sictails. I can even think of the headbutt, and the Sictails jump up. Looking at the baby dragon rushing over, Saga waved and ordered. When the baby dragon rushed over, Luwei's small body jumped into the air to easily dodge the attack. Sictails, keep this posture, and use the steel waltz in the air. Close black lens bracket. The Sictails in the air heard a 360-degree somersault, and with the impact of the fall, the Sictail tails hit the baby dragon's head fiercely. Baby. After the baby dragon was hit by this wreck, it was like being drunk. His body body was swaying, and his eyes were filled with mosquito coil pattern plop. Before Sagia looked at the baby dragon who was incapacitated, he took out the super ball and took the little guy away up. He actually has a future quasi-god. As long as he and Jarvis are trained, he will definitely be the main force to challenge the champions of the kings in various regions in the future. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Recommend a good book. Pokémon, The Strongest World. Readers who like Pokémon fans can go and see The Pig Eater from the Rocket. It feels good. Summer reading books every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. How to recharge Philo. Felu.com supports mobile phone card, mobile text messages, various game card, 10-cent currency card, various online banking, landline phones, and Alipay redemption channel. The redemption URL is as follows. Complete the redemption in second. The method is as follows. When redemption, it is recommended to choose the method of redemption that suits you, and choose the cheapest method of redemption. Recharge customer service number. Tip: if the recharge amount fails to arrive in time, we will complete the recharge for you within 12 hours. Please wait patiently. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Testimonials. First of all, I would like to thank all the readers for their support to The Crooked Door. Whether you voted a flower or a comment, The Crooked Door is very grateful. When I opened this book, I was very enthusiastic for a while, because now the Pokemon fans are getting more and more. There is less, and there are not many of them, or all kinds of mythical beasts that flow through the system every second, every second, every second of every second. With a longing for his childhood dreams, Crooked Man decided to write a book to realize his childhood dreams. Like Xiaoji, he gained some points in his travels, bit by bit. Well, not much else to say. I hope everyone can support. This book will also enter the final preparation stage of the Quartz Alliance. When the protagonist has strength and fame, there will be no shortage of beautiful women. Philo only costs 3 cents to subscribe to 100 words, and 5 yuan can read many chapters. I hope capable readers can support it. After all, besides work every day, the code word is very late. I hope everyone can give Philo motivation to The Crooked Door. Remind you, book 3 things to collect. Chapter 76. Save Xiaoji to Red Lotus Island. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. As for automatic. Morning of the next day, Saga woke up looking at the 2 little guys beside her bed, and a smile appeared on her face. Yesterday, she hadn't slept well all night, and the surprise of subduing the baby dragon made him smile. I slept with the little guy for 1 night, which caused Xiao Luwei to be very jealous and insisted on coming to sleep together. Packing up, he went to the hotel service desk and checked out the room. Saga was going to go to the Grand Canyon not far away to see if he could find some Pokemon fossils. After all, the science and technology in this world is very perverted. People even have machines that revive Pokemon fossils. The largest company in the Fengyuan area, Devon Manufacturing Group, was the first company to develop a fossil revival machine. I will definitely travel to Fengyuan. If I can find some Pokemon fossils, I can revive ancient Pokemon in the future. The Grand Canyon is a place famous all over the world for the scenery of the Daxi Valley. Some time ago, some people exposed the news of the discovery of ancient fossils, so it attracted a large number of fossil enthusiasts to dig fossils. Sagia stared at the crowd with black lines all over his head. He originally wanted to have the opportunity to pick up 2 fossils. It seemed that he thought too much. With so many people excavating fossils, there must be nothing left outside the Grand Canyon. If you find the fossils, it is estimated that you can only blast the rock layer. There are a bunch of living fossils living in the underground of the Grand Canyon. Bang! Just when Saga was thinking about how to get some fossils, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. There would not really be any great gods who came to blow up the Grand Canyon in order to find fossils. This is a scenic spot protected by the Alliance. People who are not afraid of death. Everyone, come and help. Someone fell. A young girl's voice shouted. When Saga came to the explosion site, she saw 3 familiar figures who were organizing everyone to carry the rock. Wouldn't it be so coincidental? Xiaosha, Xiaoging and even Xiaomao are actually here. Hi, Xiaosha, Xiaoging, and Xiaomao. It's been a long time since Sagia said hello. Brother Saga, Xiaosha shouted excitedly. It's good to see you. Hurry up and help Xiaoji. The rockets attacked us just now, and Xiaoji and Pikachu fell into the deep pit because of them. Xiaosha, don't worry. Xiaoji and Pikachu have their own celestial appearance, and they will be fine. But Dora, it's you who decides to use the Dragon God Dive skill to help everyone break this rock. Please go to take a step back. Be careful that the broken rocks may accidentally injure you. Sarah reminded Koto, but Dora took a few steps back, and then a silver-white light emerged from her body and rushed towards the rock above the pothole. The huge rock block was smashed into pieces by Kodora's trick, and the small rock was quickly moved aside with the efforts of everyone, revealing a large dark hole. But following a loud roar, a great figure emerged from the pit. Fossil pterosaur. pterosaur. A gleam of light flashed in Saga's eyes, and he was shocked. He was a top predator in ancient time. Even after sleeping for countless years, his whole body was full of breathtaking aura, and Xiaoji was caught by the fossilized pterosaur and prepared to eat it as food. As a former sky overlord, and the eyes of the already hungry fossilized pterosaur are no different from humans, the meat can be eaten. Fire Ha! On the side, the newly evolved fire dinosaur saw that he was in danger, and his body emitted a burst of white light and evolved. In Saga's eyes, it seems that this fire-breathing dragon is completely stunted, and its eyes is not even comparable to the average height of ordinary fire-breathing dragons, but the pig feet are. It is the pig feet as the main force of the small top, regardless of the stunted growth of the old prey. In the future, he can have the strength to fight the beast alone. Fire-breathing dragon chasing the fossilized pterosaur has just evolved. It is not very familiar with the flying ability. Big Mouth, you also come up and help the fire-breathing dragon to save Ash. Saga ordered to the Big Mouth. Quack! The big-billed bird flapped its wings and caught up with the fossil pterosaurs who were fighting in the air. In the end, with the cooperation of the fire-breathing dragon and the sparrow, Xiaoji was successfully rescued, but the fossil pterosaur did not know how long it took to supplement the food, just woke up and fought with 2 Pokémon, and finally fainted from hunger. The news of the appearance of a living fossil Pokémon in the Grand Canyon was soon known by the Kanto Alliance. This matter was of great importance. The alliance was very efficient, and a large number of police forces were dispatched to block the Grand Canyon. Even the most mysterious ghost of the 4 heavenly kings in Kanto, Tianwang Juzi, was sent here. In the future, the Grand Canyon will be used as an important base for the study of fossil Pokémon and will not be open to the public again. This is the end of the matter. Cheers! The 5 people who meet again are back in Neon Town to celebrate Ash's death at a bar. Xiaoji, you, such an idiot. You were almost eaten by a Pokémon. Tisk tisk. If Aunt Hanako found out. Xiaomao picked up the wine glass and said first, Xiaomao, please don't tell my mother what happened today, or she will definitely let me go home. Xiaoji folded his hands and said sincerely, then it depends on your performance. You will cover all the consumption of the 5 of us tonight, so I can consider not telling Aunt Hanako. How about it? Xiaomao hugged Xiaoji's shoulder. Giggle. Every time Xiaoji sees Xiaomao, he must be taught a miserable lesson. Xiaoxia covered her mouth and smiled. Don't talk so much. Finally get together. Don't get drunk tonight. Cheers. Cheers. 12 midnight. Xiaoji and his party of 5 walked towards the Pokemon Center drunkenly. I want to be the world's #1 Pokemon master. The originally vague Ash suddenly shouted loudly. Fuck off. I'm the world's #1 Pokemon master. This is Xiaomao's voice. Saga looked at the expressions of the idiots around the pedestrian with a helpless expression. These 2 guys are so drunk and want us to accompany them to humiliate. Sometimes it is a kind of happiness to be nervous. Next morning, even after drinking a lot of alcohol last night, Saga got up at 6 o'clock on time, went out to exercise for an hour and came back. Looking at the 4 people in the room still sleeping, Saga decided to pack up and go first 1 step. Came to the front desk and explained the situation to Miss Joy, and asked her to tell the 4 people who woke up soon after she left so that they should not worry about themselves, and go to Red Lotus Island to challenge the gym first. Kodola, Alloy Claw, Sitails, Flame Vortex Baby Dragon, Iron Head Power. After more than 10 days of fighting and traveling, they finally arrived at the southernmost port in the Kanto region and boarded the passenger ship bound for Red Lotus Island. After the passenger ship stopped at the port of Honglian Island, Saga followed the crowd and got off the passenger ship, all of which were shops selling goods. Although Honglian Island is a small island, the business is extremely prosperous. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 78 Red Lotus Gym. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Red Lotus Island is most famous for its hot springs. Of course, Saga will not miss this opportunity to enjoy. Mei enjoys the pleasure brought by the hot spring bath and relieves the tension caused by the upcoming gym competition. Emotion. Shabo Guangdong's former Fire King. The 3 Pokemon registered on the record are Nine-tailed, Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, and Duck-billed Fire Dragon. The strength is the top in the Kanto Gym, and it is also known as the most difficult Kanto Gym together with the Joban Gym. For the gyms that got the badges, every trainer in the Kanto region is proud to get the badges of these 2 gyms. Along the way, I inquired about the Red Lotus Gym and Shabo. According to the residents of Red Lotus Island, Shabo has closed the gym. Of course, Saga will not believe it. According to the memory of the previous life, it is only because Shabo could not bear it. Too many tourists challenged with entertainment mentality and finally closed the gym. In fact, the real Red Lotus Gym was moved to the bottom of the volcano by Shabo, but now I don't know where the cave is, so I can only go to the former site of the Red Lotus Gym first. What is it that keeps the head cold and the body warm? Saga, who was carefully observing the ruins of the Red Lotus Gym, was taken aback by the sudden sound, but then there was a burst of ecstasy. The person who liked to write riddles is probably only Shabo on the Red Lotus Island, so this person, that's right. right. Saga looked back and saw an old man with a golden wig and a pair of sunglasses standing behind him. Ah, old man, people are scary but they will scare people to death. Saga saw this outfit and knew that this person must be Shabo, but she pretended not to know. As for the question you asked, the simple answer is the open-air hot spring. Hee, that's right. Then another question. There's air in the balloon. What's in the lifebuoy? People. Come again. Wait, you don't have to ask anymore. Towel flashed over Saga's head. This kind of brain teaser at the elementary school level in the previous life was too simple for the super hacker himself, but seeing the endless guessing of the other party, he could only stop him. Old man, don't pretend. I made preparations before I came. You are the owner of the Red Lotus Gym, Mr. Shabo, the former Fire King and one of the 4 Heavenly Kings in the Kanto region. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. The young man has good eyesight. I thought no one could see my outfit. Shabo embarrassedly touched his head and smiled awkwardly. That's right, I'm Shabo. I recognized me at a glance when I saw you. I must have done a lot of homework before coming here. It shouldn't be that kind of a ticket-playing trainer. I agreed to your choice, and I come on. The Red Lotus Gym is not here. After Shabo finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the volcano in the center of Red Lotus Island. Looking at the huge cave behind the hot spring, this place is really hidden. No wonder even Jarvis has no information. Without Shabo to lead the way, no one would have thought that the true Red Lotus Gym was in this place. My heart. Yo, boy, what's wrong? The gym is downstairs. Come with me. Shabo waved his hand. What a high temperature. Feeling the higher temperature, Saga couldn't help wiping the sweat on his forehead. Feilu Little Say inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample o. As the closed iron gate was open, Saga could see the situation inside clearly. This was the real fire gymnasium. 4 huge chains hang the playing field above the lava. The temperature around the field is very high. In this environment, the competition is not only a test for Pokémon, but also a huge test for the trainer itself. In such a hot environment, it's hard to concentrate and think in an environment. By the way, I still don't know what your name is. Shaber asked. My name is Saga, and I'm from Nibi City. Okay, Saga, are you ready? The competition rules of the Red Lotus Gym are 33. If you win 2 games, you can get the Red Lotus badge. If there are no problems, you can start anytime. Sarah replied calmly. Okay, then my first contestant is her. A Pokemon with 9 tails and golden hair appeared on the field. Sure enough, it's Ninetales. Jarvis scanned Ninetales information. Facing the smiling old man in front of him, Saga did not dare to relax in the slightest. Ninetales. Fa Pokemon attribute. Fire trait. Ignite height. 1. Weight. 25. Introduction. Each tail has a mysterious power and is said to live for 100 years. Evaluation. It has a very agile speed, and the fire type trick is very powerful. As a Pokemon of the former king, the actual combat experience is also strong and terrifying. The weakness is the waist. The waist of this Ninetales has been severely hit. Waist has been injured, and it is a secret injury that has not been cured to this day. It seems that the battle between Shabo and Du was very fierce. According to the current Dragon King, Mr. Du defeated Shabo to get the 4 Heavenly Kings sealed. If that's the case, it's up to you. Come on, Sparrow. Originally, Saga wanted to use the Seathorn Dragon to restrain the opponent, but in such a hot environment, the Seathorn Dragon could not last for too long, so he could only use the flight type that was restrained by the opponent. Oh, it's actually a red sparrow. It's interesting. Then let me see. What would you do? For the former Heavenly King Shabo, he would not naively think that attribute restraint is everything. His Ninetales can defeat many water-type Pokemon, and the high-temperature flame of the Ninetales can basically be done with one move. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 79 Against Shaber. 4th update. Ask for the first order. Ask for automatic. Big Build Pharaoh. Start first. Use Steel Wing. Huh. The Big Build Bird responded, and the 2 huge wings flashed silver-white light and rushed towards the Ninetales on the ground. Open black lens bracket. Ninetales avoid it and use the jet flame. Close black lens bracket. Ninetales agile backflip easily dodged the big mouth's attack, and then a jet of flame shot away. In such a hot environment, the powerful flame of the Ninetales and the combination of the geographical location, the power of this jet of flames is almost as powerful as a large character explosion, and instantly roared across the half-court and rushed towards the big mouth. Open black lens bracket. Shadow clone. Close black lens bracket. Faced with such a powerful flame, Saga did not dare to take it hard. He could only dodge first, and then look for an opportunity to fight back. Responsiveness is good. Shabo nodded with satisfaction. Many rookie challengers in the past were frightened when they saw such a powerful jet of flame, let alone any instruction. Then I don't know if you can handle it. Ninetales. The vortex of flame. 360-degree rotation to attack the whole field. Facing the dozen or so avatars in front of him. Shabo's style prefers head-to-head encounters. Fire is the indomitable spirit. Big build bird. Take advantage of now. Destroy the dead light. As soon as Shabo's voice fell, Saga directly ordered. A red beam of destructive power shot out from one of the sparrows' mouths, and Ninetail, who was using the flame vortex to attack the entire field, just landed on the back of the sparrow's attack range. Ninetail's steel tails break it up. At the moment of emergency, Shabo's voice came over. Boom! In an instant, the tails shone with metallic luster swept across the light of destruction, and a violent explosion sounded. After 9 consecutive explosions, the large-mouthed death light of destruction was abruptly given to Ju. The tail is broken. Woo! Saga took a deep breath, not expecting that Shabo knew the unique trick that he had tailored for the sick tails, and used it so well that the scene fell into a hard fight for a while. Haha, many years ago. This is the first time I have seen such an outstanding junior. Saga, no matter whether you can win today or not, I will give you the badge. Shabo nodded approvingly. Mr. Shabo, thank you, but I don't need anyone to give I will rely on my own strength to get what I need. Big Mouth, use a low-altitude drill. This move is very similar to Yunwi's skill. It is also a low-altitude impact, but the power is even better. Big Mouth swooped down upon hearing this, and its sharp mouth is like an arrow toward Ju-tail's way slammed into it. It's a boy who doesn't admit defeat. Since that's the case, open black lens bracket. Ninetail, use purgatory. Close black lens bracket. The overwhelming flame spread from the back of the Ninetail towards the swooping sparrow. There's no other way. I can only fight. Big Mouth held back the flames and used high-speed rotation and punching skills to slam Juwei's waist hard. Saga waved and shouted. Quack! Big Mouth is also desperate, and the rotation barely makes the surrounding flames dissipate a little, but the extremely high-temperature flames still make Big Mouth wet profusely, but the arrogant character makes it endure the pain. Is it over? Young people are really impulsive. Shabo looked at the big build sparrow engulfed in flames and said. As soon as the voice fell, a figure suddenly rushed out of the flame, and the big mouth was burning with flames and slammed into the Ninetails, and the sharp mouth hit the Ninetails perfectly. Wow! Suddenly, the Ninetails screamed and was knocked out, fell to the ground and lost the ability to fight. The burnt sparrow watched his opponent fall, and fell from the air, losing his ability to fight. Bitch, are you alright? Saga hurriedly took out the best burn medicine from his backpack and ran towards the big Bill, who was also incapacitated. Smearing the toucan all over the body with burn medicine, and then using the healing ball that I bought a lot of money to buy not long ago to put it away. If you put it in, you can get a good treatment effect in a short period of time. Agile reaction ability, excellent observation skills, and the spirit of fighting to the death in the end. He is really a very good boy. Shabo silently withdrew the Ninetails, secretly giving Sa a very high evaluation in his heart. We lost in the first game of Saga, so how do you deal with my next stronger Pokemon? Come on, Tyrannosaurus. Roar. White light flashed, and the huge body of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus appeared on the field, with dense scars all over its body, proving that this iron-armored Tyrannosaurus has more than experienced 100 battles. If that's the case, come on, Dora. Cola. The ground-type iron-armored Tyrannosaurus faced off against the steel-type Ghidorah. The two equally huge Pokemon looked at each other as soon as they came on stage. There seemed to be an invisible aura between the two, and the smell of gunpowder was full. You really surprised my old man. Actually, the Pokemon in the Fangyuan area. This time, it's my first attack. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus racked, using the Unicorn Drill. The Unicorn Drill is a one-hit kill move. As long as it is hit, it will be in a dying state. I see the horns on the head of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. It spins rapidly like a steel drill, and then moves towards Kaduo like a tank. Pull over. One hit kills you. Then look at the horns of your iron-armored Tyrannosaurus rack. Harder. Ghidorah's heavy metal armor is hard. Ghidorah, use a self-defeating attack. Saga waved his hand, but Dora quickly sprinted forward, surrounded by the light of the ultimate move, and charged straight towards the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Isn't it hard to fight hard? It's not that simple. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus stopped attacking and switched to Earthquake. As soon as the experienced iron-armored Tyrannosaurus heard Shabo's order, he immediately, stopping his body, he raised his thighs abruptly and stepped on the ground. The ground began to shake violently. Ghidorah, who used the sacrifice attack, didn't have time to dodge, and was knocked to the ground by the Earthquake. Damn, the Earthquake skill has twice the damage to Ghidorah. This trick is miscalculated. The gap in experience is evident here. Ghidorah, stand up and attack with sharp stone. Dozens of sharp stone blades floated up from the ground and shot towards the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, use arm punches to smash them. Shabo shouted loudly. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus raised its sturdy arm and kept waving it, and the sharp rocks were smashed by it piece by piece. Even if some rocks attacked the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, it was easily blocked by its hard armor. Now, Ghidorah, the rock seal. Ghidorah roared, and 4 huge rocks suddenly rose from around the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, blocking its movement. Ghidorah, tit for tat, use Earthquake. When the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Tyrannosaurus wanted to destroy the surrounding stone pillars. The ground began to shake violently again, and the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was severely knocked down, but Dora's weight of nearly 500 jins used the earthquake to be even more powerful. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 80 Evolution in the Flame. Boss Cordola, 5 changes seeking automatic, are both the sharp stone attack and the rock seal used for booing. The real attack is an earthquake. Splendid gleam flashed in Shabo's eyes. He didn't expect that this young man could come up with so many steps in a short period of time to restore his disadvantage. But earthquakes alone can't defeat the T-Rex. The T-Rex stood up and used it to burn out. With the roar of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, the incomparably violent flames sprayed towards Ghidorah. Miscalculation. As the Fire King, Shabo, how could the Pokémon under his command not be a fire elemental trick? Burning out is a kind of the more you use the skill, the weaker the power, but the power of the first burn is far more than the big character explosion. Fire beat deal. But once Dora is hit by this move, he will definitely lose his fighting ability. Ghidorah uses the iron wall. With Candora's weight, he can't dodge this move at all, so he can only passively defend. A lot. Cordora closed her eyes and endured the pain from the burning in the fierce flame. Dora, hold on, it won't last long to burn out. Saga shouted loudly. More, 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 more. Dora roared in the mad flame, deeply trusting all the words of the master. Saga, this, just admit defeat. You're Dora. It won't last long like this. Do you want to sacrifice your Pokemon's life for the victory or defeat of a round? Shabo said seriously. Dora, looking at her partner who was struggling in the flames. Come back. Dora, in my eyes you are the most important. Saga took out the Pokemon ball to give up the game. A lot. But Dora looked at her master's action, shook her head with all her remaining strength, and made a pleading voice to tell her master not to take her back. Looking at the extremely proud eyes, Saga slowly took back the Pokemon ball in his hand, and a glittering glint flashed in the corner of his eyes. Dora, I believe in you. You will surely create miracles. Saga roared inwardly. Koto. Dora raised her head and roared. Dazzling white light began to erupt from Dora's body, and her figure began to rise gradually, and the flame was blocked by the evolved white light. Pokemon unconditionally believe in their trainer, and the trainer also believes in their own Pokemon. This kind of bond can actually allow Dora to evolve at the last moment. This kind of thing is the most elusive. Shabo shook his head and sighed. After a while, a Pokemon with a height of 3 or so, like an ancient dinosaur, appeared on the field. The blue pupils exuded a slight fierce light, and the thick bus was constantly afraid of being hit on the ground. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus on the opposite side. After the evolution of Boss Cordola, the overall strength has been greatly improved, becoming the second Pokemon in the Saga team to reach the Quasi-King level. Fierce eyes stared at the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus that gave him endless pain just now. After a roar, a little metal light flakes were emitted from the body. After flashing all at once, they quickly shot at the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex was easily hit by this move, and it was rolling frantically on the ground in pain. The new skill that Boss Ghidorah uses is the newly learned Alloy Blast, which multiplies the damage dealt to it this turn by 1. Return it 5 times. The power that just burned out almost killed Boss Ghidorah, and now it's multiplied by 1. 5 times return to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. You can imagine the power. Beautiful. Turning defeat into victory in an instant. It seems that I am really old. Shabo shook his head mockingly. Go back, iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Looking at the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus that has not lost the ability to fight on the field, how can it still fight against the newly evolved Boss Ghidorah in this state? Saga, you have already won 2 rounds, and you are fully qualified to get the Red Lotus badge. As for the 3rd round, it depends entirely on your choice. Shabo took out the Red Lotus badge from his pocket and said, of course it's going to be a challenge, and the trainer should go forward bravely and not be afraid of any challenge. Saga excitedly put away the newly evolved Boss Cordola and said, ha 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 ha, that's right, I'm not afraid of any challenges, although I'm old, but my blood is no worse than your young people, so my last Pokemon is my original Pokemon, and it has been with me for the longest time. Although because of his age, his strength has regressed a lot, but it is not something that ordinary people can contend with. Come out, my old buddy. Shabo shouted towards the magma below the field. Following Shabo's order, suddenly, the underground lava began to surge wildly. The huge lava suddenly rushed to the field, and a black shadow loomed in front of Saga in the lava. A duck-billed fire dragon landed on the field with terrifying heat, and even the rocky ground was hot and red from the heat on the duck-billed fire dragon, as if it was about to melt. Although he knew for a long time that Shabo's duck-billed fire dragon lived in magma, but when he really got to the front, he discovered the metamorphosis of this duck-billed fire dragon. That powerful aura is definitely at the level of a king. The Quasi-King's iron-armored Tyrannosaurus can't compare with it at all. I don't know how the stunted fire-breathing dragon in the animation defeated it. Saga standing on the podium fully felt it. The heat was blowing, and the surrounding temperature became even hotter because of the appearance of the duck-billed fire dragon. This is the most powerful opponent I have ever met so far. Mr. Shabo, my partner is also my initial Pokémon, although the strength cannot be compared with your duck-billed fire dragon, but I still want to give it my best. No regrets for yourself. Saga took the Windspeed Dog Pokémon ball from his neck and threw it out. Come on, buddy. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 81. Get the Red Lotus Badge. Sick changes. Please order the first order automatically. Yo, Fire Element versus Fire Element. The Civil War will definitely be very exciting. Duck-billed fire dragon, spraying flame. Shabo was the first to order. Windspeed Dog, big characters burst. Saga's order followed, and the duck-billed fire dragon who heard the order in the field roared and sprayed a flame that could almost melt rocks and rushed towards the Windspeed Dog, and the Windspeed Dog also used his own unique trick. A flaming character blocked the jet flame. Windspeed Dog used the blazing dash to cooperate with the speed that descended from the god of fire, rushed towards the duck-billed fire dragon at an extremely fast speed with raging fire all over his body. The oncoming flames not only did not cause damage to it but were also absorbed into the body by the Windspeed Dog, making this combination of move. The power of the skill has become more powerful. This Windspeed Dog actually has the characteristics of igniting fire. Hey, this time it is difficult to deal with. As an old-fashioned king, Shabo saw the characteristics of the Windspeed Dog at a glance. Quite a perfect combination of skills since it can't be avoided. Duck-billed fire dragon, flame punch. The duck-billed fire dragon hit both fists immediately. Were bursts of flame, and the fist smashed towards the rushing Windspeed Dog with the sound of tearing the wind. Boom! With a violent explosion, the Windspeed Dog was smashed and flew out. Wong woo! Windspeed Dog turned over and stood up, growling hoarsely at the duck-billed fire dragon, and a blood stain dripped from the corner of his mouth. The duck-billed fire dragon's hands were also trembling constantly. It seemed that it had just received this powerful blazing charge, and its hands were also injured. As expected of Mr. Shabo's duck-billed fire dragon, even if he is old, he is still strong and terrifying. Sarah praised. Haha, it's normal. It's normal. I won't be waterproof just because you say that. Duck-billed fire dragon, smoke. The scorching black smoke with a little spark soon covered the audience. Puffing smoke is not a direct flame. It can prevent the Windspeed Dog from triggering the ignition characteristic, and thus suffer continuous damage. Sure enough, the Windspeed Dog, the hot wind trick. Before coming, Saga paid special attention to the information on the duck-billed fire dragon. Even if its strength has deteriorated, it still has the strength of the king. At present, the Windspeed Dog cannot defeat it by its own strength. Saga just wants to let the Windspeed Dog stay here. In the Civil War of the Fire Department, he broke through his own bottleneck and reached the strength of the Quasi-King. The same scorching hot wind whistled out of the Windspeed Dog's mouth, quickly blowing the surrounding black smoke away. But suddenly a black shadow rushed towards the Windspeed Dog from the black smoke against the hot wind. Bang! The duck-billed fire dragon's head slammed against the Windspeed Dog's abdomen. When Saga was shocked. Saga, the smoke is just to distract your attention. The real attack is the rocket head hidden in the black smoke. Facing such an outstanding young man, Shabo pointed out without hesitation. How are you, Windspeed Dog? Saga said worriedly. The effect of the rocket's head hitting the Windspeed Dog's soft abdomen is simply outstanding. Young man, your Pokemon's personality is really stronger than the other. Shabo looked at the Windspeed Dog who was struggling desperately on the ground. Duck-billed fire dragon, and the game, charged with gunpowder smoke. The scorching flames wrapped around the body, and the duck-billed fire dragon dashed towards the injured Windspeed Dog. Wong wong, wong wong. How can I lose the bag? I saw the master when I was born, and he is the most important in my heart from now on. I want to bring the master again and again, and I will never fall again here. Stand up, Wind Dog. Earthquake. This is the case. Saga didn't have time to feel the strength of the Windspeed Dog and immediately shouted. Not good. Duck-billed fire dragon hit the ground with the most powerful flame punch. Shabo didn't expect that the Windspeed Dog would still have the strength to stand up, and quickly shouted loudly. In the field, after hearing Saga's order, the Windspeed Dog suddenly roared, exhausted all the strength of his body, and his limbs fell heavily on the ground, and the whole field was violently violent. The trembling, one after another terrifying crack spread out with the Windspeed Dog as the center. The powerful flame punch of the duck-billed fire dragon also caused terrifying crack in the field. When the two met, the already devastated competition field almost collapsed in an instant, and the rock fell piece by piece into the magma below. The duck-billed fire dragon and the Windspeed Dog fell unsteadily for a while. Wind Dog. Saga roared piercingly, looking at the Windspeed Dog that was gradually submerged in the magma, recalling the past bit by bit. When it just hatched from the egg, he always accompanied him, crying and laughing together, be beaten together and starve together, and never give up. Duck-billed fire dragon, hurry up and save the Windspeed Dog. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Shabo also hurriedly shouted. The duck-billed fire dragon in the magma nodded, turned over and dived. Don't worry too much, Saga. Your Windspeed Dog is a fire-type Pokémon and has fire characteristic. If it falls into the magma temporarily, nothing should happen. The duck-billed fire dragon will definitely save it. Seeing the lost boy, Shabo couldn't bear it. Wong 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 wong. Suddenly a violent roar came up from the bottom of the magma. It's the barking of the wind speed dog. Saga wiped the corners of his eyes and said excitedly, "Gah!" The duck-billed fire dragon let out a scream and flew upside down from the magma, followed by a wind speed dog covered in golden light chasing it from behind. As this rebirth from ashes, Shabo looked at the awe-inspiring wind speed dog in surprise. The momentum in the previous moment had undergone earth-shaking changes, but he didn't expect to fall into the magma without any accident, and his strength increased sharply. It was really hard to survive. There must be blessings. Okay, well, Saga, I admit defeat. Shabo waved his hat and shouted, "Ah, is this the end? Mr. Shabo, isn't your duck-billed fire dragon still able to fight?" Saga said doubtfully, "No way. As people get old, their physical strength can't keep up. My old buddy is already very tired." Shabo pointed at the panting duck-billed fire dragon and said with a wry smile, "Not only did his strength start to decline when he got older, but his physical strength couldn't last too long. Good work, old man." Shabo came to the field and touched the head of the duck-billed fire dragon, took out the Pokemon ball and put it away, and then walked towards Saga, who was hugging the wind speed dog. "It's been a long time since I retired. I haven't experienced such a wonderful game. Saga, you are really outstanding. This red lotus badge is yours," Shabo said and put a red badge like a flame in Saga's hand. "Thank you." After Saga took the badge, he took out the badge box from his arms and put it in. "Yo, I didn't expect that you have already obtained 7 badges. So where is your last gym going to challenge?" Shabo looked at the badge in the badge box and asked with a smile, "If there is no accident, I will take a boat directly back to my hometown Nibi City on Red Lotus Island, and then go to challenge the nearby Vibrant Gym." Saga put the wind speed dog away and said, "Jobin Gym." Shabo folded his arms and pondered, "I remember that since there was a new gym owner a year ago, it seems that no trainer has ever obtained the Victory Pan badge. The gym owner is said to be a mysterious middle-aged man with strong strength. Very powerful. It is estimated that the strength has surpassed my old man. You have to be careful, Saga. Thank you for reminding me that my challenge to the gym is not mainly for the purpose of badges, but I like to challenge strong players from all walks of life and exercise my strength from actual combat. Today's game with Mr. Shabo has benefited me a lot." Saga replied, "Haha, I didn't read it wrong. You are a very good trainer." Shabo is very sure of Saga's word. "If you can get the Vibrant badge, it is estimated that this year's Quartz League champion will be yours without any accident." Mr. Shabo is really praised by Liao. Saga said humbly, "The strong has the strong, and no one can guarantee that there will be more powerful trainers in the Quartz Alliance." To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 82 Challenge the special training before Sakagi. 7 more. Ask for the first order. Ask for automatic. Saying goodbye to Shabo. After a good night's rest at the Pokemon Center on Red Lotus Island, the next morning, Saga found the shipping company on Red Lotus Island and hired a speedboat to gallop towards Nibi City, where he started. Go. I have to say that the speed of the speedboat on the sea is really fast. I have traveled for several months. The previous route, taking a shortcut at the sea, only took half a day to reach Wallen City. Why not go directly to Nibi City? Because Nibi City is an inland city and has no wharf, so speedboats can only stop at Wallen City. Getting off the boat, Saga rode on the motorcycle that he had brought together and drove towards the cabin where he had lived for more than a month, of being close to the nostalgia. Looking at the dilapidated log cabin surrounded by vines in front of him, Saga sighed a little. This place has inherited the memory of 2 generations, but this place is his first home. Come out everyone. Saga released all 8 Pokemon on him. Wow. As soon as the wind speed dog came out, he was very excited to see this familiar cabin. This place has the best memory of itself and its owner. Am I? As soon as Luwei came out, he jumped on Saga's shoulder and rubbed his face with his small head. With a cute face, baby. The baby dragon could only look at the coquettish Sixtails with envy because of his size. Friend, there are still 2 months before the start of this year's Quartz League, and I'm going to challenge Vibrant Gym, get the final badge, and qualify for the Quartz League challenge. However, the master of Vibrant Gym will be the strongest opponent I have encountered so far, even stronger than that. Red Lotus Gym's Shabo. So I will conduct a 1-month special training here. No confidence to beat him with me. Wong Wong. K-Duo, baby, am I? It seems that everyone's fighting spirit is very high. Saga nodded with satisfaction and said, from now on, the 2 will conduct practical training as a group. Wind Speed Dog Gengar, Boss K-Dora Electric Shock Beast, Seathorn Dragon Sparrow, Thick-tailed Baby Dragon. At present, the strongest team in my team should be Bosco Dora, and here are the Wind Speed Dogs and Jeng who have just broken through Ghost. Sea Dragons and Baby Dragons have great potential and may surpass them once they complete their final evolution. And if the Electric Beast wants to become stronger again, he can only find an electric electric motor to communicate and evolve into a powerful electric beast. It seems that he has to go to the underground black market of the Golden City to get the electric engine. Saga touched his chin and looked at the crowd and thought. As for skills, Saga intends to let Boscordola learn the two big moves, the grating cannon and the billion-ton shockwave. Zahn felt a serious lack of his own skill. Jarvis helped me complete the plan and data. In terms of training, Saga can only ask Jarvis for help. Good sir. Boscordola Quasi-Tianwang Advanced Features. Heavy Metal Height 3. Weight 72. Skills Mastery. Steel Tail, Iron Wall, Iron Head Attack, Metal Tone, Alloy Claw, Alloy Burst, Earthquake, Rock Seal, Sharp Stone Attack, Dragon God Dive, Self Attack, Destruction Death Light, Wind Speed Dog Quasi-Tianwang Intermediate Features. Igniter Height 2. Weight 18. Skills Mastery. Jet Flame, High Speed, Flame Vortex, Crush, Big Character Explosion, Earthquake, Flame Dash, Hot Wind, Fire Fang, Shadow Clone, Gengar Quasi-Tianwang Intermediate Features. Floating Height 1. Weight 41. Skills Mastery. Hypnosis, Black Eyes, Rage, Shadow Ball, Shadow Fist, Same Life, Revenge, Curse of the Night, Dream Eater, Gas Bomb, Mr. Big Bang, Wind Speed Dog. Gengar and Boscodora at present, their strength has increased significantly, and two of them have just evolved. Their strength has grown too fast, and their control over themselves is relatively poor. I suggest that you do a lot of basic training for the three of them so as to help them better control the sudden increase in strength. In the morning, you can do weight-bearing running and dodge training, and in the afternoon, you can do actual combat training. For example, let the Wind Speed Dog at the same time fight against Gengar and Boscodora, and then change it once a day. This way, 12 actual combat trainings are carried out. It is expected that the strength of these three Pokémon can be stabilized after a month. These three main forces will become one of Saga after a month. Challenge Sakaji's trump card. As for other Pokémon, according to Jarvis's suggestion, they mainly carry out physical exercise and skill learning before evolution so as to lay a solid foundation for the evolution in the near future. As for the baby dragon, he will carry out special training by himself. As the quasi-god in the Fangyuan area, and it is a dragon-type Pokémon, the future is limitless. Saga decided to focus all his energy on the training of the baby dragon in the future. Looking at the Pokémon who were training hard, Saga began to prepare abundant food and energy cubes every day. The daily expenses of these 8 Pokémon were about 20. At present, his funds are still sufficient, plus his history 3 sets of high-quality evolution stones won by Duntown. But people have to plan for the future, plus their own expenses. The funds on the body can last for about a year. If it really doesn't work, Saga wants to sell this poisonous gem on his body, and the market price is as good as 100 million something. Hey, it's a pity that there are almost no Pokémon with poison healing properties in Kanto. Otherwise, with the poisonous gem, I can have a powerful main pet in the future. No, the speed is still too slow. Speed up, and then speed up. Saga expressionlessly held the steel ball and smashed the baby dragon. Baby. The baby dragon jumped in the sand and kept dodging the steel balls that came over. The big eyes showed crystal teardrop. These steel balls hurt so much. Boscordola, who is single-handedly fighting the Wind Speed Dog and the Gengar from time to time, I looked at the steel balls all over the floor, and I couldn't help wallowing. These are my usual snack, but the master actually took it to train that one. It's such a waste. Am I? Sitails sitting beside Saga's leg called out to Baby Dragon sympathetically. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 83 Daily and Electric Engine. Open black lens bracket. 8th change close black lens bracket for the first order. For automatic. The training will be over in half an hour. Baby Dragon, hold on for me. You are the future quasi-god. Don't waste your talent on me. Sitails, spray flame. Saga said coldly. Am I? Sitails let out a helpless cry, and mercilessly charged towards the baby dragon with a jet of flame. Half an hour later, Saga looked at the baby dragon that had lost the ability to fight. Hey, this little guy is really suffering. A week of high-intensity training has made him lose the ability to fight almost every day. Saga's palm radiated a dazzling golden light, covering the body of the fainted baby dragon. The wounds left by the high-intensity training on his body actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This special ability came from the redevelopment of the memory of the so-called hero king of the previous life a few days ago, and I also learned some fighting skills and killing techniques in the army at that time. The heart strengthens the body every day, and over time, without knowing it, the strength of his body is now inhuman. Sagia bone age, 14 years old, height, 17 weight, 65 strength, 50 physical strength, 80 agility, 60 mental strength, 12. The data in brackets are for a 25-year-old healthy adult man. Even the power with the least data is 5 times that of ordinary people, and the mental power is 12 times that of ordinary people. In the past few months, he has become a pervert, and Saga is also surprised by his terrible data. Electric beast, come with me. After treating the baby dragon, Saga shouted to the electric shock beast who was frantically beating sandbags not far away. Hasha! The electric shock beast scratched his head suspiciously, not knowing what the master told him to do. You may not know that you can still evolve once again with Electric Shock Beast. Saga pointed at the shocked Shock Beast and said, Hasha, Hasha. Electric Shock Beast waved his hands and shouted excitedly. Ever since he saw the terrifying strength of his predecessors, he has always envied their position in the master's heart. Every time there is an important game, I always let them play, so as long as I have time to train hard. I didn't expect to hear from the main mouth today that I can get news again. After you evolve, your strength is the highest among electric-type Pokémon, but your evolution is different from other Pokémon. You need a special tool called an electric motor to evolve. I'm going to get you in the Golden City. Saga patted the Electric Shock Beast on the shoulder and said, everyone is training well here. I'm going out, and I may not be back until tomorrow morning. I've already prepared the food for you. It's in the wooden house. Go in and get it. Sixtails help me supervise everyone, especially Gengar and Baby Dragon. The two of them are the most lazy and steal food. After Saga finished, he rode a motorcycle and drove out of the forest with the Electric Shock Beast and galloped away in the direction of the Golden City. After the other 7 Pokémon watched Saga walk away, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, the boss is finally gone. I'm exhausted. I've been fighting with you two perverts every day these few days. Gengar pointed to the Wind Speed Dog and Bosco Dora and complained, do you think I want to see this old ghost? I'm in a bad mood. The Wind Speed Dog shook his head with a look of disdain. Che, you must be holding grudges. You were defeated by me with one move last time, so every time you besieged me with Bosco Dora, you always attacked me. The heaviest, stinky old ghost. Do you want to fight? The Wind Speed Dog growled hoarsely. Cut, I've only been known like a dog. Okay, stop arguing. When the boss was leaving, he asked the little fox to supervise everyone. Aren't you afraid of her filing a complaint? Bosco Dora pointed to the Sixtails who were teaching the baby dragon not far away. Hey, you said the boss went out this time with an Electric Shock Beast. I don't know what he wanted to do. The big-billed sparrow stood on the tree and flapped its wings curiously. This, I seem to know a little. The Seathorn Dragon emerged from the small lake on the side and said, when the boss was talking to the Electric Shock Beast just now, it was on the edge of the lake, so I accidentally heard it. The boss said that the Electric Shock Beast's current strength is at a bottleneck, so going to take it to find something called an electric motor to help it evolve. Yo, I didn't expect that. The cold-hearted monster who didn't speak all day could actually evolve again. Zhang Gui said with a funny face. Yeah, I'm so envious. The boss said that I can also evolve again, and after evolution, it is a very rare and powerful dragon-type Pokémon, but the boss said that my current strength is not up to the requirements of evolution. The Seathorn Dragon said with a lost face. Hey, you guys, as soon as the elder brother left, you dared to be lazy for this lady, and Luwei suddenly came out from behind the crowd and said, when the elder brother comes back, I will tell him about your laziness. Let your brother double your training. Miss, we were wrong. Don't tell the boss. Other side, on the Kanto Expressway extending in all directions, Saga finally came to this international metropolis Golden City again in the evening. Seeing this brightly lit and bustling city seemed to return to the familiar earth once again. He came to this remote manor with ease, showed his silver membership card, and Saga easily came to this underground black market again. Electric motors are not very expensive. They can be bought for only 100 in Exinao area, mainly because people have not found that electric bees can rely on electric motors and then communicate to evolve into powerful electric bees. The electric motor is a cube box full of electrical energy with 2-hole and 3-hole plug, which belongs to the technology created by human beings inadvertently. Sir, this is the electric motor you need. Please check it out. A female staff member walked towards Saga holding a small yellow box. Jarvis, scan it for me. After all, Saga had never seen this thing before, and was afraid of being tricked by others. Good sir. Electric motor, a box full of electrical energy. Some Pokemon love it. With this item, the electric bees can communicate and evolve into the electric bee. Close black lens bracket. Mr. Saga, welcome to the underground exchange again. The electric motor was airlifted from Exinao, and the number is not large, so the price is 150 Union coin. Lou Little say inside Department Group 1, 142529731. Fly Lou Little say inside Department Group 2, 92908296. Every individual group of Little say all do not one sample o. The staff mile. It's not a black market. It's really black. Saga, who walked out of the exchange, said with a displeased expression that it was half the original price. If I hadn't urgently needed this thing, I wouldn't have killed you. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 84 Meet Nazi again. 9 update. Ask for subscription and ask for automatic. Hey, long time no see. Saga, who was walking towards the Pokemon Center, suddenly heard a hello behind him. Looking at the girl in front of her who was wearing a pink camisole, revealing her sexy belly button. You were that Nazi of the Golden Hall. Saga pointed at the beautiful girl in front of her with a surprised expression. Why do I dress weird? Nazi Nazi looked at her clothes suspiciously. No, I just wonder how the iceberg beauty once wore such sexy clothes today. Cluck. Naji covered her mouth and smiled lightly. I've thought about it a lot since I was defeated by you last time. Later, there was a trainer named Xiaoji who was a hot-blooded idiot, but he also taught a lot. I used to live in my own world. I was self-centered and hurt a lot of people, especially my parents. Now I figured it out. I don't want to live for other people's opinion. It's okay to have superpowers. Not good. At least I can use this ability to protect the people I care about. I really didn't expect that you have changed so much in just 3 months. Your parents should be very happy if you have such an idea. Saga sighed a little. Well, let's not talk about that. Oh, by the way, you've got a few gym badges now. Nazi looked curious. There are already 7 badges. The last one I'm going to challenge the gym in Vibana City. Saga shrugged. That gym I've heard of. It seems to be called the strongest gym in Kanto. The owner of the gym is a very mysterious guy. Saga is so late. Do you want to come to my house for a night's rest? Nazi held her hands together with a look of hope. It's not good for a big man to go to your house so late. Saga touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. It's okay. I believe my parents will welcome you. Let us go. Don't need mother-in-law. After Nazi finished speaking, she stepped forward and took Saga's arm and walked in the direction of the Golden Hall. Seeing the murderous eyes of the men around, Saga could only helplessly follow Nazi forward. Saga, don't be polite. Come and taste the pumpkin pie that my aunt just made. This is Nazi's favorite food since she was a child. I believe you will fall in love with this taste. I came to Nazi's house. The middle-aged beautiful woman in front of me, that is, the mother who was turned into a doll by the former Nazi, was conquered by her handsome and masculine appearance when she saw Saga. Her mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law. The expression made Saga feel restless, especially the middle-aged man on the opposite side, who was Nazi's father, with that jealous look. Old man, don't sit still anymore. Hurry up and help Saga tidy up the room. This is the first time for Saga to come to our house. As a guest, be sure to treat him well. The beautiful woman shouted to the middle-aged man. Damn stinky boy, what a let. The middle-aged man stared fiercely at Saga and muttered a few words, then quickly left the living room. Tell your aunt how long you've been with Nazi, how Zizi told you before, and how you met Nazi. You are so handsome. There must be many girls who like you. Why did you fall in love with our Nazi? A series of questions bombarded Saga with a dizzy mind, and finally knew why Nazi turned her mother into a doll before, and the mouth of 100 ducks is also a key element. Mom, well, don't ask so many questions. Saga must be very tired just when he came to the Golden City. You should let him have a good rest. Nazi covered her forehead helplessly. Okay, it doesn't matter. Nah, Saga, you have a good rest today, and I will talk to your aunt about you and Nazi tomorrow. And Nazi, you really have a boyfriend and forget your mother. Mom is so sad. The beautiful woman pretended to touch her heart with a resentful expression on her face. Nazi's head flashed a well, and she took a sigh of relief to prevent herself from running away, and quickly dragged Saga towards the guest room. At this rate, Nazi was really afraid that she would not be able to control herself. She becomes a doll. Saga, I'm sorry, my mother has been turned into a doll for too long by me, so she can't stop talking when she sees people. Don't take her words seriously. Standing in front of the door of the guest room, Nazi blushed and said embarrassedly, Hee, Auntie is just too enthusiastic. It's getting late for Nazi. You can go back and rest. Alright then, you also have an early rest. Good night. Nazi put her hands behind her back and said a little reluctantly, looking at the back of the girl who has gone away, this former queen of icebergs has actually melted, and it seems that she was melted by me. Although Saga has a low EQ, she is not an idiot. Looking at that girl's look of a young girl, she knew that Nazi was interested in herself. Hey, emotional matters are trouble. No matter, the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge, so let's take a good night's rest before talking about it. Saga shook her head, opened the door and walked in. Next morning, Saga was called out of bed by Nazi. Let's go to the amusement park today. I've never been so old before. Natsu looked expectant. Looking at the incomparably tight face in front of him, Saga, who had just woken up, agreed in a daze, and completely forgot about going back today. A moment of silence for the electric shock beast that is waiting for us to evolve. Take a good shower. After a while, they put on the clothes that Nazi helped prepare for themselves, and the two went straight to the largest amusement park in Golden City. Saga, let go play that. Let go. Nazi pointed to a group of 5 or 6 not far away, said the bumper cars that year-old children were playing with. Okay. Looking at the excited Nazi, a drop of cold sweat dripped down Sajia's head. Is this thing really not too childish? Is this really the queen of icebergs I have seen before? Can a person really have a dual personality? Roller coaster. Saga, let go to the carousel. I want to eat a cone. You buy it for me. Saga, let's explore the haunted house. God, please forgive me. Philo reminds you. Read 3 things favorite recommended. Thanks MTCS 1000 VIP for tipping. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 110 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Grateful Quiet at Night 2000 VIP reward. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 85 Pokemon Famine 10 update. Please subscribe for automatic. Stand at attention. Look to the right. Take a little rest. Start counting from left to right. Underscore. More than half a month has passed. These days are almost every day of intense training. Although he is very tired, Saga feels very fulfilled. With Jarvis's data tracking, he can feel the strength of his partners has changed significantly day by day. Among them, the Electric Shock Beast has the greatest improvement in strength. It should be called the Electric Shock Beast now. Using the electric motor obtained from the black market last time, it successfully completed the evolution. With more than half a month of adaptive training, its current strength can be said to be second only to the wave. Ghidorah is a bit stronger than Windspeed Dog and Gengar. Today will be the day we set out for the Vibrant Gym. Our goal is to defeat Vivian and win the green badge. Do you have any confidence? Saga is just like a general about to go out on the battlefield to order troops. The 3 Pokemon playing this time are number player Boscodora, the number 1 player Seathorn Dragon, player number Shock Monster Baby. The baby dragon ran to Saga excitedly and pointed at himself with a small paw to make a strong man's action, indicating that he could also get on. As for you, Sarah looked serious. Baby, stay good in the Pokemon Ball. Baby, plop. Jobin City. I don't know how long it has been since I came here. My last badge is here. According to my previous memory, Saga, who had just owned a Katy at that time, came here often to support himself and the Katy. Go to the Jobin Forest on the edge of Jobin City to find some precious fruits and medicinal herbs. In Kanto, the Jobin Forest spans the 3 continents of Kanto, Chengdu and Shinao, so it can be said to be the largest forest in the world. Power protects the entire forest. Is this still the Vibrant Gym? This is completely different from my previous memory. Today's Jobin Gym is decorated like a castle in an ancient kingdom. There are 2 soldiers in armor guarding the gate. This boss Sakagi is really funny, Saga secretly said. According to the regulation, the gym challenges only 1 person at a time. The 2 soldiers guarding the gate stop Saga with their big axe expressionlessly. Quote. Suddenly, the closed golden gate suddenly opened, and a boy dressed as a trainer was thrown out by the soldiers holding a wonderful frog seed. You guys with poor strength shouldn't challenge the master of the gym with illusion. The Vibrant Gym is not as good as it used to be, but it's not. You bastards can challenge casually. Get out of here. The soldier who threw the boy out looked contemptuous. Okay, now you can go in, the soldier guarding the gate said, but if you don't have a certain strength, this guy is your end. Come with me. Remember to enter the gym. Do not allow random disorder. For not reminding you if something terrible happened. After the soldier who just came out, he turned around and walked into the Jobin Gym. This guy Sakagi really regards himself as a king, but with the strength of the rockets in Kanto, he is actually a king, but he just can't get on the stage. But I'm not too worried, because the Pokemon used by Sakagi to guard the hall can be said to be not even his 3rd tier team, and Xiaomo in the animation can beat his first 2 Pokemon, but I don't know what Sakagi later. What do you think? It may be that the Super Dream was just too excited to use the beast to bully the trainer who had just traveled for less than a year. Sakagi's peak strength is at least at the championship level. In the special chapter, the scene of hanging Longtianwangdu with a large needle bee has always made Saga deeply remembered. I'm Sakagi, a trainer at Vibana Gym. A thick male voice came from the opposite side. I'm Saga, a trainer from Nibi City. Saga folded his arms and looked directly at Sakagi sitting on the sofa. Are you in good spirit? It seems that he will not be a rookie just now. Maybe it can bring me more fun. Well, I will accept your challenge. Sakagi sipped the red wine in his glass and said slowly, the number of Pokemon used is limited to 3, and there is no time limit. The official game begins. 2 soldiers on the edge of the field shouted in unison. 1 month of training. Now it's time to test the result. It's up to you, Boscodora. Saga threw a Pokemon ball towards the center of the field. This aura is quite good. Little guy, your trainer level seems to be very high. It's very good to have such a powerful Pokemon at such a young age. Sakagi clapped his hands lightly and appreciated it a little. Go, Rumble Rock. Sakagi still didn't get up, and caressed the cat boss under him lazily. Although the strength of the quasi-king of Boscodora was good, it was only good in Sakagi's heart. With the strength of Sakagi as the top champion, this kind of strength is magical. Baby really can't get him to be much interested. Longian, make an attacking trick. Sakagi took the lead with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Hungry arms and charged towards Boscodora. Boscodola, hit hard. We also use the shot trick. Saga waved his hand and said, a lot. Bang. The 2 met. The fierce battle that Saga originally thought of did not appear at all, and the rumbling rock was actually knocked out by Boscodora, and lost its fighting ability with just 1 move. Longian can't fight. What the situation? This is making fun of me. I actually killed the boss of Sakagi in second. When did Sakagi become so watery? Although the strength of that Ronglongian is at most elite level, but with Sakagi's command he can definitely compete with Bosco. Dora has been around for a long time, and even with a wealth of experience he may defeat Bosco Dora. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 86 Ready. Expedition to Victory. 1 update. Please subscribe for automatic. Stand at attention. Look to the right. Take a little rest. Start counting from left to right. Underscore 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 underscore. More than half a month has passed. These days are almost every day of intense training. Although he is very tired, Saga feels very fulfilled. With Jarvis's data tracking, he can feel the strength of his partners has changed significantly day by day. Among them, the Electric Shock Beast has the greatest improvement in strength. It should be called the Electric Shock Beast now. Using the electric motor obtained from the black market last time, it successfully completed the evolution. With more than half a month of adaptive training, its current strength can be said to be second only to the wave. Ghidorah is a bit stronger than Wind Speed Dog and Gengar. Today will be the day we set out for the Vibrant Gym. Our goal is to defeat Vivian and win the green badge. Do you have any confidence? Saga is just like a general about to go out on the battlefield to order troops. The 3 Pokemon playing this time are number player Bosco Dora, the number 1 player Seathorn Dragon, player number Shock Monster Baby. The baby dragon ran to Saga excitedly and pointed at himself with a small paw to make a strong man's action, indicating that he could also get on. As for you, Sarah looked serious. Baby, stay good in the Pokemon Ball. Baby, plop. Jobin City. I don't know how long it has been since I came here. My last badge is here. According to my previous memory, Saga, who had just owned a Katy at that time, came here often to support himself and the Katy. Go to the Jobin Forest on the edge of Jobin City to find some precious fruits and medicinal herbs. In Kanto, the Jobin Forest spans the 3 continents of Kanto, Chengdu and Shinao, so it can be said to be the largest forest in the world. Power protects the entire forest. Is this still the Vibrant Gym? This is completely different from my previous memory. Today's Jobin Gym is decorated like a castle in an ancient kingdom. There are 2 soldiers in armor guarding the gate. This boss Sakagi is really funny, Saga secretly said. According to the regulation, the gym challenges only 1 person at a time. The 2 soldiers guarding the gate stop Saga with their big axe expressionlessly. Quote. Suddenly, the closed golden gate suddenly opened, and a boy dressed as a trainer was thrown out by the soldiers holding a wonderful frog seed. You guys with poor strength shouldn't challenge the master of the gym with illusion. The Vibrant Gym is not as good as it used to be, but it's not. You bastards can challenge casually. Get out of here. The soldier who threw the boy out looked contemptuous. Okay, now you can go in, the soldier guarding the gate said, but if you don't have a certain strength, this guy is your end. Come with me. Remember to enter the gym. Don't allow random wandering, or something terrible happens. Don't blame me for not reminding you. After the soldier who just came out, he turned around and walked into the Jobin Gym. This guy Sakagi really regards himself as a king, but with the strength of the rockets in Kanto, he is actually a king, but he just can't get on the stage. But I'm not too worried, because the Pokemon used by Sakagi to guard the hall can be said to be not even his 3rd tier team, and Xiaomo in the animation can beat his first 2 Pokemon, but I don't know what Sakagi later. What do you think? It may be that the Super Dream was just too excited to use the beast to bully the trainer who had just traveled for less than a year. Sakagi's peak strength is at least at the championship level. In the special chapter, the scene of hanging Longtianwangdu with a large needle bee has always made Saga deeply remembered. I'm Sakagi, a trainer at Vibana Gym. A thick male voice came from the opposite side. I'm Saga, a trainer from Nibi City. Saga folded his arms and looked directly at Sakagi sitting on the sofa. Are you in good spirit? It seems that he will not be a rookie just now. Maybe it can bring me more fun. Well, I will accept your challenge. Sakagi sipped the red wine in his glass and said slowly, the number of Pokemon used is limited to 3, and there is no time limit. The official game begins. 2 soldiers on the edge of the field shouted in unison. 1 month of training. Now it's time to test the result. It's up to you, Bosco Dora. Saga threw a Pokemon ball towards the center of the field. This aura is quite good. Little guy, your trainer level seems to be very high. It's very good to have such a powerful Pokemon at such a young age. Sakagi clapped his hands lightly and appreciated it a little. Go, Rumble Rock. Sakagi still didn't get up, and caressed the cat boss under him lazily. Although the strength of the Quasi-King of Boscodora was good, it was only good in Sakagi's heart. With the strength of Sakagi as the top champion, this kind of strength is magical. Baby really can't get him to be much interested. Longian, make an attacking trick. Sakagi took the lead with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Hungry arms and charged towards Boscodora. Boscotola, hit hard. We also use the shot trick. Saga waved his hand and said, a lot. Bang. The two met. The fierce battle that Saga originally thought of did not appear at all, and the rumbling rock was actually knocked out by Bosco Dora, and lost its fighting ability with just one move. Longlongyan can't fight. What the situation? This is making fun of me. I actually killed the boss of Sakagi in seconds. When did Sakagi become so watery? Although the strength of that Longlongyan is at most elite level, but with Sakagi's command he can definitely compete with Bosco. Dora has been around for a long time, and even with a wealth of experience he may defeat Bosco Dora. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 87 One Hit Kill. Big Needlebee appears. Second update. Please subscribe for automatic. Is it because I'm too handsome? You're giving me water. Saga groaned in her heart. Hehe, that's good. It's quite a set, and I'm so distressed that I defeated my first Pokemon so easily. What should I do next? Sakagi touched his smooth forehead, expressing helplessness. If it makes me feel distressed, I will make him feel distressed. Then I will use it next. Show me a good show. Giant pincer. As the water giant claw crab. Then come back. Bosco Dora. This time it's you, the sea thorn dragon. Koto. At Sakagi, who was sitting on the top of the building with disdain. The owner clearly said that this guy is very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be a scumbag. Use crab fist. Close black lens bracket. Sakagi hides in the darkness so that his expression cannot be seen clearly. Sea thorn dragon. Avoid. The slow speed crab fist hit the field fiercely, forming a direct 1 meter deep pit. Saga frowned and looked at this giant pincer crab. Although the strength was stronger than the rumbling just now, Yan is stronger, but a Pokemon of this strength has no pressure on him at all. Could it be that Sakagi is really going to give me the Joban badge? He originally wanted to use Sakagi's strength to hone it before the Quartz League competition started, but it seems that he can't achieve it now. Seathorn Dragon. Use the wave of the dragon after the water cannon attack. Saga gave 2 orders in an instant. Both tricks easily hit the giant claw crab, which is extremely slow on land. The giant claw crab loses its ability to fight. Since you, Sakagi, refuse to compete well, then I can only give you a good kick. If you fight again, you will be wasting your effort. I have won 2 victories. According to the rules, you can give me the badge. Also, I heard that the mysterious Victory Gym is the so-called strongest in Kanto. It seems that the gymnasium is just a fake name. I guess the strength of the gym owner is not comparable to the 3 girls of Wallen Gymnasium. Saga said with a look of disdain. Stinky boy, what did you say? Dare to talk to our boss like this? Are you courting death? The soldier who was originally the referee on the edge of the field was the first to issue the question. Get me back. Sakagi said solemnly. Yes, boss. Young man, although what you said is very irritating, since you want to see the true strength of Vibrant Gym, then this guy below will definitely surprise you. No, it should be said to give you despair. Sakagi stood up and slowly walked out from behind the scene. This time, Saga really saw the true face of the old Dasakagi of the world's hegemony Arrow team. Wearing a red suit, with a big back, he is tall and horned, and he is full of domineering and domineering. This guy, it's not because he wants to use Mewtwo. As the leader of the Rocket, he shouldn't be so imposing, right? Saka looked at Sakagi, whose face changed, and thought to himself, come on, my buddy, count. Sakagi took out a special black-colored Pokemon ball from his pocket. Red light flashed, and a very common giant bee appeared on the field. It can be said that as long as you walk around the vibrant forest, you can see hundreds of them flying in front of you. They are cannon fodder type Pokemon. Of course, this is just the first reaction of some ordinary people. I know Sakagi's information like the back of my hand. Although the giant hornbee in front of me doesn't have the aura of a strong man, it gives the impression of being ordinary, and its physical development is even slightly inferior to that of the general giant hornbee. But Saga didn't dare to relax at all. According to the information returned by Jarvis, the giant needlebee can indeed be said to be Sakagi's initial Pokemon. Big needle venom Pokemon attribute. Insect poison characteristic. Premonition. When the stamina is less than 13, the strength of insect kills increases to 1/5 times. Height 0. Weight 26. Likes to use the 3 poisonous needles on its hands and tail to carry out attacks that pierce the enemy. Evaluation. As the initial Pokemon of the top champion Sakagi, although it looks ordinary in appearance, it is an existence beyond a quasi-god, and its strength is initially determined as a quasi-champion. Poisonous needle piercing. Tis. Even a big dinger from a rotten street dares to take it out. The owner of the museum, you really have no other trick, right? Although Saga clearly knew that the strength of this giant stinger was about to go against the sky, he still pretended to be disdainful when ordinary people saw this situation. Haha. Young man, don't look down on weak Pokemon. It is often this kind of Pokemon that will give you a fatal blow inadvertently. Don't talk so much nonsense. No matter how good the training of the big needlebee is, it is slag, the Seathorn Dragon. The freezing light will kill it for me in seconds. Saga's mouth is wicked. Big needlebee, after avoiding it, used double needles to attack. The big needlebee who heard the words nodded. The transparent membrane wings vibrated with a very high frequency, and instantly disappeared from the field. Fuck, good terrible speed. Saga looked in disbelief. She didn't see the movement movements of the giant stinger at all just now. Not good. Seathorn dragon, be careful behind you. Seeing the large needle bee that appeared behind the sea stinger in an instant, Saga hurriedly shouted, "It too late." Like the nightbear, the double needles of the hornbee perfectly hit the seathorn dragon that hadn't reacted yet. Ing! With a scream, the seathorn dragon was savagely kicked out of the field, hitting a hard wall, and killing it with one hit. The seathorn dragon can't lose the battle. Woo! Saga took a deep breath. Although he has long known the terrifying strength of this giant stinger, only when you really confront it, you will feel something called despair, the terrifying explosive power and speed. The attack power of one-hit kill can instantly destroy the confidence of the challenger. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 88. The game is terminated. Go to Junshin Town 3 shift for subscription and automatic. I'm sorry, it's too heavy to start accidentally, but the strength of this big stinger should not let you down. Do you still want to continue? Sakagi snapped his fingers, and the maid next to him immediately brought a glass of red wine. Come again. Saga pretended to be dissatisfied and said, I was just too careless just now. This time I decided it was you. Come on, electric shock bee. Hasha. As soon as the electric shock monster came on the field, he stared solemnly at the petite giant bee in front of him. Maybe ordinary people couldn't feel it, but for a Pokemon whose danger perception far exceeded that of human beings, the strength of the giant bee in front of him was simply invisible. Bottom. Well, Sakagi looked at the Pokemon he had never seen before with interest. The boy, this Pokemon should have evolved from Denchikimon, but there should never have been an example of Denchikimon evolving again in Kanto. He looked at familiar colors and similar ones. The name Sakagi can see the roots of each other at a glance. By the way, your name is Saga, isn't it? You are really getting me more and more interested. Do you have any ideas to work for me? I can train you well. Sakagi pointed at Saga with a smile on his face and said, I'm sorry, uncle, I haven't thought of going out so early to find a job. My goal is to challenge the alliances in various regions to become the world's #1 Pokemon trainer. Saga shrugged. It's a pity. What a naive idea. Sakagi wanted to say something more. Boss, I have your emergency number. The maid who delivered the wine just now came quickly with a mobile phone. What the matter? In such a hurry? Being interrupted, Sakagi looked unhappy. The maid saw Sakagi's face turning black, and her face turned pale with fright, and hurriedly explained, I don't know, boss, that. The person said that there is something very important to tell you. It's about that experiment. Okay, you can go down. Sakagi waved his hand to let the maid walk away. Saga is the victory band badge. Take it away. I have something important to do, so I abstained from this match. After speaking, he withdrew the giant stinger, turned around and walked quickly towards the back room. Meow. The eldest cat on the side saw that the owner was gone, and quickly followed. Saga caught the dark green badge thrown back by the opponent in a daze. It was a surprise. The game ended like this. The experiment mentioned by the maid just now, if you guessed correctly, is the artificial beast that the Rockets are currently trying to conquer. Super Dream. It can be said that the current Super Dream is the most important thing in Sakagi's heart. Anything related to it is enough to make this guy with a deep sense of city move. Shaking his head, since he got the last badge, there is no point in staying any longer. Saga put the badge in the badge box and walked towards the gate of the gym. There is still a month before the start of the core conference. At that time, the Pokemon had basically reached their own bottleneck, and if they continued to train, they would not have made much progress. It's better to relax during this month. If that's the case, then go to Junshin Town, where the so-called dream begins. You can also visit Dr. Ogi, your former idol, by the way. As for Xiaoji, it is estimated that he is still soaking in hot springs on Honglian Island. Junshin Town, which means the beginning of the town, is the place where the protagonist Xiaoji was born. Xiaoji began to go to the world from here, thus slowly leading to this great world and all kinds of elf full of magical powers. It's not easy. It's finally here. Early morning of the next day, I looked at Junshin Town, which is close at hand. Junshin Town is located around the Joban Forest, and there is no road leading to the town, so Saga can only park his motorcycle in Joban City and then walk in. On a small piece of beautiful grassland, there is a small number of huts. Every one of the residents here is filled with the brilliance of happiness. They work every day at sunrise and rest at sunset. Although life is simple, it is better than comfort and satisfaction. Dr. Damu's research institute is located on Baozi Mountain in Junshin Town. There are very few residents in this town, so suddenly there is a stranger, and the residents are also very curious, and it is more than Dr. Damu's grandson Xiaomao. The handsome young man naturally couldn't help but make people look at him a few more times. Bum! Saga knocked on the iron door of Dr. Ogi's research institute. Come, who is it? I don't remember. Today is the day the trainer came to get the initial Pokemon. You are? Dr. Ogi looked surprised. Dr. Damu, have you forgotten me? The trainer who fought against your grandson Xiaomao in Lumpchi City. Saga touched the back of his head with a sunny smile. Haha, I remember. Of course I remember. Very welcome. I really have to thank you for that that showdown. If you hadn't defeated Xiao Mao, how could that dinky brat have made such great progress now? By the way, Saga, since you have time to come to Junxin Town, you should have collected all 8 badges. Dr. Ogi said with a curious expression. Yeah, I just finished playing Vibrant Gym yesterday and finished collecting the last badge. Saga took out the badge box from his arms and handed it to Dr. Ogi. Hey, this is the Crimson Badge of the Red Lotus Gym. I didn't expect that old fellow Xiaobo to be defeated by you. Dr. Ogi looked at the Crimson Badge and sighed a little. Although that old man has retreated, his strength is very strong and his personality is hot. Gym competitions rarely release water. You can get this badge. Saga, it seems that your strength has increased significantly during this period of time. Elevate. Mr. Xiaobo's strength is really strong. As expected of the former Fire Element Heavenly King, he was barely defeated thanks to the desperate efforts of my partners. Sarah nodded and replied, the Quartz Alliance is still a month away. Do you want to have a good time in Junxin Town? After Xiaoji and Xiaomao return from their trip, how about the 3 of you go to the Quartz Conference together? That's what I mean, but there doesn't seem to be any hotels in the new town. Saga, you are looking down on my old man. Dr. Damu pretended to be unhappy, and finally came to Junxin Town 1. You don't live in my Damu Research Institute. Where do you want to go? My research institute is so big, you can choose any room you want. Just treat it as your home, and I'll take care of your Pokemon for you. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 89 Daily Life and the Return of Xiaomao. 4 shift completed. Please subscribe for automatic. Can Saga release all your Pokemon? After entering the research institute, Dr. Oki rubbed his hands with embarrassment. I heard Xiaoji say that your Pokemon is not only powerful but also special. You also know that those of us who study Pokemon are curious about that kind of special and rare Pokemon. Since it is the doctor's request, there is no problem at all, but my Pokemon are relatively large. Saga pointed to the room of the research institute. Oh, you see, I'm so confused. Let's go to the backyard of the institute together. There's a lot of space there. Come out, my friend. Saga took out all the Pokemon balls on him and threw them on the grass in the backyard. Everyone, say hello to Dr. Ogi. Wong Wong, K-Duo, M.I. Dr. Damu, Omayu Kakari Tire, Wulai Strike Crying Austrian Cat and Moth. Translator is very happy to meet you. Please give me more advice. PFF. When Saga heard these words, he spat out on the spot. No need to think that it must be Gengar who said it. It was actually a Gengar who could speak human words. Dr. Damu rushed up and grabbed Zhenggui's hand, and said excitedly, tell me human words again. Dr. Damu, hello, my name is Zhenggui. I just turned 100 years old this year. My biggest advantage is honesty. I'm rather shy in terms of personality. If there is something wrong with you, why don't you come and hit me? Zhenggui touched his head and said solemnly. PFF. Saga is holding her stomach. She can't stand it anymore. This funny man is like Gengar, and his ability to be funny is first class. Baby Dragon and White Six-Tail. Dr. Bigwood stared at Saga's legs with bright eyes. The attention was instantly attracted. One is the quasi-sacred dragon in the Fengyuan area. The number is even rarer than the mini dragon, and the other is the beautiful and shining six-tailed dragon. Also, there is a red flashing sparrow, an electric-type Pokemon that has never been seen before, and the boss Cordola of Fengyuan. Today's happiness comes so suddenly. There are so many Pokemon that can be studied well. Looking at Dr. Damu with a tearful face, Saga felt a chill in her heart. Can you imagine the feeling of an old grandpa in his 60s acting cute in front of you? Ahem. My Pokemon, doctors can all play, but they can't be subjected to harmful experiments on the premise. No problem. Doki, never bother to do those dark experiments, but it shouldn't be a problem to take a blood sample or something. Dr. Damu looked at the pets with a sinister smile. Oh, baby dragon, don't run so fast. My old man can't catch up with you. Dr. Omu shouted to the baby dragon who ran out of the laboratory, sweating profusely. Baby dragon looking scared. Looking at Hundan, who was chasing after him. He thought he was just drawing a little blood, but the old man took out a big syringe no smaller than his own size. If the master told me not to hurt you, I would have lost my life. Your head hits you dizzy. Ding. Hey, another one broke. Dr. Damu sighed helplessly, and looked at Bosco Dora lying lazily on the ground. Each of the 7 Pokemon in Saga was more cunning than the other. The back mountain was so big, and it has long since disappeared. The thorn dragon hides in the pool and refuses to come out. The only Bosco Dora who didn't like to walk because of the weight problem, because the armor on her body was so hard, she almost broke all the syringes used to draw blood samples in the institute. You can't afford to hurt a crazy doctor. Saga put on sunglasses, lay leisurely on the reclining chair in the yard and basked in the sun, and Xiao Lue also hid in Saga's arms and dozed off. Yawn. The life the author has always wanted is to lie quietly on the grass, stroking his beloved pet, and basking in the sun leisurely. Grandpa, I'm back. Grandpa, where have you been? Aren't you at home? There was a sudden sound of opening the door from outside. It seems to be Xiao Mao's voice. Dr. Ogi straightened up and said excitedly, "Hey, Brother Saga, why are you free to come to my house as a guest?" Xiao Mao, who had just walked into the backyard, looked at the figure lying not far away with a look of surprise. As for Dr. Damu, who was on the side, he was completely ignored. "Woo, the first person my grandson saw was not me." Dr. Ogi grimaced and drew circles on Boscodora's body. "But Duo, this old man is really disgusting. His nose is almost running down on me." "Yo, it's Xiao Mao. Long time no see. Xiaoji, have you come back with you?" Saga took off his sunglasses and waved his hand. "That idiot Xiaoji is still on Red Lotus Island. I told him that the gym on Red Lotus Island was closed early, and he didn't believe it." Xiao Mao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "By the way, Brother Saga, you don't know yet. I just challenged the Victory Gym, which is known as the strongest in Kanto, yesterday, but it was completely in vain. They said that the owner of the gym had something to do. Went out, so I sent a deputy library owner. In the end, after 2 rounds were easily defeated by me, I just conceded defeat. It's really boring, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I collected 8 badges early, and the badge of the Victory Gym is just one of my collection. It seems that the butterfly effect that I caused saved Xiao Mao. Originally, it should have been Xiao Mao who challenged Sakagi, and was seriously injured by the last Chaos Dream, but now there seems to be a problem with Chao Meng's experiment, so I don't know what will happen in the future. Will the top artificial beasts appear? To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 90 Get Together. One more, ask for subscription, ask for automatic. Yo-hoo, really new town. I'm back. I, Xiaoji, came back with the 8 badges of the Kanto Gym. I will definitely win the Quart Tournament Championship. Yo-hoo, Xiaoji is really annoying. It's really annoying to be screaming in there early in the morning, disturbing people's dream. Quote. Xiaoxia wiped her sleepy eyes helplessly and got up from her sleeping bag. Hee, everyone, come and have morning tea. I have already prepared it for you. Xiaogang shouted with the steaming rice ball. Why do you think Xiaoji is so excited today? Xiaoxia took a hard bite of the eel rice in her hand and said with a displeased expression, maybe it's because the core conference is about to open. Xiaogang took a sip of hot tea and said slowly, but the main reason should be that the phone call I received at the Pokémon Center in Vibrant City last night was so exciting. You said that Xiao Mao called Xiaoji yesterday, but it hasn't been a day or 2 since Xiaoji hit Xiao Mao. Is it necessary to be so excited? Xiaoxia said disdainfully. Actually, it's not just Xiao Mao. Saga also with Xiao Mao. It's just that you were bored and went out shopping, so you didn't see the back. Xiao Mao said that he and Saga are doing special training before the court conference on Baozi Mountain behind the Dr. Damu Research Institute. If Xiaoji is so slow, he will definitely not be able to enter the top 32 of the competition, so this morning he became like this. Xiaogang looked helpless. Really? Brother Saga is also in Junqin town now. Xiaoxia suddenly slapped the table and stood up. What are you talking about? It's such a happy chat. After venting, Xiaoji walked over and said, you said that Brother Saga is now living in Dr. Damu's Research Institute. Xiaoxia squeezed forward and said excitedly, yeah, I also just found out yesterday that after collecting 8 badges a week ago, Brother Sada went to visit Dr. Damu in Junqin town. Xiaoji scratched his head and didn't understand why Xiaoxia was so excited. Yoshi, then what are we waiting for? Xiaoxia waved her hands full of energy in the direction of Junqin town. Xiaoji, didn't you say you want to conduct independent special training? Why didn't you go to Junqin town to find Brother Saga to help you? Otherwise I feel that I rely on you. It is estimated that the strength will not even pass the preliminary round of the core conference. Cut. I don't want it. This time I want to do special training alone, and I don't want others to help. I believe that with the training plan I made, I will definitely win the championship. Cluck. Xiaoxia covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Xiaoji, don't make trouble. I feel that among the 3, Brother Sada is the man with the most hope of winning the core tournament championship. As for your little one, the annoying guy will definitely be eliminated halfway. Yeah. Xiaogang on the side couldn't help but nodded. Damn, even Xiaogang doesn't believe me. The fire-breathing dragon evolved. After, the strength has become very strong, and I will definitely surprise you. HMPH. Xiao Zili thought to himself, I am the dividing line. Location, a grassland somewhere in the back mountain of Dr. Damu's Research Institute. Xiao Mao, your wind speed dog is still too slow. Your body is too fat, and your usual physical training is too little. Trainers can't blindly pursue the power of skills. The body that's the foundation of Pokémon. Saga pointed to the wind speed dog that was played by Gengar on the field and said, I understand. Thank you, Brother Sada. A week of teaching has really benefited me a lot. Xiao Mao said with gratitude. Boom. Suddenly, there was a slap of the iron gate from outside the institute. Brother Sada and Xiao Mao, are you at home? Bang bang. It's that idiot Xiaoji. I didn't expect him to come back so fast. I'll open the door. Xiao Mao shrugged and said crunch. Xiao Mao, why isn't Dr. Damu not at home? The door opened. Xiaoji put his head in. My grandfather went out to collect materials in the wild. By the the way, Xiaoji, what are you doing here? Don't you want to have a special training with us? Xiao Mao pointed at Xiaoji and pretended to be surprised. Tis tis, it's a pity that you came a step late. Brother Sada and I decided to explore the depths of Baozi Mountain tomorrow. Xiaoji said with a look of disdain. I didn't come to train with you guys. I have my own way, but I will go to explore Baozi Mountain tomorrow, because Xiaogang said that Master Shiba, one of the 4 kings of Kanto, is currently cultivating in the depths of Baozi Mountain. I will go to Master Shiba to learn his great secret guild. Okay, how long are you two going to chat at the door? Hurry in, I'm going to find Brother Saga, Xiaoxia said and pushed Xiaoji in, and almost made Xiaoji kiss Xiao Mao, who was too late to dodge. Damn, Xiao Mao felt a chill in his heart, and was almost taken advantage of by Xiaoji. What a savage girl. Brother Sada wouldn't like a girl like you. I'm going to introduce a bunch of girlfriends to Brother Sada. Kill you. Xiao Mao grimaced and said bang. Wow, it hurt, it hurt. Xiao Mao squatted on the ground in pain, clutching the big bag on his head that was punched out by Xiaoxia's fist. Che, I'm so weak. What a nasty guy. Xiaoxia disdainfully blew the dust that did not exist on her fist. In the evening, Xiaoji's mother Hanako invited everyone to be a guest and prepared a sumptuous dinner. Sure enough, the food made by my mother is the best. Ash desperately stuffed all kinds of food into his mouth. This child must have suffered a lot outside. Hanako looked at Xiaoji with a doting face. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 91, Entering Baozi Mountain to find Zyba. Second update for automatic subscription. You said that Master Shiba, one of the 4 heavenly kings, is really practicing in the depths of Baozi Mountain. At the dining table, Xiao Mao asked casually, Kai, the water tank is in summer. Yes, it was Xiaogang who said it. Because the mouth is full of food. Xiaoji is an idiot who stammered. You talk to me. Xiao Mao flashed a well-shaped well on his head, and shouted fiercely with his fist. PFF. Cough. Water. Give me water. Ash picked up the drink on the table and poured it down desperately. Phew, I'm saved. Xiao Mao, you scared me to death just now. Xiaoji complained. Hut, you deserve it. Who told you to talk nonsense? Xiao Mao put his hands on his shoulders with a look of disdain. According to the information about the activities of the 4 heavenly kings recently released by the Alliance, the last place Master Shiba appeared was around Junshin town, and Master Shiba was a strong man who liked to practice himself in the deep mountains. So I'm sure he's in Baozishan now. Xiaogang nodded confidently. That good. It just so happens that we all go to Baozi Mountain to explore together tomorrow, and we can visit Master Shiba by the way. Saga smiled. I am very interested in the powerhouse who has the title of the 4 heavenly kings in the region. If I can play a match with him, it will be a very good exercise for me no matter the outcome. Of course, with the current strength, if the opponent goes all out, he will definitely be defeated. The rhythm of the hanging. Saga is quite self-aware of this aspect. Yes, Xiaoji, you can also find Master Shiba to train you well. Xiaoxia, who was sitting beside Saga, agreed with an info. Hey, every time I see Brother Sada, Xiaoxia will turn into another girl. When will she be so gentle with herself? Xiaoji thought a little unhappy in his heart. Shiba male 25 years old, height 19, weight 91, of the 4 kings of Kanto. The fighting king is good at using all kinds of fighting Pokémon, and he is also a very strong fighting master. He once had a record of defeating powerful fighting Pokémon with his bare hand. The 5 Pokémon on the record are Abilon, Savarin, Wily, Cobra, and Super King. Among the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, the King of Heaven is at the bottom of the ranking because his main force is still one less. Shiba's motto is that a Pokémon trainer should conquer the strongest Pokémon, so the requirements for Pokémon are very high. Miacha Mountain practice is also to subdue the huge giant rock snake that is 3 times the size of the ordinary giant rock snake. The prepared line at the foot of Baozi Mountain early the next morning, because there were no Pokémon in Junshin town. Sadaji does not allow children to enter Baozi Mountain because there are many wild Pokémon in it, and they are hurt. And when we were 10 years old, we got the Pokémon, but we yearned for the outside world with full of blood. So over the years, Xiaoji and I have also entered Baozi Mountain. Xiao Mao sighed a little while looking at the foothills in front of him. Okay, Xiao Mao, why are you suddenly sentimental like a woman? Ash interjected from the side. Quote. Xiao Mao covered his forehead with a look of helplessness. Xiaoji, this heartless idiot, I am really drunk. Our goal is to enter Baozi Mountain. My mission is to find Master Shiba and learn the secret skills of Tianwang. The other end, a little blue Rada stared distressed-edly at the big-footed guy who snatched the food he had just found in front of him. It was really bullying. Wait, you don't seem to be human. Little Rada, I'm sorry. Although the big man said an apology, but the speed in his hands did not have any embarrassment, and desperately stuffed the fruit he had found hard into his mouth. I forgot to bring enough food when I entered the mountain this time, and I almost fainted in Baozi Mountain. If I say this, where will I put my face as one of the 4 heavenly kings? But I still feel so hungry. Hungry. You guys, do you hear me? I think I heard someone say I'm hungry just now. Xiaoxia looked puzzled. Yeah, I heard it too, but this should be the echo of the valley. Why are you so excited? Xiaoji looked puzzled. Hey, how could there be an echo in the valley if no one was talking loudly like this? Mao suddenly put his hands together on his mouth and shouted, Xiaoji is a big idiot. Xiaoji is a big idiot. Do you want to fight? Xiaoji clenched his fists and shouted fiercely, don't care so much, and since childhood, you have beaten me in any fight, even one. Xiao Mao waved his hand with a helpless expression. No one usually comes to Baozishan, so the echo just now is probably from Master Shiba. Xiaoging looked excited. Master Shiba is my idol since I was a child. He has perseverance beyond ordinary people. In order to pursue the limit, he strives to cultivate his own quality. This kind of man who works hard all the time is truly worthy of worship. Yoshi, let's beat up and find Master Shiba. Xiaoging waved his hand and ran forward. Why is Xiaoging so excited? Although Master Shiba is his idol, there is no need to be so anxious. Baozishan is so big, it's easier said than done to find someone. Xiao Mao looked at Xiaoging, who was in a hurry, and said, you may not understand that kind of feeling, but if you look closely at Master Shiba's photo, you will understand Xiaoging's feelings for Master Shiba. Thick. Here's to you, Saga said and took out a photo from his arm. Hey, the heads of the three people squeezed over in an instant. Tis tis. I suddenly found that Xiaoging and Master Shiba look alike, except that the eyes are a little smaller than Master Shiba. Basically it is the feeling of Xiaoging when he grows up. I haven't discovered it before. When Brother Saga said this, I feel that something is wrong. I also feel that something is not right. Where is it? Poor Wu Neng is happy to be a father. Chapter 92 Giant Rock Snake 3 Update. Xiao Mao, Xiao Sha, and Brother Saga, please wait a moment. We've been looking for a long time. Let's rest at the refreshment in front of us. Okay. Xiaoji sat on the ground and gasped. I agree. Xiaoging was also sitting on the ground, powerless. Really? The two of you are really useless, and you are tired and lying down after such a little mountain road. How could Zyba accept you as apprentices? Especially Xiaoging. Just now, he swears not to stop until he can find the master. Actually falls faster than Ash. Xiaosha said with dissatisfaction. It doesn't matter. We don't have to worry too much. Baozi Mountain is so big, so it's not an option to find it casually. There is a tea shop in front of us. We can also ask the owner there. She may know the whereabouts of Master Shiba. Saga shrugged and smiled. What Brother Saga said really made sense. Xiaosha's eyes glittered with stars in a look of admiration. You all know to be lazy, and Brother Saga has already figured out the next step. Why is this? Same as to take a break. Why is the difference in treatment so big? Because the handsome guy always has the privilege of ha ha ha. Actually, I'm not as good as Xiaosha said. I also see that everyone is very tired, so let go and rest. Saga touched her head and smiled awkwardly. Ouch. I am starving. My feet are sore. You two really embarrass me. Xiaosha covered her face and couldn't bear to look directly. Welcome. There is nothing good in the shop. You can entertain. A small old woman came over with tea and bowls. Mother-in-law, may I ask, have you heard that a man named Shiba is practicing near here? Shiba doesn't know. Old woman wondered, but aren't you going to enter the deep mountain? Recently, a big rock snake appeared near here. The soil and water of Baozi Mountain is very good, so the big rock snakes here are all very large and are called huge. The origin of the big rock snake. It sounds so scary. Xiaosha was a little worried and said, hee, don't worry that the big rock snake has grown back, and his personality is still very gentle. The old woman explained goodbye with a smile on her face, and everyone set foot on the road to find Shiba again. Wow, look, there is a big road over there. Xiaoji pointed at the huge pit road not far away and said in surprise, this doesn't look like a road. Saga pinched her chin with a serious face. It looks more like a trace of something big passing through. Everyone stood on the pit road with a look of surprise. Suddenly, the ground began to vibrate violently. What's the situation? Is it an earthquake? He looked around in confusion. What is it? Everyone looked surprised from afar, and one had a cross on its face. A big rock snake with a huge scar was rushing from the opposite side. Wow, what a big rock snake. Doesn't it mean that the big rock snake here is very gentle? It terrible. Quashed. Xiaosha's frightened face turned pale. Roar. As expected, Miacha Mountain, the big rock snake in Baozi Mountain, has developed very well in actual combat, and its size is several times that of my big rock snake. Exclamation mark quote. Xiaoging was shocked. Now is not the time to say this. Let's run away. The four of you hurry to the side. I'll deal with it. Saga took out the Pokémon ball and said, Boscodora, it's up to you. Stop the big rock snake for me. Koto. Although the opponent's size was several times his own, Boscotola was not afraid, and with a roar, he opened his thick arms and fiercely blocked the giant rock snake. Bang! With a violent impact, Boscodora successfully blocked the big rock snake in front of him, but the powerful impact brought by the opponent's huge size forced Boscodora to the back. Advan. This guy is so powerful. Saga looked surprised, knowing that the Boscodora family was originally an absolute heavyweight player, and because of the rare heavy metal characteristic, his own Boscodola weighed twice as much as ordinary Boscodora. Almost a full 160 pounds of weight, but it can't stop it. You see that big rock snake's expression seems to be very painful. Attentive Xiaomao found something wrong. Roar. Snake roared angrily, and the huge rock tail flashed a metal light and slapped it fiercely towards the Boscodora on the ground. Godola, be careful, Saga shouted at Boscodora, who had no time to defend herself. Strength, stop it. A thick male voice came from the side. Weird. An extremely strong, four-armed monster jumped down from the air and easily blocked the big tail that was several times his own. That's it. Pick it up and throw it out, the male voice commanded again. Strange. The four arms of the strange force suddenly exerted force, and they were full of hideous blue vein. The giant rock snake, nearly 30 in length, actually hugged it alive. Boom. With a violent crash, the huge rock snake was violently thrown out by the strange force, knocking off a piece of the hard mountain. This strange force is worthy of being one of the main forces of the fighting King Shiba. The strength alone is unbelievable. As soon as this strange force appeared, all the information has been scanned by Jarvis. Weird and giant Pokemon attribute. Fighting trait. Perseverance. Height 1. Weight 15. A kind of Pokemon with infinite power, but when doing meticulous work, the four hands will be entangled, and the body moves faster than the brain. Evaluation. One of the main Pokemon of the four Heavenly Kings, Shiba, has incredible strength and rich combat experience, and still wears the belt of the heroic period on the waist to limit his own strength and exercise himself. Strength is initially determined to be the senior of the king. Who? I am saved. Seeing the big rock snake incapacitated, Ash and his party breathed a sigh of relief. You guys aren't hurt, are you? A shirtless man, wearing karate trousers, with an incomparably strong figure appeared in front of everyone. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 93. Shiba appeared, conquering the huge rock snake. Thank you very much for your assistance, otherwise we would be miserable today. Everyone step forward and thank. Ah, you are Master Shiba. Please accept our needs. Xiaogang and Xiaoji rushed forward and knelt on the ground, looking at this man expectantly. That, although I am Shiba, I will never accept apprentices. Shiba looked at the 2 little guys kneeling on the ground and refused embarrassingly. Why is this? Xiaoji looked lost. Master Shiba, please, it's fine if you don't accept me, but I ask you to train Xiaoji well. This kid wants to participate in the Pokemon League competition. Although he is stupid and confused, but he is a very serious man. Please teach him great secret skills, for which I am willing to do anything. Xiaogang put his head on his knees and said sincerely, little gang. Xiaoji moved. Xiaoji, with a tearful face. The 2 of them hugged together lovingly. There seemed to be countless pink flowers rising up around them. Tusaka and others couldn't stand it anymore. Are you 2 really willing to do anything? Shiba said with a serious face. We are willing. Everything is up to you. Okay, just wait a moment. Shiba said, took out the Pokemon ball and walked towards the incapacitated big rock snake. I'm going to take down that huge big rock snake first. I spent a whole month in Bowsy Mountain looking for this guy. Thanks to the few of you, I ran into it all at once today. Just when Shiba stepped forward to conquer the big rock snake, the big rock snake suddenly opened its eyes as big as lantern, looked at the human walking in front of it, and let out a roar, and then used his own. The huge tail swung towards Shiba fiercely. Master Shiba, be careful. Standing on the cliff, everyone shouted worriedly. Good guy, I almost got your way. Zyba heard that a backflip easily escaped the opponent's sneak attack, and the all-out blow from the strange force just made you dizzy for a while. What a powerful physique. Big rock snake, why are you angry? You were supposed to be mild-mannered. Why did you become so irritable? And what happened? Shiba stood on the rock and shouted, Master Shiba, Pika. Everyone looked at the scene below with great worry. Once the giant rock snake accidentally hit Master Shiba, it would turn him into meat sauce. Why doesn't Master Shiba use Pokemon for each other? Xiaogang looked puzzled and said, don't worry too much. Xiaogang, Master Shiba has a record of defeating powerful fighting Pokemon. It can be said that the master itself is equivalent to a shell. Saga explained aside. Roar. The big rock snake roared in pain, and used its iron head attack to hit Shiba again. Shiba easily jumped on the top of the big rock snake with his powerful body, and the big rock snake shook its huge head desperately. Want to throw the human on my head? Sorry, I can only calm you down. Zyba said silently in his heart, raised his fist as big as a sandbag and smashed it at the big rock snake. Bang! The big rock snake was hit in the head and became dizzy. Don't worry, big rock snake, don't be afraid of anything. I can feel your pain, and I'll help you out. After Shiba finished speaking, he put his ear on the body of the giant rock snake and listened carefully to the movement inside. As that's so, Shiba suddenly found something wrong in the gap between the 2 rock bodies of the big rock snake. Shiba just put his hand in, and the big rock snake let out a painful roar. Please bear with me, big rock snake. Come out for me, little guy. Shiba pulled out the Pokemon stuck in the crevice of the big rock snake. It turns out that you are the only one who has caused the big rock snake to suffer so much. Shiba looked at the Pokemon in his hand and said helplessly, ah, that. Yes. Xiaoji took out the picture book and saw that the evolution of the Mountain King, the mouse Pokemon, and the mountain mouse would use the thorns on the back to attack the enemy. Haha, it's alright. Big rock snake, how are you? You want to follow me? Shiba asked with a smile after releasing the king of mountain. Roar. Big rock snake squinted his eyes and nodded, looking very gratefully at the human being who helped him solve his pain. Master Shiba, you are really amazing. As expected of the 4 heavenly kings, you can conquer such a powerful big rock snake without using Pokémon. Everyone climbed down from the cliff and looked at Shiba excitedly. Separation line. Master Shiba, can I ask you one thing? I want to have a match with you to see me and the king level trainer difference. Saga stepped forward and said, Brother Saga is so cunning. He actually went to challenge Master Shiba. Xiaoji pointed at Saga and said with a look of surprise, haha, no problem. Good boy, you are very brave. Shiba smiled cheerfully. Many people see the 4 heavenly kings mostly with admiration or jealousy, but few trainers have the courage to challenge. You are not bad. Master, then I'm welcome. Come on. Electric shock monster. Saga was the first to release the Pokémon. What kind of Pokémon is that? They never seen it before. Xiaoji took out the illustrated book and wanted to check it out, but there is no information on this Pokémon. This Pokémon is called Dengeki Monster, which evolved from Dazzling Beast, but there is no example of Dazzling Beast evolution in Kanto. I heard from my grandfather that Dengeki Monster first appeared in the Shinao region. It evolved by means of a prop called an electric motor, which is a very rare electric type Pokémon. Xiao Mao explained that. Xiao Mao, what is the electric shock beast? Where is Exanao? And what is the electric motor? Hehe, I don't seem to know anything about being hungry. Go away. Go rough for me. Don't let me see you again. Xiao Mao is completely speechless while clutching his forehead. He has no confidence in Xiaoji's IQ at all. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 94 Against Shiba. Fiasco. One more. Ask for automatic. Ask for subscription. Cut. What's so amazing? It's just that I read a little more book than me. Why are you so obsessed? Xiaoji said angrily. Xiaoji, stop arguing. The duel between Brother Sada and Master Shiba is about to begin. Such a wonderful game is rare. Xiaoxia said excitedly. Yo, it's another powerful Pokémon. Good boy. I thought Boss Cordola was your only main force just now, but I didn't expect it. Shiba was a little surprised. The electric shock monster should be a Pokémon from Shinao. I saw it when I went to Shinao on a mission, but I didn't expect to see it in my hometown of Kanto now. Then my Pokémon is... Master Shiba suddenly took out a special nunchaku with Pokémon balls at both ends from behind him and waved. Come on, Abalang, Abby, swish, swish, swish. As soon as a villain appeared on the stage, his red glove-clad fist threw 3 very handsome jabs with a cracking sound. Jarvis, give me the most accurate data. Find out Abilan all your weaknesses. Saga said silently in his heart. No problem, sir. Abalang boxing Pokémon attribute. Fighting characteristic. The power of Tekken boxing skills increases by 20%. Height 1. Weight 52. Abby Lang, boxing Pokémon, is good at using boxing move, and the speed of his punches is so fast that people can't see it. Evaluation. One of the main Pokémon of the fighting King Shiba, good at various boxing tricks, has a terrible speed of 13 punches per second. The power of straight punches is 900. The figure is agile. The character is unyielding. The weaknesses are waist and knees respectively. However, after 3 minutes of high-frequency attack, the body will become stiff and need to rest. Preliminary evaluation of strength. Tianwang is senior. Call. Saga took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his mood. This Abby Lang is not as old as Xiaobo's old duck-billed fire dragon. Now it is at its peak, and its strength and momentum are far beyond that of the same heavenly king. A duck-billed fire dragon. It's decided that there is nothing to be afraid of. Electric shock monsters. The first strike is stronger. 100,000 volt. Ha! Kia. The incomparably violent current spread from the electric shock demon and galloped towards Abalang. After Abalang dodged with small step, he punched, jab, left hook, right punch, and finally used the heavenly fist. Shiba waved quickly with the nunchucks at the same time, a series of commands to respond. Abalang easily dodged the current attack with a sway, and used the flash of lightning to quickly get close, hitting the whole body of the electric monster with dazzling fist. Bang, bang, bang. Is this the strength of Master Shiba? Who can stop this kind of stormy attack? Xiaoji opened his mouth in surprise. Pick up. Pikachu, sitting on Ash's shoulder, nodded desperately in agreement. Hasha. The electric shock monster folded his hands together, emitting a faint white light all over his body, ruthlessly blocking Abalang's stormy attack. It's actually keeping the skill boy's fairly agile reaction ability, but no matter how strong the defense is, it won't last long under the absolute attack. Abalang increases his strength and strikes the final punch. The transparent mask that guarded the skill was instantly shattered, and Abalang's fist hit the chin of the electric beast, knocking it out. Abalang, the strong, should not give the opponent any chance. Pursue the victory. Bullet punch. Close black lens bracket. Abby Lang, who was just about to act, suddenly groaned in pain, bent down and half knelt on the ground. Bah! A yellow current flashed across Long. When did you get paralyzed by the current? It's really smart to just shock the beast, and you can formulate such a great tactic yourself without the need of a trainer. Shiba nodded approvingly. Hasha. The electric monster wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and stood up, looking proudly at Abby Lang, who was unable to move. Saga was also surprised. As expected of the electric monster, he had already figured out the countermeasures himself, and used the abnormal state skill if he could not avoid it. Interrupt the opponent's next attack. When Rainbow City conquers it for the first time, he can create a beautiful combination of skills, and now he has evolved into an electric shock beast and become more intelligent. Nice job. Next is our turn. The most powerful thundering skill when Abalang ca move. Close black lens bracket. The thundering trick can be said to be the most powerful skill in the electric system, but it also has a great weakness. Just like the grass type big trick Sunshine Flame, it take too long to prepare. If it wasn't for a villain's accidental electrocution, he wouldn't dare to use this trick. Hey, dark clouds began to cover Abeline's head, and a huge current as thick as a bucket surged down. With the speed of thunder and lightning, once the opponent is locked, it is definitely a must-have skill, not to mention Abeline, who is in a state of electrocution. Brother Sada, could it really beat Master Shiba? Everyone was surprised and said that it was the 4 heavenly kings who were really in office. If they were hit by such a powerful lightning, unless it was a rock-type Pokemon, they would definitely lose their combat effectiveness. No, look, Master Shiba hasn't changed the smile on his lips since Abalang's electrocution. Xiao Mao calmly analyzed. Abby Lang, use patience. Let the lightning stimulate your limbs. Let's explode. Shiba yells. Abby. Abilin showed a painful expression in the violent electric current, but it did not make him lose his ability to fight. Instead, Abalang used it around his body to stimulate the muscles to swell. Oh da. Bruce Lee's cry. Shiba's nunchuck pointed forward and said, Abby Lang ends this match. Sonic fist. Bang. There was a footprint on the ground, and Abby Lang was covered in lightning and instantly appeared in front of the electric monster. I almost didn't see Abalang throwing his fist. The electric monster has already flew out and slammed into the rock behind him. Chapter 95. Go to Plateau. Second update for automatic subscription. Who? Come back. Electric shock monster. Saga withdrew the incapacitated electric demon beast expressionlessly. Thank you, Master Shiba, for letting me see the strength of a heavenly king level powerhouse. It seems that I'm still far behind. After speaking, he turned around and walked down the mountain. Brother Saga, wait for me. Xiaoxia followed Porkby with a worried look on her face. As expected of Master Shiba, he can turn defeat into victory under such unfavorable circumstances. The strength of the King of Heaven is truly unfathomable. Xiaogang nodded thoughtfully. Tell me, will something happen to Brother Saga? It feels a little wrong to see his fate. Little G looked at the 2 people around him and said, don't worry. Although losing the game is not a good feeling, the challenger Saga is the active 4 heavenly king Master Shiba, and he can still play so beautifully. Xiao Mao looked in admiration. Well said. Shiba took back Abalang and walked over slowly. How could a trainer with such strength at such an age be devastated by the loss of a game? The Saga you are talking about is already me. This is the second talented player I've seen, whether it's a powerful Pokemon or a reaction ability far beyond the same age. Who is the trainer that Master Shiba talks about? Who can be comparable to Brother Saga? Xiaoji asked excitedly, because among the peers of the same age that Xiaoji has seen so far, Saga's strength can be said to be the strongest, even surpassing many veteran gym trainers. His name is Suoya. He is 14 this year, and he is from Yanmo City, Chengdu. He was the champion of last year's Chengdu Silver Conference. Shiba squeezed his chin and recalled, perhaps you haven't heard of this name, but if I talk about the relationship between another person and him, you can definitely understand that he is my good friend Du's cousin. So it is. Everyone nodded. Since he is the cousin of Mr. Wang Du on the first day of Kanto, then there is no surprise. Haha, this Suoya will also participate in the Quart Conference this year, and if you meet him at the conference, thousands of don't say in front of him that he is Du's cousin, because what this kid hates most is that others always compare Du to him, so he vowed to defeat Du. Xiaoji and Xiaogang this time may have to miss the appointment. Originally promised to help you with special training, but just now the Alliance urgently informed us that the 4 heavenly kings will go to the Quart Plateau for safety maintenance, so I have to go first. There will be a period later. After Shiba said a few flashes, he disappeared in front of everyone. Hey, although I haven't learned the secret skills of Master Shiba, it's not a waste of time to see such a wonderful duel. Xiaogang smiled and said, yes, I benefited a lot from this competition. Tis, Xiaoji, I didn't expect it. You actually learned to use it. Smelly Xiaomao, if you don't make fun of me, I can suffocate to death. It won't suffocate, but it will go crazy. Ha 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 ha. In fact, Saga didn't care too much about losing the game just now. Even before the game, he knew that he would not win. Shiba, who has been the 4 heavenly kings for many years, is too naive. However, Saga has enough confidence that he will be able to reach the level of Zyba in at most 2 years, and it is not a problem to even have a strength that surpasses him, and he has the super trump card of Baby Dragon, and he can definitely have it after he evolves evolves into a salamander. The strength of the king level, plus if you get the evolution stone in the Carlos area in the future, let the salamander super evolve. Its strength is far beyond the ordinary beast. Brother Saga, wait for me. Don't go like this. Quick, Xiaoxia chased up from behind, sweating profusely. Sorry Xiaoxia, I made you worry just now. Brother Saga, in fact, you don't need to be too disappointed in losing the game. After all, the opponent is the 4 heavenly king. It's great that you can play with him for so long. Xiaoxia was afraid that Saga couldn't think about it and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. It doesn't matter, I have self-knowledge, but although I have failed now, I will definitely defeat him soon. Saga looked confident. Well, I believe you. Brother Saga, you can definitely do it. Time flies, time is like water, and the distance has passed after Saga challenged Shiba in Bowsy Mountain after 3 weeks. The long-awaited court conference is finally about to open, and everyone is ready to embark on the road to the court plateau. This morning, I can't stand it. This idiot Xiaoji is always late at an important juncture. It was like this last time I got the initial Pokémon, and this time I participated in the court conference. Xiao Mao stood beside the red sports car and said frantically, Xiao Mao, just wait. Anyway, there are still 2 days before the court conference starts, and the time should be in time. Saga sat in the co-pilot of the sport car and said, everyone, I am sorry. I'm late. I'm sorry. Ran towards the crowd while wearing his coat. Idiot, get in the car. Xiao Mao shouted at Xiaoji with his hands on his hip. I don't have to guess to know that you were so excited that you fell asleep in the middle of the night again last night. I am the dividing line. Grandpa, and everyone, let go first. Let us go. Xiao Mao put on his sunglasses and started the sport car. Saga, Xiao Mao and Xiaoji, everyone must do their best and strive to get a good place at the court conference. Dr. Damu and Xiaoji's mother and everyone who saw off from Junxinjun shouted together. Don't worry, we will definitely live up to everyone's expectation. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 96 Opening of the Conference 3 Update. Next day, Saga and his party took Xiao Mao's sport car to the place where their dreams come true, Court Plateau. Whether they are longing for fame, money, or just to prove their bond with Pokémon, everyone here I'm working hard for the championship. There are failures and tears, but also friendship and trust. This is the real world of Pokémon in my heart. Commemorate our childhood, that we can't go back. Wow, there are so many people gathered here. It's just a sea of people. Xiaoji looked at the lively situation around him in surprise. The court conference attracts thousands of trainers from all over the world every year, plus the audience and various sponsors who come to watch. It can be said that every year today, the court plateau needs reception. Tens of thousands of tourists, Xiaogang explained on the side. Although the court's conference has not yet opened, the initial torch delivery has already started a month before the opening of the event. In cities along the path of the torch, countless spectators and trainers can be seen waving small flags with Pokémon balls to welcome the delivery. Athlete of the Flame. Look, everyone, the last torchbearer is here. Suddenly there was a shout from the audience. Wow. The entire auditorium is boiling, and everyone is crowding forward, wanting to see what it is. There are too many people. Let's go to register for the game first. Qualify. Today is the last day to register, and it ends at 7 p.m. If you miss it, you will have to come back next year. Xiao Mao suggested. What, Xiao Mao? You didn't say it earlier. Ash complained. Don't worry, there's still plenty of time. Court's tournament official building. Welcome 3 trainers to participate in the 53rd court tournament. Please fill in the information. If you are a trainer with 8 gym badges, you will be able to enjoy the official courts league prepared by players, free lodging and meals. The staff smiled. In fact, there are not many trainers who can get 8 gym badges every year due to various accidents. Only about 1/5 of the total number of participants, which is about 200. The rest are more players who participated in the Pokémon appraisal test and recommended by the Pokémon academies in various places. Of course, it does not mean that they are weak. There are also many trainers with quite good strength. Because there is not so much time to go to challenge gyms one by one, so the Pokémon identification assessment set by the Alliance has become the best choice. Saga, Xiaoji, Xiao Mao, and the 3 of them got 8 badges from their bodies one after another, and quickly filled in their personal information. The processing speed of the staff is also very fast, and they can input the information of the 3 of them in minutes. When I got to the computer, the 3 are all trainers with gym badges, so please keep these 3 room cards. If you lose them, you can reissue them with the badges. Here's wishing you a fast game. The sky is getting darker, and the 53rd Quartz University. The meeting finally ushered in the much anticipated opening ceremony. As the torchbearers ran towards the competition venue holding the fire of the legendary flaming bird, the enthusiasm of countless audiences and players was ignited. The entrants began to line up to enter, and Xiaoji had the luck to stand at the front of the line. In fact, he was the shortest guy in this row of trainers. After all the players entered the arena, the torchbearers in white stepped onto the long stairs and lit the main torch in the center of the arena, and the scene reached its climax in an instant with the burning of the main torch. Whether it is a former opponent or a current partner, in order to finally stand on the podium and win a trophy that proves the honor. I hope that all trainers will play their best in tomorrow's competition and leave no regret for themselves. The diminutive President Damalanchi stepped onto the podium and started an exciting speech. The Quartz Conference is officially open. The league competition is one of the biggest competitions in various regions. So in addition to local people visiting, there are tourists and trainers from other regions, which brings a boom in tourism, and the conference can make a lot of money every year from tourists. Thankfully we are all contestants with 8 gym badges. Enjoy free accommodation in the player village, or we will have to sleep on the street today, Xiaoji said with a look of joy, because there were too many people traveling here because of the conference, and the Pokémon Center and various hotels in the Quart Plateau were full of accommodation. Xiaoxia also nodded her head desperately to express her approval. How can you let a beautiful girl like me sleep on the street? The dividing line is bang. Ouch, it hurt. Xiaoji, who was playing around, was suddenly hit by an oncoming figure and sat on the ground. Are you alright? As you walk, you should look straight ahead, the figure in front of Xiaoji said coldly. Hundan, what's your attitude? It's obviously because you didn't see the way and bumped into me. Xiaoji got up and glared at the red-haired boy who was a head taller than him in front of him. Get out of the way. I'm not interested in chatting with you bastard. The red-haired boy pushed Xiaoji away and was about to move on. Clap. A hand suddenly rested on the boy's shoulder. What I hate most is when someone touches my body, the red-haired boy said in a deep voice, then turned around instantly, and a whip leg kicked the owner of the arm. Flap. Saga calmly grabbed the boy's ankle, and then pushed it forward fiercely, almost making the boy fall. Soul. The teenager roared angrily and rushed up again. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 97. Crossing appears. Competition draw. 4th update. Seek automatic subscription. Sawyer. Stop. A young man in a red cloak suddenly jumped out of the air, blocking the boy's face, and easily took the opponent's fist. Hey, it's you again. I don't need you to take care of what I do. The boy named Soya shouted angrily. Also, please let go of my hand, Mr. Tu. Mr. Du, wow, it's actually Mr. Long Tien Wong Du, and I actually met a real person today. Ash forgets the conflict just now and is completely obsessed with idol worship. I'm sorry, everyone. This is my cousin from Yanmo City, Chengdu, Suoya. He has a hot personality. For the trouble you caused, I apologize to you on his behalf. Without being arrogant as a big man, Du bowed and apologized to a few ordinary trainers. Hee, it's okay, Mr. Du, don't be so polite. Xiaoji touched his head embarrassedly. This kind of dream-level scene actually appeared in front of him. The idol who could only be seen on TV before, actually bowed and apologized to himself. Only this kind of rubbish who has never seen the market will believe your hypocritical face. Suoya is not grateful for what Du has done, and turns around and prepares to leave here. By the way, I am very interested in you. What is your name? Suoya suddenly turned around and pointed at Saga with interest. Sorry, I have no interest in you. After Saga finished speaking, she turned around and left. Hee, that's funny. Since you don't tell me my name, then you just pray you don't meet me at the game. Me, Sawyer. It will definitely be your nightmare. The red-haired boy shouted behind Saga. Just now. The red-haired boy is really annoying. The character is even worse than Xiao Mao. Xiaoxia was holding Porkby all the way. Porkby, do you think so? Porkby shook his little hand in agreement. Really? Why do you have nothing to do with me? I'm much lighter than the arrogant soul just now. Xiao Mao covered his forehead and said helplessly, but brother Saga was so handsome just now. If you can beat him again, it will be even more pleasing. The guy just now should be the powerful trainer that Master Shiba said can be comparable to Saga. Just now, Mr. Du has already said that he is his cousin Soya. Xiaogang touched his chin and said, although they are Mr. Du's cousin, the two people's personalities are simply the same in the sky and the other in the ground, and there is no comparison. Xiaoji looked unhappy. If it wasn't for big brother Sarah today, he might have been beaten by the other party. Hee, Xiaoji and Xiao Maozao. There will be a game tomorrow. Don't worry if you meet that guy during the game. I will definitely avenge you. Saga patted Chi's shoulder comfortingly. Player village. Dormitory. Why should I be kicked out? With a gloomy look on her pajamas, Xiao shouted, because I'm a girl. You go with Xiaogang. Sleep. Xiaoxia came out of the door, stuck her head out, took out a pillow and smashed it in. As for Saga, he and Xiao Mao slept in the same room. I am the dividing line. Early morning of the next day, the game officially started. Due to the large number of players, the main venue could not accommodate so many games. The official will first draw lot to hold the 11 knockout round, and finally decide 64 and enter the home game of the conference. 64 the rules of the game are 33, and finally the top 16 will be decided, and when the top 16 is the full game of 66, Saga and his party came to the hall for drawing lot. This draw is completely automatically selected by the computer. Eliminate artificial cheating. Due to the large number of people queuing for the lottery, although the three of Saga came to line up early, they still waited until noon before it was their turn. Saga handed the identification card to the staff because he is not a trainer registered in the Alliance, so there is no Pokémon illustration. The staff put the identification card on the scanner next to the computer. Saga player from Nibi City, your game time is 2 p.m. at venue 13. After confirming that it was correct, the staff returned the ID card to Saga. Xiaomao from Junshin Town, your game time is 4 p.m. at venue 32. Athlete Xiaoji from Junshin Town, I'm sorry for your game time. Please wait a moment. After a moment, Xiaoji, your opponent fell into the pool because he was too excited last night and got a bad cold and is now in the hospital, so your game is bye. Congratulations, you can directly participate in tomorrow's game, the staff said with a smile. Why do such unfortunate things happen to me? After walking out of the hall, Xiaoji shouted depressedly. He originally wanted to perform well, but I was bye-bye. Xiaoji is actually very good news for you. You can directly participate in the next game, avoid the tragedy of being eliminated in the first game, and then go home crying. Xiaomao shrugged his shoulders sarcastically. Xiaomao, what do you want? I'm just worried about you. I fought with you. Okay, stop the two of you. The fight before the game will be cancelled directly. Saga stepped forward and grabbed the two people who were about to perform Quan Wuxing. It was really embarrassing to look at the idiots around the crowd. Tis, it turns out to be you again. Yesterday, that Suoya suddenly appeared out of the lobby. Pray well, you must not meet me, or you will be eliminated on the first day of the competition. It will be a shame. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he walked out quickly with his hands in his pocket. What a stinky bastard, Xiaoji said with a displeased expression. If Xiaomao meets him, he must teach him a good lesson. No problem, I've already seen him very upset. If I meet him today, I will definitely teach him how to be a man with a water arrow turtle. It can be said that the two enemies agreed with each other's opinions for the first time since they were born. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 98, The First Knockout. One more. 11 knockout rounds that have just started at the core conference are held around the venue. Each venue is almost the size of a basketball court, surrounded by special iron net to prevent the skills of the Pokémon from harming the audience outside the venue. After lunch, Saga temporarily separated from Xiaoji and his group, and went to a small forest alone to prepare for the final adjustment before the game. The preliminary rounds that just started are basically rookie players. For example, many of them are little guys who have just graduated from the Pokémon Academy, and their actual combat experience is almost equal to 0. For these rookies, I don't plan to send the main Pokémon. Baby dragons are too rare, and my current strength is not strong enough, so in order to avoid too much trouble, Saga does not plan to let baby dragons play at the Quartz conference. So before 64 for the warm-up game, use the Sick-tailed Sea Dragon and Big Bill. 2:02:00 p.m. Port Conference Venue Branch, in the number 13 venue. The broadcast is playing. Please Saga players from Nibi City and Zhengwu players from Wallen City enter as soon as possible. The game is about to start, and then play it again. Please come from Saga, who has been waiting for a long time, and walk into the venue calmly. The next round will be the 5th round of the number 13 field. The famous Taekwondo master Zhengwu and the first-time player Saga, and Zhengwu was a master who entered the top 64 last year. As soon as the two entered the field, the referee immediately introduced the basic information of the two in detail. Zhengwu is a young man of about 20 years old, with strong muscles and a bright forehead. It seems that I am lucky. I met a player who once entered the top 64 in the first knockout match. It's a pity that the opponent will be eliminated in their first match today. Saga looked at the other party and thought to herself, the rules of the game are 11, and the game time is 20 minutes. The game starts now. The time for the preliminary round was set because of the need to eliminate a large number of players. As the referee waved the flag in his hand, Saga and Zhengwu threw a magic trick together. Baby ball. 2 white light flashed on the field, and 2 Pokémon appeared on the field almost at the same time. Zhengwu player uses a powerful fighting Pokémon known as the Ghost of Kicking skills of Aron, who achieved good results at the conference last year, and Saga player uses a special Sick-tailed Snow White hair. At the same time, the big green outside the venue also started to broadcast the pictures on the venue. It's really unfortunate for the little one. I'm going to go home the first time they meet me. Zhengwu looked at the Sick-tails on the field with a little disdain, and shouted, come on, Savarin, it's time to show your kicking skills. Use the knee. Savarin heard the words and bent his knees extremely fast. The Sick-tails rushed over. Sick-tails, the shadow clone avoid. Josh shouted calmly, as if he heard the other party's ridicule at all. Am I? The Sick-tails let out a cute cry, and then the body gradually became blurred, and a dozen identical Sick-tails appeared in an instant. On the field, Savarin's flying knee smashed a shadow of Sick-tails and left a hole in the ground. The strength of this Zhengwu can only be considered sloppy, and Savarin has only the elite and advanced strength similar to that of the Sitails. It is just right to hone the experience of the Sitails and lay a solid foundation for the future evolution of the Ninetales. If Zhengwu knew that the golden retriever he looked down on actually just regarded himself as a stepping stone, I wonder if he would cry and faint in the toilet. Haha, do you think the shadow clone can interfere with Savarin? Naive. Valente. Serial kick. Close black lens bracket. Savarin's leg stretched several times in an instant, constantly kicking the six-tailed clone. Chevalan can stretch his feet as he pleases, and can knock down opponents from great distances. Therefore, it is not called the ghost of kicking skill. Hey, although the strength is still good, but the muscles in the brain are all grown. No wonder it stops at 64. Saga shook his head with a sigh. Six-tails, use the flame vortex along Chevalan's thigh. Six-tails gently jumped up a column of fire with a diameter of about 1 meter, spraying out of its small mouth like a sea vortex. When it came out, the flames instantly ignited the long legs that Chevalan stretched out, and burned all the way along the thighs. Damn, Chevaran, hurry up and kick the ground to put out the flame. Zhengwu looked eagerly at the suffering Savarin. If it were me at this time, I would definitely use the flame kick, and I would fight to the death with the help of the opponent's flame, and I might have a chance. However, if I killed myself with this strategy, I wouldn't believe that the muscular man on the opposite side could figure it out, and look panicked. The opponent, Saga secretly slandered in his heart. Six-tails, end the game. Feilu Little Say inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. Saga waved his arm forward. The electric light flashes behind him and uses the steel waltz set. The Sitails swayed their small body and rushed forward quickly, and jumped up after a distance from Savarin, do a backflip gracefully in the air. The snow-white tail flashed 6 metallic luster and slammed into the bewildered Savarin. Just listen to bang, bang, bang. After 6 consecutive bangs, Savarin's eyes flashed. Mosquito coils fell on the field. At this moment, the audience watching the game outside the arena stopped talking and stared intently at the incomparably gorgeous attacking style of the Sitails just now. After a while, tsunami-like cheers drowned out the entire number 13 field. Savarin is incapacitated. The referee waved the flag to signal that Saga had won a victory. Come back, Sitails. Saga took out the Pokemon ball and took back the little guy who was enjoying the adoration on his face. What an unexpected result. The former 64 Zhengwu players were eliminated in the first game. It seems that a group of dark horses appeared in this year's conference. Some trainers who came to collect information outside the field were also surprised to watch the field. A very calm blonde boy. Failu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 99 Xiaomao. Second update. Walking aimlessly on the lively street, looking at the ordinary people around, Saga feels so out of place. In fact, he prefers to be with Pokemon compared to human, because they don't have so many cares and thoughts. As long as you are good to them, they can give everything for you, even their own lives. It seems that the time on the watch is almost 4 o'clock, so Xiaomao's game is about to start. Since there is nothing to do, go see that kid and see how much progress he has made. Xiaomao is an intelligent player. He perfectly inherits the clever mind of Dr. Grandpa, and has a very good knowledge of Pokemon. After the Silver Conference in the original book ended, Xiaomao gave up his dream of becoming a Pokemon master and turned to become a Pokemon researcher, inheriting his grandfather's career. During the trip of Xiaoji Fengyuan Alliance, Xiaomao rescued a fossil pterosaur from the hands of Amato and Xiaozaburo of the Rocket. When Xiaoji challenged the development area, Xiaomao came to the Shinao area and conquered it. Got an electric shock monster. Both the trainer and the researcher, Xiaomao, are very handy, and there is no doubt that he is the best among them. It can be said that both in terms of command and observation, he can finish off Xiaoji, and he is also a very talented trainer, but so far there is still a lack of enthusiasm in the grasp of actual combat and the overall situation. In the 3-game area, the competition between Xiaomao from Junshin Town and Xiaoyu from Light Red City is about to start. Please enter the arena as soon as possible. Xiaomao, you must do your best. Xiaoji on the sidelines shouted to Xiaomao, who entered the arena. Don't worry, I will definitely finish the game soon. The players in this kind of preliminary round are not very strong. Xiaomao waved his hand to indicate that he should not be too concerned. 2 sides are ready. The game time is 20 minutes, and the game begins. Go on, dear Wind Speed Dog. The first game is decided to be you. Xiaomao took the Pokemon ball around his neck and kissed it before throwing it into the field. At the end of the moth, let go up to. The boy named Xiaoyu threw the Pokemon ball nervously. It seems that Xiaomao can kill his opponent in seconds in this game. Saga suddenly appeared behind Ash and his party and said, just now I observed that the player named Xiaoyu should not be a trainer who has won 8 badges, but more like a graduate of the Pokemon Academy. Facing this kind of competition, the opponent is too nervous, and the insect-type moth is completely restrained when facing Xiaomao's Wind Speed Dog, and there is no chance chance of winning. If Xiaomao uses the fire tie trick as soon as he comes on the field, the game it will be over soon. Brother Saga, your game is over, Xiaosha said with a look of surprise. Yeah, the players I met were pretty good. Last year's player who entered the top 64 but not good in command was defeated by my Sicktail. Saga pointed to sit on his shoulder and said, am I? Lu Wei called out cutely, as if to say, come and worship Miss Ben. My name is Xiao Yu. Please teach me more. The teenager looked at the huge wind speed dog in front of him with a little fear. My name is Xiaomao. Let's start the game. I'll let you go first, Xiaomao said impatiently. The two types of people he hates the most are the hot-blooded idiot like Xiaoji, and the other is the cowardly person in front of him. The game is nothing more than two results, winning or losing. Even if you are sad after the game, you don't need to be so afraid on the field. Then I'll be rude. The moth paralyze the powder. Woo! Moth chirped softly, and the faint yellow powder drifted towards the wind speed dog with the vibration of moth wings. What a naive guy. You are destined to be eliminated when you meet me. Wind speed dog. Big characters burst. Xiaomao directly issued the order of the trick, and with Xiaomao's character, he will not show mercy to this kind of opponent at all. The result can be imagined. Although Xiaomao's wind speed dog is not as good as Saga's wind speed dog, but the strength in Xiaomao's team is estimated to be second only to his initial Pokémon Water Arrow Turtle and Nidoking. A large shape flame roared towards the moth, and the paralysis powder along the road was instantly burnt out by the high temperature flame, and the moth, who was panicked, had no time to escape. Last moth lost the ability to fight. The last moth. The little boy cried and shouted and rushed into the venue, picked up the moth that had been burned to black charcoal, and ran out of the venue. I am the dividing line cheered. Congratulations to Brother Sada and Xiaomao for their first day victory. The small bar of the players' village. Everyone gathered to celebrate today's victory. Haha, in fact, don't worry too much. An opponent of this strength is simply too easy for me. Xiaoji, you were right. In the box, Xiaomao looked at Xiaoji arrogantly and said, cut, stinky guy. If it wasn't for my opponent's accidental bye today, I would definitely be able to defeat him very easily. Xiaoji refused to admit defeat. Allah, Ash, you don't have to make excuses. Xiaomao stepped forward and put his arms around Xiaoji's neck. Think about it carefully. If your opponent doesn't have a bye today, in case you meet a trainer as strong as me, then you have to go home before the first round. Then it will become the shame of the real new town. The shame of the real new Hunden. Xiaomao, you are optimistic. I will definitely defeat my opponent easily in tomorrow's game. Pikachu, are you right? Pick up. Pikachu waved his hands and nodded, then shook his head again. Pikachu, what do you mean? Xiaoji was a little puzzled and said, it said that although it is very confident in itself, it doubts your strength. Xiaoji. Saga took a sip of beer and said lightly, Pikachu, you really said that? Ash looked at Pikachu expectantly, wanting to hear a different answer. Pikachu nodded with his hands on his shoulder. Bang! Xiaoji fell down with a shocked face. Haha, sure enough, this idiot Xiaoji, even his own Pokemon has no confidence in him. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 100 May Return 3 Update. After dinner, Xiaoji and his party decided to go shopping together. Because of the relationship between the Quart Conference, a large number of activities will be held here every night. Brother Saga, aren't you going to play together? Xiaosha asked while holding Porkbeat. No, you just go. Hehe. Maybe I'm a little tired from the game today. I want to go back to the dormitory to have a rest first. Saga touched his head and said, didn't Yai say she would come to watch my game? Is there anything else at home that has been delayed? Although we haven't traveled together for a long time, that a simple little girl really entered her heart. And on the way back to the players' village, Saga looked at the starry sky and sighed. Guess who I am? Suddenly a cold little hand covered Saga's eyes. Saga's nose moved, and she smelled the number 13 perfume that she had chosen for the girl. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Is it Xiaolan? What? Who is Xiaolan? The girl's voice was a little dissatisfied. Since it's not Xiaolan, then it should be Xiaoai. The smile on Saga's mouth grew stronger. Nani? Xiaoai? Who is it? Saga, it's only been a few months since I left you, and you've already hooked up with so many little girlfriend. HMPH. Don't think I'll care about you in the future. Welcome back, Mei-chan. Saga turned around and hugged the sulking little girl fiercely. Smell the familiar scent on the horse's tail. Don't do this. There are so many people around looking at it. So embarrassed. Yai pushed Tuashaga, feeling that her growing body was on the chest of her beloved, and she was about to be crushed. So embarrassed. When did it come? Saga let go of Yai, looked at her cute bun face, and asked softly, actually, I came by plane this morning. Yai blushed and said embarrassedly, but the Quart Plateau is really too big. I searched for a long time and couldn't find you. Later, I heard that if you want to find a trainer to participate in the competition, you can ask the staff at the registration office. After your news, I have been waiting around the player village, but unfortunately you never came. After Yai finished speaking, a sudden murmur came from her stomach. What a silly girl. You won't wait for me here without eating all the time. Saga lovingly touched May's little head. It's not that I'm afraid that I can't find you, but it's really abhorrent that you, a heartless soul, actually found such a girlfriend during my absence. Yayi pouted with a small expression of resentment. Haha, silly girl, I'm just teasing you if you say you're stupid. Saga pinched May's face and said, looking at your angry face, I can't help it, so let's take you to dinner first. Duh. Very happy. A couple of lovers who just met began to play around on the lively street, and the two of them ate the same sweet taste. Happily took a photo of my head and played until late at night. Yee, is your grandma's okay? The two walk back to the player village with their fingers interlocked. Saga, big brother, thank you for your concern. My grandma's body has recovered, and she also said that she wants to see you. Hee, I also really want to meet May's grandma. So how long does May plan to stay in Kanto this time? Saga looked at May expectantly. After all, if you just went back after watching the core conference, the two would have to be separated for a long time. Hee, my mother has already agreed to my request to travel in Kanto. It doesn't matter if I stay here for a year, May said excitedly, so this time I can finally travel with Saga-sa. Really? Saga looked excited. That good. After participating in the Quartz Alliance, I'm going to travel to the Orange Islands, where there are very beautiful islands, and then we'll travel to Chengdu to participate in the Silver Conference. Mei Yi was also excited and kept nodding her little head. I am the dividing line. Bang, bang. Xiaosha, are you asleep? Saga knocked on the door softly and said, Pooh, don't sleep at night and knock on the door. Don't you know that if you don't get enough sleep at night as a beautiful girl, your skin will get worse the next day? Xiaosha dazedly wiped her eyes and closed the door. Open. Yeah, it's brother Saga. Xiaosha's sleepy expression instantly changed. Excited, a handsome boy knocked on the door of a beautiful girl in the middle of the night. What does this mean? Is it possible that brother Saga is also interested in me, but he is usually too embarrassed to say it? He is going to come over and confess to me tonight. Then should I agree to him? Xiaosha blushed and thought wildly. Xiaosha, ask you one thing. Come out, May. Saga pushed the girl hiding behind him out. Hello, Xiaosha. Long time no see. Miyuki said a little embarrassedly. Yi, when did you come here? Xiaosha said in surprise. This little girl came this morning, but I couldn't find it, so I waited outside hungry. I saw this girl when I came back first, so I took her out for dinner and shopping, so it was so late. Back to the dormitory, Saga explained. And now it's hard to get a room in the Pokémon Center and hotel outside, so I want you to live in a dormitory temporarily with May and Xiaosha. Can you? Of course it's fine. May and I are both girls anyway, and we've become good friends last time we met. There are just 2 beds in the room. Xiaosha waved her hand to indicate that she didn't care. Xiaosha then thank you. It's getting late. You should rest early. After Sajia explained, he walked towards Xiaomao's dormitory. Yi, are you here to cheer for brother Saga? Of course, I promised last time that brother Saga would definitely come to watch his game. Then let's cheer for him together. The 2 girls walked into the room holding hands and talking and laughing. Phailu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Pokemon Hacking System Chapter 101-123 Chapter 101 Ash's First Victory 4 more. Inside the field. Wow, unbelievable. Host looked surprised and said, the Saga player from Nibi City is not only handsome in appearance but also terrible in strength. After easily defeating last year's 64 players on the first day, he showed his power again today, winning 2 consecutive games. Using a sparrow to kill the opponent in second, the perfect combination of skills and powerful lethality. Let's cheer for this newcomer who participated in the core conference for the first time this year. Arena, a yellow Lotta lost its combat effectiveness and fell on the field. The arrogant big-billed sparrow was standing by and sorting out his feathers. The opponent trainer obviously hadn't reacted to what was going on. Just released the Pokemon. How come the game is already over? Ah, there are screams from all kinds of girls outside the field. Saga, I love you. Saga, you are awesome. A group of cheerleaders, all girls, were cheering on the sideline. These 2 days of competition, Sagana's powerful strength, handsome appearance, and his cold expression during the competition attracted a large number of supporters and fans. Of course, most of them were composed of girls. Damn, these nasty people on the edge of the venue. The mother-in-law, it's really annoying. Brother Sada doesn't need them to cheer up at all. Sitting on the sidelines watching the game, Xiaosha and Yayi shared the same hatred, and looked at the group of cheerleaders with glares on their faces. I really envy people to death. Xiaogang kept drooling at the group of snow-white thighs that kept lifting up. I can't take it anymore, Xiaomao said with a look of jealousy. It was a wrong decision to put my beauty reserve army in Junshinjun this time. I'm going to call my girlfriends in Junshinjun and come over tomorrow to cheer for me. Xiaomao, can you teach me how to find a girlfriend? Xiaogang blushed and hugged Xiaomao, who was about to go out to make a phone call. He was also very yearning for Xiaomao's beautiful army. All of them are beautiful big sisters. Hey, this secret is my exclusive secret, and ordinary people can't learn it, Xiaomao said proudly. Please tell me. You 2 idiots. Xiaosha put her hands on her hips lips and let out a roar of Hedong lion. She was very upset because of those cheerleaders, but now she finally found 2 punching bags. Hehe, by the way, I seem to remember that Xiaoji is also playing today, so I will go and cheer for Xiaoji first. Goodbye. Xiaomao immediately slipped the oil out of the soles of his feet. Xiaomao, wait for me. I'll go cheer for Xiaoji too. Xiaosha's anger is very scary, and Xiaogang doesn't want to face her anger alone. HMPH. These 2 boys run fast. Xiaosha pouted in disdain. Giggle. Xiaosha is really amazing. Those 2 boys are so afraid of you. Miyuki covered her mouth with a chuckle. Ha, in fact, I am usually very gentle. Porkby, are you right? Xiaosha blushed a little embarrassed. You 2 have been waiting. Saga walked towards the 2 girls with a face. Brother Saga's game is over so soon, so we should play Xiaoji's game. He was very jealous because none of us went to give it this morning. Xiaosha suggested. Damn, today is my first game, but no one came to cheer me on. On the field, Xiaoji pouted and said with a displeased expression. Pick up, pick up, pick up. Pikachu on the sidelines was wearing cheerleading clothes and holding a small fan, and was working hard to cheer for Xiaoji. Ui is still the best for me, Pikachu, Xiaoji said with a moved face. Xiaoji, we're here to cheer you on too. Ha ha, I'm exhausted. Xiaomao and Xiaogang gasped and said. And as Xiaoji, come on. Saga and his party also followed behind. Everyone. Xiaoji's face was moved. Yoshi, I will give a good performance today, and I will never live up to everyone's expectations, so I decided it was you. Come on, wonderful Froggy. Xiaoji wiped his nose and threw his cap back. Let go too. Nightalino will teach that stupid boy. The trainer opposite looked at Xiaoji with disdain. Gana. As soon as the frog seed came out, they looked around excitedly. This kind of competition is not only a great event for trainers, but also a good time for Pokémon to prove themselves. Wonderful frog seed. Let's attack first. Use the flying blade knife. Close black lens bracket. Gana. Then a dozen green leaves flew out from the seeds on the back of the frog seed. Thinking beautifully, Nightalino used digging to avoid the attack. The other trainer is also very experienced in commanding. Right now, Frogseed, use the vine whip to grab Nidorino's leg, and don't let him go into the hole. Xiaoji shouted hurriedly. Garner. The seeds of the wonderful frog quickly stretched out 2 vine whip from the seeds on their backs and ruthlessly wrapped around the hind legs of Nightalino, who was about to burrow into the hole. Wonderful frog seeds are doing well. Xiaoji looked excited. Open black lens bracket. Hold on. Use the parasitic seed. Close black lens bracket. PFF. A seed with a small sprout was sprayed from the seed on the back of the frog seed to the captured Nightalino. See, as soon as the parasitic seeds touched Nightalino's skin, they sprouted and grew, gradually spreading all over its body, madly absorbing Nightalino's physical strength. Damn, Nidorino, bite off these vines. The trainer opposite shouted eagerly. Haha, you don't have a chance. Frogseed gave him the last blow. Sunshine flame. Xiaoji was excited. I won the first game. There were countless faint light spots in the air, and the seeds on the back of the seeds of the wonderful frog gathered crazily. The time was at noon, and the sun was very abundant, so the sunshine flames of the seeds of the wonderful frog quickly finished storing energy. Gana. With the cry of the wonderful frog seed, a white beam of light filled with high temperature was ejected from the seed, because Nightalino, who had absorbed too much physical strength from the parasite, had no strength to dodge this move. Nightalino is incapacitated. The referee waved the flag to announce the result. Is this still Xiaoji? Everyone off the field looked in disbelief. The command and strategy just now were very good for a rookie who had just set out. I couldn't believe that Xiaoji, who had always been fighting with full of blood, actually learned it. For the strategy, please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 102 Top 64 is about to open. One more. Everyone. As soon as the game was over, Xiaoji couldn't wait to rush out of the arena, looked at the crowd with excitement, and said, how is it? Isn't my performance very good today? Come and worship me. With a look on my face. I knew it. Xiaosha covered her face and said helplessly, once you win the competition with Xiaoji's character, I feel worse than Xiaomao. So. Xiaomao waved his hand and didn't care at all. You can't compare with this young master and brother Saga at all. We both defeated our opponents with one move. You see, you have to linger with the opponent for a long time, and make a judgment. Okay, today's victory is just a small step. You don't need to be too proud. Adjust your mentality. Tomorrow is the last day of the preliminary round, and the next will be the 64-33 battle. The game will be more intense, because everyone who entered the top 64 is a good player that cannot be underestimated. You too must not capsize in the gutter. Saga remembers the ranking that Xiaomao achieved in the core conference in the original book, but he couldn't compare to Xiaoji. He stopped at the top 32 in the core conference. It's not that Xiaomao's strength is poor, but his proud personality looked down on his opponent, and the opponent just uses his psychology weakness, which capsized in the gutter and ended the game early. Next day, the quartz tournament was in full swing with the final day of the preliminary round, and every trainer would have a 120,000 point spirit today. Once you win today's game, you will be able to to enter the top 64, and you will be ranked in this top-level conference. Even if it is the lowest 64, it is still a resounding name, because tomorrow's game will be played under the eyes of tens of thousands of spectators in the stadium. If you perform well, it will be an instant hit, so sometimes fame and fortune are more attractive than money and beauty. I am the dividing line, Seathorn Dragon, aiming at the back of Howley, the wave of the most powerful dragon. Close black lens bracket ink. The blue shock wave was ejected from the cylindrical mouth of the Seathorn Dragon, and it successfully hit the back of Howley's open loophole, on the barbed wire on the edge of the arena. You can't fight with heroism. The game is over. The referee blew the whistle to decide the final result. Congratulations to Saga from Nibby City for successfully winning the 64th place in the Quad Conference. Brother Saga, congratulations. In the next game, Yai and his group all gathered to congratulate, saying that in the third day of the preliminary round, Saga was the game at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was the latest of the three. Xiaoji and Xiaomao both played in the morning, but Xiaoji's game was a bit thrilling. The opponent was also 64 at last year's Quad Conference, but thanks to Pikachu's great power, he successfully saved Xiaoji so that he did not end up in the end. One day out. Since the three of us have successfully obtained 64 credit, let's go to the venue for the lottery and battle. Xiao Mao suggested. What is the battlefield lottery? Is there any difference between the daily lottery competition? Xiao Ji looked puzzled. Battlefield lottery, as the name suggests. Xiao Mao instantly transformed into Dr. OGI and took out a small stick to explain. The alliance is in order for the Pokemon to be closer to nature, so we have prepared a total for the players. 4 types of field, namely grass field, water field, rock field, and ice field. Similarly, the allocation of venues is also automatically selected by the computer, so in addition to one's own strength, sometimes luck is also very important in the game. For example, a trainer who is good at water-type Pokemon draws the water field, and the opponent is a trainer who is good at rock-type Pokemon. Even if the former's strength is worse than the latter's strength, then it is easier for the water element to win. This host, Xiaoji, couldn't help but nodded, and looked at Xiao Mao, who was talking with a bit of envy, and his knowledge of Pokemon was not as good as Xiao Mao, the childhood sweetheart. Love in the lottery venue. Saga, Xiaoji, Xiao Mao players. After computer verification, it is confirmed that the three of you are all players with 64 qualifications, and now you can start to choose the venue. The staff brought Saga and his party to the electronic board not far away, and the signs of the 4 venues appeared on the electronic board. Please press this red button. The light on the electronic board will turn. You can press the button as you like, and the square where the light stops is the battle venue for your first round tomorrow. The staff introduced with a smile. Let me come first. Xiaoji rushed forward and pressed the red button. Anyway, he has almost any type of Pokemon, so it doesn't matter what the venue is, Xiaoji thought to himself. It's the place of water. You shouldn't have to worry if Ash has a jerky tortoise. Xiaosha hugged Porkby and said, then I will enter your information on the board of the 64 knockout round. Ding dong. A picture of Xiaoji's half-body suddenly appeared on the left side of the electronic board, and then a young man with long hair and a headband appeared on the right side. Is that person my opponent tomorrow? Ash was very excited, and the feeling of having a Pokemon showdown in front of tens of thousands of viewers made his blood boil. The water field is the third game tomorrow. The game starts at 2:02 p.m. Don't be late. If you are 5 minutes late, the referee will automatically decide to give up the game. Xiaoji, out of the way. It's really abominable. You were actually preempted by you. Now let me come. Xiao Mao also impatiently stepped forward and pressed the button. Ding dong. Xiao Mao player is the field of ice, and the game time is 10 o'clock in the morning. Now you can help you choose your opponent. Please wait. It's finally my turn. Saga slowly stepped forward and pressed the button again. For the first top-level event in his life, it would be false to say that he was not excited. It was just that he had the memory of the third generation, and it was easier to control his emotion. Ding dong. The Saga player is a rock field, and the time is 9 o'clock in the morning. It is also the earliest game. The staff quickly typed on the keyboard to assign Saga an opponent. Is about to enter the 64th competition, and the fierce championship competition will soon begin. There may be some gaps in what is written in the crooked door, but this is a fan after all. I hope everyone can bear with you. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Collection. Recommendation. Chapter 103 Rock Site. Second update. Pokemon Core Convention Arena. As the first firework sounded, countless colorful firework performances began in the air, making bursts of sound, heralding the official opening of the final 64 competition of the Core Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, and excellent Pokemon training from all over the world folk. After 3 days of fierce 11 primary elimination round, we have decided on the list of 64 contestants for the 51st session. They are the outstanding ones who stood out from thousands of trainers. Whether they have participated in the past or are newcomers who participated for the first time this year, I hope you will do your best best in this year's competition and do not leave any regret. Now there are 64 contestants who are invited to enter the arena. Let's cheer for them. With the host, as fierce commentary, the atmosphere of the arena has been completely mobilized. Cheer on for your favorite players. At the intersections on both sides of the arena, 64 players enter the arena one after another in 2 rows. It is undeniable that sometimes being short in height also takes advantage. With one glance, Saga stood in the back row twice because of her height far exceeding her age. Gia, Saga, what a fate. I didn't expect you to make it to the top 64. Quote, the red-haired boy Saya, who was also in the last row, said mockingly, that who are you? Have we met? Saga touched the back of his head and looked at each other blankly. Soldan, you stop pretending to be garlic. The red-haired boy's face darkened instantly. We just met 2 days ago. I won't believe that you will forget my handsome figure, but it's okay. Remember that this year's game you can only lose in my hand. Idiot. Saga replied lightly. Me. Each of these top 64 trainers is a master with 8 gym badges, so it proves that the gym before the league competition challenges you the best as for the trainer. Although not every trainer who has collected the badges can enter the top 64, the master trainers who enter the 64 basically have 8 badges. Following the host's enthusiastic shouting, the audience burst into warm applause again. I saw Ash and Xiao Mao. Xiaoxia held Porkby and pointed at Xiaoji who was at the top of the line and Xiao Mao who was next to her and shouted. But Xiaoji looked very nervous. This kind of mentality is good for the game. Xiaogang looked at Xiaoji, whose arms were shaking a little, and said solemnly, I saw brother Saga. He's at the back of the line. Mei also excitedly pointed at the striking blonde hair not far away and shouted, really, brother Saga is so handsome today, and I can't get enough of this new hairstyle. Xiaoxia glanced back at her eyes. Brave. The red heart looks like I'm going to faint. Xiaoji, what are you doing? You're not shaking with fear. Behind him, Xiao Mao patted Xiaoji on the shoulder and said mockingly, nonsense, how could I possibly be afraid? Xiaoji looked back at Xiao Mao and whispered, it's just too excited. I am the dividing line. 6 trainers from various cities for keep working hard for your dreams and your Pokémon toward the championship trophy. The game begins. Saga leaned on the wall of the player's passage and dozed off. As time got closer and closer, Saga opened his eyes like sapphire and walked slowly towards the arena with his hands in his pocket. Blonde hair adds to the arrogance. Usually Saga's hairstyle is soft golden bang. Today, for the competition, he officially changed his hairstyle to a golden one. I don't like to spray. The clock pointed to exactly 9 o'clock. With the whistle of the referee at the beginning of the game, Saga also stepped onto the high platform commanded by the trainer on time. Dang! On the giant electronic board erected above the auditorium, the images of Saga and his opponents appeared, and 3 horizontal bars, red and green, were arranged below. Now, the first game of Horror Conference 64 has officially started. The competition venue is a raw field, and the green side is the black rock player from Nibi City. He was a master of last year's top 32 and is very good at using rock-type Pokémon. The red side he is fighting against is also a Saga player from Nibi City. He is a rookie who participated in the league competition for the first time this year, but he is a dark horse. Because of the 3-day primary, almost all Saga players are. It was an instant kill for the opponent. We will wait and see the collision between the old players and the newcomers. The host shouted excitedly, Saga, Saga, I love you. Saga, Saga, you are awesome. Saga, Saga, you must be the champion. A row of cheerleaders from the women's army in the audience seat opposite was cheering for Saga. Damn, these bastards are really haunted. Xiaoxia and Yayi bit their lower lip and looked at each other angrily. Little white face, you are really popular, but also in Nibi City. I, Heian, have never heard of your name. It seems that you are just a lucky child. This kind of competition is not. You can win it by luck, and your luck is not good today. The rock field is my main venue, and you are destined to be disgraced today. Heian shouted excitedly. Saga is also helpless. He can't understand the opposite. Why is the bearded uncle so excited? In fact, he is only 18 years old. He is the same age as a flower, but he is just precocious. Please download Philu's novel. Chapter 104 Wind Speed Dog Show 3 Update. Ask for automatic. Ask for subscription. I don't seem to have heard your name in Nibi City. By the way, what is your name? I forgot just now. Saga scratched his ears provocatively. Little white face, you don't have to use your words to your advantage. If you see the truth in the arena, I will definitely make you lose face in front of so many people. Black Rock angrily took out the first Pokemon ball and waited for the referee to announce the start. Saga from Nibi City vs. Black Rock from Nibi City. The game officially begins. As the referee waved the flag, Heian quickly threw the Pokemon ball. White light flashed, and a sturdy ironclad rhino appeared on the rocky field, and the horn on this ironclad rhino's nose, even a small piece was broken, but it added a bit of viciousness to it. Saga reached out and took down the golden luxury ball on the pendant, and pressed the button in the middle to instantly make the luxury ball bigger. Old man, the first game is up to you. let the entire Kanto remember you. Sarah thought to herself. It's up to you. Come on. Wind Speed Dog appeared. The first player Heian used was an iron-armored rhinoceros, and the broken horn on the nose proved that this iron-armored rhinoceros had been through hundreds of battles, and the first Pokemon of Saga player was a very rare Wind Speed Dog. That gorgeous fur and tall body also proves that this Wind Speed Dog is very strong. So what kind of fierce collision will the two Pokemon show? The narrator quickly explained, and at the same time, pictures of the iron-armored rhinoceros and the Wind Speed Dog appeared on the big screen at the same time. Haha, boy, you really just rely on luck. My iron-armored rhino is a Pokemon of the ground and rock type. You dare to use the fire type Wind Speed Dog. The iron-armored rhinoceros teach him a good lesson. Use the slamming trick. Heian laughed and ordered. Iron-armored rhino heard the command. It lowered its head, raised its broken horn, swayed its sturdy limbs like a tank, and ran towards the Wind Speed Dog. The rocks in front of it were mercilessly smashed by the iron-armored rhino. An ordinary iron-armored rhino that is just an elite and intermediate level. Where did he get such confidence? Saga stood on the podium with his arms folded over his shoulders with a look of disdain. Wong wong. The Wind Speed Dog roared and opened its mouth, and a thick yellow-white flame sprayed towards the oncoming iron-armored rhinoceros. Iron-armored rhinos don't care about it. Just hit it. Heian didn't care about the opponent's jet of flame. The flame attack didn't work very well for rock-type Pokemon, and the ironclad rhino could completely resist this attack and hit the Wind Speed Dog. The rampaging iron-armored rhino was instantly engulfed by this yellow-white column of fire. Unfortunately, he was wrong. As the initial Pokemon of Saga, the Wind Speed Dog is currently second only to the boss Cordola in the team. It has the advanced strength of the Quasi-King, and the flames it fires are far farther away in terms of power and temperature, far more than the average Pokemon. After a while, the flames dissipated, and the ironclad rhinoceros covered in charred black gas, mosquito-repellent incense eyes fell on the field. How is it possible? Heian looked unbelievable. As an ironclad rhino with rock, he was defeated by the opponent's jet of flame. Wow, what an unexpected result. Commentator teased a bit. It seems that the Heian player underestimated the temperature of the Wind Speed Dog flame. The iron-armored rhino with the attribute Speed Dog was actually defeated by the opponent's jet of flame, so this proves that a powerful trainer can reverse the benefits of attributes. So please don't think that the mutual restraint of attributes is everything. Damn kid, I underestimated you this time, and I will definitely blow you up in the next round. Heian looked at Saga with a complicated look, took back the incapacitated iron-armored rhinoceros, and threw the second Pokemon ball fiercely. Come out, Big Rock Snake. After a burst of white light, a big rock snake with a roar appeared in the field. Wind Speed Dog, preemptive strike, continued to use the jet flame. Sagia's ruthless command, Big Rock Snake, use digging to escape. After seeing the terrifying high-temperature flame of the Wind Speed Dog, Heian will not continue to commit the last one error. Roar. Digging is the old work of the Big Rock Snake. With its head down, a huge body that turned around and disappeared on the ground just before the attack of the Wind Speed Dog. Quickly step forward, facing the entrance of the cave, and fire flames with all their strength. Close black lens bracket wong wong. The Wind Speed Dog that received the order quickly rushed to a big hole in the ground. As beautiful as you think, the Big Rock Snake uses a rock seal in the ground. Heian clenched his fists and shouted loudly. The ground began to tremble slightly, and several huge rocks kept rushing towards the Wind Speed Dog from the ground, gradually blocking the Wind Speed Dog's movement. Haha, Big Rock Snake, well done. Heian had a look of excitement on his face. Open black lens bracket rush out from the ground under the Wind Speed Dog and hit him with your own body. Close black lens bracket. The power of the sacrifice body impact is huge, and he doesn't believe that the Wind Speed Dog can withstand the attack of the Big Rock Snake. The Wind Speed Dog, remember the smell of the Big Rock Snake, and jump up the moment he rushes out. Saga indifferently commanded. Wong wong. Hearing the word, the Wind Speed Dog slowly closed his eyes. His nose twitched slightly, and carefully felt the smell emanating from the Big Rock Snake. Ground suddenly shattered, and the head of the Big Rock Snake brayed. White light rushed out, and the Wind Speed Dog, which had been aware of it for a long time, suddenly exerted force on its limbs and jumped into the air with the help of the opponent's body. It's now. The big character explosion ends the battle, Saga said solemnly with a finger on his arm. Not good. Heian panicked. The attack he had calculated was easily dodged by the opponent, and the Big Rock Snake in the air couldn't dodge the opponent's trick at all. Flames whizzed straight down from the air. The Big Rock Snake, which had completely eaten the big shaped explosion, was knocked out by the high temperature flame explosion. Consciousness. The Great Rock Snake is out of combat. The referee made a swift decision. Saga, who was standing on the podium, watched the situation on the field, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. The once so-called top 32 players were easily won 2 games by himself. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 105 Perish together. 4 more. The current situation on the field is very unfavorable for Heian player. Saga player only used one Wind Speed Dog to defeat his opponent's 2 Pokemon. Is Heian player only going to stop at the top 64 this year. I don't know he will how to deal with it. Heian took a deep breath. This time he was really careless. The strength of the opponent's wind speed dog is too strong. How could the boy on the other side have such a powerful Pokemon? Then he can only do his best. Heian said in his heart, my strongest Pokemon. Come on, Longlongian. A flash of white light. Longlongian's weight of more than 600 kilograms fell from the sky, like an earthquake that splashed countless dust on the field. Oh, this is player Heian's ace Pokemon Longlongian. If you watched the game of player Heian last year, you will know that this Longlongian will be very powerful, but it was a pity that he lost to his opponent in the top 32 in the field of water. Tyrannosaurus. I don't know how it will perform today. Finally interesting, was a smile on Saga's face. The elite peak level Longlongian was almost infinitely close to the quasi-celestial king. I remembered that this was my second duel with Longlongian. Saga, I admit that I underestimate you, but I will not surrender. Rumble rock. The most powerful earthquake. Heian roared, and even the veins on his neck burst out. In the field, after hearing the master's order, Longlongian suddenly roared and fell heavily on the ground. The entire field shook violently, and terrifying crack spread around Longlongian with the Longlongian as the center. At the speed of the wind speed dog, Longlongian's attack must be difficult to hit the opponent. Only this kind of wide-ranging skills can be effective, Heian secretly thought. The impact from the ground successfully hit the wind speed dog that could not be avoided, knocking it to the ground. The wind speed dog shook his head and groaned and stood up again, hoarse grin and roared at Longlongian not far away. Although a wide range of skills can hit the wind speed dog, but how many earthquake can be performed with the physical strength of Longlongian? Saga thought with disdain. Fung speed dog fights a tooth for a tooth. Purgatory. The overwhelming flames emerged from behind the wind speed dog, surrounded the rumbling rock in the middle, and continued to spread and burn. Longlongian uses the defense roll. Since he can't avoid it, he can only strengthen his defense. Hearing this, Longlongian held his head in his hand. A flash of light flashed on his body, and he used a defense roll to improve his defense. Although the rock type is resistant to fire type trick, it is not ineffective. Longlongian roared in pain in the high temperature environment, and the rock on his body was red by the high pass of purgatory. This is terrible. Longlongian is completely in trouble. Heian player react. Are you ready to watch his Longlongian lose his combat effectiveness in the constant burning? The narrator was puzzled. Damn. Heian clenched his fist fiercely, with a grim expression on his face. What should I do now? Saga, you forced me. I lost so badly. You let me. My face is exhausted. The wind speed dog should be your strongest Pokemon. Even if I can't kill it, I will make it impossible to participate in all the games that follow. Rumble rock. Use Big Bang. In my setting, the big explosion is a very cruel skill. The power index is the highest among all skills, reaching 250 points, but it is a unique trick used by the method of consuming life force, used by your own Pokemon. Hearing the trainer's instructions, Longlongian was stunned, looked back a little sadly and glanced at the master who was almost irrational, slowly closed his eyes, hugged his head with both hands, and his spherical body shone dazzlingly. White light. It's not good. Heian players are actually ready to fight to the death. The big explosion skill does too much damage to the life of the Pokemon. Even the rock-type Longlongian can't bear this side effect. The narrator looked in disbelief. A dazzling white light shrouded the audience, followed by the sound of an explosion that ripped apart the sky and the earth. Countless rubble and smoke covered the venue, making it impossible to see what was inside. Longlongian, who was infinitely close to the quasi-king of heaven, unleashed its full blast power. Imagine. Saga looked at the opposite side with a bit of livid face, but did not expect to choose to die together. This guy whose heart has been eroded by jealousy. Haha. Heian laughed wildly. Even if I lose, I will pull you back. At this moment, all the spectators stopped the noise, held their breaths and stared at the piece of smoke and dust that gradually dispersed, wanting to see what happened to Fengsugo and Longlongian now. Longlongian was scorched black and lying in the big pit created by the explosion. His round body was a full circle smaller than when he just appeared on the stage. Such a big explosion itself was the most seriously injured, but the figure of Fung Speed Dog disappeared on the field. Looking at this strange situation, it is not easy for the referee to make a direct judgment. After all, the wind speed dog has miraculously disappeared. Where did the wind speed dog go? There is absolutely no way to escape such a big explosion. Is it impossible to be blown to ashes? The audience outside the venue began to whisper, Wong Wu. The wind speed dog suddenly got a head out of the soil, carefully observed the surrounding situation, and jumped out with a look of joy when he found that it was alright. Really smart, unimaginable wind speed dog. The narrator shouted excitedly, I actually managed to hide in the hole dug by the big rock snake just before the big explosion, and no one at the scene thought of it. Longlongian lost his fighting power, so the final winner of this game is Saga, who successfully entered the top 32. After seeing the situation clearly, the referee announced in time. Immediately, there was a burst of warm applause from the audience for the wisdom of the wind speed dog and such a wonderful game. How could this be the result? Heian fell on the podium with lost eyes, ignoring even the dying Ronglongyan. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 106 Xiaoji's Counterattack. Giant Claw Crab 1v3 1 update. Xiaoji sat in the player lounge anxiously and waited for him to play. Just now, Saga's game was so intense. If he were to play against that, Heian would definitely lose miserably. Suddenly, the TV above the lounge suddenly came from. There was a report. This is the Field of Ice, and Xiaomao from Junshin Town created a memorable victory, using only one wind speed dog to defeat the opponent's 3 Pokémon, and even the opponent's 2 water-type Pokémon. I was easily defeated. May I ask how you feel now? Quote, Xiaomao put a scissor hand at the camera and said, the first game is very important. I am very happy to win. Of course, this game is completely affected by me. This time I am temporarily relieved. At the same time, I also thank Saga, who played on the rock field for the first time, for his special training on my wind speed dog. My goal is to hope that there will be a full battle with him in the future. It turned out that, the hostess nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, there is mutual attraction between geniuses, and the Saga player who came to Nibi City is also the first time to participate in the core conference, and also use the A-Wind speed dog defeated the opponent 3 rock-type Pokemon that restrained himself, and now he is also a very popular star player. The second game of the water field has finally come to a critical juncture. The green goldfish king and the red stinger jellyfish fought fiercely. If the red trainer loses this game, they will be eliminated. The stinger jellyfish can't fight. The goldfish king wins. Goldfish king's unicorn drilling trick decides the victory or defeat. The narrator shouted loudly, the next one will be me. Xiaoji clenched his fists and stood in the passage looking at the situation in front of him. Now the third match of the water field is about to start. Green Fang's trainer is Xiaoji from Junshin Town. It's the talented magician Tadake player from the red side. There are only 3 feet S of Pokemon used, and the third game of the water field begins. Ding! It's time for the show. Xiaoji, thank you for giving me victory. Duo Wu suddenly changed a Pokemon ball from his hand and threw it to the field. Go, Coconut Egg Tree. You are too arrogant. I won't let you win easily. Xiaoji was angry. Go on, Big Claw Crab. Brother Saga, why do I feel that Xiaoji's tong crab is the seafood we usually eat? This head is too different from the tong crab I captured. Risahia and Xiaomao finished the game early and came to watch the game. Don't pay too much attention to these details. Remember that sometimes being small doesn't mean you must be weak. Xiaoji's claws will definitely surprise you. Saga put her hands on her shoulders and looked confident. Knowing the plot early on, this big pincer crab has grown a bit, but its strength is not bad at all. After evolving into a giant pincer crab, it even learned to destroy the deadlight and completely abuse the opponent's 3 Pokemon. Egg Tree, use Phantom Wave. Duowu took the lead in attacking with a finger on his arm and said, dive into the water to harden. Xiaoji is not to be outdone. Naive, so naive. Daowa sneered. Coconut Egg. Suddenly the eyes of the coconut egg tree flashed red, and a huge vortex began to appear on the water surface, and the tong crab was directly turned out. Egg Tree, use the bomb now. Swing more. Wow, there are so many bombs from the coconut palm tree. Like colorful one. The narrator chattered, and you can imagine how excited he is now. Claw Crab, jump out of the water and use the scissors guillotine now. Coconut Egg Tree, don't admit defeat. Use Leap Spell. Duowu hurriedly shouted, but he was still a step too late, only to hear a click, and the sharp pincers of the big pincer crab that jumped up directly cut off the leaves on the head of the coconut egg tree. Give him the final blow. Trample. With a bang, the small body of the tong crab sent out a huge force, kicking the coconut egg tree that was several times its own body and flew out. The coconut egg tree is incapacitated. Good start. Great job, Claw Crab. Xiaoji waved his fist with excitement. Pikachu. Pikachu also kept waving his hands to cheer for the tong crab. How about Xiaomao? This kind of big pincer crab is not bad, right? Sarah asked with a smile. So. Xiaomao doesn't care too much. It's mainly the other party. The sissy strength is too poor. Buckle up. The big pincer crab standing on the coconut egg tree beat the double pincers and lifted it up. The body exuded a soft white light and the body gradually grew bigger. A moment later a huge giant pincer crab appeared on the field. This is like eating Sanlu, and the pig's foot halo is what? The big pincer crab may have evolved into a giant pincer crab because he was too excited to win the game. The giant claw crab, the claw Pokemon, is the evolution of the claw crab, and that hard pincer has the power of 10,000 horsepower. Actually so strong. Xiaoji looked at the introduction of the picture book with excitement. Okay, then I will continue to use the giant pincer crab to win the chase. Is this the so-called rookie's luck? Duowu looked disdainful. If that's the case, let's go. Sea Thorn Dragon. Giant claw crab looked strong at first glance, but there is a disadvantage that it is slow. Sea Thorn Dragon moves at high speed. Giant claws use bubbles. The giant claw crab has a big mouth, and a huge number of bubbles continue to melt into the water. This kind of attack can't beat the Sea Thorn Dragon moving traveling at high speed. Voice fell. The silky belly of the Seathorn dragon accidentally rubbed against the surrounding foam, and the bubble slid into the air. Good opportunity. Take advantage of now. Giant claw crab. Use the crab fist. The giant pincer crab jumped high and it was a fist, and the powerful double fist directly killed the Seathorn dragon that could not be avoided. Ah, the power of the giant claw crab's unique move is really powerful. If you want to use high-speed movement to play, and your opponent has many martial art players, its tactics will have the opposite effect. This is the so-called cleverness, but cleverness is wrong. The narrator is so angry that he will not pay for his life. Whole body was trembling, and all the audience who originally supported him betrayed him to support that stupid boy. Damn it, he will never give up until the last minute of the game. I didn't know that your giant claws could deal with flying Pokémon. Come out, bat. Lock on it and use the vacuum chop. The huge bat wings vibrated continuously to form a violent air slash, which hit the giant pincer crab that had no time to avoid it. It's so effective. The effect is excellent. The giant claws were knocked out. Okay, the big-mouthed bat will chase after the victory and use 1,000,000 tons to absorb it to kill it. The giant claw crab. Cheer up. Stand up and use the destruction death light. Xiaoji also had a worried look on his face. Although it was stated in the book that the giant claws could learn this trick, he didn't know whether the giant claws could do it now. Buckle up. The giant claws didn't live up to Xiaoji's huge claws open, and an orange-red destructive light of death successfully hit the galloping big-mouthed bat. The big-mouthed bat can't fight, so this game is won by Xiaoji, and successfully entered the top 32. Quote, hey, why do I feel that Xiaoji is completely the goddess of luck standing by his side? Xiaomao leaned his back against the wall with a wry smile. Haha, don't worry about this. Xiaoji wins. I believe you are also very happy. Just stubborn. Saga hugged Xiaomao's neck and smiled. No way. I'm just afraid that Xiaoji will lose the face of Junshinjun. Allah, let's celebrate today and keep working hard tomorrow. I really hope to see you in all of Xiaoji's duel. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. 107 chapters 32 into 16 Xiaomao's rank. 2 more. Please subscribe for automatic. On the second day, the game was still in full swing, and the competition for the top 32 to enter the top 16 was even more intense. Today, Saga was assigned to the grass field for the last game, while Xiaoji played early on the rock field. Although the beginning was more thrilling, but in the end, Nidalino, who successfully defeated his opponent with the Jenny Turtle, took the lead in entering the top 16. And the next game will be the game between Xiaomao and Jim from Golden City on the rock field. If I remember correctly, according to the original book, Xiaomao's King Nito was defeated by his opponent's Ronglongian, and thus stopped at the top 32. Quite a pity. But after his own training, Xiaomao's mentality and strength should be far superior to the original. I really look forward to their game. Xiaoji is waiting for you. Let's go. Xiaoxia shouted to Xiaoji, who was being interviewed by the media. Xiaomao's game is about to start today. You can also collect information on your old enemy and think about how to deal with him if you meet him in the future. Okay, I'll be right there. Xiaoji, who was being interviewed with a smug face at first, heard Xiaomao's game immediately. He refused to continue the interview and ran towards the crowd. Game 4 start today at the rock. Dang. The huge TV erected above the auditorium showed the image of Xiaomao and his opponent. The green square is Jim from Golden City, who is the chief student who graduated from Golden City's Pokémon High School and fights against him. Fang is a Xiaomao player from Junshin Town. The strength of Xiaomao is obvious to all. Not only that, but the identity of Xiaomao is also surprising. He is the grandson of Dr. Damu, one of the leading players in the Alliance. His original name was Damu Mao. The narrator shouted excitedly. A handsome man with a distinguished family background, a real rich and handsome. Xiaomao, I love you. The screams of the girls were heard on the stage, and sure enough, Gao Fushuai attracted attention like a light bulb anywhere. It turns out that you are the grandson of Dr. Damu, but I don't know how to release water. Let me tell you how much you weigh. I hope you don't embarrass your grandfather. Jim looked at Xiaomao in surprise. Dr. Damu is one of the honorary doctors of his own college, and he has also taken his class. Jim naturally admires this highly respected old man. Although he has heard that he has a grandson before, he did not expect that he would be in the competition today. Meet up. Don't worry, I will never let you down. I will definitely defeat you. Xiaomao looked confident. Go, I'll be the first. Flying mantis. Let go too. Hot monkey. Not to be outdone, Jim threw the first Pokemon ball. Brother Saga, who do you think will win between Xiaomao and that? In the audience, Xiaoji looked at Saga with excitement and asked. This flying mantis was just conquered by Xiaomao, but it's not bad. But there is still a little gap between it and the opponent's hot monkey. If there is no accident in the first game, Xiaomao should lose a game first. Rubbing his chin and calmly analyze. Hot monkey rushes up and uses flaming fist. Explosion. Hot monkey drank and jumped across the half, burning. The heavy punch of the flame hit the flying mantis fiercely. Flying mantis. Use the continuous cut after the shadow clone avoid. On the podium, Xiaomao wrapped his arms around the comm conductor. Kia. The flying flying mantis heard the words and just separated a shadow to avoid the opponent's attack and instantly appeared behind the hot monkey. The extremely sharp double knife kept slashing at the opponent, causing the hot monkey to snort in pain. Hot monkey resists the attack and unleashes its rage. Jim did not panic, but used the opponent's attack to stimulate the fighting power of the hot monkey. Player Jim's tactics are very good. Anger is a special skill that allows hot monkey to increase his attack power due to emotional anger under the opponent's attack, which is suitable for the current situation. Explosion. With the continuous attack of the flying mantis, the tic-tac-toe well symbol on the forehead of the hot monkey is getting bigger and bigger, and the white gas representing anger is continuously exhaled from the nose. Just now, the hot monkey grabbed the flying mantis and cast it on the earth. Hearing the word, the fiery monkey stretched out his hands and embraced the waist of the flying mantis, jumped into the air, and smashed the flying mantis head down on the rock with the impact of the falling. The physical strength of the insect-type Pokémon couldn't handle this move at all. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the flying mantis brave mosquito incense eyes lost the power to fight again. A red glare under Xiao Mao's head on the electronic board dimmed with the failure of the flying mantis. It's really surprising. Player Jim turned his defeat into a victory in an instant. As expected of the chief student of the higher school, I don't know what Xiao Mao will do next. Hee. The first game was just a warm-up match. Xiao Mao chuckled and shook his head and didn't care. I just let the flying mantis, which I just conquered, accumulate some experience. Now comes the real show. The time has come for King Nido to show your might. King Nido, jump up and use the most powerful earthquake. Nido. King Nido lifted his huge body and stepped on the rocky ground ruthlessly. The audience began to shake violently. The broken rocks and the crack in the ground made the hot monkey unable to resist. Wow! Xiao Mao's King Nido's earthquake trick is so powerful that I can't even hold the microphone in my hand. The narrator shouted excitedly. After the violent earthquake, the fiery monkey head lay down in the rubble, motionless. Hot monkey is out of combat. Xiao Mao's King Nido is really strong. If I were to face him, it is estimated that only a fire-breathing dragon would have the power to fight, but Saga said that Xiao Mao's strongest is his initial Pokemon, the water arrow turtle. Do I still have a chance of winning against such a strong Xiao Mao? Xiaoji thought a little lost. Hiccup. Possibly aware of Ash's disappointment, Pikachu turned around and waved his little hand in a posture that he was strong too, trying to comfort Ash. Don't worry, Pikachu, I'm fine. No matter how strong Xiao Mao is, I will definitely defeat him. A raging flame ignited in Xiaoji's heart. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 108 Change the Fate. Enter the top 16. Clap. There was a burst of applause from Jim from the opposite side. Xiao Mao, you are really good. One of my main forces, Hot Monkey, was defeated by King Nido with one move, and now my advantage has disappeared. Since yours King Nido is a ground type, so my next Pokemon is King Nido who restrains you in all directions. Go, Swim Frog. Jim threw out the second Pokemon ball as he spoke. White light flashed, and a frog-shaped Pokemon with strong muscles appeared on the rocky field. This Pokemon is Ash hurriedly took out the picture book. Swimming Frog. Tadpole Pokemon. In order to swim you need to have well-developed muscles. The best fighting technique that uses this muscle. The fast-swimming frog with dual attributes of the water element and the fighting element has almost completely defeated King Nido of the ground system, and his strength is not much different from that of King Nido. Xiao Mao is in danger again this time, Sarah said in a low voice. Brother Saga, what would you do if you were commanding King Nido to face this situation? Buddy asked expectantly. If I were in command. Saga pondered for a while and suddenly said, be careful of the water-based trick of the fast-swimming frog. You can use venom and poison needles to drain the opponent's physical strength and fight with it. King Nido's power far exceeds the fast-swimming frog, and he also has a few trick fighting skills. Fighting is also very harmful to fighting. As expected of Saga, it's so cool. Xiaoxia looked crazy. You can formulate such a detailed combat strategy in such a short time. Xiaoji, you need to learn more from Saga. Well, Xiaogang also nodded in admiration. I am the dividing line tis. The corner of Xiao Mao's mouth is slightly raised. If it was me before facing this situation it may feel very tricky. Although the attribute mutual resistance has a great advantage, it is not impossible to reverse. King Nido poison needle attack to test the opponent. Upon hearing the order, King Nido opened his mouth instantly and spit out countless needles with highly poisonous poison, which flew towards the fast-swimming frog overwhelmingly. Swimming Frog, use water cannons to disperse poison needles. It's not that simple. King Nido shows his fear now. King Nido, who had always looked fierce, now opened his mouth to make a terrible face, and his power was quite good. I saw the fast-swimming frog who was about to fire the water cannon, stunned by this move, and the poisonous needles that flew from it made a puff-puff sound and successfully shot into the fast-swimming frog's body. Quack! The fast-swimming frog, awakened by the severe pain, was half knelt on the ground, and purple light flashed from time to time on its blue skin. Competitor Xiao Mao's strategy is quite old-fashioned. He successfully used the intimidation effect of the fear face to make all the fast-swimming frogs eat the poisonous needle attack, which caused the poisoning effect. Now the advantage is all over to the player Xiaomao, and the player Jim is in danger. Xiaomao did a great job. Keep up the good work, Xiaoji shouted excitedly. Damn, because you have the advantage of the attribute side. Are you careless? Mu's face became livid. So now he can only go forward and fight with the opponent, otherwise the poison frog will definitely be consumed to death. Swimming frog fast. The electric light stepped forward at one speed, and used a million-ton punch. Start fighting to get close, but I'm not afraid. Xiaomao wiped the bridge of his nose with a confident face. King Nido, a million tons of horn, hit the opponent. Nido, the king of Nido roared angrily, bent down, the big horn on his head dashed towards the oncoming fast-swimming frog. The shock wave generated by the collision of two powerful tricks knocked the already devastated rocky field to the ground. The fast-swimming frog hugged King Nido so tightly, and lifted King Nido to me. Jim shouted loudly. Ah! The incomparably strong arm muscles of the fast-swimming frog suddenly exerted force, and King Nido, who weighed more than 120 pounds, was directly lifted by the fast-swimming frog. Nido, Nido! King Nido waved his limbs in a panic in midair. Well done, fast-swimming frog, to give it the final blow. Hell roll. As expected of a fast-swimming frog, the strength is really terrible. Is it going to be a Jedi counterattack by Jim player this time? The narrator is desperately afraid of hitting the table in the studio to express how excited he is now. I saw that when the powerful swimming frog was about to end the battle, a purple light suddenly flashed on its body, and the poisoning effect appeared at such a critical moment. Ha! Huai Shui frog let out a groan, knelt on the ground weakly and gasped for breath. King Nido fell from the air unharmed. Ha! Xiaomao is also relieved. As expected, none of the trainers who can make it to the top 32 are easy to mess with. Followed by a burst of ecstasy. Haha! Sure enough, the smile of the goddess of victory still shines on me. Ogi Shigeru. It's time for us to give him the final blow. King Nido, with a steel tail. Nido! King Nido heard the words and swung his thick purple tail behind him, flashing a metallic sheen, and slammed fiercely towards the fast-swimming frog that was kneeling in front of him and was powerless to fight back. Bang! The huge impact force sent the fast-swimming frog flying out of the field and hit the wall in front of the auditorium. Quick-swimming frog is out of combat. After seeing the situation, the referee waved the flag to indicate that Xiaomao had won another victory. The advantage of the audience now falls to Xiaomao, and Jim has the last one left. Does he still have a chance to fight back? Xiaomao, as a rookie, you are amazing. The last one is my initial Pokémon Longlongian. I will try my best not to leave any regret for myself. I will prove that the Pokémon Academy can also cultivate a large number of strong trainers. If that's the case, come back. King Nido. Xiaomao took out the Pokémon ball and took back King Nido. I will also use my initial Pokémon Water Arrow Turtle to compete, and use my strongest strength to thank you, a worthy opponent. Haha! Jim laughed heartily. Thank you for coming. I am split. The result of the line can be imagined. Xiaomao's horsepower is fully open, and the strongest Water Arrow Turtle completely restrains the opponent's rumbling rock, and finally successfully won the top 16 places, changing the regrettable situation that the original book stopped at the top 32. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 109. Easy to win. Welcome to the Big Wood. 4 more. Venue. Ports Conference Venue. Grassfield. Grassfield. Game 3 is now drawing to a close. The excited voice of the commentator reached everyone's ears through the radio. Saga player from Nibi City once again proved himself with his strength. He is invincible. Player Ajin from Light Red City's last Pokemon, Meowahua, was also attacked by player Gengar from Saga, hypnotizing him. On the field, Meowahua, please wake up quickly. The voice of the player on the opposite side called Ajin was already crying. The Gengar in front of him was too cunning. He was very strong, but he never faced the enemy head-on. He prefers stealth to play sneak attack, and uses range transformation skills to evade and tease opponent. His personality is simply too bad. Don't play Gengar. Use Dream Eater to solve the battle quickly. Saga clasped her hands on her shoulders and shouted coldly. Zhang Gui heard this. He stretched his arm to his forehead and gave a military salute, signaling to the commander that I understand. Jia looked at the big frog that was lying on the back of his feet. He let out a gloomy smile. His eyes flashed red. He looked like a heroin addict. Dream Eater eats the dream of the sleeping opponent, and half of the damage caused by the attack will be converted into its own physical strength. Ghana. In her sleep, the wonderful frog flower raised her head and let out a scream, and then fell heavily. Her eyes rolled with mosquito-repellent incense. Meow frog flower lost her combat effectiveness, so the final winner was Saga. Congratulations on his successful entry into the top 16. The referee waved the flag and announced the final result. Wow, it's 13 again. The mysterious Gengar in front of me has completed the feat of 13. At present, the only players who can complete 13 in the top 32 competition are Saga and 1 from Soya players in Chengdu. Let's cheer for their strength. Jia. Gengar laughed and opened his hands to meet the cheers of the audience. Come back, Gengar. Gengar. Saga took back the unfinished Genghost, and it was a bit embarrassing to see his opponent's face that was played badly. If he had not told Genghost before the competition, he would not reveal his ability to speak in the competition. The 1000-year-old ghost with the hole wide open can play a cameo as a commentator. Saga, congratulations. Before Xiaoxia and Yayi came forward to congratulate, suddenly a bunch of reporters rushed out from the channel next to the players and surrounded Saga. Kaza, Kaza, Kaza. The flashes kept flashing. What's the matter? These nasty guys. Yayi and Xiaoxia looked at the group of reporters with puff faces. Saga player, how do you have such a strong strength at this age? I heard that you have a mysterious Tianwang master. Right. Do you have a girlfriend? May I ask what kind of woman do you like? Please. Saga took out the Pokemon ball from behind and said softly, Old Ghost can only ask you one more time. Use hypnotism on these people. Gia Gia. Happy to serve. A flash of red light flashed, and the reporters around fell down one by one. Now it finally quiet. Saga walked towards the two girls with a smile. Let go. Xiaomao and the others are still there. The hotel is waiting for us. It won't do anything to them, will it? Yayi looked back at the group of people who fell on the ground and said worriedly, it doesn't matter. They'll wake up when the sun goes down. I am the dividing line. Isn't it too exaggerated for Xiaomao to directly contract the entire 5-star hotel? Not many, but it is easy to offend others. Xiaoji tugged at Xiaomao's clothes and looked worriedly at the hotel security who was cleaning up irrelevant personnel. Allah, what is there to fear? Xiaomao patted Xiaoji on the shoulder and said that you don't need to take it to heart. Besides, we have a lot of people. You and I, Saga, Xiaoxia, Yayi, Xiaogang and my 10 girlfriends are almost 16 personal. And my grandfather said that he would come with your mother tonight, ready to cheer for us to enter the top 8 tomorrow. So I want to welcome them here. With my grandfather's reputation, if there are so many irrelevant people here, it is only necessary people who sign autographs and want to take photos are annoying. How can they celebrate? You seem to be right. Xiaoji touched the back of his head and smiled. Master Xiaomao, can I order now? A waiter in a maid outfit stepped forward and asked with a smile. Don't ask me such small questions. Just bring me all the signature dishes you have here, and then some desserts and drink. Remember that the dishes must be good looking and the taste must be guaranteed. Xiaomao suddenly found out that you are amazing. Haha, idiot Xiaoji. You have only discovered until now that this young master has always been so powerful. I am the dividing line. Welcome, Master Saga, Miss Yayi and Miss Xiaoxia. At the entrance of the most luxurious hotel in Plateau, a row of beautiful waiters in black and white maid costumes are bowing to welcome the 3 handsome men and women in front of them. Did we go to the wrong place? This is too exaggerated. Xiaoxia looked at the situation around her with a surprised expression. I guess that kid Xiaomao is doing something old again. Saga was a little helpless. Let go in and have a look. Brother Saga, you are finally here. Xiaomao jumped up excitedly and wanted to give a hug to Saja who had just entered the door. Stop, what are you trying to do, kid? Hee, I just packed the whole hotel. It just so happened that the owner here also knew my grandfather, so it was easy to get it done, and soon my grandfather and Aunt Hanako will come over to cheer us on. Welcome Dr. Ogi and Miss Hanako to the hotel. Suddenly, the sweet voice of the waiter came again from the door. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel, Saga's First Pokemon, Wind Speed Dog! Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Saga's second Pokemon, Red Sparrow! Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Saga's third Pokemon, Boscordora! Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Super Boss Cordola. 2 words are cool. I won't tell you that I wrote this on purpose. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Saga's fourth Pokemon, Millennium Gengar! Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Super Gengar! 1-word malaria! Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Saga's fifth Pokemon, Dengeki Monster! Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Saga's sixth Pokemon, Thorn Dragon King, is currently a sea thorn dragon for the time being! Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Saga's seventh Pokemon, White Ninetales, has not evolved yet! Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Saga's eighth Pokemon, storm salamander, is still a baby dragon! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Super violent salamander is handsome! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. One of the Pokémon that will be captured in the future. The giant gold monster! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. The word super giant gold monster is so cool! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. One of the future Pokémon. Big Brother Flame Monkey! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. One of the future Pokémon. Eeyore Turkey! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Super Eeyore Turkey in one word! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Could someone as handsome as me not have Mina? Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. The song form of the protagonist's future super cute pet! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Super cute pet dance form! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 110 Suoya vs Xiaomao Fiasco. One more, please automatically subscribe. Gia, it's really your misfortune to meet me. I heard that you are still the grandson of Dr. Damu, but your strength doesn't seem to be very good. Aber Monster ended this boring battle and used the most powerful snake oil to strangle Nido. Let out bursts of screams, and the Arbor Monster was nearly 4 in length, coiling around King Nido, and his muscles suddenly exerted force. This attack method of oppressing the whole body was even King Nido's powerful defense. Can't stand it either. Damn, this pervert. Xiaomao stood on the podium and slammed the palm of his hand with his fist. He was a sissy for a while and then had a bad temper, which made people feel like a schizophrenic. And the most annoying thing is that he likes all kinds of Pokémon without limbs. The first rice spoon snake was already difficult enough. He relied on the wind speed dog and the water arrow turtle to successfully kill it. As a result, another one came up in the second game. Snake Pokémon. How much does this Celadon lights off-bodied creatures? Ah, Xiaomao, who performed well yesterday, met a great enemy today. The strength of Soya from the Chengdu area is really too strong, and the second Pokémon, Arbor, is a nightmare for the players. Ah, as long as it is caught by its snake oil, it is basically impossible to escape the claws. Does Xiaomao still have a chance? Come on, Xiaomao, don't lose to that Celadon named Soya. Xiaoji shouted excitedly in the audience. I'm afraid Xiaomao is going to be eliminated this time. Dr. Damu on the side said a little seriously. Suoya is Du's cousin. It is said that his talent as a trainer is no worse than Du's. After a few years, he may be a powerful heavenly king trainer again. Although Xiaomao's strength is stronger than that of his peers, he is still 4 years younger than Suoya. No matter in the training of Pokémon or the combat experience, there is a big difference. However, I am very satisfied that my grandson Xiaomao can fight now. I am proud of him. Xiaomao has grown a lot more than a year ago. A gratified smile appeared on Dr. Oki's face. Don't worry, Xiaoji, prepare for your next game. I have successfully entered the top 8. If there is no accident, I will definitely fight with Suoya later. I will avenge Xiaomao. Don't worry too much. Saga patted Xiaoji's shoulder and comforted him. King Nido, Xiaomao shouted loudly. Even if you lose the game, don't give this Viper man a good feeling, and finally fight and use the destruction of death light. Using such a close-range destruction light, not only will your opponent be attacked, but you will also be damaged by the aftermath of the explosion. I can't take care of it anymore. I originally said that I met this guy to avenge Xiaoji, but now I have lost all faith. Aber, the Aber monster sensed the opponent's dying struggle, and directly hit the mouth of King Nido with a steel tail, causing the destruction of the death light to stop immediately, and then the body again. King Nido is incapacitated, so the last Hesoa player. He is the second today. A player who has entered the top 8. The first to enter the top 8 was Saga, who was drawn in the first game. Hearing the referee's final decision, Xiaomao was half kneeling on the podium, and the other party didn't try his best. Woo woo, Xiaomao lost. Woo woo, Xiaomao lost the game. The detachment of women in the audience burst into tears. Xiaomao still lost. Pikachu, can you believe that such a strong Xiaomao actually lost? Ash touched Pikachu's head with a little sigh. Xiaoji, prepare well. The next game will be your turn. I won't go to watch the game. Saga stood up and patted Xiaoji's shoulder and walked walked towards the passage. Saga, where are you going? Mei shouted. You don't have to worry about me. Just go with Xiaoxia and the others to cheer for Xiaoji. I will arrange the team that will play tomorrow. The top 8 will be a 6-on-6 battle, so you must formulate a good strategy. Saga didn't look back but just waved his hand and continued to walk forward. I am the dividing line. Tis tis, you were lucky today and didn't meet me, so you made it to the top 8 tomorrow. But unfortunately your friend is not as lucky as you. He's really a weak chicken, and he's still the grandson of a so-called famous doctor. Suoya, who had just defeated Xiaomao, closed his eyes and leaned his hands against the wall of the passage, and let out a disdainful laugh. Suoya waited for a long time for this, thinking to himself that his good friend was insulted by others in this way. A normal person. It should be like thunder now. Why is it so quiet? Slowly opened his eyes and looked at Saga, who was about to walk out of the exit. A big tic-tac-toe well appeared on Suoya's head. Clenching his fist fiercely and looking crazy, shouted, Saga, you are so weak. You ignored me again. Very good. If you meet me in the next game, I will do my best to smash you. Let your face be disgraced in front of the audience. Let you don't dare to look at me in your life. Let you. Mommy, this red-haired big brother. Why are you so excited? A little girl with a lollipop asked her mother in a milky voice. Fizzle. Come on, Feifei, don't look. This person is probably a lunatic. The little girl's mother was startled by Suoya's voice and hurriedly pulled the little girl forward. Big brother, why do you want to learn how to bark from snake? In fact, the barking of dogs is the cutest. You and Feifei learn. Wong wong. Hee. Isn't it very bearable? I'll omit 300 words below. And apart from crossing, what I hate the most is Lolita. Sonia looked unhappy. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 111. The upcoming top 8 second update automatically asks for subscription. Although Saga completely ignores that. Suoya, in fact, he still values him more. No surprise that he will be the biggest obstacle to him becoming the court champion. Although he was born in a royal dragon family, his initial Pokémon was not his strongest Huck Dragon, but the able monster who defeated the little King Monador. According to the information provided by Jarvis, this guy has a very weird hobby. He doesn't like Pokémon with limbs. All 6 of his Pokémon are snake-shaped. Hakron, Arbor, Boon Snake, Tyrannosaurus Harp Dragon, Big Deal Snake, and a younger brother of Earth Dragon who will not evolve. Saga is not worried about the 2 poisonous Pokémon Snakes and Abers. Boscodora's defense is enough to break the teeth of those 2 snakes, and Wind Speed Dog can be used regardless of attributes or speed. Restrain the Big Deal Snake. Electric Shock Warcraft vs. Tyrannosaurus Harp Dragon. Gengar vs. Hot Dragon. It was decided like this. Tomorrow I will do my best. My 6 main players will take me to the throne of this year's Court Conference champion. I have absolute confidence. Friends who came by themselves, just like the original book. In the last match of the night to decide the top 8 places tomorrow, Xiaoji lost to his former friend Ahong due to the fire-breathing dragon not obeying the command, and lost to the top 16. Xiaoji didn't expect that both of us would lose today. Come on, cheers. I have wine and I am drunk. It's still in the hotel that was used to welcome Dr. Damu yesterday. Xiaomao and Xiaoji are drinking various fruit wine. It's really uncomfortable. Xiaomao suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted, although it's easy to say, it's a big deal to come back next time, but if you are really eliminated in this kind of competition, only you can understand the pain in your heart. Woohoo. As he spoke, he began to cry aloud. Xiaomao, I can understand how you feel. I'm even more uncomfortable than you. The fire-breathing dragon didn't listen to my command and lost the game, or to my former good friend. It's really uncomfortable. Woohoo. You two are enough. Why don't you exaggerate when you lose the game? Xiaoxia clenched her fists and was about to rush up to teach the 2 wailing boys a lesson. Xiaoxia, wait, don't stop them first. Dr. Damu stopped in front of Xiaoxia with a camera and smiled. Since Xiaomao was sensible, he has always been very strong, and I have never seen him cry like this. I finally got a chance. I must take these precious shots. Hee. When Xiaomao grows up and gets married, and I have a great-grandson, I will take out these shots and play them. I'm dizzy. It's really disrespectful. Joe's group fell to the ground with a thud when they heard Dr. Damu's word. You 2 boys. Saga ran over just after receiving Yahua, thinking that something was wrong, but she saw these 2 guys hug and dance together in a drunken frenzy. No way. The one who stepped forward and hugged the 2 of them fiercely was eliminated. It's hard to be out. I also understand, especially Xiaomao was completely defeated by that. Viper Man, rest assured that you have a good night's rest today, and tomorrow Saga will help you get revenge. After speaking, one person with a knife in hand fainted. I am Jitsum line with the exciting theme song of the Court Conference. The top 8 competition of the 53rd Court Conference officially kicked off. This conference it is also coming to an end. The last 3 days of competition will be 8 into 442, and the final. Ladies and gentlemen, after so many days of intense competition, thousands of trainers from all over the courts the Plateau competed against each other, and in the end only the last 8 players remain. They will be in the final battle for the gold trophy trophy in the middle of the field, and each of them will be the best out of 1,000. Now they'll have 66 full-man battles on the biggest field of the tournament, especially made field with lake, grass, rock, and even jungle. Although many court conferences have been acclaimed, it is difficult for me to calm down every time I come to this time, so I won't talk nonsense. Now the first 8-4 battle is about to begin. The host roared and made a deafening sound. Players are waiting in the room. Excuse me, are you Mr. Saga? I am. What's the matter? Saga, who was closing his eyes and waiting for the start of the game, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the black-haired boy with thick myopia glasses in front of him. Hehe, let me introduce myself. My name is Agan. I am 13 years old. I have participated in 2 core conferences, and I am a player who entered the finals last year. I am only one step away from the core championship. Agan adjusted his glasses with a confident look on his face. But what does this have to do with me? Saga touched her head a little puzzled. Of course it does, Mr. Saga. I am your opponent in today's game, and I have started to pay attention to you very early. I have carefully studied the video of each of your games and collected a lot of data, so for today's game I have full confidence in this game, because I know all the weaknesses in your Pokémon. For example, although your Sparrow is very good at punching and drilling, but it can't fly high, I can use the Eagle to deal with you. Although your Wind Speed Dog is very fast, but the Wind Speed Dog is very sensitive to smell, I can use the Stench of the Overlord Flower will deal with you. And there, this young man named Agan pointed out the various weaknesses of Saga Pokémon with a frenzy on his face. Papa, Saga stood up and clapped her hand. Yes, you said it well, but this is meaningless. The competition is not. You can win by collecting a little data from the opponent. Instead of showing off your analytical skills in front of me, it's better to think about how to overcome the weakness of your own Pokémon. After Saga finished speaking, he pushed open the door and walked out, collecting and analyzing the data, with Jarvis smiling without saying a word. Mr. Saga, your chance of losing this game today is 98%, so today I can beat you one day, Agan shouted from behind. Allah, isn't there a 2% chance of winning? Maybe this 2% chance is the most important. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 112, the top 8 and the top 4. 1-3 update. Please subscribe and ask for a monthly pass. In the new month, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for Wawa. The first match of the quarterfinals is about to start. Please enter the game of Saga from Nibby City and Agan from Rainbow City. Play it again now. After hearing his name on the radio, Saga slowly walked up to the podium, wearing a beautifully designed black casual suit that added a bit of mystery to the already handsome man. From the overwhelming screams of the women in the audience and the huge photos they held in their hand, we can see the current status of Saga in the hearts of female audiences. On the other side, the male audience is a one-sided supporter of the data man Agan, and some male audience even stared at Saga with red eyes and jealousy, and kept talking about something. The girlfriend and even his wife brought by him have now become a loyal fan of this little white face with golden hair. How can a man endure it? Every male audience is praying that this guy loses the game sooner rather than later. Wow, it can be seen from the screams of so many beauties present. Saga contestant is really a public lover. Handsome appearance, strong strength, tis tis. If I were a woman, I would probably fall in love with Saga contestant. The narrator sneered. Uncle with a full beard. You don't have to be such a disgusting person. Yai and Xiaoxia were speechless with black lines all over their heads. Although they knew that the commentator had no morals, they didn't expect to be so rude. Agan player is also a very strong trainer. He entered the core championship finals last year. Unfortunately, in the end, because of the main Pokemon Hootie, he was too seriously injured in the last game and could not participate in the final. That's why I missed last year's championship. This year he made a comeback and faced the dark horse who participated in the core conference for the first time. Players, what kind of battle will there be between the two? After the commentator finished speaking, the referee came to the edge of the arena and raised the flag. Agan contestant against Saga contestant. The rules of the game are 66 full battles. The game starts now. The heads of 2 people appeared, and below them were 6 black shadow squares. Saga threw the first Pokemon ball into the air, and with a flash of white light, the Seathorn dragon appeared on the field, and quickly jumped into the artificial lake in the center of the field. As expected, the 3-in-1 magnet monster is you. A light flashed through the lenses on Agan's glasses, making it difficult to see his expression. I have all your data, and I know that the chance that your first Pokemon will be a sea dragon is as high as 85%. Your all actions are in my data palm. The 3-in-1 magnet monster of electricity and steel, plus its ability to be in midair, want to use all-round restraint to win. Saga showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. In that case, Mohama strikes and uses a tornado. I saw a violent gust of wind rising from around the Seathorn dragon, and the water of the artificial lake formed a spectacular waterspout and rushed towards the 3-in-1 magnet monster floating on the lake. 3-in-1 magnet monster, quickly leave the lake, surround the Seathorn dragon, and use electromagnetic waves for multi-stage interference. Want to use. Does water conduct electricity to consume it? It's not that simple. Seathorn Dragon. The freezing light is aimed at the waterspout and fired. Hearing this, the Seathorn Dragon fired a light blue beam from its cylindrical mouth. The extremely low temperature instantly froze the waterspout on the lake in midair, forming a huge ice sculpture that radiated under the sunlight. With a colorful light, people unconsciously indulge in this gorgeous performance. Hee, this thing is not just beautiful. The Seathorn Dragon uses the wave of the dragon to break it, and then quickly dive into the water. Saga's series of orders made people puzzled at all. Damn, this guy is crazy. Again's face turned ashen, and he shouted, 3-in-1 Magneto, hurry up and hide in a rock. The three big eyes of the 3-in-1 magnet are constantly looking for a hiding place in the surrounding rock, but the rock side is full of erected spike-like rock, which cannot cover the whole body, and can only find the largest rock to hide behind it. The powerful blue shock wave slammed into the huge ice block, and with a rumbling explosion, the beautiful tornado ice sculpture was instantly blown apart, and countless broken ice blocks were like sharp knives. The entire venue. The referee on the sidelines had already noticed that the situation was wrong, and trotted all the way to the entrance not far away, the passage. The audience was also silent, holding their breath in disbelief watching this gorgeous attack method. The coordination of the venue and the perfect combination of skills. I didn't expect to be able to form an extremely gorgeous but powerful range-type attack. The brain of the Saga player is really too smart. The narrator shouted excitedly. On the field frantically. The grass and jungle on the field were full of potholes. Although the 3-in-1 magnetite hiding behind the rocks avoided the frontal attack, it still suffered a lot. As blow. Phew. Agon was relieved to see the calm field. Although the 3-in-1 Magneto was injured, he still had the stamina to continue fighting. It's not over yet. Seathorn Dragon. Take advantage of the hot water trick now. When did Agan look unbelievable? The Seathorn Dragon, which was supposed to dive into the water, suddenly stood on a rock behind the 3-in-1 magnet monster, and a jet of boiling hot water spewed out of its mouth. After a while, an irregular electric current flashed on the body of the 3-in-1 magnet monster, making a short-circuit sound, and risking. Mosquito coil eyes fell weakly from the air. 3-in-1 Magneto loses its combat effectiveness, shouted loudly as he ran from the passage. Dang! The picture of the 3-in-1 magnet on the electronic board instantly darkened. The competition is changing rapidly, and there has never been absolute information. Even with Jarva's super-intelligent brain, Saga has never believed in the data 100%. The data is only for reference, and the key is the trainers on the spot performance. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Thanks to Azraith for the 20,000 VIP reward! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 113 Quarterfinals to Quarterfinal. Second update. How can this happen? The data should not be wrong. The probability of my winning this game is more than 95%. Agon stared blankly at the Pokémon ball in his hand. Agan player. Hey, Agan player. Please release the second Pokémon as soon as possible to compete. Otherwise I will judge that you are automatically abstaining. Accuse me, Mr. Referee. Agon helped his frame to regain his confidence. The last match was just an accident, and I won't let the first move in this round come out. Iron Shell. Originally, this Iron Shell was used for the opponent's barrow and wind speed. Dog. But the plan was disrupted. But my probability of winning is still more than 80%. That. The man with glasses is mumbling something. Xiaoxia said with a displeased face. She has been talking about her probability of winning since the beginning of the game. She has already lost a game first, so why not have an 80% chance of winning? I don't think there is any chance of winning against Saga. Brother Saga, I can definitely win. He promised me that I will get the championship trophy, so I will do it. May clenched her fist with excitement on her face. This time we'll strike first. Iron shells. Spike cannon. Pop pop. I saw a large number of white light thorns fired from the shells covered with spikes like cannonballs. Seathorn Dragon. Hurry up and hide in the water. Saga hurriedly shouted. The Seathorn Dragon's speed in the water is very fast, but just now, in order to attack the 3-in-1 magnet monster, he trapped himself in the rock field. The Seathorn Dragon, which can only bound, can't resist the continuous spike cannon. Under the attack of the thorn, there was a burst of pain. Good chance. Don't let the ironclad shell return to the water. Spin at a high speed and smash the Seathorn Dragon. I won this game. Seathorn Dragon. Seize the opportunity and use the elasticity of your tail to return to the water with the impact of the iron shell. Hearing the word, the Seathorn Dragon turned its body and used its curled tail to aim at the ironclad shell that was rushing fast. The Seathorn Dragon has done a good job. It's really beautiful. It used its elastic tail to successfully resolve the crisis and entered its home court. Now the situation has reversed. The speed of the Seathorn Dragon in the water is obvious to all. Enter the water and fight the Seathorn Dragon one-on-one. It's a tough guy, but don't think I can't do anything about it. Tijabe. We also use the freezing beam to freeze the surface of the water. The extremely cold cold light froze the few lake, forming a small ice field. Seathorn Dragon. Dragon Dance. Following Saga's instructions, the Seathorn Dragon began to dance a mysterious dance on the smooth ice. The Seathorn Dragon actually danced. Isn't it a good time to celebrate? The narrator said with some doubt. I want to use the dragon dance to increase the attack, but I won't let it so easily. Again thought to himself, Iron Armored Shell. Use the shell knife. The armored shell heard the word, revealing the extremely sharp edge of the shell, and quickly slid towards the jumping Seathorn Dragon on the ice surface. Destroy the light of death. Saga's mouth showed a silk smile. With the end of the last dance, the Seathorn Dragon jumped high, and the orange-yellow spray from its cylindrical mouth destroyed the death light. After the blessing of the dragon dance, its power was even more amazing. It shattered instantly. Tijabe, hurry up and use the shrink shell. Aegon didn't expect the speed of this destructive death light to be so fast. In addition to strengthening the power of the skill, Dragon Dance can also speed up the release of the skill. Bang! The powerful destructive death light hit the iron armored shell fiercely on the hard shell of the shell, and made a harsh clicking sound. Cracks appeared on the surface of the shell with amazing defense, and the armored shell weakly opened the shell to reveal the black circle eye. Iron armored shell loses its combat effectiveness. The referee judged. Oh, player again has lost 2 Pokemon now, and player Saga's Seathorn Dragon has already fought 2 games in a row and is obviously exhausted, so overall the gap between the 2 sides is not too big. Again, players still have a chance. Come back, Seathorn Dragon. To be able to achieve this level is already great for the Seathorn Dragon, which is only at the peak of the elite. After the quartz is over, Saga is ready to let it evolve into a powerful Thorn Dragon King. You're the one in this game. Old Ghost, come out. Gengar. With Gengar's strength, he can completely dominate this game. Under absolute strength, all data and analysis are useless, just like the showdown between Saga and Shiba, Jarvis's assistant, and the full power of Dengeki Warcraft. He went, but was easily defeated by Abelang of Shiba. Gia. After the white light flashed, Gengar's iconic smirk and evil smile made the viewers shudder involuntarily. This Gengar light dealt sneak attack, and has a special transformation skill to intimidate opponents. So the best choice is you. Ghost restrain superpower. Superpower can also restrain Ghost. Go on, Hoodie, the strongest player that again originally used for the finale, actually appeared first. It seems that this terrifying Gengar of Saga has put a lot of pressure on him. Gengar, the wave of evil. Gia. Jangwei gave a gloomy smile. In fact, labor and management wanted to speak human words more. They hadn't said a word of human words for so many days. They really choked to death. Shock away. Hoodie, use position swap. Akane shouted immediately. I saw that Jangwei and Hoodie, who were standing in front of the half-court, disappeared at the same time in their original places. The next moment, the two exchanged their positions like the names of their skills, and the wave of evil that came over hit their faces. Doubtful Gengar, Shadow Fist breaks it up. Sure enough, super-type Pokemon is trouble. Saga shook his head. Saga, your main force must be this Gengar. As long as I defeat it, I can win the next game. Akane shouted confidently. Hey, I can't tell him. I still have 2 real main players, and each of them is stronger than Gengar. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Phylum novel. Chapter 114 Obtain second update. Appeared. Gengar used a skill that we have never seen before, and used the shadow of extending himself to control Hoodie. Now Hoodie can't move at all. Although I don't know what this trick is, we are fortunate to have Dr. Damu who came to watch the game today. Please explain it to us. The narrator handed the microphone to Dr. Damu, who was beside him. Nani, when did Grandpa go up? In a floral shirt in front of the studio with a look of surprise. He just said that he was going to go to the toilet, but in a blink of an eye, he ran to explain. Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Damu. The special shadow skill that Saga used just now is actually similar to Shadow Ball and Shadow Fist, but the first 2 are offensive skills, and this one uses sunlight. The reflected shadows control the field. We all know that Gengar's attribute is the ghost type, but his classification is Shadow Pokemon, so he is born with a unique ability to manipulate shadows. I have never seen anyone use the same skill. If there is no accident, this trick should be used, plus new skills developed independently. Indeed, it is indeed Dr. Omu who can draw so many conclusions just by looking at it. This trick was adapted by Saga based on the data provided by Jarvis. The predecessor is also a character in the Once Earth comic, but it is very suitable for Gengar. It can be said that it is tailor-made. Saga named this trick Shadow Imitation. Watching Hokage, don't spray me. Gengar, give it to who the final blow. Shadow Claw. Saga calmly commanded. Jangwei smiled gloomily, and his little hand moved forward. A giant ghost claw with a cold air roared towards Hoodie, which was immobile not far away, and the huge and sharp black claw pinched fiercely, causing Hu to roar. There were screams of green. Shadow Claws. Use sharp shadow claws to attack the enemy. Easy to hit the key. How can it be repaired? Hu was teased by Gengar with a look of despair. His so-called strongest Pokemon was just a joke in that guy's eyes. Then it doesn't make any sense to fight anymore, and the 3 3 remaining Pokémon I guess won't even be able to pass the Gengar level. With Hoodie's last scream, it stopped abruptly. The referee quickly ruled, Hoodie is incapacitated. What is a GAN player doing? The commentator suddenly shouted. After he took back Hoodie, he did not play the next duel. Instead, he walked down the podium and walked towards the referee, as if he said something in front of the referee. A GAN player decided to abstain from this game, and this game is over. The final winner is Saga player. He will enter tomorrow's 4th game. The referee waved the flag to announce the result. It's really amazing. Saga Gejian is so cool. He actually abstained from the opponent directly. Xiaoji and Xiaomao both looked at the always cold face on the podium with excitement, as if nothing could move him. I am in the presidential suite of the Separation Line Hotel. Saga and his party gathered to watch the 4th game of 8-4 that was being broadcast live on TV. Ash's friend, Hong, and his opponent is the unpredictable red-haired Soya, who liked to use all kinds of Pokemon without limb. The excited voice of the commentator kept coming from the TV. Today's last 8 round has come to an end, and Hong's last Pokemon, Pikachu, was severely swept away by Soya's Aber. Get up. The powerful muscles squeezing the little Pikachu. Isn't the mouse too cruel to the snake? The boy opposite. If you don't admit defeat, your little mouse may be hanged alive. Sawyer on the TV let out a wicked smile. Damn. Xiaoji looked angry. Does this old Dan like to tease his opponents so much every time? Xiaoji, I know better than you. His personality is really abnormal. Like a poisonous snake. Likes to bite the enemy and inject venom, then let the enemy go, and slowly tease the prey behind him, giving you hope but finally gave you despair. I really don't know how Mr. Du has such a cousin. Xiao Mao looked helpless. In the final game, with Pikachu's life in danger, Hong can only abstain. Saga, Mei and Xiaoxia looked at Saga with a serious face worriedly. Don't worry, everyone. No matter how strong a poisonous snake is against an elephant, it will only be trampled to death. Saga said confidently. Tomorrow's opponent has been decided. There is no accident. The next day's championship match is me and that Viper Man, Xiaoji and Xiao Mao. I will teach him a good lesson for you. After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. I am the dividing line. At night, Saga, who was lying on the bed alone, tossed and turned, and it is false to say that he is not excited about the upcoming final. So many days in a row the constant fighting and commanding also made Saga feel a little tired, but for the first regional champion in her life, no matter how hard it was worth it. After the core conference, Saga was going to take Yayi to travel to the Orange Islands to relax. By the way, according to Jarvis's wishes, he got an uninhabited island as his secret base. After all, in the future, there will be more and more partners, and it is impossible to put all of them on the body. They can be placed on the island, but it is a little troublesome to choose the people who are used to guard and take care of the Pokemon. Originally, I planned to travel to other areas in the future and put Pokemon in Dr. Damu's research institute, but during the month of rest in Junshin town, I found that there are often union staff or famous scholars and doctors from other places. Dr. Oki visits and researches here. Among the partners I choose in the future, there must be very cherished Pokemon or quasi-gods in other regions. If they are placed with Dr. Damu, they will be easily discovered by these people. It is impossible to guarantee that some of them will not be able to withstand the temptation to do something small. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 115 Upcoming Finals. 3 Update. Ask for subscription and ask for automatic. Aron player's fire-breathing dragon is incapacitated, so this game is won by Saga player and successfully enters the finals tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no surprise that the Saga player used the terrifying speed of the wind speed dog to successfully reverse the advantage of the fire-breathing dragon in the air, and the hotter flames made the fire-breathing dragon, who is also a fire type, unable to resist, and once again attacked us, showcasing a perfect set and use of skill. Let's cheer them on tomorrow as he competes with the equally unfathomable Sawyer for the 53rd Core Championship. The entire auditorium is boiling. The finals of each regional competition are often the most exciting, the 2 strongest among the thousands of contestants. Which of them will win the final victory? Gia, Saga, I have been looking forward to the showdown with you for a long time. I really hope to see your panicked expression. Tomorrow I will use all my strength to entertain you and make you kneel in front of me in despair. Ha ha ha. At the entrance of the passage, Soya walked out of the venue with a wild laugh. The next day, after a good night's rest, Saga quickly adjusted her mentality, put on the clothes prepared by Mei, and let Jarvis perform an all-round body scan of the 6 main players in today's final, showing that they are very energetic and healthy. Are you exaggerating too much? Saga's face full of black lines looked at Mei and Xiaoxia, who took the lead in 2 cool red cheerleader clothes, followed by Xiao Mao's 10 girlfriends also wearing cheerleader clothes, and at the end at least hundreds of young and beautiful girls put on cheerleader clothes of the same color, with the word Saga will win on their chest. Xiaoji and Xiaoji Mao wore a black tunic suit and held 2 red flags, while Xiaogang kept beating with a big drum. Bang bang. Brother Saga, we must win. Boom. Brother Saga, champion. How How about Saga? Xiaomao asked proudly. I just looked for it on the street yesterday. There are so many girls willing to come over to be your cheerleader for today's final. I will provide clothes, and we trained all night last night. As long as you give each of them an autograph afterward. Today we will become the biggest relatives and friends in the audience, and let the cheers be heard throughout the core conference. Do you have any confidence? Xiaomao shouted loudly. Have confidence. Bang bang. Today is the last game of the core conference, and it is also the most critical final. The audience seats are full, and even the entrance is full of trainers who come to watch the game. Miss Junsha is standing in the crowd, shuttle in and out to prevent accidents from happening. That countless people watch. The big figures who are rarely seen in ordinary time. The 4 kings of Kanto came today. 3 of them are the Ice King Kana, the Dragon King Du, and the Fighting King Zaiba, the most mysterious. The Ghost King Kikuko was unable to attend because of the task. Most of the people in the audience held up pictures of Saga or large pictures of his Pokémon, and even many people held up large pictures of Aberdeen and Snake. The film cheers for Sawyer. This guy's popularity is also quite high. In fact, in addition to being a perverted personality, Suoya liked to use scary snake-like Pokémon, and his appearance is actually more handsome than Du, and he is also a member of a big family, so it is normal to attract some non-mainstream girls. Since the Kanto Alliance Core Conference was held, it has been held every year, and this year has been 53 years. I have also grown from an ignorant teenager to a bad old man. I have seen countless trainers show their powerful strength and the fetters of Pokémon in this land. Today, we once again ushered in the finals of the 53rd Core Conference. 2 of the best young people will bring us the most intense championship competition on this arena. President Damalanchi's Hayden's speech infected everyone present. The next 2 players who will be in the finals are Saga player from Nibi City, Kanto region on the red side, and Suoya player from Yanmo City, Chengdu region on the green side. And Suoya player's identity is equally amazing. It's actually Mr. Long Tian Wangdu's cousin who was the champion of last year's Chengdu Silver Conference. Player Saga is a commoner who has made it all the way to the finals with his own hard work and talent. His gorgeous fighting style and unique combination of skills are believed to be deeply remembered by everyone who has watched him play. Who will be the champion of this core conference? Let's wait for the competition to start. Zaiba, you said that the little guy who had a fight with you was that handsome blonde boy. So cute. Kona, who was wearing a black outfit showing mature and feminine charm, looked at Saga who was standing on the podium with interest. Hey, this kid's strength is really strong. It's hard to imagine that he's just an orphan. Zaiba sighed a little. In addition to the Wind Speed Dog and Jang Ghost who have already appeared on the stage, he has the strength of the Quasi-King level. When I met him in Baozishan, he also had more powerful Boscodora and Electric Shock Monster. These 2, this should be his trump card today. After listening to Shiba's word, Du, who was on the side, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Boscodora is a Steel-type Pokémon in the Fengyuan area, and its strength is second only to the Quasi-Divine Beast Giant Gold Monster among Steel-type Pokémon. And with the strong restraint of the Steel system against the Poison system, Suoya is in danger today. But that's fine. I'd rather Saga win, so that I can fight against that kid's arrogance. Over the years, Suoya has gone too far, and the elders in the family have begun to have some dissatisfaction. As the referee walked slowly to the edge of the arena, the whole venue became silent. Are the 2 players ready? The referee asked. Tis. I've been looking forward to today for a long time. I hope you can bring me a little more fun. Don't you fall down before I try my best, Sawyer said with a defiant expression. Referee, it's time to start. Saga just responded to the referee indifferently, but still ignored Sawyer. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 116 Quarterfinal 1-4 Update. Saga has been doomed to today's misfortune since the first day you met me. Sizzle. With a wicked smile, Suoya stretched out his long tongue and licked the Pokemon ball in his hand. Go, my cutest baby. As the white light faded away, there were no huge snakes and arbors, just a very dull Pokemon with a round head, blue and white stripes, and the only thing that looks a little aggressive to the little white wings is the little thing's tail that looks like a power drill. Ah, what kind of Pokemon is Dr. Ogi? It looks so weak, the narrator asked suspiciously. This is Brother Tulong. Dr. Gate also explained curiously. It is a unique Pokemon in Chengdu. According to spirit, snakes eat soil and turn into soil after death. According to the legend, it is generally believed that the younger brother of Tulong eats the microorganisms in the soil for a living. Brother Tulong is not good at fighting, and has a very timid personality. Whenever there is trouble, it will use its tail to drill a hole to escape, and it cannot evolve itself, so the data shows that it is indeed a very weak Pokemon. But since Suoya players who take out this kind of Pokemon probably have their own unique training method. In fact, Saga is also very puzzled why Suoya has subdued a Tulong brother. The problem is that he can still train it to an elite level. It is estimated that this kind of Pokemon is better than the Carp King and the same level as Little Lada. However, we have to fight to find out. There was an imperceptible smile smile on the corner of Saga's mouth, and she threw her first Pokémon in the air. Big Mouth, it's up to you. Birds beat snake, not to mention the unique pointed beak of the toucan, which definitely has an effect on the Pokémon of snake. The white light flashed, and a red toucan stretched its huge wings and flew in the air, sharp and sharp. He looked at the little snake on the ground with incomparable disdain. If you underestimate my word, you will suffer a big loss, Suoya thought to himself, and commanded, Brother Tulong, yawn. The dumb Brother Tulong took a slow breath after hearing the order, and then exhaled a drowsy white breath towards the big-billed bird in midair. Big Mouth, fly high. How could this kind of skill hit the sparrow? What exactly does this guy want to do? Saga thought about it, but he was not at all careless. After watching a few games of Suoya, this guy would always show weakness at the beginning to make people relax, thus giving a fatal blow at the end, making people lose the game in desperation. Saying that he is a viper man is too vivid. Then, neck, use dig. Suoya looked at the sparrow flying in the air and smiled contemptuously. Do you want to run? Sparrow, destroy the death light, Saga ordered with a wave of her arm. Hearing this, the big-mouthed sparrow opened a sharp orange light and quickly rushed towards the Tulong brother who was drilling a hole with his tail. With a rumbling sound, the rock shattered, but Tulong's younger brother disappeared, leaving only a small pothole. Giggle, it's such a pity that Saga almost hit my little baby. Sawyer pinched the orchid finger and sneered. This guy is so disgusting. Xiaoji, who was on the sideline, shivered involuntarily. Ha ha. In the VIP room broke out the laughter of Shiba and Kona. Okay, no, my stomach hurts when I laugh. I definitely don't mean to laugh at you. Haha, do you think your Suoya likes it? That little boy, I think he has a cold face towards everyone, except this blonde boy. Kana clutched his stomach and slapped the table in front of him desperately. If you want to laugh, you can laugh, but you are duplicitous. After listening to Kara's word, you have a black line. After this core conference, I will go to Xiaoju and ask her to help this brat find a fiancé so as to save me having trouble outside all day long. You're going to stay in a hole like this forever. Saga frowned. Suoya slapped the bangs in front of him disdainfully and said, you take care of me. Hit me if you have the ability. The sparrows fly down and use the noise at the mouth of the hole. Sarah said coldly, poisonous snakes are the most patient predators, and Suoya thought to himself, I am waiting for now. Tulong brother uses poisonous thorn. Of the little brother Tulong's electric drill protruded from the hole, and a purple poisonous thorn that was full of sweet smell flew towards the big bill that was about to land. You thought I didn't know that brother Tulong had already been ambushed at the entrance of the cave, and the corner of Saga's mouth lifted slightly. Big Mouth, turn around. The sparrow adjusted its body at the moment of landing, and flew in the reverse direction at a very fast speed. The stinger rubbed the feathers on the belly of the sparrow and flew over, and the huge wings flapped and cut in an instant. Behind Tulong brother, the broad wings flashed a metallic luster and savagely knocked Tulong brother out of the hole, and Tulong brother's sharp tail accidentally stuck on a rock with mosquito coils in his eye. Wow, the speed of the sparrow is too fast. Not only did he avoid the poisonous sting of the Tulong brother, but he also used the wings of steel to hit such a beautiful home run. The narrator sneered. Brother Tulong lost his fighting power. This guy took out that. Is Brother Tulong being used to show cuteness? I feel like that guy couldn't find any other Pokemon without limbs, so he just got one to satisfy his weird hobby. Xiaomao looked surprised, but why didn't he take it out when he was competing with me? Saga, you're amazing. You actually defeated my little baby so easily. But Suoya was still there. His smiling face turned gloomy for a moment. This Pokemon of mine will make your sparrow ruthless. Hanging, go, Spoon Snake. Sawyer throws a second Pokemon ball. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Grateful Coyotes 20,300 VIP reward. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 117 Quarterfinal 2, 1 update. Appeared. The second Pokemon of the Soya player is the Rice Spoon Snake. The narrator said loudly. Then Dr. Damu, may I ask what kind of Pokemon the Rice Spoon Snake is? Ahem. The Rice Spoon Snake is a tooth snake Pokemon from the Fengyuan area. Although its eyes is not as good as the arbor, but it has a tail blade that secretes highly poisonous, and a pair of huge fangs, which are its advantages. The Rice Spoon Snake continuously sprays flame. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Suoya's mouth, and he attacked the red fire pillar that kept spraying from the big mouth of the Rice Spoon Snake to the sparrow in the air. However, the sparrow took advantage of its air-to-air advantage and easily avoided the attack of the Spoon Snake. This feels a bit wrong. Saga touched his chin and said in deep thought, this guy should not do useless work. The continuous spray of flames consumes a lot of stamina for non-fire type Pokemon, and it is difficult for an attack of this speed to directly hit the air. Big-billed sparrow. Suddenly, the body of the originally fast-flying sparrow stopped for a short time, and his face showed a painful expression, and a dim purple light flashed on the red feathers, which proved that the sparrow had entered a state of poisoning, and the broad feathers were weak and barely supported. It is flying in midair. Haha. Suoya let out a burst of laughter. Why do you think I keep using jet flame? The flame of the rice spoon snake is highly poisonous, and the venom evaporates rapidly in the air with the flame, forming a gaseous poisonous mist. Let your sparrow be poisoned before you know it. Every action of the venomous snake is to make it easier to kill the prey. The spoon snake take advantage of the present, the venom attack. Big mouth there. Saga responded quickly, and now every second delay is very unfavorable for the big bill's situation. As a large bird of prey, the large-billed sparrow has a natural deterrent to snake, and its sharp eyes instantly frightened the spoon snake that was about to spray venom. Big-billed sparrow, high-speed rotation and punching. Saga shouted out Big Mouth housekeeping combination skill. Big Mouth heard the words and resisted the discomfort of his body. He opened his wings and began to spin his body frantically, forming an air vortex around him. With a sharp mouth, the spoon snake charged straight towards the ground from midair. You think beautifully. The spoon snake, the poisonous tail cooperates with the trial knife. Kill the sparrow for me. Soya looked crazy. With the fierce collision, the big-billed snake successfully hit the waist of the rice spoon snake, and the poisonous knife tail of the rice spoon snake, together with the test knife, also slashed the fragile body of the big-billed sparrow. On the back, the two Pokémon screamed at the same time and fainted. Big-billed sparrow and rice spoon snake lost their combat effectiveness at the same time. The referee announced while looking at the two Pokémon intertwined on the field. Saga withdrew his big mouth expressionlessly, shouted to Ash in the audience. Xiaoji, Brother Saga calls you again. Go. Xiao Mao said. Brother Saga, what's wrong? Xiao Ziyi ran to the podium and asked. Big Mouth has been poisoned. This game is still a long time, and Big Mouth can't drag it on for too long. I want you to send Big Mouth to Pokemon for treatment quickly. Sparrow's Pokemon ball is thrown at Ash. Well, I'll go right away. After receiving the Pokemon ball, Ash hurried towards the exit passage. Mr. Referee, I'm sorry, but now we can continue the game. The game continues. The referee nodded rationally. It's a pity. It's actually a lose-lose. This is not what I want. Suoya curled his lips in disdain. But you don't have to be afraid in this round. Although this time it's also a snake, it won't poison you. Go, big deal snake. Sawyer took out the third Pokemon ball and let it out. White light flashed, and with a roar, a Pokemon larger than the big rock snake appeared on the field. Different from the rock-like body of the big rock snake, the big deal snake body was full of metallic luster, unimaginable. How strong will this body's defenses be? And its huge mouth can easily crush rock. This Pokemon is a big deal snake, and it is also an evolution of the big rock snake, but it needs a special metal coating to evolve. I heard that the body of the big deal snake is harder than diamond. Dr. Damu explained. Old man, this time it's up to you. Saga slowly took down the golden luxury ball around his neck. Appeared. The second Pokemon of the Saga player is the Windspeed dog of the fire type. Huo Kejong is a very good choice. Big deal snake. Quicksand hell. Suoya attacked first and said, Windspeed dog, run. Find the opportunity to use big characters to explode. Saga also responded quickly. The big deal snake raised its huge tail and slapped the ground fiercely, and the grass under the Windspeed dog feet began to collapse instantly, turning into quicksand trying to trap it. Swish, swish, swish. The Windspeed dog ran fast on the field with its strong limb behind the constantly sunken ground, like a silent big mouth swallowing everything in front. Wong wong. The Windspeed dog jumped high and stopped on a huge rock. After a short pause, it opened its mouth and a large flame was sprayed towards the big deal snake not far away. Big deal snake. The rock seals and guards the whole body. The big deal snake roared. A yellow light flashed in its eyes, and a huge rock rose from the ground, blocking the big deal snake when the big character burst. The powerful explosion of flames shattered the rock without causing any damage to the giant deal snake. Sawyer did a great job. The commentators shouted excitedly. The rock seal can not only be used as a control skill to trap the opponent, but also a powerful defensive skill. Player Soya has taught us a good lesson. The players watching the game at the entrance also whispered and kept expressing their views on the game. Big deal snake, dig a hole. Sawyer ordered again. Digging a hole is the instinct of the big deal snake. In just a few seconds, a big hole appeared in the ground, and the big deal snake disappeared on the field. Are you kidding me? Saga scoffed. With the Windspeed dog's olfactory lock, do you think the big deal snake can sneak up on the Windspeed dog underground? Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 118 Quarterfinal 3 Must Kill. Emperor Yan second update. Please subscribe and ask for a monthly pass. Gia Gia. Suoya stretched out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth with a wicked smile. How would you know if you don't try it? In other words, why did you have to come out to attack you? And the big deal snake made an earthquake directly underground. If you use an earthquake underground, the big steel snake will also be hurt. Saga put her hands on her shoulders and said coldly, yes, but people really want to see your dog pained expression. The big deal snake shook the field, rumbling. With a violent crash from the ground, the entire venue began to shake crazily, and the scattered cracks on the ground continued to spread around, and even some spectators near the stadium were shaken from their chairs by the aftermath of the vibration. Dr. Damu, are you alright? The narrator helped Dr. Damu, who fell from the chair. Haha, it's useless when people are old. The power of the earthquake that the big deal snake uses in the ground is even more terrifying, but the earthquake in this way is an indiscriminate attack, and the big deal snake should also be seriously injured. Dr. Oki frowned and said, Wong Wu. The wind speed dog hugged the artificial tree on the field in time during the earthquake, and looked at the huge crack under his feet with a half-hanging face. What a smart puppy. Saga heard that this is your initial Pokémon. If I let it be seriously injured or destroyed, will you be very sad? Suoya's originally smiling face instantly became extremely ferocious. The big deal snake rushed up and used it to smash. Gia, if the big deal snake teeth that are comparable to diamonds bite the wind speed dog body with all its strength, it will be destroyed directly. Roar. With a roar, a huge steel head appeared in the crack at the foot of the wind speed dog, biting fiercely towards the wind speed dog that was temporarily unable to move in midair. Situation is at stake. Brother Saga, danger. The Yai people who were cheering on couldn't help shouting in unison. It's up to you, old man. Saga showed a smile and didn't panic because the situation was critical. Which was originally hanging in the air and kept kicking its leg, also showed a smile, looking at the giant mouth that could bite the iron and rock in the air, bent his head, and the huge fire column shot out instantly, with the help of the fire column's reaction. Thrust. The wind speed dog rose high into the air like a rocket. Che, what a sly guy. Suoya spat in an unhappy face, and the strategy that had been brewing for a long time was easily disintegrated by the other party. Sawyer, you have no chance. Saga shouted with his hand. It's time for the wind speed dog to show the results of your training. Keep this posture, and make sure to kill Emperor Yan. This move is a must-kill skill developed by Saga for the wind speed dog in the 1-month special training to challenge Vibrant Road. It is improved to Burnout, but its power is even greater than that of Burnout, but it is also the same as Burnout for the first time. The attack is the strongest, and the second power is directly weakened by half. Emperor. Dr. Damu touched and thought, I remember that Emperor Yan is one of the 3 holy bees in the Chengdu area. Sujin, Emperor Yan, and Emperor Lei. Does this skill have anything to do with that? Emperor Yan. The wind speed dog, which was temporarily stopped in the air with the help of the reverse thrust, slowly opened its mouth and spat out a fist-sized fireball. This fireball is not yellow-white like ordinary flame, but a red to purple high-concentration fireball. It takes a long time of compression to condense into this this high-concentration fireball before the final, so the power of the first time could destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Intermediate deal snake. The wind speed dog sucked the fireball into the stomach again in one breath, and the scene that followed made everyone in the room take a deep breath, and a huge fireball with a diameter of 120 appeared in the wind speed dog instantly. In front of him, the big steel snake roaring towards the ground like a small sun pressed down. The air in the venue seemed to have been roasted, and it became extremely hot, like the hottest desert area. Bean-sized sweat drops appeared on everyone's forehead, but no one reached out to wipe the sweat. All held their breath to see what would happen when the fireball reached the ground. The big deal snake facing the attack felt the terrifying energy and high temperature in it, and his face was full of fear. The flame melted the steel. If he was hit directly by this kind of attack, he didn't know if he would survive, so he didn't need Suoya's order to dig directly. The whole burrowed frantically to the ground. Boom 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 boom. Violent explosions swept the audience. The hurricane generated by the explosion made everyone present unable to open their eyes. There were broken rocks everywhere, and the artificial pool on the field was instantly evaporated. The jungle and trees were burned to ashes, and the dust from the explosion shrouded the audience and made it difficult to see what was inside. This is the second time. The referee, wearing a hard hat and hiding in the aisle, breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to himself helplessly, when did the referee profession become a high-risk profession? Now, it's only been a few days. It's the second time my life is in danger. Thanks to my wit, I knew to borrow a helmet for the finals today. The hundreds of thousands of people in the venue were silent, and the people watching the live broadcast on the big screen outside the venue were also surprised. Everyone watching the live TV broadcast at home stopped what they were doing and stared at the smoke that was about to disappear in the picture. The entire finals venue was razed to the ground, and there were ashes burned by the flames everywhere. The wind speed dog, who had just shown great power, barely stood on a rock, panting, and its gorgeous fur became gray stains, and the wind speed dog was not far in front. There is a huge pit that is more than 10 meters deep, and it is also the place where the big deal snake just dug down. The referee quickly walked to the edge of the giant pit with a hard hat to observe the situation inside. The big deal snake was scorched black, and even part of its body showed signs of melting. The big mouth bit out black smoke from time to time, and it had fainted in the pothole. Inside, the big deal snake is out of combat. The referee announced the result with excitement. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 119 Quarterfinal 4 3 update. Please subscribe and request monthly pass. Amazing, unbelievable, the whole whole venue erupted into fierce applause and scream, and even the audience outside the venue was roaring wildly for the perfect performance of Saga and Fengsugo. Even those male audiences who are not used to Saga can't restrain the blood in their heart. The Yandy move just now was so cool. It was so cool. All the female audiences in the audience had stars in their eyes and I was about to faint. The Pokémon showdown is always the most exciting. It terrifyingly lethal. The commentator also muttered to himself with a lost expression. Is this move another skill created by Saga player himself? It's incredible. What do you two think? Kona held up his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at the two men with big mouths with a smile on his face. Hey, Shiba sighed. This kid looks a lot stronger than the last time we met, even if it's the one I just conquered. The giant rock snake will definitely lose its combat effectiveness if it eats this Rick head on, and it won't be done in a few years. It's good to be left behind by these young people. Although the power of this skill is terrifying, it consumes too much stamina. This wind speed dog will be exhausted as soon as the Flame Emperor is consumed, and I'm sure if this wind speed dog fires a second shot the same skill is definitely not as powerful as the first attack. Du pondered for a moment and hit the spot. Brother Saga is so cool. Hehe. After the game, I must ask my eldest brother to give this Rick Yandy to my wind speed dog, Xiao Mao said with excitement. Me too. Xiaoji was also excited. I want to let Saga teach my fire-breathing dragon to learn this Rick too. Cut. Brother Saga won't teach you this idiot. Hunden, Xiao Mao, what are you talking about? Are you going to fight? Come here. Whoever is afraid, whoever loses, don't ask Brother Saga to learn this Rick. How about it? HMPH. No problem. Enough for the two of you. Watch the game quietly. Bang, bang. Xiaoxia raises her pink fist to be one person. The venue is destroyed. The game is temporarily suspended. Please wait a moment. After the referee finished speaking, he took out a remote control with a red button and pressed it forward. The field began to vibrate slightly, and I saw that the center of the field quickly separated from the middle, and a brand new field was slowly rising up from the depths of the ground. This was the backup field of the Alliance, just for this emergency. The game starts again. The referee waved the flag in his hand and shouted loudly, "This time it's you." Electricity. Saga threw his third Pokemon ball, and the exhausted wind speed dog was put away by Saga early. Hasha. As soon as the electric shock beast appeared, the two tails licked, and a violent electric current instantly shone on the field, showing his powerful strength. It's another Pokemon we've never seen before. Let's listen to Damubo. What did the sergeant say? The narrator could only ask for help again. Actually, we must have seen the predecessor of this Pokemon. Dr. Ogi explained slowly. Electrical beasts evolved from electric shock beasts. The names of the two are very similar, and they also require special evolutionary devices to evolve. The earliest example is the power plant in the Exinao area. 3 consecutive defeats made Suoya's face become very ugly, although the other party was not very good, and the Windspeed dog did not have the physical strength to continue to fight. As long as they win this game, the advantages of the two will be equal to each other. Tyrannosaurus used Destruction Death Light. As soon as Sawyer threw the Pokemon begging, he ordered it directly. What a sly guy. Everyone in the auditorium was indignant for a while. Although the opponent's method was a bit of edge ball, it was not a foul. The referee had already announced the start of the game, but most of the trainers thought that the official start of the game was only after the two sides threw Pokemon at each other before they could start attacking. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. Roar. The white light flashed, and the tyrannical carp dragon that just came out let out a roar, and an orange-red light full of destructive aura shot towards the electric monster beast opposite. You want to make a sneak attack. The corner of Saga's mouth lifted slightly, electrically shock the beast, make a wall of light, and then use the defense skill. Hasha. The electric shock monster responded, stretched out his hand, and soon a transparent wall of light blocked the imminent destruction light, but it didn't last long. The powerful destructive force directly destroyed the wall of light, followed closely by it. The last hold skill succeeded in blocking the attack. IT. Saya said coldly again. How is it possible? Saga is also a little move. The rigid sequelae of destroying the dead light can make the Pokemon unable to move in the next round. This tyrannical carp dragon continued to use the ice teeth after using the dead light, which made Saga unexpected. Row. The icy cold teeth of the tyrannical carp dragon bit the left arm of the electric monster fiercely, and the left arm of the electric monster began to rapidly condense ice cubes at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the freezing effect of the ice teeth appeared. Ha-Kia. The electric shock monster screamed in pain, and the blood dripped from its arm, but it was frozen by the cold air at the moment of dripping. The electric shock beast endured the pain with his left arm and stuck the Tyrannosaurus's teeth, and his right hand used the thunder palm. Sarah hurriedly shouted. The electric shock warcraft stared grimly at the huge head biting on his arm, enduring the severe pain. The sturdy arm slammed into the chin of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, and the right hand instantly condensed a strong electric current to beat it fiercely to the head of the tyrannical carp dragon. The tyrannical carp dragon, who is more ruthless than anyone else, don't let go, use your bite. Suoya ignored the powerful electric attack and was ready to fight for his life. CCC. The violent electric current permeated the whole body of the tyrannical carp dragon, but the tyrannical carp dragon also endured the severe pain, and the big mouth still bit it desperately. The electric shock monster's arm didn't let go, and the two Pokémon roared wildly. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 120 Quarterfinal 5 Main Debut. One more, please subscribe for monthly pass. Now the stalemate is constantly on the field. The electric monster and the Tyrannosaurus are Pokémon with relatively ferocious personalities. No one is willing to admit defeat first, and the scene has reached a stalemate for a while. The narrator grabbed the microphone in front of Dr. Damu and spat across the road. Saga, don't you admit defeat first. The tyrannical carp dragon's teeth can crush stone. Even if your electric shock beast is cured, your arm will be useless. Sawyer, looks like I'm doing it for your own good. Thank you for reminding me. Since your Tyrannosaurus can endure the pain of electric shock, the electric current has another effect, paralysis. I don't know if it can be tolerated. Saga said softly. See. As soon as the voice fell, the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon was in an electric shock state, and the huge mouth was paralyzed by the electric current and could not be closed. Of the situation, the electric shock demon pulled out the blood-drenched left arm, and used a thunderbolt fist with the right arm to smash the tyrannical carp dragon flying out. Hasha! The electric shock monster roared into the sky, and an incomparably strong electric current appeared all over the body, and blue spark burst out from the 2 corners of the top of the head. The behavior of the tyrannical carp dragon completely angered the electric shock monster, and directly overdrawn the electricity of the whole body. An inescapable thunder fell from the sky and slammed into the immobile Tyrannosaurus. The tyrannical carp dragon lost its combat power, and the electric beast wins. The referee announced when he saw the scorched black carp dragon. Enough of the electric shock monsters. The incompetent Tyrannosaurus. Hasha! The electric shock beast was drank by the master, and his mind became clearer, but his eyes were still staring at the opposite. The trainer named Suoya. It was this despicable guy who caused his arm to hurt so badly. This guy's order is the culprit. Come back, electric shock monster. Saga withdrew the electric shock monster with a gloomy face. It's not interesting to compare with your current state and mood. Pooh! Saga took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Suoya, you have completely angered me. You just treat Pokemon as your own tool. You can hurt as much as you want, and for the so-called victory, you are willing to opponents fight for their lives and die together. Very good. Now you still have 2 Pokemon on you. I will make you unable to win a game from now on. Cut. Who can't talk big? Suoya shook his head in disdain. The remaining 2 Pokemon were his strongest. Aber and Hakron were completely different from the previous 4 Pokemon. It's just a fantasy for Pokemon to defeat the 2 of me. Brother Saga's expression is so terrifying now, she said worriedly. Xiaoxia stepped forward and patted Yayi on the shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, brother must have his own ideas. Yes, Xiaomao also nodded and said, even in the last confrontation with Master Shiba, Brother Saga has never been so serious. It seems that Soya's actions have completely angered him. Full firepower. Tis. I am afraid even thinking about it. Bosco Dora, I originally wanted you to be the finale, but now I can't hold back the anger in my heart. Saga took out the 4th Pokemon ball and slowly threw it to the field. Boss Cordola is the most powerful Pokemon in Saga's current team, with the strength of the Quasi-King's peak level, and an unstoppable defense. The power of the mountain and the earth has the terrible strength to resist the King-level Pokemon. White light flashed, and a huge Pokemon similar to an ancient dinosaur appeared on the field. The huge body of 3 heights was daunting, and the huge tail was gently lifted and lowered, and the rock behind him was broken into pieces. There was no roar, but that amazing aura and terrifying blue eyes made it impossible to look straight. Dr. Bigwood, this Pokemon looks so majestic. The narrator patted his chest a little scared. Boscordora is also a Pokemon in the Fengyuan area. It has dual attributes of steel and rock type, and its defense is amazing, but I have never seen such a big Boscodora. It's really troublesome. Suoya threw the Pokemon ball and stared at Boscordola on the field with an unhappy face. No wonder you have such strong confidence. It turned out to be a steel-type Pokemon that restrained the poison type. But I won't let you wish. Since you have brought out the strongest main force, then I'm not polite. Come on, hawk along. Help me teach this stupid big man a good lesson. Shu let out a warm moan, and a long blue Pokemon floated in the air, with big watery eyes, small sharp horns on the forehead, ears on both sides of the cheeks like wings, jaws and tail. The mysterious 3 crystal balls all show their noble identity, the degenerate Hakron of the quasi-god fast dragon in the Kanto region. The appearance of the Hakron aroused enthusiastic cheers from the audience. The main Pokemon of Tianhuangdu. Many ordinary people have never seen such a rare rare dragon Pokémon in their entire life. What? Xiaoxia pinched her pink fist and looked at the incomparably elegant Hakron with admiration. That. How can a Viper man have such a beautiful Hakron? This kind of Pokémon should be matched with a beautiful girl like me. It's a real gift for Viper man. Wait. Tis tis. Both Xiaoji and Xiaomao kept drooling eyes and floated in the air without blinking. Hakalong, the quasi-god of Kanto, so enviable. The final has finally come to the last moment, although player Sawyer still retains an Aberdeen, but the current Hakron and Boscodora are the strongest main players of the two players. It can be said that this game, the winner or loser of the game, has almost decided the title of the champion. The narrator shouted excitedly. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 121 End. Second update. Ask for subscription and ask for monthly pass. Quasi Tianwang's high-level Hakalong is your last trump card. Facing the quasi-god of a region, Zaga's face has not changed in the slightest. He who already has a baby dragon is far less enthusiastic about these than ordinary people. Boscodora, grating cannon. Saga issued an attack order without any warning. Koto, the silver-white armor of Boscodora exudes a dazzling white light. Countless light spots densely gathered in Boscodora's mouth, and a hot white light blast towards Hakalong floating in the air. Hakron, use prayer for rain after twisting your body to avoid the opponent's attack. Sawyer gave 2 orders in a row. Fick. Hakalong let out a soft cry, and his long body formed a difficult font in the air. The howling grating cannon flew out from the middle hole, but Hakalong was not hurt in any way. Immediately afterward, the crystal ball on Hakron's neck lit up slightly, and the originally bright and splendid sunlight was suddenly covered by the gathering dark cloud, and the pattering rain fell slowly from the dark cloud, getting bigger and bigger. It's a fantastic Pokemon, Hakron. The commentator wiped the rain on his face and shouted excitedly. According to legend, Hakron's tail and the 3 crystal balls on his body have the mysterious power to change the weather. I didn't expect that. This is actually true. Hakron, well done. Then make a thunderbolt trick. Suoya ordered again. As a boss Cordola with the property of steel and rock, under normal circumstances, the effect of electricity type tricks is very weak, but after the increase of rain, it can increase the lethality. Just like in the original book, Xiaoji used Pikachu to defeat the big rock snake. Shoo. Hakalong uttered a cry again. The sharp corners of his forehead flashed with electric light, and then shot straight into the dark clouds in the sky, and a burst of crackling slashed down in the direction of Boscodora, and the 2 silver-white rods on Boscodora's head, the big metal horn. It is like a lightning rod that attract thunder and lightning in the sky. Boscodora, bear with it. Saga didn't panic. The violent electric current permeated Boscodora's body, but he didn't let it let out a groan, as if the thunder and lightning were not hitting him. The ferocious blue pupil stared at the opposite commander calmly. On the stage, Sawyer even opened his steely jaws to make a humane mockery, as if to say that you are a weak chicken. How could the sensitive Suoya endure the ridicule of the Pokemon, and shouted with a ghastly face, Hakron, destroy the death light and kill it for me. Do. Your kid is sure to lose. His mood has not stabilized since the beginning. An excellent trainer should have a good grasp of his own emotions, and the kid's Aiden has done quite well. No matter Suoya, no matter how you mock and humiliate him, he is indifferent. Only winning the final game is a blow, and even if he would lose, he would never lose so badly. Shiba sighed a little. After listening to these words, Dude didn't have anything but the anger hidden in his eyes. People understood that this Dragon King was really angry this time. He was too tolerant towards this younger brother. Suoya was not like this. Parents both fell in the Shinao area because of a mission in the clan, and he began to change his temperament from treating Pokemon as a friend until now only as a tool to win and humiliate his opponent. After this competition, I will take this kid to Chengdu Dragon Cave for training. When he correct, I will bring him out, or he will be ready to accompany the ancestors in it for the rest of his life. Du walked out of the VIP room with a gloomy face. Shiba and Kona looked at each other, never seeing such a big fire in the transition. Boscodora was the first to make a sharp metal noise, causing Huck Dragon in the air to shake his body with an uncomfortable expression, thus ending the attack. After a flash, it quickly shot towards Hakalong. Alloy burst, multiplying the damage dealt to it this turn by 5 times to return it back. Just now, Saga let Boscodola eat all the thunder and lightning attack. First, because the speed of the thunder trick is basically impossible to avoid, and the second is to trigger the effect of alloy explosion. The severe pain made Hakron in the air unable to stabilize his body, and slowly fell down. Boscodora, give it the final blow. The dragon god swooped. Saga shouted loudly with a finger on his arm. Koto. Hearing the word, Boscodora lowered her head slightly and ran towards the Huck Dragon that was about to land. The enormous power gave it a powerful instantaneous explosive force in a short period of time, and white light began to appear around her body. A giant dragon, the Phantom, gradually appeared during the running of Boscodora. What should I do? For the first time, Suoya's face showed a panicked expression. Once his strongest Huck Dragon lost the game, the Aber monsters below who were beaten by the steel system would not be able to compete with the Bosca duo who was was far stronger than himself. Blah, damn it, Aron, don't give up easily and burn it out. Thick. Aron squinted his eyes and forced the pain from the distance from his body, slowly opened his mouth and used all his strength to deliver the final blow. The incomparably hot burning was completely swept away by the phantom of the giant dragon around Boscodora's body, and the violent impact directly blew the Huck dragon out, and the Huck dragon, who fell to the ground, kept struggling. He seemed to have to fly up and continue to fight. His big watery eyes looked at Tsuoya firmly, as if to say that I could still fight, but in the end I fell heavily on the ground and passed out in a coma. Aron, lose your combat effectiveness. Tsuoya half knelt on the ground and looked blankly at Aron's final insistence, and then muttered to himself, I still have a chance. Even if Aron loses, Abermonster will definitely win the following game. It will definitely be possible. It must be possible. I can definitely win. Sawyer shouted with a frantic look on his face. Tsuoya, that's enough. With a screeching sound, Du jumped out of the air riding a fast dragon. Everyone is sorry. I will abstain from the next game on behalf of my incompetent brother. He is not qualified to be a trainer for the time being. It has been decided to take back all his Pokemon. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 122 Quartz Champion 3 update. Please subscribe. Please monthly pass. Hunden, why do you help me decide my game? Sawyer roared and jumped off the podium, then waved his fist at Tori in front of him. The audience on the field sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid is really fat. Even if you were Du's younger brother, you wouldn't dare to do anything to Dragon King in front of so many people. Bang! Du took Sawya's fist with ease. Want to know why I can help you decide? Du said expressionlessly, because I'm stronger than you, and you'll always be my younger brother. So I'll punch Tsuoya hard in the stomach. PFF. Cough cough. Tsuoya knelt on the ground with a grim expression on his face. Whether it's Pokemon strength or your own strength, you'll never be as good as me. Du picked up Tsuoya's collar and patted his face and said grimly, when you return to Yanmo City this time, you are ready to accompany your ancestors in the Dragon's Cave. Until then, your Pokemon will be kept by me. I'm sorry everyone. After Du finished speaking, Tsuoya rode on the fast dragon and quickly disappeared into the sky, holding his eyes dazed. Tis tis. I've never seen Chuan lose his temper before, especially in front of so many people. The people who can affect his mood the most are his family. Kona gracefully shook the red wine in his hands and smiled. Actually, this guy is quite pitiful. Xiaoxia sighed a little while looking at the final result. Cut, it deserves it. I looked good. Mr. Du did it. It's amazing. Xiaomao Xiaoji shouted in unison. Brother Saga became the champion. He has fulfilled his first dream. Brother Saga is the champion now. Mei suddenly shouted while holding her little hand. Cough cough. Sorry, I'm just too excited. Seeing everyone's surprised eyes, Yayi turned her fingers with a blushing face and lowered her head. The commentator was a little confused about this situation at first, but then he adjusted it and shouted, I'm sorry everyone, this situation happened in the game, but since Tsuoya has already abstained, he is only the last player left. There is only Abel, and Saga player has at least 3 Pokemon with full power. Everyone must have guessed the final result. Saga player's strength proves that he is absolutely qualified to win this championship. So this time the 5th champion of the 13th Four Conference is Saga, a player from Nibi who participated in the league competition for the first time. As Saga was announced as the champion, the audience in the entire stadium went crazy. Shouts resounded throughout the venue, and countless fireworks were set in the air together. I won. Saga couldn't tell what he felt for a while, and he was filled with something called joy. The only pity was that he didn't defeat the last Aberdeen of Sawyer in the final match, which was a little disappointing. Saga was disappointed, but the strength of that Aberdeen was not even comparable to that of Hockalong, and there was basically no hope of winning against Boscordora, who was completely sexual. The audience erupted into warm applause and screamed. With the release of the champion, the entire Quart Plateau, and even the whole, every household in Kanto who was watching the live broadcast was boiling, cheering for the new champion of the conference. Bring it out to me, my friend. The honor belongs to you. Saga showed a smile and released all the Pokemon on his body, except for the Big Mouth and Baby Dragon who were being detoxified and treated in the hospital. The remaining sick Pokemon stood in a row and received all the treatment. Thousands of spectators cheered and applauded. Everyone's eyes are full of excitement. Pokemon also attach great importance to honor. They follow their masters to challenge other trainers for a whole year. The hard but fulfilling training has finally paid off. Together with their masters, they are in front of the entire Kanto. Proved himself. Quack. Pokemon Center. The Sparrow, who was lying on a stretcher and introducing the treatment, waved his wings excitedly and watched his companions on the TV. Okay, Sparrow. Miss Joy on the side hurriedly went up to appease Big Mouth. I know you are very excited, but you are receiving treatment now. Don't move casually, or the wound will collapse. Everyone. After the third runner-up competition between Ahong and Aron in the afternoon, the 53rd Core Conference will usher in the closing ceremony. All contestants are invited to attend the closing ceremony on time. With the introduction of the commentator, commentator. The audience began to withdraw from the arena one after another, and everyone's face was full of excitement. Although there were some temporary changes in today's final, it is undeniable that it is the most important core conference in the past few years. Wonderful, the most intense championship competition. I am the dividing line. Cheers. The dining table. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted at the same time. It's still the one under Xiao Mao's package. A luxury hotel, but this time it was requested by the boss, and it's all free to welcome the court's champion. Hey, it's really a shame this time. Xiao Mao suddenly put down the wine glass and said with a wry smile. What the matter, Xiao Mao? Are you not happy that Saga won the championship? Xiaoji asked curiously while stuffing all kinds of free food into his mouth. Hey, every time you eat, it's like a reincarnation of a starving ghost. Do you want to exaggerate? Xiao Mao said helplessly. I have no problem with Saga's winning the championship. What I'm not happy about is that Dagi Shigeru, the genius of Junshin Town, stopped at the top 16 of the core conference, and Xiaoji, you are a stubborn idiot. I was able to enter the quarterfinals, and I achieved better results than me. Now I have no face to go to see the folk in Junshin Town, so I am going to travel directly after the closing ceremony. Dr. Damu said curiously. Where are you going to travel, Xiao Mao? Orange Island. I heard that there is a small Victor's Cup there. I heard that the chief trainer of the Victor's Cup is a strong player in the use of Fast Dragon. I am going to see it. I'm going to. Xiaoji suddenly interjected. Eat your stuff. Xiao Mao picked up a piece of fish steak and stuffed it into Xiaoji's mouth. You. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 123 Ending and Purchasing the Island. One more update. Ask for a monthly pass and ask for flowers. After a happy dinner, Saga was invited to the VIP room above the venue as this year's quartz champion. Due to the relationship between Saga and Dr. Ogi, Ash and his party were fortunate enough to enter the VIP room together. It's Master Kona. As soon as she entered the VIP room, Xiaoxia saw Sister Mayu, who was sitting on the sofa looking at everyone with a smile on her face. If Master Shiba is the idol of many passionate men, of all the water type and ice type Pokemon trainers in Kanto, with a beautiful appearance, a tall figure, and the strength of a king, he is the best dream lover in the hearts of all men. Master Kona, hello, this is me. Xiaoxia was just about to go up to say hello to her idol, when suddenly a gray shadow passed by. Xiaogang had already taken the first step and knelt on the ground halfway, looking at Kei-na with a face full of obsession, and said, My dear Xiaogang, this year is 12 years old, unmarried. Oh, it hurts, Xiaoxia. Please let go. I saw Xiaoxia holding Pokeball dragged Xiaogang's ear and threw it out. Giggle, what a lovely little sister. Kei-na covered his red lips and let out a chuckle, and said, Okay, don't be restrained, just sit down. Shiba and I don't have too many rules. The closing ceremony is about to start. As the champion Saga player, what do you think? Master Kona is really praised by Liao Zan. These are all the credits of my partner. I didn't contribute much myself, Saga said modestly, but looking at the other party's eyes that looked at the prey, he felt a little fuzzy in his heart. Kona, an ice expert, has a calm personality, is ruthless toward criminal gangs, and is a perfectionist. Born on the 4th island of the Orange Island, the Ice Island, the 5 Pokemon that have landed on the record are Stay Hippo, Tijabe, Sister Lip, Bai Hai Shi, Chenglong, and the 4 Heavenly Kings of Kanto are ranked higher than Shiba. Long Tianwangdu tried many times to advance to the Kanto Championship but was blocked by this terrible woman. Saga bowed his head slightly, and Jarvis had already passed all the information about Kei-na into his mind. I am the dividing line. After 10 days of intense competition, the 53rd Quartz Conference will finally usher in the closing ceremony tonight. During so many days, the players competed against each other. The narrator shouted loudly. Commentator finished his speeches. Aron, the runner-up of the army, and Ahong, the successor of the army, came to the podium. Since Suoya was taken away by Du, after the decision of the jury, it was decided to let the army's Aron go forward. The previous substitution was originally Sawyer's runner-up. Now, President Damalanchi and Kona are invited to present trophies and bonuses for the champion. The narrator shouted again. Saga stands at the award ceremony. On the stage, looking at the 2 people walking slowly, his arms could not help trembling slightly. Kona holds a huge gold trophy in his hand, which is printed with the pattern of the 6 Pokemon that Saga participated in the finals, and a big number 53 in the middle, which proves that this is the trophy of the 53rd Core Conference. The championship trophies of 2018 are specially made to order, which proves unique. President Damalanchi's short stature is holding a huge card with a sum of 500 printed on it. This is the prize money for the champion of the Core Conference. Court's official direct grant, 500 Alliance coin. Little guy, congratulations. Kona stepped forward and handed the trophy to Saga, then opened his hands to give Saga a hug. Little guy, my elder sister will give a Pokemon battle speech on Little Orange Island in the Orange Island soon. Be sure to watch it. Kona said softly beside Saga's ear. The warm breath made Saga's ear feel itchy, and after speaking, she kissed Saga's face directly, leaving a red lip print, and then walked away like nothing. On the side of the audience, I'm so envious why the two of us don't have this treatment. Only this guy can make Master K-Na look at him differently. Aron and Ahong, who only won the silver and bronze medals as the symbol of the runner-up, looked at the red mark on Saga's face with envy. Of course, this is almost the thought in the minds of all the men present. The closing ceremony gradually came to an end with the final fireworks show. Now I announce that the 53rd Core Conference has come to a successful conclusion. I wish you all the things you want in your future journey. And finally, I wish everyone present to have a great night. With the beautiful firework pattern announced by President Damalanchi, the Core Conference officially came to an end. Many people returned to their hometowns to regroup and fight in other regions. Perhaps some of the older trainers participated in the competition later. I gave up my dream to find a job for a living for the sake of my family and my future life. Blue Little say inside.